Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Sakura Tosaka. Tenkei Shiomi squinted as sunlight filtered through the chapel's stained glass window, the glare whitening his vision. Slowly, he shook off the drowsiness. He hadn't even realized he'd dozed off in a place like this. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed through the wooden floorboards. An elderly priest approached, entering Shiomi's field of view from the left. This was the priest in charge of the church, Risei Kodomine, nearly 80 years old. His eyes were clouded with age, but even squinting as they were, they revealed a mind still sharp and clear. Getting impatient? Father Risei asked calmly, addressing Shiomi with the gentleness one used for someone far younger. Shiomi withdrew his arms from the back of the wooden pew, shifting from a reclined position to sitting upright. His right hand slowly lowered to rest on the silver-haired girl napping on his lap. "No, I came here for that anyway." "Waiting a bit longer doesn't matter," Shiomi replied nonchalantly. "But Father Risei, your son still hasn't shown up. As you know, it's only been a year since he lost his wife. He's now studying magecraft under Tokiomi-kun, preparing for the Holy Grail War 2 years from now. He likely doesn't have time to spare, not even to visit his own daughter," Father Risei explained solemnly, his gaze resting on the little girl in Shiomi's arms. Caren Hortensia. She was the daughter of Risei Kodomine's son, Kirei Kodomine, and an Italian woman he had married. The marriage lasted only 2 years before his wife passed away. Knowing he couldn't care for his 2-year-old daughter, Kirei entrusted her to Tenkei Shiomi, who happened to be in Italy at the time. The two had previously worked together on joint missions that required cooperation between the church's executors and the Mages Association. Because of that connection, Caren was left in Shiomi's care. Though even now, Shiomi hadn't decided whether to change Caren's surname and formally adopt her. "That's a shame," Shiomi muttered, scratching his head. Was it really that he couldn't spare the time, or did he simply not want to come? Shiomi wasn't sure if Kirei felt anything at all for the daughter he'd handed off. Kirei Kodomine was off. Something about him didn't sit right. That was the strongest impression Tenkei Shiomi had formed after working with the priest on multiple missions. "But looking at how she's doing now, and trusting her to you might have been the best decision Kirei ever made," Father Risei said. "Neither of us could have cared for Caren properly." "Oh, it's nothing. I just happened to want to settle down, so I figured it wouldn't be a problem," Shiomi said with a casual smile, waving his hand dismissively. But truthfully, he couldn't tell either Father Risei or Kirei that this was all because of some bizarre will compelling him to do it. Mission, adopt Caren Hortensia, complete. If it weren't for that mission, there was no way he would have just happened to be in Italy, right when Kirei's wife died. Shiomi often wanted to question the necessity of all this. But that will, or perhaps it was better to call it the system, was unreliable at best. The first time it appeared was when he survived the Land of Shadows. The second time was when he left that realm and returned to the outside world, receiving a so-called Land of Shadows training mission reward. And the reward was simply a flawless Mages Association registration as a certified magus. In the 4 or 5 years since then, Shiomi hadn't received a single new mission. He'd figured it out completely. Shiomi had silently cursed that broken-down system more than once. Only missions. Only penalties for failure. No clear rewards. Sometimes you got something. More often, you didn't. Even slavery had clearer terms than this. And now, the reason Tenkei Shiomi brought Caren to Japan and came to the Kodomine Church in Fuyuki City. New mission, adopt the Tosaka family's second daughter, Sakura Tosaka. She's a once-in-a-century prodigy with imaginary number attributes. Don't miss the chance while the Tosaka family is struggling with how to handle their overly talented children. Redheart. If you fail, all that awaits a third-rate magus is game over. Redheart. You're dumbass. Just imagining that bratty tone made Shiomi want to yell. This was 1992 in Japan, there shouldn't even be concepts like that yet. Though sometimes, Shiomi couldn't help but wonder why he had such oddly modern knowledge. Tokiomi-kun is already at the church entrance. He'll be coming in shortly. Risei Kodomine had no idea what was running through Tenkei Shiomi's mind. He simply appreciated the young man's relaxed demeanor, unfazed no matter the situation. After all, Shiomi was one of the few outstanding magus in the Mages Association, and had only recently been awarded the Pride rank. He was in no way inferior to Kirei, Father Risei's pride and joy. Is that so? Just as Shiomi agreed, the chapel doors creaked open. A man in a dark red suit stepped inside. Though he looked no older than Shiomi, who publicly claimed to have just turned 20, his composed demeanor and commanding presence gave him an unmistakable air of distinction. Tokiomi Tosaka. He was the person Tenkei Shiomi had come to the church to meet. By his side was a young girl with black hair and blue eyes, presumably Sakura Tosaka. Shiomi gently picked up the still drowsy Caren, rose from the pew, and turned to face the approaching Tosaka father and daughter. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Shiomi. This is my daughter, Sakura Tosaka." Tokiomi introduced his shy daughter. It was a solemn church setting on a day of rest, surrounded by unfamiliar adults. A scene that could easily unsettle a child her age. "So you finally decided to accept my request and entrust your daughter to me for a training." Shiomi gave a perfect smile. Tokiomi responded with grace, for Sakura to inherit magecraft from a disciple of Grand Magus Tuko Aozaki is a rare opportunity. No one knew where Tenkei Shiomi came from, nor which magecraft lineage he belonged to. But no one asked. However, since his magecraft included the primordial runes, he claimed, per the system's suggestion, to be a disciple of Tuko Aozaki. Though Tokiomi had other options, like the Matsu family and Fuyuki or the Edelfelt family, with whom he'd severed ties for over 60 years, he was moved when the request came through Risei Kotomine. The secrets of primordial runes and puppetcraft were unattainable even for Tokiomi. They were the closely guarded arts of the grand puppeteer. If Sakura could inherit that legacy, Tokiomi would no longer need to worry about her future. Shiomi nodded with satisfaction. With this, his mission would be fulfilled. He crouched and extended his hand to Sakura. At the same moment, Tokiomi gave her a gentle nudge forward. "From today, I will be your father." As Shiomi said the words, he felt an odd awkwardness. After all, he now had 2 daughters without even being married. It probably wouldn't make finding a spouse any easier in the future. Sakura hesitated and stopped in front of him. She didn't take his hand, instead turning back to Tokiomi with a look of confusion and reluctance. "Go on, Sakura." Tokiomi's resolute tone carried the same trace of reluctance. At that moment, Caren awoke. Shiomi gently set her down on the floor. Tokiomi, having already been informed about Caren by Father Risei, didn't question anything. "Let me formally introduce you. Her name is Caren. She's 1 year younger than you," Shiomi said with a smile to Sakura. "Starting today, you'll be her big sister, Sakura." "Big sister." Sakura repeated softly. She instinctively touched the ribbon by her temple. As if something had stirred within her, the gloom in her eyes faded, replaced by a shy, joyful glow. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Sakura stepped forward and took Caren's hand in greeting. Seeing how smoothly things were progressing, Tokiomi smiled with quiet relief. Later, Shiomi joined Tokiomi and Father Risei outside in the church courtyard for a casual chat. "So, the next Holy Grail War will be in 2 years?" Shiomi asked, piqued by the subject. Tokiomi nodded. "Yes. But any magus who steps onto the land of Fuyuki will be influenced by the Grail and may receive a command spell. Unfortunately, I haven't seen any signs of a command spell yet." Shiomi raised the back of his hand as if to prove his innocence. He truly hadn't received one. Whether it was due to his mindset or because the Holy Grail was waiting for something, he couldn't say. Tokiomi made a light joke. "Then I can assume, at least for now, that you won't be my opponent in this Grail War." "That would be troublesome." "It's too soon to say," Father Risei interjected. "Shiomi will be residing in Fuyuki until the Holy Grail War begins. There's still a chance he'll receive a command spell." Shiomi looked surprised. "Then, if I really do obtain a command spell and become your opponent in the Holy Grail War, then let us wager our pride as magi and face each other in battle," Tokiomi replied, his expression shifting from that of a father to that of a true magus. But, Shiomi glanced over at Sakura and Caren playing on the grass. "How about this, let's make a gentleman's agreement. If we're forced to fight in the Holy Grail War, we'll go no further than determining a victor. We won't aim to take each other's lives." Tokiomi understood what Shiomi meant. After a brief pause, the two made a gentleman's agreement under Father Risei's witness. Since Tokiomi and Risei still had matters to discuss, Shiomi left first, taking Caren and Sakura with him. The moment he sat down in the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel, a burning pain shot through his hand. On the back of his left hand appeared 3 distinct, interconnected sigils glowing with magical energy. A command spell. Did you really think the mission ended just because you adopted Sakura Tosaka? Of course not. Mission objective updated, participate in the 4th Holy Grail War. Struggle hideously to your last breath, new magus who stepped out from the land of shadows red heart. Chapter 2, Servant Summoning. Wake up, Dad. It was a cold winter morning. Even with the heater on, getting out of bed still felt unbearable. Curled up under the blankets, Tenkei Shiomi felt a small pair of hands tugging on his covers, a soft voice urging him to wake up. "Isn't today a day off from school?" Why are you up so early, Sakura? Lifting the blanket from his face, Shiomi opened one eye and sleepily looked at the girl. Sakura Tosaka. Or rather, she should now be called Sakura Shiomi. It had been 2 years since he adopted her from Tokiomi Tosaka, and her surname had long since changed. Compared to her timid self at the beginning, after settling in Fuyuki and living with him day in and day out, Sakura had gradually accepted her role as his daughter. The fact that she'd barge into his room like this on a winter morning, waking him up from a lazy sleep, was proof she had gotten used to life in the Shiomi household. But it's already noon. Sakura said with a mix of excitement and nervousness. And I finished the homework you gave me, Dad. Shiomi immediately perked up a bit. He sat up in bed, rubbing his messy hair as he looked at Sakura standing at his bedside. Homework. Not schoolwork, but the kind of assignments Shiomi gave her, knowledge and skills essential for a magus. These past 2 years in Fuyuki had been peaceful. With 2 children and a stable life, Shiomi had become somewhat lax. He still handled household chores and took both Sakura and Caren to and from school, but sleeping in on days off had become a new tradition in the Shiomi home. At least Caren had embraced this tradition. Sakura, not so much. Recently, Shiomi had assigned Sakura the task of helping him in the workshop, using magical materials to draw the summoning array that would soon be used for the Holy Grail War. Ah, right. It's almost time to summon heroic spirits and call forth the servants. Shiomi took a deep breath, letting the cold air help clear his mind. All right then, let's take a look at your homework and give it a grade. Seeing him fully awake, Sakura beamed with joy. She nodded and ran out of the room. After washing up and having lunch, he took Sakura down to the magical workshop located in the basement of their house. Caren was only 5, much younger than Sakura, and didn't show the same aptitude for magecraft. Shiomi had decided to wait until she was a bit older before introducing her to the world of magecraft and the Holy Church. Actually, Dad, I've already memorized how to use the runes you taught me, Sakura said cheerfully as they descended the stairs. Oh. That's excellent. Once you're more proficient, I can start teaching you about the primordial runes. Shiomi gave her a pleased smile. Primordial runes. Sakura repeated the words, trying to recall what she knew. That's what your master taught you, right? She already understood that they were different from the runes used by modern magus. They were the magical foundation discovered by Odin, the great god of Norse mythology. That's right. Shiomi placed his hand on the stone door, which responded and opened. The primordial runes. Shiomi never expected the first place he'd end up would be the land of shadows, a realm of illusions and magic. Maybe it had been a test from the system, challenging him to survive in such a place. And somehow, without realizing it, he did survive. On the brink of death, he encountered the queen of that realm, Scáthach. She accepted him as a warrior and taught him. Shiomi had no idea how much time had passed since then, nor could he calculate his current age. In the end, he simply decided to count the year he entered the Mages Association as his 18th birthday. Dad, when are you going to tell me that story again? Sakura held up a lantern, trying to light the dim underground workshop. It's so dark down here. Forgot what you're supposed to do again? Shiomi asked. Sakura blinked, then nodded. Oh, right. She stretched out her hand, focused her mana into her fingers, and tried to snap to activate the lighting. But after a few failed tries, no spark came. Seeing her get discouraged, Shiomi held back a chuckle and snapped his fingers. The magic crystals embedded in the workshop walls lit up with a soft blue glow, illuminating the space. Shiomi looked down and clearly saw the pattern on the ground. It was the summoning array needed by a master for the ritual. That story? Shiomi asked as he crouched down to inspect the summoning circle, checking that every detail was in place. Sakura nodded. The one about Odin, the great Norse god, who sacrificed himself to obtain the primordial runes. Didn't I already tell you that one before bed with Caren? Shiomi looked confused. I want to hear it again, Sakura said, her voice full of childlike pleading. Fine, you can hear it again, but not tonight, Shiomi replied. Tonight, we're performing the summoning ritual. You can either go to bed early or stay up and observe the heroic spirit summoning. Sakura tilted her head, thinking. I want to observe. Then go get some sleep now and wake up in the evening, Shiomi said as he stood up. I've still got preparations to make. Okay. Though she could be a bit willful sometimes, Sakura usually listened to Shiomi well. Even at her young age, she understood how much her new father cared for and loved her. So no matter what Shiomi said, she was always willing to follow his lead. After setting down the lantern, Sakura turned to leave the workshop, stepping toward the stairs, only to remember something she had forgotten to ask. Dad, you haven't given me a score yet. Shiomi blinked, then held up an OK sign. Isn't it obvious? Full marks, of course. With a happy grin, Sakura ran out. Once she was gone, Shiomi finally stood and turned back to the summoning circle, scowling with frustration. As much as he wanted to forget about the Holy Grail War and just slack off, he couldn't. The command spell on the back of his left hand had been clearly visible from the start, and the system had been hounding him every day for the past month, more relentless than a loan shark. Shit. Fine, I'll do it already. He cursed at the invisible system with a snarl. The preparations didn't take too long or too little. Before he knew it, night had fallen, and the time for the summoning ritual had come. By the way, Dad, don't you need a catalyst for the summoning? Sakura asked. No. I've thought it through. I want to prioritize compatibility between servant and master. On top of that, I'll include a mad enhancement incantation to summon a berserker who suits me best and will be easiest to control. And as his trump card, completely unknown to the Mages Association, unlike the partial analyses from Tokuo Ozaki, he held all 18 complete primordial runes, long lost since the Age of Gods. With divine-level magecraft supporting a catalyst-free summon, aimed at drawing the most compatible berserker, Tenkei Shiomi's strategy was already set. It's time, Sakura. Step back to the wall. Okay. At Shiomi's instruction, Sakura moved to the edge of the room to watch the ritual unfold. She had personally drawn the summoning circle for him and had memorized the entire process after doing it once. In Erasure Lies Retreat, 4 retreat arrays were inscribed, then enclosed with a summoning circle. The sequence had to be flawless. Tenkei Shiomi extended his left hand, engraved with the command spell, and began chanting. Its foundation is silver and iron. Its base is stone and the grand contract. My ancestor, my teacher, is Scáthach. He had included his mentor's name in the chant to strengthen the summoned heroic spirit's recognition, ensuring the summoning of a servant with high potential. A similar precedent was seen in the Tosaka family, who would invoke the name of the wizard marshal, Zelrich Schweinorg, during their rituals, as he was their founder's teacher. Raise a wall before the wind's descent. Close the 4 cardinal gates. Emerge from the crown. Circle endlessly at the 3-pronged road to the kingdom. Seal. 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 Repeat the sealing 5 times. When filled, discard it. Proclamation. Your body shall rest under mine, and my fate shall lie with your blade. If you heed the call of the Holy Grail, if you accept this will and reason, then respond. Here is my oath. I am the one who shall accomplish all good in the world. I am the one who shall commit all evil in the world. Yet you shall shroud your eyes in chaos, and serve me. You, imprisoned in the cage of madness, I am the one who holds your key. You, bound by the 3 great words for 7 days. Come forth from the wheel of restraint, guardian of the scales. The moment the chant ended, Shiomi felt mana surge violently through his body. It was a cold, searing pain, magic circuits writhing within him, a torment every magus had to endure. His vision dimmed as the runes engraved on his body drew in mana from the atmosphere to fuel the ritual. By now, his body had shed all traces of human functionality, becoming a component in a miracle, a circuit linking the spiritual and material realms. The rapid surge of mana made his body tremble in pain, but compared to the merciless training he endured in the land of shadows under Scáthach, it was nothing. Behind him, Sakura stood with her hands clasped, nervously watching the descent of the summoned spirit. Wind and lightning howled around them. The pressure was so intense she had to shield her eyes with her hands. At the center of the storm, the summoning circle blazed with brilliance. The magical pathway finally connected to another world, and from within the blinding light emerged a figure wreathed in deep blue and jet black. Servant, Berserker. I answer the summoning. You over there, Magus, so you're the one who called me, who summoned me. A voice rang out, icy cold and almost mechanical, cutting through the mist and radiance. Just as Shiomi was reeling from the shock that a berserker could speak with such clarity and reason, the servant seemed equally stunned. Clack, clack, clack. Berserker stepped through the mist and closed the distance toward Tenkei Shiomi. She was a woman, about 170 centimeters tall, with long, cascading silver hair and an elegant face. The tips of her hair shimmered faintly blue, matching the hue of her eyes. A flicker of emotion, perhaps surprise, flashed through those frozen lake-like eyes before vanishing. She stared at him in silence. That's right. I'm the Magus who summoned you. Not understanding her reaction, Shiomi chalked it up to some unique condition caused by her berserker nature. He raised his left hand and revealed the command spell. I am your master. The next moment, she reached out and lightly touched the command spell on the back of his hand, moving so fast that Shiomi didn't even have time to react. If she'd chosen to betray him right then, a single swing could have severed the very hand bearing the command spell. As that thought crossed his mind, she withdrew her hand. I'm the servant who'll assist you in this Holy Grail War. You could say, it's fate. The surprise in her voice had faded, replaced by playful ease. With an air of teasing, she gently cupped Shiomi's chin. He didn't know what she was after, but one thing was clear, he was being toyed with. Narrowing his eyes, Shiomi used the system's authority as a master to identify her true name. And the moment he saw it, he froze. Well then, let's forget my earlier behavior. Time for a proper introduction. My name is Morgan, the Fairy Queen. I offer my strength as your servant. You're who? Even though he'd just confirmed it, Shiomi still couldn't believe what he was hearing. Chapter 3, Master and Servant. After the summoning ceremony ended, Shiomi carried Sakura back to her room to sleep. Though she was already 7, Shiomi wasn't a strict parent, and Sakura had grown a bit spoiled because of it. He had to scoop her up and tuck her into bed himself. Fortunately, just experiencing the overwhelming surge of magical energy during the ritual had exhausted her. The pressure alone was enough to drain her completely. She didn't even have the energy to ask for a Norse mythology bedtime story before falling fast asleep. Once he confirmed both Sakura and Caren were sound asleep, Shiomi stepped back out. After the ritual concluded, Berserker, Morgan, had returned to spiritual form. With the summoning now stabilized, he could feel the bond between master and servant had properly formed, the mana flow between them fully established. Following that connection, Shiomi found Morgan in his study. She had already materialized, lounging on the sofa with a book in hand, idly flipping through its pages. You're even less like a magus than I expected, Morgan remarked without looking up. Shiomi shrugged casually. To a magus from the age of gods, modern magi like us probably don't even register. I bet the only one who'd catch your attention is the king of magecraft, the one who built the entire magus system from the ground up, right? That wasn't sarcasm, Morgan said, closing the book and raising her gaze to him. There's too much warmth in you for a magus. Most magi, in pursuit of the path of magecraft, gradually shed conventional human ethics and morality during their training, adopting a worldview and set of rules that stood completely apart from the mundane world. Come on, all I did was put a kid to bed. Isn't that a bit much praise? Shiomi shook his head and sat down across from her. Morgan lowered her eyes, almost musing to herself. But thanks to that, I understand your personality a little better. A little better? Shiomi was taken aback. Then he recalled her odd behavior right after she materialized, those moments of silence, the curious reaction, and he gave her a cautious look. Servants were avatars of heroic spirits, the highest-ranking familiars summoned only during the Holy Grail War. Their mysteries often transcended even the domain of magecraft itself. Drawn forth from the throne of heroes, they crossed time to descend into this era in response to a magus's call. The Holy Grail granted them enough era-appropriate knowledge to function in the modern world. But it never included information about their masters. I've been wondering ever since we introduced ourselves, Shiomi said. You seemed a little off when you saw me. Were you disappointed or something? What lay ahead was a brutal clash, 7 servants, each bound to a different master, fighting to the death. A true war. And Tenkei Shiomi had no intention of dying here. That's why he chose to confront Morgan and clear the air before anything went sideways. But Morgan's reaction was far from expected. She let out a low, amused laugh. No, it's nothing. I was just a little surprised. Morgan raised her hand, palm facing up, as if she could hold Shiomi in her grasp. If the one who summoned me were just a typical modern magus, I wouldn't have thought much of it. Shiomi looked mildly surprised. But I doubt the other masters in this Holy Grail War realize it yet. One of their opponents wields magecraft from the Age of Gods, Morgan said. After the initial surprise, Shiomi relaxed. Impressive, you saw through the essence of what I am as a magus. He stretched lazily. If you can see that clearly, it'll make strategizing a lot easier moving forward. Morgan maintained that distant, unreadable smile. She wasn't flattered by his praise, nor did she seem offended by his laid-back attitude. More importantly, what about you? She asked. What do you mean? Shiomi had just been about to head back to his room to sleep, but the question made him sink back into the sofa. You don't seem very curious about my identity, Morgan pointed out. Tenkei Shiomi had been surprised, sure, when the Berserker he summoned turned out not to be some legendary warrior famed for sheer might, but rather a heroic spirit more akin to a magus. But beyond that, he hadn't dwelled on it. Well, how should I put this? Shiomi crossed his arms with an awkward look. I know how servant classifications work in the Holy Grail War. A single heroic spirit can manifest under different classes depending on the side of their legend being drawn from. By all rights, the Fairy Queen Morgan should be best suited to the caster class. But who knows? Maybe there's a reason I don't know about that allowed you to appear as a berserker. Shoo. Morgan vanished into spirit form, then rematerialized right beside him on the sofa. Shiomi flinched, shoulders tensing up. Then explain it, Morgan said without turning to look at him. Her voice was calm, but a heavy pressure emanated from her, bearing down on him. Judging by your reaction, it's not like you haven't thought about it. Shiomi let out a hiss through his teeth. Sigh. It's not much. I just know the King Arthur legends pretty well. I've told bedtime stories to those 2 kids, Arthurian tales, Greek myths, Norse myths, even a few from the Americas. I've told whatever I could. Can't exactly tell stories properly if I don't know them myself, right? Oh. Morgan kept probing. After all, the death of King Arthur, the breakup of the Round Table, the fall of Britain, all of that is tied to you, isn't it? Shiomi wasn't fond of bringing up people's past mistakes. Especially when he wasn't sure how Morgan herself felt about those events. Was she proud? Bitter? Regretful? In any case, to cause that kind of outcome, having a little madness inside wouldn't be all that surprising, right? He gave a sheepish smile. Legends were legends. If Morgan, as a servant, ever chose to betray him, he had countermeasures in place. That kind of flippant answer suits you, Morgan replied at last. Happy now? Let's leave it there. Shiomi stood from the couch. Having a stunning woman like Morgan so close made him feel more on edge than anything. Heading to the battlefield. Then bring me my magic lance, Morgan said, raising a hand. A weapon, part staff, part spear, part sword, leaned against a nearby chair. Wait a second, aren't I the master here? Shiomi stumbled, thinking he must have misheard. You are. So what? Morgan responded coolly. I offer you my strength to fight. In return, you should fulfill your duties as a master. Mana alone isn't enough. Then she stood. Have you decided who our first target will be? Who said we're heading to battle already? Shiomi twitched. All 7 servants haven't even been summoned yet. It's not time. Don't get ahead of yourself. Then. Before she could finish, Shiomi waved a hand and walked out of the study. It's late. Get some rest. Do as you like, Morgan. Morgan watched in mild surprise as her master disappeared beyond the door. After a while, she returned to her seat and picked up the book she'd barely started, The Legend of King Arthur. This lazy, carefree demeanor, it's hard to believe he's the same tyrant who waged that endless war against me for 2,000 years. The Fairy Queen's wistful murmur faded into the quiet of the study. No one else heard it. And no one could answer what it meant. Chapter 4, Morning at the Shiomi House. It was the land beneath an eternal twilight sky. Someone once said that to Morgan. Let's begin our war. Then blood stained the earth, arrows pierced blooming flowers. Iron hooves trampled fields of grain, and flesh was churned into mud, returning as nourishment to the land. Morgan opened her eyes from a dream. She was in the Shiomi family's study. Servants didn't require sleep. As long as their master was competent enough to provide a steady, sufficient flow of mana, these high-level familiars could continue fighting without rest. But if the mana supply was lacking, servants would need to restore it the human way, through rest and food. Tenkei Shiomi was a magus so gifted it bordered on excessive. With his mana alone, Morgan had no need for sleep. Even so, she had dozed off in the study with a thick book in her arms, slipping into a dream she hadn't had in a long time, one that felt distant and faded. This was her first morning since descending into the Holy Grail War as a servant. According to the war's conventions, combat typically occurred at night. Daytime was usually reserved for ambushes, recon, and subtle skirmishes between masters and servants. What was her master doing now? With that thought, she made her way to the living room. A perfectly ordinary morning. A peaceful, domestic scene. Shiomi was bustling around in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Sakura stood on a stool nearby, watching and learning how to cook, simple life skills far removed from magecraft. Caren sat on the couch, quietly watching a morning program. She held the remote but didn't change the channel. On screen, the news played, something unsettling for children. Next, an update on the string of bizarre murders in Fuyuki City. At all 3 known crime scenes, mysterious symbols resembling magic circles were drawn using the victim's blood. What remains unclear is the meaning behind these circles. Today, we've invited a criminal psychologist with expertise in the field to discuss possible explanations. Serial murders, connected by shared crime scene traits. No matter the era or the world, such things were inevitable. Morgan instinctively folded her arms, eyes cool and distant as she watched the scholar on TV offer vague theories. What do you think? Came Shiomi's voice. Who knows? It's impossible to say, Morgan replied offhandedly. She found no appeal in this type of senseless, self-indulgent killing. Shiomi gave a helpless smile. It's not safe, that much is true. But compared to the war we're fighting at night, which is more dangerous? What are you worried about? Morgan picked up on the weight behind his words. My kids, Shiomi answered without hesitation. Morgan often forgot, her master was a father to 2 children, even if only by adoption. He looked like he was barely in his 20s, yet he was raising a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old girl. To most people, that alone would be cause for suspicion. But not to Morgan. As they talked, her gaze drifted to the dining table. She paused in surprise. There were 4 bowls of miso soup and 4 full breakfasts set out. I know servants don't need to eat when mana is sufficient, it's terribly inefficient, after all, Shiomi said with a smile. But since you're here, you're a guest. So I guess I just prepared 1 extra by habit. If it feels unnecessary, just leave it. I'll clean up after I drop Sakura and Caren off at school. Morgan didn't refuse. She sat down and joined them for breakfast as if it were the most natural thing in the world. She didn't speak a word throughout the meal, silently watching Shiomi's every move. During breakfast, he kept chatting with Sakura and Caren. Sakura responded sweetly to everything he said, while Caren, now and then, would blurt out a sarcastic comment far beyond her age, leaving Shiomi red-faced and flustered. After the meal, just as he said, Shiomi drove Caren to kindergarten and Sakura to elementary school. Morgan could have stayed behind or wandered on her own, but instead, she got in the car and went along. When they arrived at the kindergarten, the teacher mistook Morgan for Karen's new mother, and Shiomi had to spend quite a while explaining otherwise. There's really no need to explain. Letting a mistake slide can be perfectly convenient, don't you think? Or, does being called my husband make you uneasy? Morgan leaned against the passenger side window, teasing Shiomi as he drove. Did you wake up just to mess with me, Morgan? Shiomi's mouth twitched. Privately, he preferred not to address her by class. It was hard to associate someone as composed and rational as a Magus from the Age of Gods with the title of Berserker. The Holy Grail War lasts no more than 2 weeks. Even if we win, we'll go our separate ways after claiming the Grail, he said with an exasperated smile. I plan to keep living in Fuyuki until those 2 kids grow up. Morgan gave him a sidelong glance. The Holy Grail, come to think of it, I haven't asked yet, why are you even in this war? Why do you want the Grail? Does it matter? Shiomi didn't answer right away. It does. The ones who seek the Grail are usually people dissatisfied with the world. You don't look like the kind who'd be chasing it, Morgan said. Shiomi nodded casually. Let's say I want to reach the root. Satisfied now. A lie that transparent isn't even worth saying, Morgan said, somewhere between a warning and a sigh. Then what about you? Shiomi shot back. What wish do you want granted by the Grail? The car was quiet for a moment before Morgan let out a short, dry laugh. Nice deflection. And with that, they dropped the topic of personal wishes. But, Shiomi shifted the conversation. What is it? You really stand out dressed like that. I think we should pick up some new clothes, maybe change your look a little. Sure, the war's supposed to happen at night, but things always spiral. People go berserk, day or night, and nobody cares about staying hidden. That's a reasonable suggestion. So, what kind of outfit are you thinking of? Morgan accepted the idea without resistance. I know a place, bit upscale, but the owner's a friend. He won't even blink at how you dress. Shiomi turned the steering wheel and the car veered down a different road. Relax. I may not like turning into spirit form, but if it avoids unnecessary complications, I'll do it. That's part of a servant's duty. Morgan had already seen through Shiomi's careful maneuvering, how he deliberately avoided saying or doing anything that might cause conflict between master and servant, and offered her reassurance. Well, that's a relief. Chapter 5, The Land of Fuyuki. Morgan suited modern clothing even better than expected, so much so that Tenkei Shiomi found himself momentarily flustered when he saw her. Noticing his reaction, Morgan was clearly pleased. So, what now? She asked, her tone light and amused. Since the Holy Grail War hasn't officially begun due to the servants not yet assembling, is my master planning to parade a stunning beauty like me around town to show me off? Even if it's true, most people wouldn't call themselves a stunning beauty out loud, Shiomi muttered with a weary sigh. He would have much preferred to head home, check the boundary field around the house, tend to final preparations, and await the war's opening when all the servants were summoned. But there was something more pressing today. Steeling himself, he pushed aside his fatigue. Sorry to disappoint, but I do need to take you around Fuyuki today. It's not for show. So this is about helping me familiarize myself with the city for any situations that may arise later. Exactly. After leaving the boutique district where they had bought clothes, Shiomi drove while explaining everything he'd learned over the past 2 years about the Holy Grail War. Fuyuki is an exceptional spiritual land. It has a spiritual vein second only to the one under the Aozaki family's jurisdiction. While it's not enough to reach the root, it comes very close. That's why Magi have lived here for generations. As they passed the Fuyuki Civic Center, Shiomi spoke with a calm tone. When the Holy Grail War reaches its final phase, the Grail will descend at the strongest point in Fuyuki's spiritual network. The past 3 wars ended at the Tosaka residence, Fuyuki Church, and the underground cavern beneath Ryuda Temple on Mount Enzu. I already pointed out the first 2 locations to you in Miama Town. The civic center we just passed could theoretically host a Grail descent too, but it's never happened. The Holy Grail didn't provide this kind of information to servants. They only knew it could grant wishes, and that was enough to answer their master's summons. So what's the point of telling me this? Servants don't need to know, Morgan remarked. Shiomi shook his head. Maybe not, but even though you were summoned under the Berserker class, you're still a Magus by nature. For strategy and planning, it helps to understand the bigger picture. He pulled over. From Morgan's seat, she could see a flight of stone steps across the street. At the top lay the last spiritual site Shiomi wanted her to inspect. Mount Enzu, Ryuta Temple. There's a barrier here, Morgan said, standing at the base of the steps and scanning the surroundings. According to old accounts, long before the Grail system was formalized, a high-ranking monk created a spiritual barrier here using secret techniques. It's highly specialized, so much so that even servants, despite being advanced spirit forms, can't just pass through. They have to enter via the front gate. Shiomi started up the stairs. Morgan followed closely behind. With each step, her senses grew sharper. Spiritually speaking, Mount Enzu's ley line far outclassed the others. Her intuition as a Magus told her as much. Shiomi hadn't said a word, probably assuming she'd notice it herself. And she did. The sensation became clearer with every step. When they reached the main gate of Ryuta Temple, Morgan stopped. Master, go on ahead into the temple. I want to look around nearby, she said in a commanding tone. Something bothering you? Yes and no. With that, Morgan shifted into spirit form and vanished from Shiomi's side. She reappeared at the back of the temple, where a large pond rested. Directly beneath it lay Fuyuki's highest-grade spiritual vein. Right beneath here, huh? Morgan dissolved again into spirit form and descended the mountain. It didn't take long for her to find the entrance. The mountain was cloaked in a magical illusion, one that let her hand pass through like mist. An invisible veil disguised the true path. This is it, she thought to herself. The location of the Greater Grail. Shiomi had never mentioned it. Either he hadn't discovered the exact spot, or he didn't think it mattered. What concerned him was the Lesser Grail. But from Morgan's perspective as a Magus, the Holy Grail War system itself warranted scrutiny. If she wanted to understand what troubled her about it, she needed to analyze the Greater Grail directly. As she prepared to step into the underground cavern, the sound of wings flapping nearby made her frown. Insects. In the dead of winter, no insects should be active. Swish. Without even turning her head, Morgan summoned a blade of magic that materialized out of thin air and sliced the winged creature apart. The remains fell to the ground. Stop skulking in the shadows, Worm Magus, Morgan said coldly. Don't think that just because your true body isn't here, I can't curse you to death. As if in response, a sinister chuckle echoed through the trees. An old, hunched man emerged from the forest's darkness, leaning heavily on a cane. He. I didn't expect a servant to try and seize control of the Greater Grail before the war even begins. What are you, caster class? The old man stood beneath the shade, his voice rasping like a snake slithering through tall grass. Morgan turned slowly to face him. So it's you, the head of the Matu family, one of the original 3 families who created the Holy Grail system. And now so degraded, you can't even produce a proper Magus. Don't get cocky, you're just a servant, the old man snapped, his sunken eyes flashing. You've clung to life with magecraft alone, and look at what it's turned you into. Morgan raised her hand. I had half a mind to show some respect to the family who engineered this system, but clearly, that's unnecessary. With no chant, no ritual, just a gathering of mana, light bullets shot forth like rounds from an automatic rifle. The old man's body was shredded in an instant, collapsing to the ground and crumbling into dust. I'm not foolish enough to face off against a servant directly, let alone in magecraft, his voice echoed through the trees even as his body disappeared. Take the Greater Grail if you like, but don't think that means you've already won. His mockery barely registered with Morgan. Without a glance back, she stepped through the illusionary veil concealing the entrance to the underground cavern. After all, Morgan had never intended to claim the Greater Grail as her own or use it as a base. Chapter 6, The Visitor. Morgan emerged once more from the underground cavern, her expression slightly grim. She had indeed reached the location of the Greater Grail. The cavern housing the Greater Grail's magic circle did have a barrier designed to isolate servants from spirit forms, but to Morgan, those tricks were no better than children's games. However, after examining the Greater Grail, Morgan confirmed that the circle could adjust Fuyuki's land to make it suitable for spiritual descent and initiating the Holy Grail War. But she also uncovered a troubling fact. Something this contaminated is useless, even as a wish-granting machine. Morgan came to a conclusion. It was already late outside. She hadn't expected the investigation to take so long. Returning to the courtyard of Ryuta Temple, she found that Tenkei Shiomi was no longer there. Morgan briefly scanned the connection between them. The mana link remained, but his presence had vanished from both Ryuta Temple and Mount Enzu. Where have you gone, Master? To leave your servant behind and act on your own, even if the Holy Grail War hasn't started yet, that's far too careless. Morgan reached out through the mana link to contact Shiomi's consciousness. Sorry. You were taking longer than I thought. It's already after school, so I went to pick up Sakura and Caren. You can make it back on your own, right? Shiomi offered an honest apology for leaving Morgan behind. Hearing his response, Morgan let her anger go. Her master was, in every sense, a magus far too human, almost to the point of being unqualified. Understanding the situation, Morgan made her way back to the Shiomi residence in Miyama Town on her own. She didn't bother spirit forming her way inside. Instead, she opened the gate and entered as if returning home. Unexpectedly, there was a visitor. Turning around the porch, Morgan spotted the guest through the glass. It was a young man, likely not yet 30, his gentle smile tinged with a trace of exhaustion as he spoke with Shiomi and Sakura. He seemed to know Sakura. Looks like everything's fine. Seems I worried for nothing, the man said. Even if we're caught up in the Holy Grail War, taking care of a couple of kids isn't that hard for me. Shiomi ruffled Sakura's hair. Besides, Sakura is extremely talented. As a beginner magus, she could probably beat even Mr. Kirei. Sakura gave a proud yet shy smile at the praise. Of course, the man, Kirei, responded, his smile slightly bitter. Just then, Morgan's footsteps as she entered the living room from the porch cut the conversation short. Startled by the sudden appearance of a stunning woman, Kirei froze for a second, instinctively assuming she was someone from the Shiomi household. And this is, he asked politely. Shiomi narrowed his eyes and smiled to mask the awkwardness. My wife. Really? Kirei was clearly surprised. When did that happen? Just recently, Shiomi answered vaguely. Fortunately, Kirei didn't press further, nor did he realize that Morgan was a servant, not a normal human. He chatted with Shiomi a bit more, left a gift for Sakura, and said he'd soon be leaving Japan for work and wouldn't be able to visit again before then. So, you've finally made up your mind? Morgan asked with a sly look as Shiomi returned from seeing Kirei off. She was referring to how he had introduced her as his wife. It was just something to say, what else was I supposed to do? Shiomi sighed. You're the one who barged in. If you'd just gone into spirit form, he wouldn't have noticed anything, he's not even a magus. Morgan smiled faintly, ignoring the complaint. Who is he? Kirei Mato. Before I adopted Sakura, when she was still with the Tosaka family, he used to look after her and her sister, Shiomi explained. Apparently, he had some sort of relationship with Aoi Tosaka when they were young. Mato. Morgan recalled the old magus manipulating insects she had encountered earlier that day. Don't worry about it. The Mato family's mostly fallen into ruin by now. Mr. Kirei is the only one with any potential, but he gave up magecraft and lives far removed from it. He's just an ordinary person, not even a master. With that, Shiomi headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. After the meal came the usual magecraft lesson. Sakura had already gone to the workshop to wait and review. During that time, Morgan briefly told Shiomi about encountering the head of the Mato family near the Great Hollow and described the situation there, but deliberately left out the most critical detail: the Grail had been contaminated. She still didn't know Shiomi's true reason for joining the Holy Grail War, whether he needed it as a wish-granting machine, or if, like the founders of the Fuyuki Grail system, he sought the root. During their conversation, Morgan tried to probe again, but Shiomi deflected as vaguely as before. So, Morgan decided it would be best to hold off for now on this potentially unstable matter and observe him more closely during this period. If there's nothing else, I'll head to the workshop to teach Sakura. Just as Shiomi was about to wrap up the conversation, the phone rang. He answered, exchanged a few brief words, then hung up. That wasn't just a casual call, Morgan remarked. Yeah, the church's overseer just informed me, the caster-class servant has been summoned, Shiomi said, his tone turning serious. Looks like the Holy Grail War will officially begin tonight, Morgan said with a quiet chuckle. Shiomi was already making his way toward the workshop. For now, let's hold our position and observe how things unfold. During his time in Fuyuki, he had planted surveillance familiars across the city, especially around the Tosaka and Mato households, and the Einsburn castle on the outskirts, the bases of the three great families. Now, he was about to activate those familiars to see which factions would ignite the opening clash of the Holy Grail War. Dad. Seeing Shiomi rush in, Sakura could tell tonight's magecraft lesson was off. Sorry, Sakura. Lessons are on hold for a while. Go back to your room and get some rest. I've got things to handle. Shiomi leaned down and gently comforted the girl sitting in the chair. Sakura nodded obediently and left the room. I forgot to mention earlier, her attribute is imaginary numbers, isn't it? Morgan asked suddenly. Shiomi, busy activating the familiars, nodded. It's a rare one. Why? You can't teach her anything about imaginary magecraft, Morgan said with a faint, confident smile. Since the Holy Grail War won't be non-stop, if there's time, let me teach her. Shiomi hesitated for a few seconds. Then, with a wave of his hand, the familiar shared visions lit up the workshop like floating monitor windows formed from glowing runes. I'll think about it. That was his reply to Morgan. Chapter 7, a suspiciously complicated first battle. What do you think, Morgan? Using the familiars he'd placed throughout Fuyuki City, Tenkei Shiomi quickly caught sight of the first battlefield. It was the Tosaka residence, perched on a hillside in Miyama town. Under orders from his master, Assassin launched a surprise attack on the mansion, long fortified with over 20 layers of detection and defensive barriers, resembling a military stronghold. Yet, Assassin skillfully slipped past the barriers. But just as he attempted to dismantle the foundation of the first layer, he was instantly struck down by Archer, the servant summoned by Tokiomi Tosaka. The entire engagement happened so quickly that Shiomi barely had time to switch between his familiar's viewpoints. All he managed to catch was a distant glimpse of that imposing golden figure. The opening battle ended with Assassin's swift retreat. Shiomi certainly wasn't the only master who had witnessed the first clash of the Holy Grail War. He froze the projected image transmitted back by the familiar, leaned against the desk in the workshop, and turned to ask his servant. A pretty hopeless gap in power, huh? Morgan seated herself gracefully in the chair by the desk, crossed her legs, and leaned back with elegance. To an outside observer, the closeness between them might have suggested something intimate. But since no one else was around, it didn't matter. Judging from the attack patterns, every weapon that pierced Assassin looked like a noble phantasm, Shiomi said, arms crossed. Normally, servants in the Holy Grail War only possess one noble phantasm. Exceptional ones might have 2 or 3. But sheer number wasn't the key, what really mattered was the nature and rank of the noble phantasms. A noble phantasm could be a weapon, a concept, an ability, or a unique technique. Or maybe all those weapons that appeared to be many were actually manifestations of a single noble phantasm, Shiomi mused aloud. Take the Gi Balg held by Scáthach, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Its prototype can split into countless forms to strike, and when needed, it can even transform into a 3-section staff, a short blade, or a longbow. At that, Shiomi found himself drifting back to the timeless days he spent in the Land of Shadows. Surviving in a place teeming with lurking spirits and undead, he'd been discovered by Scáthach during one of her patrols. She took interest in him and made him her student. Recalling that brutal, hellish combat training, even after enduring it, still sent a chill down his spine. Fortunately, thank the heavens, that person cannot die. Which also means she can't be summoned into this Holy Grail War as a servant. You seem very familiar with the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Master, Morgan remarked, a faint trace of discontent in her voice. Snapping back to the present, Shiomi figured it was likely Morgan's pride as a servant that made her bristle at the idea of her master using other heroic spirits as benchmarks. It's nothing, Shiomi answered vaguely, not wanting to divulge his past. I did my homework for the Holy Grail War, that's all. Morgan studied him quietly for a moment, as if trying to read something in his face. Then she looked away, wearing her usual aloof smile as her gaze returned to the recording of the first battle. Didn't expect Assassin to be knocked out so soon. Seems those assassins are even more worthless than I thought. It wasn't an unfair judgment. Among the 7 classes in the Holy Grail War, Assassin and Caster were generally regarded as the weakest. That's because the Assassin class could only summon one of the various incarnations of Hosanai Sabah from the history of the Hashishin sect. That's not necessarily true. If the first Hosanai Sabah responds, then the outcome of this Holy Grail War is already decided in advance, Shiomi countered. A mere magus wanting a response from that old man. That's just arrogance, Morgan sneered. Besides, if the master can even come up with such an idea, he must know it's impossible. You're right, Shiomi admitted, not denying he was joking. As for Caster, considering that the 3 knight classes and even rider possess magic resistance, summoning even an excellent Caster class servant would still face a disadvantage in terms of compatibility. However, Shiomi found himself genuinely curious, what would have happened if Morgan had manifested as a Caster rather than a Berserker. But that was purely hypothetical and not worth discussing for now. Still, don't you think everything's going a little too smoothly? Shiomi looked Morgan in the eyes, voicing his doubts directly. Morgan asked him to explain. What makes you say that? From the moment Assassin appeared and tried to break the barrier, to the instant Archer counterattacked, it all happened too fast. It's like they knew ahead of time and had an ambush ready. Plus, Assassin has the class skill, presence concealment. Getting caught so easily seems way too sloppy, Shiomi said, listing his thoughts. It can't be that Archer has some kind of presence detection ability, right? We don't even know Archer's true name. How could we possibly know what abilities he actually has? Morgan didn't immediately agree but seemed intrigued by the discussion. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Morgan had a point, but that just led to another question. In that case, why did Archer bother to reveal himself at all? Shiomi pointed out. If he really had the ability to detect assassins' approach and set up a flawless ambush, then the best strategy would have been to keep the servant hidden. That way, no one would gain any intel. So that only leaves one possibility. He raised a finger, a confident smile forming on his lips. This was a staged fight. Go on, Morgan nodded. It was a prearranged fake match. Assassin's Master and Tokiomi Tosaka worked together to stage this so that Assassin's defeat and withdrawal would seem perfectly reasonable. Shiomi snapped his fingers, a crisp sound ringing out. The smile in Morgan's eyes shifted into something more subtle. To join the Holy Grail War in pursuit of an omnipotent wish-granting device, only to lose and retreat so easily. Aren't you oversimplifying things? Who knows? After all, Assassin's Master is Tokiomi Tosaka's student. Shiomi presented another piece of intel he'd gathered on the Masters. At last, Morgan's expression changed. It seems this Holy Grail War in the Far East might be more entertaining than expected. Either way, the Holy Grail War has officially begun. It's time for us to act too. Shiomi rose from his desk and headed toward the door of the workshop. Just before stepping onto the stairs, he turned back. About what you said earlier, teaching Sakura magecraft. If you have the time later, I'd really appreciate it. After all, the better the teacher, the better the results. Chapter 8, Methods of Greeting. This is the data on the masters participating in this Holy Grail War. Take a look. The next day, while driving through the streets of Fuyuki, Tenkei Shiomi handed Morgan a stack of documents from the driver's seat. Shouldn't you be giving me information on the servants instead? Morgan took the documents and started flipping through them, but voiced her doubts. You make it sound so easy. That kind of intel isn't just lying around, Shiomi muttered. Besides, if we want to win the Holy Grail War, it'd be more efficient to target the masters first. Morgan glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Every Magus in this war has probably thought of that. It's nothing special. Ever heard of Tianji's horse racing strategy? Shiomi smiled. Match your worst horse against their best, your best against their average, and your average against their worst. 2 wins out of 3. Morgan raised an eyebrow. So you want me to take out the masters while you stall the servants? That's a pretty reckless plan. My husband hasn't even entered battle, and you're already throwing in the towel. I told you, it was just a figure of speech. Don't take it seriously. Shiomi nearly slammed the brakes as they crossed the Mayan River Bridge. If he had, he really might have become the first master to be eliminated, by a car crash, no less. I don't take orders from anyone, not even a master. Treating you as my husband is already the most I'm willing to concede. Morgan's tone was calm, but clearly teasing. Shiomi didn't know Morgan all that well, but he could tell this fairy queen wasn't someone who'd stay subordinate to others for long. He could only silently accept the way she chose to treat her master. Not happy with that. How could I be? Shiomi gave a dry laugh. In the end, you never intended to treat your servant like a mere familiar, did you? Morgan pointed out. Most magi, to conceal their servant's true name and emphasize the hierarchy between them, would refer to their servants by class. But up to now, Shiomi had never once called Morgan Berserker. No matter how advanced a familiar might be, they're still heroes whose names were passed down through history and legend. I have nothing but respect for beings like that, Shiomi said honestly, a sharp smile playing on his lips. Of course, if we're talking about gods, that's another matter. Morgan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Just then, the car passed over the Fuyuki Bridge and entered the modern city district. The scenery shifted abruptly, from traditional streets to a forest of steel and concrete. Morgan wasn't particularly interested in modern cities, but she didn't mind sightseeing like this, riding in a car. As they stopped at an intersection waiting for the light to change, Morgan suddenly held her breath, staring intently at a black sedan slowly pulling up to the curb. Noticing her change in demeanor, Shiomi turned his attention to the car too. Suppressing his mana, he relied purely on sight to assess the situation. A blonde woman, barely over 150 centimeters tall, stepped out of the car. Dressed in a sharp black suit, she carried herself with such poise that the masculine attire only enhanced her elegance, a perfect image of a refined beauty in men's clothing. That's Saber. Shiomi was stunned. He had only intended to take Morgan for a drive around town to get a feel for the city, but to run into the leader of the 3 knight classes, Saber, the one with the highest class ranking, was more than unexpected. Morgan's reaction, however, went far beyond surprise. She recognized Saber. In the Holy Grail War, when servants recognize each other, it's a double-edged sword, it often means their true names are at risk of exposure. A Saber that Morgan recognized, and there was no mistaking it. That striking, dignified face bore an uncanny resemblance to Morgan herself, save for the difference in skin tone and hair color. Saber was reaching out to help a woman out of the car, a homunculus from the Einsburn family, Irisfeel von Einsburn. Artoria Pendragon. Morgan spoke Saber's true name. No, in this age, the more common name would be Arthur Pendragon. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. The holy sword wielder who founded the White City of Camelot. King Arthur. The Einsburn family really hit the jackpot. There had always been rumors that the appearance of certain servants in the Holy Grail War could trigger unexpected reactions. Shiomi had dismissed them as baseless superstition until now. Now, even he couldn't help but believe it. They're your enemies. How to handle them is your call, Shiomi said lightly. I just don't want any mistakes caused by a disagreement. Morgan then activated a concealment magecraft. Let's wait until nightfall, then we'll pay them a visit. It was obvious that Saber and the Einsburn woman, who appeared to be her master, were simply sightseeing in Fuyuki during the day. Their casual wandering through the bustling new city felt nothing like a master and servant pair preparing for the Holy Grail War. Until night fell. Fuyuki Seaside Park. Artoria stood watch as Irisfeel strolled barefoot along the shoreline, letting the waves lap at her feet. All the while, Artoria kept a wary eye on their surroundings, then suddenly turned with alert precision. It's night now. There's no one else around, said the woman dressed in a sharply tailored suit, her voice serious and commanding. You've been tailing us all day. Isn't it time you showed yourself? Irisfeel stopped as well, calmly peering from behind Artoria toward the direction of her gaze. Responding to Artoria's call, a servant materialized from spiritual form. When the figure became clear, both Irisfeel and Artoria were visibly stunned. Though their reasons were different. She has the same face as Saber. Irisfeel gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Even with preparations for the Holy Grail War, this was far beyond anything they expected. Artoria's shock ran even deeper. Sister. Is seeing me really that surprising, Artoria? Morgan, still clad in modern attire, spoke with a mocking glint in her eye. Such a strong reaction. I'm flattered. Saber's sister. That means you're, Irisfeel suddenly realized. Artoria snapped out of her daze and glared sharply at Morgan. If we're both servants in this Holy Grail War, then a battle between us is inevitable, she said, raising her guard. Even if you're my sister, I won't back down. Unlike Artoria, who was on high alert, Morgan remained relaxed, which only deepened Irisfeel's unease. Be careful, Saber. Her master still hasn't shown up, and I can't sense any presence nearby. Unfortunately, my master is a bit of a softy, still busy trying to tuck a child into bed at a time like this, Morgan said with a playful wink. Then what are you here for? Artoria asked. She could clearly sense that two presences had followed her during the day, but as evening approached, only one remained. Morgan gave a graceful smile. When was the last time we met like this? I don't really remember. After I inherited the throne, I was constantly at war, managing the kingdom. You rarely ever came before me, Artoria said plainly. Morgan looked at her with a gaze that wavered between sympathy and derision. And in the end, the Britain you fought so hard to unify, still fell apart. Hit where it hurt most, Artoria furrowed her brows, staring hard at her sister. After all, the fall of Britain and the disappearance of the White City were closely tied to Morgan. Yet Artoria never blamed anyone. She only blamed herself, for not being strong enough to be the king her people needed. She always knew that Britain was destined to fall, but she had hoped its end would be peaceful, not drowned in flames and war. That's why I'm here, to participate in the Holy Grail War as a servant, Artoria said firmly. What about you? You don't need to know, you wretched red dragon. As she spoke, Morgan's outfit transformed. Mana swirled around her, and as the light faded, she now wore the familiar attire Artoria knew, only this time, her face was unveiled. In her hand was a long wand shaped like a lance, its blade aimed directly at Artoria. Just as I thought. Without hesitation, Artoria accepted the battle her sister had brought. In an instant, her sleek black suit vanished, replaced by magic-woven armor. She understood all too well, she and Morgan were fated to clash. They were utterly incompatible. Chapter 9, Morgan vs. Artoria. Something felt wrong. That was Artoria's first, instinctive reaction. In her understanding, her sister, the fairy queen of Britannia, Morgan, was a magecraft prodigy, a genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Merlin, the magus of flowers. But that only applied to magecraft. Even with A-rank instinct and A-rank magic resistance, Artoria never considered those class advantages reliable when facing Morgan. So the moment Morgan made her move, Artoria didn't hesitate. She unleashed her mana, instantly closed the already short distance of less than 10 meters, and went for a decisive blow, aiming to take her down in one strike. But Not only did Morgan block the blow from Artoria's invisible sword, she also countered with a sweeping strike of her magic spear, skillfully deflecting Artoria's slash and reopening the gap between them. Artoria gripped her sword with both hands, lowered her stance, and focused all her attention on her sister. She had no memory of Morgan being this proficient in close-quarters combat, wielding a weapon that doubled as a staff and a spear with such mastery. Historically, Morgan vanished from the public eye after the fall of Britannia. As for when she died and was recorded in the Throne of Heroes, even Artoria had no idea. Did she learn spearmanship after that? Or, was Morgan's class not actually caster, but lancer? That thought made Artoria glance back at Irisveal, who stood barefoot on the cold shoreline. She wasn't Artoria's true master, only a stand-in for the original master who refused to communicate with servants, serving as a nominal substitute. Without the Holy Grail's authority, Irisveal had no way of discerning a servant's class. Saber, be careful. I can only support you with healing magecraft. Beyond that. Irisveal whispered, ignoring the chill of the sea around her ankles. A swift victory isn't possible anymore. I don't even know the full extent of my sister's strength, Artoria replied calmly. You should be more worried about her magecraft. If Morgan used melee to tie Artoria down while casting magecraft to strike at Irisveal, Artoria wouldn't be able to react in time to protect her. Already a magecraft prodigy, Morgan now displayed close combat prowess as well. Artoria was certain, as a servant, Morgan was even more formidable than she had been in life. Not going to attack. Then I'll come to you, Morgan said, gripping her spear in one hand, its shaft angled behind her. Here it comes. Artoria's instinct kicked in, and she immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Watching this unfold, Irisveal was so stunned she almost forgot to breathe. She had thought it would be a clear victory for the sword-wielding servant, a quick, decisive close-range fight. But the surge of mana unleashed during their clash was beyond anything she had imagined. The intensity of the battle was completely out of her expectations. There was no way the impact of sword and spear alone could cause such overwhelming force. Each step gouged deep craters into the coastline. Each mist swing sent gusts of wind powerful enough to shear nearby trees clean in half. The gale roared along the beach, and the moonlit ocean, once calm like glass, began to churn. As if the ravaged, unstable shore had become an obstacle, Artoria and Morgan shifted their battleground out to sea. With the blessing of the lake fairies, Artoria could move across the water as if it were solid ground. Morgan could do the same. Once more, their weapons clashed, sword against spear, unleashing a shockwave that tore the ocean skyward. Water erupted into the air, crashing down moments later in a torrential downpour. Even Irisveal on the shore was soaked through. Out on the surging sea, facing off with Morgan, Artoria's doubts only grew. That sense of wrongness was getting stronger. The servant before her was undeniably Morgan, yet something fundamental didn't match the sister she had known. There was an elusive, distorted aura clinging to her. And then there was that spear. Its blade looked nearly identical in scale to Artoria's own sword. In other words, her sister. Is your class really Lancer? Who knows? Maybe I really am just a caster, you ever think of that? Morgan lifted her left hand. After all, I am a witch. Mana quickly gathered in her palm, forming a dark red mass of energy. She was about to cast magecraft. Realizing this, Artoria didn't hesitate for even half a second. She stomped on the water's surface and launched herself backward at high speed. And half a second later, the spot where she had just stood erupted in a violent explosion. An instantaneous spell attack, ignoring the distance between them. So it really was Morgan. A surge of familiarity rose in Artoria's chest. If that didn't work, let's try from the inside. Clearly not expecting such a minor spell to succeed, Morgan gently placed her hand over her chest and spoke in a soft, clear voice. Servants possessed senses far beyond ordinary humans, Artoria heard every word. Blue short spears manifested around Morgan, forming a circular array. Then, without warning, they all shot inward, toward her own body. On the shore, Irisveal gasped and turned away, unable to bear watching Morgan get impaled. But the expected scene never came. Instead, Artoria was suddenly sent staggering backward, dropping to one knee on the sea's surface and coughing up blood. From the inside. I see. She choked out, coughing several times. Saber. Irisveal immediately activated her healing magecraft. The spell was effective. The severe injuries caused by the high-level spell began to regenerate rapidly. Magic resistance really is a nuisance, Morgan remarked, casually resting the back of her left index finger under her chin. Even after taking that hit, all it did was damage your internal organs. The spears that looked like they were about to pierce Morgan had been redirected by spatial transfer, emerging instead from inside Artoria. Morgan. Artoria had to seriously consider retreating now. If she took another 1 or 2 hits like that, not even Irisveal's magecraft would be enough to keep her standing. More importantly, if Morgan turned her spear on Irisveil now, Artoria knew she had no means of defending against such impossibly precise offensive magecraft. Thankfully, Morgan didn't seem interested in repeating the same spell, it would have been too dull. Even though, deep down, she knew she shared no real connection with Artoria Pendragon. Still, as long as she bore the name Morgan, she had every reason to witness the holy sword of King Arthur from proper human history. Feel honored, Artoria. I'm being serious. Morgan raised her left hand high. Blinding white light surged forth, radiating overwhelming mana. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 10, no entry allowed. Lancer, D'Armwood Ua Duibni, was feeling rather frustrated. He had spent the entire day wandering the streets of Fuyuki, deliberately radiating the presence of a servant. Yet even as night fell, not a single servant had answered his silent challenge. Holding out hope that the night might still bring combat, he had deliberately chosen the Bay Warehouse district in northern Fuyuki. His master, preparing for a possible encounter, had even set up a bounded field to keep civilians out. But no one came. Just as D'Armwood began to accept that he wouldn't be fighting tonight, a thunderous explosion echoed from the direction of the seaside park. Along with it came a surge of powerful mana, and the unmistakable presence of servants. It seemed that someone else had jumped into battle before even responding to his challenge. Under his master's orders, D'Armwood left the warehouse district and made his way toward the seaside park. Perched atop a treetop, he could clearly see two female servants locked in fierce combat. What shocked him even more was how alike they looked, so alike, in fact, that D'Armwood couldn't help but feel intrigued and sympathetic. If someone from his past had appeared as a servant in the Holy Grail War, he too would have asked his master to let him face them first. It's Saber and Berserker, he muttered. His master's voice came through the magical communication channel, clearly deliberating the situation. Master, that Berserker isn't just skilled in close combat, she's using powerful magecraft as well. Even Saber, with her excellent magic resistance, is struggling against her, D'Armwood reported. A foe like that made his blood stir with the thrill of battle. He longed to challenge Berserker. But as a knight, interfering in a duel between servants as a third party was utterly dishonorable. It was something he simply couldn't condone. Unfortunately, his master didn't share the same scruples. That Berserker could be a real problem if we leave her be. Lancer, go assist Saber and take her down. But, my lord. Intervening like this is. D'Armwood couldn't stop himself from protesting, imploring his master from the shadows. That's an order. His master's tone was cold and final. Clenching his twin spears, still wrapped in rune-etched cloth to conceal their true forms, D'Armwood gritted his teeth. Even if it went against his code as a knight, he couldn't bring himself to disobey a rational command from his master. As you command, he answered, voice strained, then charged toward the battlefield. But in the next instant, an overwhelming sense of danger brought him to a halt. Out of nowhere, a vortex of pitch-black crows erupted into the air. At first, only a dozen. Within 2 seconds, their number swelled into the hundreds, then thousands. Their piercing cries carried an ominous weight. Then, just as suddenly, the storm of crows dispersed. Standing at its center was a young man in winter clothing. A sound strategy, but unfortunately, this path is one way only. Please turn back, Lancer. You and your master, said Tenkei Shiomi, extending a hand in a calm gesture of dismissal. The moment D'Armwood saw him, he realized this wasn't a disguised servant, it was one of the masters in the Holy Grail War. His tense posture relaxed slightly. The sudden appearance, whether through illusion or spatial transfer, was no simple feat. Whoever this was, he was no ordinary magus. But in the Holy Grail War, it was common knowledge, masters couldn't match servants in combat. Step aside. I have no wish for my spears to be stained with a master's blood, D'Armwood said, raising his weapon. The tip pointed straight at Shiomi's brow. Seeing his words had no effect, Shiomi slowly lowered his arm. Come on now, they're in the middle of a reunion. Wouldn't it be a shame to interrupt and spoil the mood? In truth, he had left the decision to Morgan herself. After taking Sakura and Caren home and settling them in, he'd rushed back to the scene. Watching Morgan's fight with Artoria heat up, with Morgan holding her own, Shiomi had opted to stay back and observe. What he didn't expect was for Lancer's master to try and exploit the situation by throwing their servant into the mix. Sorry, but I can't disobey my master's orders, D'Armwood replied. If you refuse to move, then I'll have no choice but to force my way through. Among all servant classes in the Holy Grail War, Lancer boasts the highest base agility, surpassing even Rider. And D'Armwood, as an exceptional Lancer, possessed an A+ rank in agility. He was confident that no modern-day magus could possibly stop him, not with his speed. At least, that's what he believed. As he tried to dash past Tenkei Shiomi to reach the battlefield, a low sweeping kick came at him from the side. Caught completely off guard, D'Armwood barely managed to block. The force behind the strike sent him flying several meters back, farther than where he had started. How can this be? D'Armuid muttered in disbelief. Shiomi's kick hadn't injured him, but the impact alone was enough to shake him. A human Magus, matching a servant's speed and even counterattacking at that level. This is your chance. Kill Berserker's master, Lancer. His master's command echoed through the magical channel. D'Armuid hesitated no longer, nor did he feel any regrets. A Magus who could stand against a servant, this man was not to be underestimated. But just then, Shiomi, having knocked D'Armuid back, began inscribing 4 runes around them. The Athn Gabla, Fort of the Fork Branch. No Celtic warrior could fail to recognize it. An oath of no retreat, a sacred mark that forbids fleeing or seeking survival through escape. Are you connected to the Knights of the Red Branch? Or perhaps a descendant of those warriors? D'Armuid took his stance, ready for battle. Wouldn't you like to know? Shiomi said, flicking a small stone from his fingers. Hagalaz. As he spoke the rune's name, the stone streaked past D'Armuid's cheek, and suddenly exploded, releasing an icy burst of magecraft capable of freezing everything in its path. Even with a full-strength dodge, D'Armuid couldn't avoid it completely. A thin layer of frost spread across his left arm and the spear he held, creeping all the way to his neck. Startled, D'Armuid glanced at his arm, then flexed. Mana surged, and the frost shattered. Then, he let out a hearty laugh. To meet someone with the strength to knock me back, and rune magecraft this refined. I'm glad to have such a worthy opponent. Ugh, you're such a pain. I really don't want to fight you. Shiomi sighed. Yet even as he said that, he dropped into a ready stance, bare-handed and unflinching, completely contradicting his words. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 11, 2 Battlefronts. The once calm coastal waters of Fuyuki had turned into a raging sea. Artoria's figure bobbed with the waves as she gasped for air, eyes fixed on Morgan in the distance. In life, she had never faced her sister Morgan in combat. Be it magecraft or spear techniques, Morgan's style was entirely unfamiliar to her. And in pure combat terms, Morgan was clearly the more versatile of the two. Her mastery of battlefield magecraft was so refined that even Artoria's own teacher, Merlin, might not match her in this particular domain. As Saber considered this, Morgan's voice rang out. Be honored, Artoria. I mean that. Artoria tensed, channeling every ounce of mana she had. She reinforced her internal defenses, determined not to be caught off guard by the same trick twice. Just then, the white light of mana in Morgan's hand condensed to its peak, then shot upward and vanished into the sky. Artoria's senses went into overdrive. Saber. Above. Irisveel's anxious voice called out from the shoreline, urging her to look up. Uncertain what form the next attack would take, Artoria focused on reinforcing her defenses and keeping her eyes on Morgan, only to momentarily neglect her surroundings. She jerked her head upward. Directly above her, the sky rippled like water tainted with ink, deep black spreading in waves. From its center, pale blue motes of magical light began to swirl. Dense mana surged from the depths of this sky sea. A spearhead, sharp, spinning, slowly emerged from within. Danger. Artoria's instincts screamed. She instantly dispelled the invisible air that concealed her blade, revealing the radiant golden sword beneath. With all her strength, she swung upward to intercept the descending magic spear. Noble phantasm clashed against spell-forged weaponry. The violent force of the impact warped the ocean around her, creating a massive crater of roiling sea centered on her position. There was no time to release its true name, she could only meet the attack with her blade in its base form. Overwhelming mana pressed down on her, forcing her knees to bend beneath the pressure. Gritting her teeth, she held her ground and blocked the magical spear from above. As the force peaked, the King of Knights let out a fierce, defiant roar. Rah! 2 surging forces clashed and cancelled each other out. The ocean surface was forced downward by the sheer pressure of the wind, sinking several meters before a deafening silence set in, only to be shattered by a shockwave fierce enough to tear a person apart as it rippled outward in every direction. On the beach, Irisveel stumbled and fell to the sand, instinctively lowering her body to brace against the aftershock from the battlefield. Also affected were Kiritsugu Amiya and Miyahizo, who had followed the signal from Irisveel's transmitter and arrived at the seaside park. Their battlefield-honed instincts kicked in immediately, and both dove behind a thick tree trunk for cover. A blast of wind roared past on either side of the trunk, stripping leaves and branches with it. The forest bordering the park groaned under the assault. The battle had erupted right here at the seaside. The closest elevated area was the Bay Warehouse district several hundred meters away, where cranes and high towers offered potential vantage points. Forced to approach through the cover of the trees, Kiritsugu closed in on the spot where his wife, Irisveel, had fallen. Kiritsugu, it looks like someone else is fighting nearby, Mia's voice came through his earpiece. Seems like it's Berserker's master and Lancer's servant. They're moving toward the coastal warehouse area. Kiritsugu was deeply shaken. The Holy Grail War had only one vague rule: avoid fighting in public. Everything else, alliances, rivalries, was up to the masters and servants themselves. But a servant and a master fighting separately from their partners. That defied everything Kiritsugu understood about the Grail War. Could it be that Berserker had lost all reason for mad enhancement and abandoned his master, leaving him to be targeted by other servants? If that were the case, then why hadn't a command spell been used to call the servant back? Was it already too late? Kiritsugu frowned, unsettled by the possibilities. I've spotted the lady, Kiritsugu, Mia reported again. She's on the beach, looks like she was knocked over by the backlash from Saber and Berserker's fight. Kiritsugu tightened his grip on the Walther sniper rifle. Mia, go retrieve IRI. I'm going to check out who's fighting Berserker's master. Understood. With orders given, Kiritsugu moved at once, weaving through the trees and underbrush of Fuyuki's seaside park, heading directly for the warehouse district. He had no intention of joining the battle or supporting anyone. Saber and Berserker were already locked in a fierce standoff. If Saber looked like she was going to lose, Kiritsugu would take the shot, from the shadows, to eliminate Berserker's master. He skirted along the eastern edge of the port, dashing through the dark, vaulting over neatly stacked cargo containers in search of a viable vantage point. The ideal spot was the gantry crane, the highest point in the entire bay warehouse area. But if that were the case, someone had probably already claimed it, using it as the best lookout post to monitor any approaching masters or servants. That meant Kiritsugu needed to find an alternate route that wouldn't put him in anyone's line of sight as he closed in on the second battlefield. Before long, he found a position where he could observe both the top of the gantry crane, should any masters be lurking there, and the fighting within the warehouse streets. Steadying his rifle, he peered through the night vision scope. But once the scene came into focus, Kiritsugu blinked, thinking he had misseen. He pulled back from the scope, enhanced his eyesight with mana, and looked again with his own eyes. This can't be. Kiritsugu had assumed that the commotion he had detected was Berserker's master fleeing from Lancer's pursuit. What he saw, however, was something he never expected. They were evenly matched. Despite being unarmed, Berserker's master, Tenkei Shiomi, was calmly evading Lancer's relentless strikes. His movements were fluid, composed, even allowing for counterattacks. Sometimes he struck back with bare fists and kicks. Other times, he unleashed magecraft, likely prepared in advance. The ground and the containers on either side were now covered in jagged ice. Lancer, thrown off balance by the frozen surface, had to constantly correct his footing. A water affinity Magus. Kiritsugu narrowed his eyes. Information on Tenkei Shiomi was scarce. All Kiritsugu had been able to learn was that Shiomi was affiliated with the Mages Association and had some connection to Tokuei Ozaki, known for analyzing the Age of Gods and reconstructing the foundation of rune magecraft. But actual records of Shiomi casting magecraft were almost non-existent. Most of his work, classified under special assignments for the association, had been sealed upon completion. A real piece of work, Kiritsugu muttered. He gave up on trying to snipe Tenkei Shiomi. His scope couldn't even track the man. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 12, Line of Sight. Kiritsugu Amiya's group wasn't the only one watching the two battlefields along the northern coast. 15 kilometers away, in the basement of Fuyuki Church, Kirei Kodomine was also observing the battlefields, selectively, through the shared vision of assassin. A few days earlier, he had applied for asylum with the Holy Church under the pretense that his servant had been defeated. But that was merely a ploy to mislead the other masters. The servant he summoned was Hassan of the 100 Faces, who possessed numerous personalities. After becoming a servant, these personalities manifested through his noble phantasm, splitting into countless individual entities. The Hassan killed by Archer was just one of them. To Hassan, the loss was akin to losing a pinky finger. This was the strategy Kirei and his father, Risei Kodomine, had devised to support Tokiomi Tosaka. They staged Assassin's defeat, then continued to monitor the movements of the other servants and masters from the shadows. I didn't expect the first two battles to break out at the same time. Kirei spoke toward an old gramophone resting on the table. A voice came from the gramophone in response. Strictly speaking, those would be the second and third officially recognized battles. Though the audio was slightly distorted, the calm, refined voice clearly belonged to Tokiomi Tosaka, Kirei's mentor in magecraft. Their supposed fallout had also been a smokescreen, intended to conceal their cooperation. After Kirei's feigned defeat, he could more conveniently direct his servants to support Tokiomi from behind the scenes. Lacking a means to share his servants' perception of the battlefield, Tokiomi had to rely on Kirei and Assassin as his eyes and ears. The battle at sea seems to be between Saber and Berserker. Saber's abilities are exceptional, most of her parameters appear to be at A rank. Berserkers aren't far behind. I suspect Mad Enhancement has boosted her stats. Evenly matched opponents, Tokiomi commented. More than that, Kirei added. From what Assassin saw, Saber and Berserker look remarkably alike. Judging by how quickly they clashed, it's likely they knew each other in life, perhaps even shared a blood relation. Can you see their masters, Kirei? Only a silver-haired woman standing at the shore, watching the fight. She appears to be Saber's master. She collapsed from the shockwaves of their clash but is now preparing to retreat with help from her guards. A silver-haired woman. Tokiomi sounded surprised. Yes. Silver hair, red eyes. She doesn't look like an ordinary person. Tokiomi paused, then ventured a guess. A homunculus from the Ainsburn family, perhaps. Could they have crafted another puppet master? I assumed Kiritsugu Amiya was their chosen pawn, looks like I was mistaken. Kirei didn't respond, choosing instead to keep his own thoughts to himself and continue the report. Berserker's master separated from his servant and returned alone to the city, to pick up 2 children. He only reached the vicinity of the battlefield after Saber and Berserker had already begun fighting. I see. Tokiomi's voice carried a hint of emotion. As a father, he felt grateful that Sakura had been taken in by someone who could act as her new father. But as a magus, he was slightly disappointed that Shiomi still prioritized such mundane matters, even now. I recall you had some connection with Tenkei Shiomi, Kirei. Tokiomi asked. Yes. Kirei answered simply. It wasn't just Tokiomi's second daughter. For his own personal reasons, Kirei had entrusted his biological daughter, whom he could not raise himself, to Shiomi, who was then gradually stepping away from frontline duties as a magus. Later, he heard that Shiomi had come to Fuyuki and adopted Tokiomi's second daughter under the pretense of needing a qualified heir to inherit his magecraft. As a participant in the Holy Grail War, Shiomi became one of Kirei's surveillance targets due to his role as a master. But even now, Kirei couldn't understand Tenkei Shiomi. This magus, younger than himself, possessed a warmth completely alien to most in their craft. While teaching Sakura magecraft, he had also assumed the responsibilities of a father, despite being unmarried, and did so with remarkable competence. Whatever the case, perhaps Caren, raised by Shiomi, would live a better life and grow up safely. For someone like Kirei, who had long since lost the ability to feel ordinary happiness, the most he could offer was a silent prayer for the daughter he would never meet again, a gesture born of the moral code instilled in him since childhood. You said Shiomi is near the battlefield. Can you see him? Tokiomi was particularly concerned about Shiomi's movements. If possible, he was more than willing to uphold the gentleman's agreement they made 2 years ago, eliminate Shiomi's servant, then allow him to seek refuge in the church until the Holy Grail War concluded. If needed, he might even ask Shiomi to help look after Rin. After all, Tokiomi knew that regardless of the outcome, he wouldn't be able to return to Rin's side. If he won, he would use the Holy Grail to reach the root. If he lost, he could be killed by another master. Yes, but... Kirei hesitated, which was rare for him. What's wrong? Tokiomi thought something had happened to Shiomi. That man is currently engaged in battle with Lancer's servant, alone, Kirei clarified, anticipating Tokiomi's confusion. Even Kirei himself found the sight hard to believe. What? Tokiomi's shock was impossible to conceal. He nearly forgot himself, almost abandoning the Tosaka family's composure. Assassin saw it with his own eyes, and I still find it hard to accept, Kirei said, echoing the disbelief. Tenkei Shiomi is evenly matched with Lancer. And I don't think it's because Lancer is weak. After all, even the weakest servant should be an insurmountable opponent for a human. Even someone like Kirei, with the combat prowess of an executor, wouldn't claim he had a guaranteed victory over his own assassin. Yet Tenkei Shiomi had shattered that assumption. Kirei could only recall when they had once carried out a joint mission for the Mages Association and the Holy Church, Shiomi had demonstrated seamless mastery of rune magecraft. It seems the most dangerous enemy in the Holy Grail War has already been decided. Tokiomi's voice turned grave. In that case, perhaps only the overwhelming might of Archer could ensure victory. By eliminating both Shiomi and his servant, they might finally realize the Tosaka family's long-held wish to entrust their future to the Holy Grail. But doing so would leave Sakura without a home, and Kirei's daughter as well. Was there no better solution to this predicament? Tokiomi couldn't think of one. Kirei, keep watching the battlefield. The other servants and masters have likely been drawn in by these 2 simultaneous battles. Understood. Kirei accepted the order and continued monitoring the clashes unfolding in the distance. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 13, Why Not Fight Yourself? Showing mercy, are you? Artoria gave her sword a light shake. Invisible air, barrier of the Wind King flared once more, cloaking the golden blade just as the waves began to settle. When she had struck back against the magic spear Morgan summoned from the sky, Artoria had sensed that if Morgan had followed up with another magecraft attack, she would have been left with only 2 options. Either retreat severely wounded, or release her noble phantasm and reveal her true name to escape the crisis. Now that Morgan had joined the enemy servants in the Holy Grail War, concealing her identity had become nearly pointless, a tactic that could collapse at any time. Morgan's true name had also been exposed in their clash. But unlike Artoria, Morgan displayed abilities she wasn't familiar with, and the consequences of their exposed identities were clearly unequal. I told you, I only came tonight to say hello, Artoria. Morgan wore the same faint, timeless smile she always had. A greeting. Artoria knew full well how cruel and vicious her sister could be. Calling a life-or-death battle a greeting wasn't entirely out of character. If you want to take out an enemy tonight, or bow out yourself, then come at me, Morgan said, her tone teasing. That person won't mind. That person. Artoria paused before realizing Morgan meant her master, Tenkei Shiomi. In the Holy Grail War, of course a master wouldn't object to their servant eliminating another. But if we defeat the top-ranked saber on the very first night, we'll end up with a target on our backs, Morgan said, speculating on the grim scenario with the same serene tone, as if it didn't concern her at all. Too bad for you. I don't plan on exiting the Holy Grail War in a place like this. Artoria remembered her wish, tightened her grip on the sword hilt, and prepared to continue the fight. Humph. Morgan raised her magic spear. Just as the clash was about to resume, a sudden explosion of lightning and thunder shattered the tension. Artoria's gaze snapped toward the bayside warehouse in shock. Bolts of lightning twisted and cracked across the ground like serpents, their blinding light visible even from several hundred meters away. Sensing the mana laced in that lightning, Artoria immediately grew wary. Morgan had kept her attention locked to the fight, leaving her no room to observe the rest of the battlefield, until now. She finally noticed Irisfield being helped away by a woman with short black hair. Mia Hizo, Kiritsugu Amiya's assistant. Which meant Kiritsugu was nearby too. Artoria quickly grasped the situation. So it wasn't just my imagination. You've already wrapped things up and come here. Morgan seemed mildly surprised, letting out a silent sigh. You'd rather step into battle yourself than let your servant handle it. My husband really is impossibly stubborn. Husband? Artoria was stunned. So someone's trying to interfere on our end, and you're stepping in to block them. Much appreciated. Morgan glanced away, not even looking at Saber, her tone teasing as she addressed someone else. She was holding a long-range telepathic conversation with her master. Artoria realized it instantly. In that case, as your wife, I'll simply observe from the sidelines. Don't hold back, fight as you wish. With those words, Morgan vanished into spirit form, disappearing from the surface of the sea. But as a fellow servant, Artoria could still see her. Morgan was rapidly heading toward the bay warehouse. IRI had already been evacuated by Mia, which meant Kiritsugu was likely observing the battle from that area. Resolute, Artoria, though unable to turn into spirit form, leapt from the water and followed after Morgan, rushing toward the other battlefield where conflict had already begun to unfold in silence. Oh. You didn't try to stab me in the back, and even put down your weapon. Are you really that unsure of yourself, Artoria? Morgan, having shed her servant form and changed into modern clothing, looked mockingly at Artoria, who had also swapped into a black suit. Clearly, without any prior agreement, both had independently chosen to end their fight. If it were a fair duel, I wouldn't hesitate to kill my own sister, even if she were a servant, Artoria said flatly. But attacking a blood relative from behind. I'd regret that later. With that, she turned her gaze from atop a container to the battlefield down Warehouse Street. On one side stood Morgan's master, Tenkei Shiomi. On the other, the servant Lancer. The battle wasn't one-sided. Before arriving, Artoria had even assumed that the Thunder Magecraft was Lancer's doing. In truth, it was the opposite. Ice covered the Warehouse Street, something that shouldn't exist this season. Shiomi stood at the center. His clothes were torn in a few places, but there were no visible injuries. He looked slightly battered. Compared to him, though, Lancer was in far worse shape, kneeling with his longer red spear as a crutch, while holding a shorter yellow spear in a guarded stance. Residual electricity crackled across D'Armwood's scorched body, clear signs of a direct lightning strike. When Shiomi began casting his Grand Magecraft, Thunder Rain, Lancer's master had immediately ordered the release of his Noble Phantasm seal. If not for the special ability of the Red Spear, Gi Dirge, Crimson Rose of Exorcism, D'Armwood knew that even a servant like himself would have suffered severely from a direct hit. You can nullify and block Magecraft, but you can't fully disrupt it once it's been cast, and you wield a pair of spears, one short and one long. Shiomi brushed the dust from his shoulder. And you recognize the Celtic warriors, Ford of the Forked Branch, formation. Lancer, I know your true name now. Lancer showed no reaction. In a battle of this intensity, releasing a noble phantasm was inevitable. A magus well prepared for the Holy Grail War would naturally deduce D'Armwood's identity from the distinct red and yellow spears. What concerned him more was the presence of Saber and Berserker, who had ended their own battle and arrived nearby, now standing side by side to observe. Lancer feared they'd formed an alliance, an outcome that could spell disaster for him and his master. Just as Lancer was about to advise a retreat, Berserker suddenly summoned a weapon and hurled it at Tenkei Shiomi. The weapon didn't pierce him, it landed firmly, embedded in the frozen ground. Borrow this. Finish the fight already, Morgan said with casual ease. Watching Shiomi suppress his irritation, Lancer stepped forward, grasped the weapon, and pulled it free. Hey, who's supposed to be the master here? 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 14, The Meddler Arrives. Aside from Kiritsugu Amiya, Kirei Kotomine, and Tokiomi Tosaka, rider Iskandar and his master, Waver Velvet, were also observing the battle, perched atop the crossbeam of the Mayan River Bridge, watching from afar. From that vantage point, they could see not only the fighting at the seaside park but also the warehouse district. This isn't good, Iskandar muttered, his expression grim. What's not good? Waver asked, shivering as he clung to the beam in the cold night wind. That guy, most likely Berserker's master, is about to win, Iskandar replied. At this rate, Lancer will be taken out. Waver was about to point out that such an outcome would benefit their side, but the next moment he was so stunned he forgot his fear of heights. No way. How could a master possibly beat a servant one-on-one? Exactly why this is bad. Iskandar's booming voice carried clearly on the night breeze. Saber and Berserker, who were just fighting at sea, have stopped and headed over there. And Berserker even lent him a weapon. Huh. Waver struggled to keep up with the rapidly changing situation. No weapon, just bare hands and magecraft, and he still managed to overpower Lancer. Now that he has a weapon, he'll be unstoppable. Iskandar laughed heartily. To think such a mighty warrior exists in this era. I'd love to recruit him right now and make him my top general in my world conquest. Meeting other servants in the Holy Grail War and conquering them to join his ranks, this was precisely Iskandar's ideal scenario. But what thrilled him even more was that in this age, where mystery had long since faded, there was still a warrior who could rival those from the Age of Gods. If he truly intended to conquer this era, then such a warrior, be it enemy or ally, was someone he couldn't afford to overlook. But I thought your plan was to wait until they wore each other out before making a move. At first, I thought fighting heroes from different eras, even taking on 6 at once, would be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But if I can bring a capable warrior under my banner before that happens, well, that too is the way of commanding armies. Iskandar let out a low, powerful growl, like a lion's rumble. Yet the corners of his mouth were curled in a grin. It'd be a waste if they all dove into a brawl and someone got killed now. Isn't that kind of the point? Master or servant, the Holy Grail War is supposed to be kill or be killed, wait, Waver's half-hysterical protest was abruptly cut off by a sharp flick to the forehead from Iskandar. Victory without death, conquest without disgrace. That is true conquest. Drawing the sword at his waist, Iskandar swung it through the air, cleaving open the space before him. Mana surged violently, and with it, a radiant noble phantasm manifested, a gleaming ox-drawn chariot emerging from the torrent of magical energy. Flattened against the beam, Waver clung desperately to the steel frame, trying not to be blown away by the gusts. The show ends here. Let's go, kid. Idiot. What you're doing makes no sense. If you're not happy, just stay and watch then. I'm coming. You idiot. Take me with you. Now that's the spirit, my master. Iskandar grabbed Waver by the collar and leapt onto his noble phantasm, the Gordius wheel, charging full speed toward the battlefield at the Bay warehouse. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Shiomi held Morgan's weapon in his hand, silently admiring its balance. As far as weapons went, it was masterfully crafted. He casually spun it with one hand, left hand forward, right hand pulling the weapon back behind him. A bead of sweat slid down Lancer's cheek. With a single glance, he could tell this young man was highly skilled with a spear, perhaps even a master of archery and mounted combat. The thought of retreat was pushed aside. As a fellow spearman, D'Armwood couldn't resist the urge to test himself against a modern-day peer. Wind whipped at their coats, making a sharp flapping sound. Magecraft or spearmanship, how do you want to die, Lancer? A master forced onto the front lines by his servant won't even get a proper burial, nameless Magus. D'Armwood returned the provocation with his own, narrowing the distance with caution, studying Shiomi's next move. He could tell Shiomi was capable of rapidly deploying large-scale magecraft, which must drain his mana heavily, otherwise, he wouldn't have picked up the weapon Berserker tossed him. So the best option was to close in, to the point where any spell would hit them both. That would force the enemy to favor close combat. What an odd weapon, was it a spear, an axe, or a staff? D'Armwood couldn't tell. Both men tensed, poised to strike. Just then, a sudden, thunderous roar shattered the cold, taut tension. That's Artoria, watching the field, looked to the southeastern sky. An object streaked through the night, crackling with arcs of purple lightning as it descended toward Shiomi and Lancer. A chariot. Morgan narrowed her eyes slightly. Rider, no doubt. Pulled by two bulls, the chariot galloped across the void, their hooves never touching the ground. Purple lightning webbed through the air, and deafening thunder split the skies. The mana released with each boom rivaled the pressure Artoria had felt in her duel with Morgan. A chariot that powerful could only be a noble phantasm. And a chariot-wielding servant almost certainly belonged to the rider class. Vacuum wave. D'Armuid heard Shiomi utter the incantation, saw his fingers trace through the air, rune script flashed and vanished. A massive tornado surged up, blocking the chariot's path. Whoa, 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 whoa. Rider didn't slow down. He snapped the reins and charged headlong into the storm. The clash of magical forces exploded with a thunderous impact. The shockwave that followed rocked the battlefield, forcing every master and servant nearby to brace themselves. Rows of metal containers along the sides were sent toppling. After a brief standoff of power, the chariot tore through the vortex and skidded to a halt on the frozen ground between Shiomi and D'Armuid. Ha! To greet the king's arrival like that, such boldness is worthy of praise. Now I'm even more reluctant to let you slip away. Iskandar wasn't angry. He saw through Shiomi's magic. It was a message. If you want to join this battle, be prepared to pay the price. What superb winged magecraft. I've no one with such talent under my command. Iskandar grinned. How about it? Come serve under me, I'll name you my court magus, second only to myself. No thanks. Sounds like way too much hassle. Completely at odds with his deadly fighting style, Shiomi's tone was laid back, almost lazy. Looks like it's going to be a long night, he thought to himself. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 15, Iskandar, King of Conquerors. Bluntly rejected, Iskandar, the founder of the Alexandrian Empire, felt a rare flicker of doubt about his own charisma. Of course, the feeling vanished in an instant. Ryder awkwardly muttered to himself, rubbing his temple with a knuckled fist. The gesture looked almost comical, but it didn't diminish his overwhelming presence in the slightest. He truly exuded a singular, commanding aura. Only someone like him could stand above thousands and rule a nation. Maybe I didn't explain the benefits clearly enough. Young folks these days are all worried about their livelihoods. The King of Conquerors continued without missing a beat. Shiomi lightly tapped the frozen ground with Morgan's magic spear. A servant with no known true name suddenly shows up and talks about hiring me. How do I know this dramatic entrance isn't just a setup to steal my magic circuits or magic crest? Ha 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 ha. Iskandar burst into a hearty laugh. Shiomi ignored the laughter. He slowly stepped out from behind the chariot, eyes fixed on Lancer, his posture and expression clearly showing that this unexpected interruption wouldn't stop their duel. Humph. Though the appearance of a new servant had put Lancer on edge, he couldn't help but feel pleased by the sincerity in Shiomi's desire to fight. He chuckled softly in return. Both of you, put down your weapons. You stand before the king. Ryder, now fully aware that the two intended to proceed with their fight as if he weren't there, raised his voice with calm authority. His clear intent to interrupt forced Shiomi and Lancer to halt once more. After all, if they resumed their battle now, there was a servant nearby with an active noble phantasm, one that could charge them down with that very chariot at any moment. My name is Iskandar, King of Conquerors. I have manifested in this Holy Grail War as Ryder. Everyone present was stunned. On the battlefield of the Holy Grail War, a servant's true name was a crucial secret, one never revealed lightly. For a servant to announce it so brazenly was unheard of. And no one was more shocked than Waver, crouched beside Ryder in the driver's seat. What the hell is going through your head, you idiot? Waver, panicked and completely disoriented, had forgotten all fear of Ryder. Gripping the edge of his cloak, he shrieked in protest. King of Conquerors. Iskandar. Shiomi paused briefly. Oh, so it's Alexander the Great. Once he confirmed the man's identity, he returned to his stance, spear in one hand behind his back, and looked up at the towering figure of Iskandar atop the ox-drawn chariot. So what now? The famed King of Conquerors barges into someone else's battlefield, blurts out his true name, and posts a job offer. Sensing no real hostility from him, Shiomi's tone relaxed, tinged with sarcasm. Iskandar looked slightly sheepish. No, I wasn't only recruiting you. It's just that you, a man of this era, possess strength on par with a servant. I couldn't help but admire your talent, so I spoke to you first. Ha! Shiomi sighed. My offer extends not just to you, but to Lancer, and even to Saber and Berserker watching from the sidelines. If any of you are interested, I welcome you to serve under my banner. Iskandar radiated the kind of passion for talent that only a true monarch from legend could possess. I'm not sure about that lancer over there, but I can almost guarantee that Saber won't take you up on it. Shiomi chuckled knowingly. You know what they say, kings don't bow to kings. No monarch would kneel to another without a damn good reason. Oh ho. So you've already figured out Saber's true name? Care to share it with me? Iskandar asked casually, his tone entirely open and curious. Why not ask her yourself? Shiomi wasn't about to spill the answer. They say recluses are usually arrogant, but even my teacher, Aristotle, wasn't this hard to talk to, Ryder grumbled, casting his eyes down, only to meet Waver's tearful, wide-eyed stare. Ryder. Waver's voice cracked from strain. First, Ryder had charged in out of nowhere. Then he revealed his true name without warning. Now he was recruiting not just other servants, but even their masters. So it was you all along. A cold, haunting voice echoed across the battlefield, making Waver flinch hard. Lancer's master had finally spoken. Amplified by magecraft, his voice rang out clearly from atop a gantry crane in the warehouse district, reaching everyone present. I was wondering what gave you the gall to steal my holy relic. Turns out you planned to enter the Holy Grail War yourself. Waver Velvet. Lancer's master, Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, stepped from the shadows. Only then did Shiomi recall, the intel said Waver was a student at the Mages Association's clock tower, and Kenneth was his instructor. While Kenneth reminisced with Waver and everyone's attention drifted, Shiomi quietly tapped the ground with Morgan's spear, activating pre-engraved runes to scan the surrounding presence. Masters, or rather, magi, besides himself, there were 3 in total. Servants, 5. No, wait, 6. Didn't expect all the remaining servants, excluding the defeated assassin, to be gathered here. If a brawl breaks out, things could get messy. Better prepare a fallback plan. And if I can use the retreat to eliminate 1 or 2 servants, all the better. He relayed this silently to Morgan. No. The 6th servant here isn't Castor. Castor is just observing us with clairvoyance. Don't mix them up, Morgan replied. Shiomi fell silent. Everything that exists leaves traces, so even an assassin class with presence concealment couldn't fully escape detection once inside his rune field. But, failing to distinguish which was which and drawing the wrong conclusion, that left Shiomi somewhat frustrated. More importantly, if Assassin was still active despite supposedly being defeated, then Kirei Kotomine's request for church asylum was suspect from the start. After all, the current overseer was Risei Kotomine. Just as Shiomi was deep in thought, the King of Conqueror's booming voice tore through the night. He had no interest in the drama between Kenneth and Waver, but clearly, Iskandar, true to form, had come up with yet another bold proclamation. Now then. All heroes chosen by the Holy Grail, gather before me. And if any cowards dare to hide in the shadows, prepare to be scorned by the King of Conquerors, Iskandar. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 16, Gilgamesh, King of Heroes. Ryder's proclamation wasn't much of an issue, most of the players had already gathered. Saber, Lancer, and Berserker had all made their appearance. Castor was far off and not worth considering for the moment. Assassin, having retreated earlier, remained hidden in the shadows. Only Archer had yet to show. Shiomi already sensed the presence of the Archer-class servant nearby. At the Holy Church, Kirei Kotomine and Tokiomi Tosaka, who was receiving updates through Kirei, both realized the situation was taking a turn for the worse. And right as Iskandar's roar died down, a golden light flared to life in the sky. No one was particularly surprised anymore. With 4 servants already gathered, one more wasn't exactly a shock. The golden light descended atop a street lamp over 10 meters tall, taking the shape of a commanding figure clad in radiant armor. The moment they saw him, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was the same servant who had eliminated Assassin in full view just the night before, Archer. 2 vermin daring to ignore this king's claim to the throne, and they show up on the same night. How quaint. With a sneer of deep displeasure, the golden servant swept his gaze over the gathering of servants and magi. His arrogance was on par with Iskandar's, yet laced with a cold cruelty the King of Conquerors lacked. Iskandar raised a brow, genuinely surprised and a little perplexed. But the reaction that followed was even more dramatic. In an instant, Morgan vanished from Artoria's side and reappeared between Shiomi and Archer, shielding her master. The icy calm that had never left her expression during her clash with Artoria finally gave way to something else, tension, maybe even fear. She extended her arm, gesturing for Shiomi to step back. "Give me the magic spear, my husband," Morgan said coolly, her voice sharp and wary. Clearly, this golden servant was a threat Morgan deemed serious enough to confront personally. Artoria, still rooted where she stood, was stunned. She had never expected her sister to react like this. "Morgan, what are you?" I thought it might be someone of note, but it's just a fairy from paradise, Archer said, his crimson eyes flashing. His tone eased slightly, but his words remained merciless. In light of your fear, I will overlook your disrespect and that of your master. If you do not wish to be crushed beneath the aftermath of my purging of usurpers, withdraw now. I grant you 10 seconds to decide. Iskandar called out with half a laugh, if you're going to talk down to everyone, why not start by giving your name? If you're truly a king, you shouldn't shy away from declaring your title. To stand in this king's presence and fail to recognize his glory, such ignorance deserves only death. As Archer's voice rose in fury, the space behind him rippled like a mirage. From the golden distortion, weapons emerged, gleaming, radiant. A sword without a sheath. A long, ornate spear. Each adorned in breathtaking detail, exuding an unmistakable surge of magical energy. These were no ordinary weapons. They were noble phantasms. Those who had monitored the Tosaka estate the night before immediately understood, this was the same otherworldly phenomenon, the very attack that had overwhelmed and erased Assassin. Waver trembled in fear. Kaneth held his breath. And Kiritsugu Amiya, hidden in the shadows, tensed completely. But no one was more on edge than Morgan. She reached out her hand, yet the spear had yet to return to her grasp. The archer before her, he hadn't revealed his name. But Morgan already knew. Gilgamesh. The king of heroes. The one with clairvoyance that could pierce the future, a man worthy of the title Grand Caster. In terms of magecraft alone, Morgan didn't believe she would lose. But Gilgamesh had far more than magecraft on his side. TSK. The sound from behind made Morgan turn slightly to check Shiomi's reaction. She saw him holding his magic spear, clicking his tongue as he reluctantly stepped out of her protective range, walking straight toward Archer alone. The helplessness on his face gradually faded. This action shocked not only Morgan but everyone present. Without a word, Shiomi raised his left hand, quickly gathering mana. Of course, Gilgamesh noticed his movements. His gaze shifted slightly, moving from his servant to this master. Heh. I thought this era was full of nothing but mongrels. The king of heroes gave a cruel sneer, the weapon behind him turning to aim at Shiomi. Didn't expect someone who could look directly at me with eyes like that. As a reward for catching my interest. I'll leave your corpse intact. With his grin deepening, the weapon behind him fired without warning. The others began to understand why this golden servant belonged to the archer class, he could launch those mysterious weapons without even touching them. His use of noble phantasms was outrageously reckless, like casually hurling rocks. But their destructive power far surpassed mere stones. The ground erupted as if blasted, and the frozen pavement shattered, sending up a cloud of white frost that obscured the battlefield. Everyone held their breath. Morgan, who had raised her hand to stop him, slowly lowered it. Shiomi's slender silhouette emerged faintly from the swirling ice dust. Long spears and swords had embedded themselves into the ground around him, carving out a crater. Yet Shiomi hadn't even used the magic spear Morgan had given him. He dodged Gilgamesh's nameless noble phantasms as effortlessly as avoiding pedestrians in a crowded street. His expression remained unchanged. He continued charging mana in his hand without pause. In a blink, the magical energy surged to its peak. Not bad, mongrel. This just got more entertaining. Gilgamesh's grin twisted further, bloodlust seeping into his tone. If you'd gone down that easily, I'd have been disappointed. Sorry, but I'm not the type to take a beating lying down, Archer. Shiomi crouched low, aiming at the golden servant perched on the street lamp. Eldritch blast. A blast of explosive magical energy surged from his palm. At that moment, the king of heroes summoned a completely different longsword and hurled it. A stronger explosion than before burst forth, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the ice around them. Waver had to take cover behind Iskandar to avoid being caught in the blast. The other servants watched with heightened focus as a human magus dared to challenge a top-tier servant. As the smoke slowly cleared, Shiomi's figure had vanished from the crater, only the 3 scattered weapons remained. Ha! Not even a scrap left. Behind you, Archer. Shiomi's voice rang out as he slashed his weapon at the weakest point in the golden armor, Archer's waist. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 17, The Unbreakable Circle. It was hard to tell if it was a warning or a death sentence. By the time the words were spoken, the blade of the magic spear was already just centimeters from Gilgamesh, an inescapable strike for any servant. Steel clashed, and sparks flew. Shiomi's attack didn't land on Gilgamesh. Instead, it abruptly shifted course, forming a wide arc around him centered on Shiomi himself. A new wave of noble phantasms had erupted around Gilgamesh like a saint's halo, encircling Shiomi in an instant. There were 6 in total. Not just spears and swords, but also axes, warhammers, and polearms, alongside some bizarre, unidentifiable weapons with unknown origins or purposes. Every weapon gleamed like a mirror, their polished surfaces reflecting clear images, all infused with potent mana. Each was a fully realized embodiment of mystery, none weaker than the others. Every one of them was a noble phantasm, without exception. Is this really modern spear technique? Diarmuid couldn't help but murmur in awe. As a servant, he saw it clearly. The moment Shiomi sensed the ambush behind Archer, he detected the gate reactivating around him. Even the briefest hesitation, less than half a second, would have left Shiomi overwhelmed and crushed by the surrounding noble phantasms. But he defused the crisis with a single strike. The noble phantasms, unable to penetrate the circle of his magic spear, scattered in all directions. The golden servant standing atop the street lamp was even forced to leap away, dodging the out-of-control weapons flying back toward him. Even though those noble phantasms belonged to him, once launched, they were like bullets from a gun, no longer under his control. And the one who made that possible was Shiomi, through sheer mastery of the spear. The king and challenger swapped places. The golden servant who called himself king landed on the fractured, frozen road. Shiomi, mid-flip in the air, landed nimbly atop the street lamp where Archer had stood moments earlier. With his back to Shiomi, Gilgamesh turned around coldly as even more gates opened beside him, summoning a new wave of noble phantasms. Don't get ahead of yourself. At his command, 10 brand new noble phantasms surged toward Shiomi. A thunderous roar tore through the air. The explosive light lit up the night, rivaling the brilliance of Shiomi's earlier lightning magecraft. No one could have imagined that simply hurling blades and weapons could unleash such destruction. Noble phantasms flew at Shiomi one after another, only to be deflected by his magic spear with precise strikes. Morgan, who had been bracing for disaster when Gilgamesh first appeared, gradually relaxed, realizing her concern had been unnecessary. Despite his rage, the King of Heroes clearly still looked down on Shiomi for being human. He hadn't fought him seriously. He launched noble phantasms in a relentless barrage, seemingly determined to grind Shiomi down until not even a skull remained. Yet Shiomi showed no sign of faltering. His stance remained firm, and his spear technique stayed sharp and composed. Everyone stared, stunned that a human master could endure a servant's onslaught this long. They had nearly forgotten they were still standing on a battlefield, where a single mistake could mean death against overwhelming odds. Shiomi leapt from the street lamp, swatting away incoming noble phantasms midair as he landed on a nearby empty shipping container. The mist attack struck the pavement and containers behind him, triggering a chain of explosions and clouds of smoke. He was forcing his way through the rain of noble phantasms, aiming directly for Archer, who remained stationary. He wasn't just defending, he was pushing forward. His will to fight and razor-sharp reflexes far surpassed what any ordinary person could imagine. Was this truly a Magus taking part in the Holy Grail War as a master? Or was he some unknown hero born in an age long after heroes had faded from the world? He had only just received the weapon, and yet in Shiomi's hands, it was already dancing like a whirlwind of blooming flowers. In the blink of an eye, Shiomi once again closed the distance between himself and Archer, close enough that a single thrust of his spear could strike his opponent. The noble phantasms behind Archer surged forward, but Shiomi's body vanished once more. This time, everyone clearly saw it, a flash of light accompanied Tenkei Shiomi's disappearance. That's... Diarmuid cried out again. Shiomi had used the same bizarre method when stopping him from intervening in the fight between Morgan and Artoria. It now seemed certain, some kind of spatial displacement magecraft. But unlike the slower form suited for long-distance travel, this version was short-range and instantaneous. In a heartbeat, Shiomi reappeared in midair behind Archer. Without a word, he spun his spear and brought the axe-bladed edge down in a fierce arc clang. Both hands gripped tightly around the spear's shaft, Shiomi pressed down with force, but the blade didn't budge an inch further. Archer stood firm, twin golden sabers crossed before him, blocking the strike. Even with his magecraft and agility allowing him to evade noble phantasms and strike from blind spots, the difference in raw physical strength was clear. He couldn't overpower someone with strength ranked B or higher. Humph. Gilgamesh let out a cold snort. With ease, he deflected Shiomi's slash and stepped back, the twin sabers vanishing into golden light. Surprisingly, Archer didn't seem to be seething anymore. A cold smirk played across his lips. Arms crossed, the golden servant looked down at Shiomi from above. To think you actually made me use Enki. Not bad for a mere mongrel. His voice brimming with amusement, Archer burst into maniacal laughter. Spreading his arms wide, the air around him twisted once more, this time, 32 gates appeared in full view. Shiomi drew in a deep breath, silently calculating how to navigate this impossible situation. Human. Prove your worth to this king, or perish. The killing intent in the air turned the winter night into a frozen stillness. Earlier, the others might have been able to stand back and observe. But now, with so many noble phantasms summoned, there was no more room for spectators. If Archer suddenly felt like wiping out the other servants on a whim, these 32 gates would be enough to start, and who knew how many more might follow. 64. 128. Even more. No one could begin to guess the true extent of this golden servant's power. Morgan stepped forward in silence, once again standing between Shiomi and the threat. This much probing is enough, isn't it? I'll use magecraft to block Archer's attacks. You handle the retreat spell. Her voice was calm as she gave Shiomi his orders. Looks like it, Shiomi replied flatly, already preparing to retreat with Morgan. Just then, Artoria suddenly landed in front of the two of them. I'll cover you. You retreat first. Just 10 minutes ago, she had been battling Morgan at sea. Now, clad once again in armor, wielding her invisible sword, she stepped in to shield them. Morgan couldn't help but ask. What are you scheming? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 18, An Unexpected Complication. Artoria herself wasn't sure why she acted as she did. Was it out of sympathy for the master manipulated by her sister? Or was it the sight of Morgan, so often associated with cruelty and ruthlessness, fighting so hard to protect someone? Even if that person was only her master in this Holy Grail War, their relationship was purely cooperative. Even enemies have a priority order, Artoria said as she kept a wary eye on Gilgamesh. Seeing yet another servant step forward to oppose him, Gilgamesh grew even more brazen and amused. Very well, very well. If you're so eager to be eliminated here, then I shall grant your wish. He raised his hand slightly. With just one gesture, the noble phantasms already summoned would rain down on Shiomi, Morgan, and Artoria like a storm of arrows. Even so, Artoria could counter with the release of invisible air, barrier of the Wind King, neutralizing Archer's offensive. With Morgan's magecraft creating a window for retreat, escaping wouldn't be difficult. Normally, assisting an enemy in the Holy Grail War would require the master's approval. But Irisveil, acting as a temporary master, had already retreated. Artoria, who had only intended to observe the situation, hadn't expected the battle to escalate this far. Still, the confrontation had yielded valuable intelligence. Now that Miyahizo had appeared to escort Irisveil away from the shore, Saber reasoned her true master, Kiritsugu Amiya, must also be nearby. However, it was hard to expect any direction from a man who refused to communicate with his servant. Artoria had no choice but to make the decision herself. What are you waiting for? While she's holding off Archer, retreat already, Morgan urged Shiomi in a low voice. The tone made it clear she was fully prepared to leave Artoria behind. So she's still the same Morgan. Saber sighed inwardly. No, doesn't look like that'll be necessary, Shiomi replied calmly. At that moment, everyone saw Gilgamesh's smirk twist into a scowl of fury. You think someone like you can force me to retreat? You've got some nerve, Tokiomi. His tone was cold and dismissive, yet the glow of the noble phantasms behind him faded, the weapons vanishing into the void. Despite his displeasure, Gilgamesh's icy gaze slid past Artoria and settled on Shiomi, still shielded by Morgan. For the sake of my subject, I'll overlook your insolence today. But next time we meet on the battlefield, if you haven't dealt with the rest of the trash, your death will be no less certain. With those final words, Gilgamesh dematerialized. His golden armor lost all substance and dissolved, leaving only shimmering fragments of light. Tokiomi Tosaka is nothing like that golden show-off, Shiomi remarked knowingly. To push this far in the very first encounter, for someone like Tokiomi, who prefers playing it safe and winning step by step, this definitely wasn't part of the plan. He reached out and gently placed a hand on Morgan's arm. Even after Archer had retreated, she remained in position. So, you're acquainted with Archer's master as well, Morgan suddenly recalled. Ryder looked surprised. Wait, you know that guy. So you challenged Goldie on purpose. Not just Tokiomi Tosaka. I know Lancer's master, Kenneth, and your master, Waver, too, Shiomi said as he buttoned up his coat. I'm affiliated with the Mages Association, used to be a regular Magus who frequented the clock tower. Is that true, kid? Ryder asked, turning to Waver. Yeah. Waver nodded emphatically. He hadn't expected Shiomi to know who he was. After all, the Velvet family was a young bloodline in the world of magecraft, without much history, and his own talents weren't particularly noteworthy. Shiomi, on the other hand, was different. Despite lacking a background, he was said to have caught the attention of Tuko Aozaki, the Grand Puppeteer, and had actual experience with sealing designations enforcement. They were only a few years apart in age, but Waver could feel just how wide the gap truly was. So, what gives? We meet here in the Far East, and you're not even going to say hello. No warm greeting, Professor Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald. Shiomi took a few steps forward and called out loudly in Kenneth's direction. Though he clearly heard him, Kenneth didn't respond, he just stood there, silently observing. Magus really are a cold-blooded, heartless bunch. Shiomi turned around with a shrug, tossing the remark casually to the rest of the group, as if the remaining masters and servants weren't potential enemies. His gaze swept across the gathered servants. Even Lancer, despite the comment being aimed at his own master, couldn't help but offer a resigned nod of agreement. Iskandar burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. But aren't you a magus yourself? What a funny guy you are. Fair enough. Shiomi curled his lip in a half-smile. He dropped his arms and looked toward Morgan. If none of the others plan on continuing the fight, then we'll take our leave for now. No objections here, Iskandar said heartily. I just came to greet everyone and see if anyone wanted to join my army or give up the Holy Grail. But it looks like that's not happening. Artoria nodded. My master has already retreated. If we're going to fight, I can't just go on without him. All right then, let's head back. Shiomi let out a yawn and gestured to Morgan. Come over here for a second. Morgan nodded silently. She had no particular preference, it all depended on Shiomi's decision. Just then, Kanatha's voice rang out. Tenkei Shiomi. This may not be the place to ask, but let me confirm something. Go ahead. Shiomi, who had just been preparing to activate his transfer magecraft, paused. You're a magus with no lineage. Are you trying to use the outcome of this Holy Grail War to prove your worth to the Democratic faction? It was a pointed question, unexpected, coming from Canath. Waver's eyes widened as something clicked in his memory. There were three major factions within the Clock Tower, the Democratic faction, the Aristocratic faction, and the Neutral faction. The conflict between the Democrats and Aristocrats was especially fierce. Canath belonged to the Aristocratic faction, El Meloy. Shiomi, on the other hand, had once worked as a sealing designation enforcer and was known to be closely aligned with the Democratic faction's lord. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 19, the extension of factional strife. Is this really that important? Or is it that, as the head of the El Meloy family, the only noble faction still on good terms with Bartholomew, you've decided to drag the Clock Tower's factional disputes into the Holy Grail War? Shiomi gazed at Canath from a distance. My advice? Drop it. Or you'll die. After all, this was the Holy Grail War. Even if the Clock Tower currently dismissed it as some backwater magecraft ritual in the Far East, once the truth got out, even killing Canath, monarch of the aristocratic faction, wouldn't earn Shiomi a death sentence from them. This is my final warning. If you insist on maintaining ties with Valuelita, then I'll have no choice but to prioritize eliminating you in the battles to come, Canath declared. Shiomi raised his eyebrows. He had clearly underestimated the threat he posed if it had come to the point where the aristocratic faction's leader was issuing him a death sentence. Of course, this wasn't something Canath did on a whim or for some shallow political gain. He had his reasons. Before leaving the Clock Tower, he'd already heard countless warnings about Shiomi from within the El Meloy faction. If you run into Tenkei Shiomi, you'll die. The Democratic faction is hoping for that outcome too. All the inner leadership of El Meloy were aware of the basic layout of the Holy Grail War. Their absence wasn't from disinterest, just a lack of sufficient strength. Maybe they were trying to preserve their faction's forces. Maybe they had ulterior motives and were deliberately provoking Canath. Either way. When enough people repeat something, it starts to sound like truth. Too many voices had warned him. Canath had no choice but to take it seriously. If Shiomi could be recruited, great, he'd serve as an enforcer for the noble faction. If not, then he had to be destroyed. Canath knew exactly how dangerous a former sealing designation executor could be. So he made his move. Well then, if it's a fight you want, I'm in. Shall we settle this now, or save it for another day? Shiomi glanced at Waver. Hey, Waver, this might be your best chance to take down the teacher you can't stand. Want to team up? Then he turned to Artoria. Saber, I don't know what your master thinks, but if you help me take out Lancer here, I doubt your master would object. Or you could take their side, your call. Still, 2 against 1 isn't nearly as good as 3 against 1. With just a few words, Shiomi deftly shook Ryder's master and Saber with a mix of logic and opportunity. Ha 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 ha. You're a natural at diplomacy. So what's it going to be, Lancer's master? Are we fighting here, or pulling back? I'll give you a little more time to think it over, Ryder said, not at all opposed to a brawl. Whether it turned into a chaotic free-for-all or a strategic alliance, both suited his tastes just fine. And from the look on Waver's face, he seemed tempted too. Retreat, Lancer. Seeing that the situation had spiraled out of his control, and that the others wouldn't stand by idly, Canath clenched his teeth and gave the order. Lancer could only sigh with a bitter smile. Looks like we won't be fighting today. I hope we'll get a proper duel next time. With that, Lancer's figure vanished from the bay warehouse. What a dull man. Glad he's not my master. That would have been such a bore, Iskandar scoffed at Canath's retreat. So I guess our little alliance just got cancelled, Shiomi shrugged. I was looking forward to seeing your strategy unfold, Iskandar said, tugging at the reins. But I've got no interest in this kind of fight. Still, if you manage to break through all this pressure and reach me in the end, I'll be even more impressed. I'm not joining your army. Shiomi pursed his lips. Iskandar didn't seem bothered. He simply laughed twice. Then, with a pull on the reins of his twin divine bulls, thunder rumbled and lightning cracked as his chariot tore through the sky toward the void. Farewell. In a flash of thunder and lightning, Ryder and his master disappeared into the southern sky. Only Artoria remained. She turned her gaze toward Morgan. Are you going to fight, Artoria? Morgan crossed her arms, gazing at Artoria with a calm expression. No. Artoria shook her head. She was only acting independently for now because she'd become separated from her master. To not attack right away when facing your enemy, isn't that a bit too soft-hearted, King Arthur? Shiomi remarked half-jokingly to Saber. This isn't mercy, Artoria replied, shaking her head again. If you're separated from your master and have nowhere to go, why not come with us for now? Shiomi suggested. Morgan looked doubtful. You're suggesting we bring Artoria along with us? As you can see, I'm currently being targeted by the aristocratic faction. I don't exactly play by the rules, so of course I want to recruit a few allies. Shiomi handed the magic spear back to Morgan. Maybe El Meloy has the same idea. After all, bringing over the leader of the three knights would be quite the win. Artoria remained silent, weighing the idea. For a servant, joining forces with another master and servant without official orders was essentially a public declaration of alliance. Besides, your master will surely come looking for you. Rather than running around, why not wait here? Shiomi added. We might even use the opportunity to discuss possible cooperation with your master. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Artoria made up her mind. What do you think, sister? Interesting. Let's give it a try, Morgan replied without objection. She could clearly see Shiomi was trying to make use of Artoria, something she found perfectly acceptable. Shiomi raised his head. Come a little closer, King Arthur. Artoria, a bit puzzled, stepped forward toward them. As soon as she stopped, a sudden gust of wind surged through. A flock of pitch-black crows burst into view, swirling around the three of them. What is this? Artoria's eyes widened in surprise. But before the shock could settle, the crows vanished just as quickly, and the scene around them cleared. They now stood in the courtyard before the front door of a Western-style mansion. This is my home. Let me be your host and welcome the first guest to visit during this Holy Grail War, Shiomi said with a light, casual smile. Just then, Morgan stepped forward like she owned the place. She naturally followed the path to the front door, pulled out a key, and unlocked it. All who come are guests. As long as you don't start a fight here, I suppose you're welcome to stay, Morgan said to Artoria, toying with the key. She then glanced at Shiomi, seemingly checking if her actions were appropriate. Artoria couldn't help but smile. What's so funny, Artoria? Nothing, it's just, so much has happened tonight, I couldn't help myself. Saber turned away, looking toward the gate. You two go ahead inside. I want to check the area one more time. In truth, Artoria was simply feeling a little emotional. Her sister had shown such an ordinary, human expression. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 20, Einsburn Castle. There is a national highway in Fuyuki City that stretches westward from Miyama Town, away from the city lights. At the end of the road lies a vast, undeveloped forest. Deep within that forest stands a classical castle built in the style of medieval Western Europe. It belongs to the Einsburn family and serves as their exclusive stronghold, one of the original bases established by the three families who created the Holy Grail War system in Fuyuki. Anyone attempting to enter the forest is immediately monitored by the castle's owner. Hidden behind layers of illusions and magecraft barriers, no master or servant can pass unnoticed. Yet even with full control over the forest and using crystal ball magecraft to scan far and wide, Irisveal hadn't seen any sign of Saber entering the area. She let out a quiet sigh without realizing it. Feeling tired, IRI? Kiritsugu asked. Irisveal quickly masked her unease and smiled, shaking her head. You were caught so close to the battle between Saber and Berserker. It's a blessing you weren't caught in the crossfire. You should really rest, Kiritsugu said with concern. Even though Mia had swiftly evacuated Irisveal from the beach and brought her safely to the Einsburn castle, the proximity of the battle still posed a real danger. She could have been injured without realizing it. I'm fine, but Saber. She murmured, voicing her worry to her husband. Kiritsugu glanced at the command spells on the back of his hand. For now, it seems the King of Knights is unharmed. I saw her with my own eyes walk away, willingly, with Berserker and his master. He had stayed hidden in the Bay warehouse until the very last moment, but that decision ultimately forced Saber to act on her own. The way they withdrew, it felt more like casters' style than berserkers, Kiritsugu remarked. If not for his ability as a master to identify a servant's class, he might have been completely misled. I haven't had the chance to explain yet, Irisfield began. After waking up in the castle under Mia's care, she had quickly caught up with Kiritsugu and began scanning the forest with her crystal ball. Being separated from her servant was a critical risk. It left them exposed. Any master and servant could launch a surprise attack without resistance. You and Miss Mia were too far away to catch the details, but Saber and Berserker share a direct connection. Saber knows her true name, Irisfield said. Her name is Morgan. She's Saber's older sister. Kiritsugu's furrowed brow finally eased. That's a serious problem. She's clearly a berserker with mad enhancement above B rank, yet she acts like a normal servant, and on top of that, she's a top-tier magus from the Age of Gods. He studied the map of Fuyuki, growing increasingly aware of how difficult this Holy Grail War was becoming. And that wasn't the end of it. Berserker's master was Tenkei Shiomi. Kiritsugu knew he hailed from the Mages Association, had achieved the Pride designation at a young age, and had even been involved in executing a sealing designation. Even so, he believed his unorthodox tactics would still allow him to assassinate a magus like him. But all those assumptions had been shattered in tonight's battle. A human magus who could fight on par with a servant, go toe-to-toe with Lancer, and even challenge the enigmatic archer. It was clear now, Berserker's master might be the most underestimated threat in the Holy Grail War. Our top priority is to locate Saber. If necessary, we'll use a command spell to force her return, Kiritsugu said. If she and Iri remain apart beyond tonight, we'll have to evacuate and find a new place to hide. Irisfield asked, then. Kiritsugu, do you know where Saber is? Probably around there. Kiritsugu pointed out the window toward Miama town. I could feel the moment Berserker took her master and Saber, moving from the coastal warehouse behind the new city to the residential district of Miama. Then that must be Berserker's master's hideout, Irisfield concluded. But that raised another issue. How were they supposed to make contact? Or should they just show up in person? A magus's home was also their workshop, and such places were always protected by complex barriers. What if Saber had actually been taken by force? Berserker's master probably reached some sort of agreement with Saber. That's likely why she agreed to go with them, Kiritsugu explained to Irisfield with a hint of regret. He knew full well he bore part of the blame. By refusing to communicate with Saber and letting his wife act as the master in his place, it had led to this. Once Irisfield and Saber were separated, they lacked any proper means of contact. Don't worry about it, Kiritsugu. I expected something like this might happen, Irisfield gently reassured him. Then, a sudden fluctuation in the barrier made Irisfield tense up. Already. A servant's attacking us. Kiritsugu guessed from her expression, picking up his weapon in preparation. Mia, stationed at the door, was immediately on alert as well. No, it's a messenger, Irisfield said, walking over to open the window. A green bird landed on the windowsill. Irisfield extended her hand, and the familiar released a pulse of mana. The message was carried through that magic and transferred to her. Once the transmission was complete, the bird vanished into mist like an illusion, prompting a small moment of admiration from Irisfield at the sender's finesse. She shut the window. Kiritsugu, Berserker's master, sent a message. He's requesting a meeting with Saber's master tomorrow. Saber will rejoin us later, she relayed to Kiritsugu. He said it's about something important, though he didn't say what. That sounds suspicious, Kiritsugu remarked with a scoff. So, should we turn him down? Irisfield asked. No, we're going. The fact that they're offering to send Saber back first is clearly meant to put us at ease, Kiritsugu said, setting down his gun. Besides, we need to regroup with our servant as soon as possible. At that moment, Mia, who had been quietly standing by the door, finally spoke. Then tomorrow, I'll drive the lady to meet Berserker's master and reunite with Saber. Kiritsugu, as always, you'll observe from the shadows. Sounds good. What do you think, Iri? Kiritsugu asked his wife. Irisfield responded with a confident smile. Of course I'm going. I want to see what kind of person Morgan's master is. Chapter 21, A Night of Surging Undercurrents. The living room of the Shiomi residence. I've delivered the letter to Artoria's master, just as you asked, Morgan said, seated at the edge of the sofa as she looked toward Shiomi. Thanks. I could have done it myself. Shiomi replied, shaking his head. Morgan gave a faint smile. Still, it's part of my duty as a wife. Are you seriously sticking to that role? Shiomi asked weakly. Any man would falter if a stunning beauty called him her husband, but the issue here was that it was Morgan Le Fay. Even if it was only nominal, could he really handle something like that? May I ask what you've invited my master here to discuss? Artoria waited for their banter to end before speaking in a deliberately serious tone. She was aware of the message carried by the familiar. As you've seen, Lancer's master has declared war on me, he's even issued a death sentence, Shiomi said slowly, taking a deep breath. So, my priority now is to defeat Lancer and his master as quickly as possible. Once Lancer is out of the picture. That's how war works. That's why my husband proposed an alliance, Morgan interjected. If you don't plan to accept it, Artoria, that's fine. It's just a matter of whether we take care of you or Lancer's camp first. Sister. Artoria let out a sigh, clearly exasperated. But this was how Morgan always operated, and Artoria knew that well. Even if her master had his own strategy, if Morgan disapproved, she would oppose it without hesitation. You've heard him. My husband needs Lancer eliminated. Once the servant is gone, the master will be easy to take down, Morgan continued smoothly, keeping control of the conversation. If we're going to fight them, we need to keep other servants and masters from interfering. So this is about cooperation, Artoria concluded. If necessary, she and Irisville might even have to help fend off other factions that could interfere with Shiomi and Morgan's assault on Lancer. Shiomi had revealed far too much tonight, Kenneth wouldn't be the only master seeing him as the biggest threat now. Helping Shiomi and Morgan wasn't without benefit either. After the previous battle, Artoria understood just how difficult Morgan would be to face. Even if they did end up as enemies, better preparation would be essential. Trying to ambush Morgan's master without careful planning would likely fail. But how did you know where my master was? Artoria asked her second question. Morgan smiled with indifference. You should gather intelligence before the Holy Grail War begins. The Einsborn family came from Germany to participate in the war in the Far East, they were bound to have a base of operations. It wasn't hard to uncover. Even as she spoke, Morgan didn't turn around. Her gaze remained on Shiomi's drowsy face. Now that you know where your master is, you're free to leave whenever you want. Tomorrow, Tenkei and I will be waiting for you and your master. It wouldn't take Artoria long to return to the Einsborn castle from Mayama town. That was already her plan. Much appreciated. Artoria never imagined she'd be saying those words to Morgan. But even as she left the room, Morgan didn't look at her, she simply leaned back on the sofa, looking completely at ease. You should get some rest too. I'll keep watch. Lancer's no match for me. Sakura and Caren were already asleep, and Shiomi was clearly exhausted, so Morgan would stand guard. Whether as a servant, or in some other capacity. Then. I'll leave it to you. Shiomi couldn't turn down Morgan's kindness and agreed sincerely. After witnessing tonight's battle, every participant in the Holy Grail War would be re-evaluating their stance. I see. So Shiomi has caught the attention of Lord Elmeloy. At the Tosaka residence, Tokiomi sighed lightly after listening to Kirei's report through the Magecraft communicator. The conflicts within the clock tower are escalating, now they're even trying to eliminate opposing factions during the Holy Grail War. Kirei offered his thoughts. After tonight's battle, Kenneth probably realized how much of a threat Tenkei Shiomi poses, on par with the servant. If he and Lancer had to face Shiomi and Berserker together, their odds of winning would be slim. And not just them, even Kirei himself had to seriously consider whether he could actually win against Shiomi in a real fight. He had observed Shiomi's combat methods up close during joint operations between the Mages Association and the Holy Church. That man's approach had always been to perceive the bigger picture through small details, dissecting enemy magecraft by exploiting its weaknesses and using precise, refined techniques to dismantle it from within. But what Shiomi displayed tonight, casting large-scale magecraft back-to-back, was something Kirei had never witnessed before. Could that be the power granted by the restored Age of Gods rune system? Tactically sound, no doubt. But in doing so, Kenneth has ensured that Shiomi will now make him the top priority, Tokiomi said with a slight smile. No matter what happens next, Shiomi will focus on taking down Lancer. Based on Kirei's intelligence, Tokiomi was fairly certain they had a good grasp of Lancer's true identity. On top of that, they've taken Saber with them. It's likely they've already come to a private agreement, not to interfere when Tenkei Shiomi and his servant attack Kenneth, Kirei added. What's your decision, Master? Let them fight, Tokiomi replied, opting for the most cautious strategy. He would allow the other masters and servants to wear each other down. Once only one or two groups remained, Gilgamesh would step in to clean up the rest. Victory in the Holy Grail War would naturally fall into the Tosaka family's hands. I understand. I'll find a way to send Shiomi a message. Let him know that I won't interfere in his battle with Kenneth. Tokiomi didn't want Shiomi to die fighting Kenneth. What he hoped for most was that Gilgamesh would defeat Shiomi's servant, while he, as a master, would spare Shiomi himself. That way, he would not only win the Holy Grail War, but also secure a future for both Sakura and Rin. Pardon the interruption, Tokiomi. Kirei's assassin just reported, Castor and his master have been located. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Trian Pink Snake. Chapter 22, Awakening. Then, Tenkei Shiomi had a dream. It was a dream someone once had in their youth. A dream about a witch who cherished quiet, gentle stories. A library with no one in sight. Through the window, the sky was a muted gray. The soft, rhythmic patter of falling rain. Amidst the seemingly endless collection of books, a young girl sought knowledge with unwavering focus. In the dim, warm light of the library, she sat at a desk like a child lost in a fairy tale. She was envisioning a certain dream. Between a master and their servant, a channel formed through magical energy exists, originally intended only for the master to supply mana needed to sustain the servant's form. Yet this system came with an unintended side effect the original creators of the Holy Grail War had never predicted. At times, while dreaming, the master might catch glimpses of the heroic spirit's memories. Sometimes they're mere fragments. Sometimes, more complete recollections. There's no set rule. Ah. Shiomi opened his eyes, staring at the familiar ceiling of his bedroom. The lingering sensation of the dream hadn't faded, and his body felt unusually heavy. He lay there, unwilling to move, letting out a short sound. Then came a soft sigh. Shiomi wasn't even sure where the feeling came from. "You're awake." A young voice spoke beside him. Turning his head, he saw Karen's small face. "Is it that late already?" He glanced at the alarm clock and was startled. "I need to get you and Sakura to school." Caren shook her head. "No need. Ms. Morgan called the school this morning. She told them my sister and I would be staying home today. Quick on her feet, isn't she?" Shiomi had no complaints, making a dry joke to himself. Honestly, it was for the best. Letting Sakura and Caren continue attending school under current conditions would only keep distracting him. "Did you have a nightmare?" Caren asked, her eyes sparkling with interest. "No, just tired," Shiomi replied. "Oh." Her eyes dimmed slightly, like she was a bit disappointed. Shiomi let out a speechless sigh. "You were hoping for something terrible, weren't you?" "Just your imagination," Caren replied with an angelic smile. There had always been something subtly off, and as she grew, Karen's precociousness became more apparent. Along with it came a personality that could only be described as a little troublesome. Was it something wrong with his approach to raising her? Shiomi couldn't help but wonder. After all, he'd never been married, had no experience with parenting, so it wasn't impossible that he'd made mistakes. Who does she take after, really? By the time he muttered that, Caren had already run out of the room. He forced himself to sit up and tried to recall the dream he'd just had. Because of the spiritual link between master and servant, it was possible to drift into each other's memories during sleep. Normally, that could be avoided by consciously suppressing awareness. But last night, Shiomi had fallen asleep completely unaware, because Morgan had used magecraft without any warning. That woman's personality really is nasty, no wonder they call her the Witch of the Land of Rain. Thinking back on last night, Shiomi instinctively wanted to complain, but the words caught in his throat. The Land of Rain. What kind of place was that? In various legends, Morgan often appeared as a figure in the tales of King Arthur. But even in the world of magi, verifiable information about her was scarce. Was that her past, or perhaps the time when she was just a young girl, full of dreams? And the way she looked, so much like Artoria, it made it all the harder to doubt their connection as sisters. Breakfast at the Shiomi household was never plain, especially with 2 children under 10 who were still growing. Shiomi made sure they had a nutritious daily diet. After breakfast, Caren watched TV in the living room while Shiomi checked on the magecraft workshop. Since it was a rest day, Sakura was staying home and studying magecraft under Morgan. Today's lesson focused on imaginary numbers. Sakura was born with the imaginary attribute, defined in the world of magi as something that might be possible but does not exist in the material world. Some magi, versed in modern science, refer to it as the imaginary numbers attribute. The essence of this type of magecraft remains deeply mysterious to modern magi. Those who naturally possess it are exceedingly rare, and truly gifted individuals among them appear perhaps once in a century. "Looks like she's picking it up quickly," Shiomi remarked as he took a sip from his cup, watching Sakura's practice. Though she still had a long way to go, the fact that she could already touch upon a non-existent realm left Shiomi genuinely impressed by her potential. She's very gifted. A brief explanation is all it takes for her to instinctively grasp the concept of nothingness, Morgan said plainly from her chair nearby. Shiomi chuckled. That just means you're a good teacher. I couldn't teach her any of this, only basic, practical things that barely make use of her potential. He knew Sakura could become a capable magus even without learning imaginary numbers magecraft. But if she could train in an art aligned with her natural talent, and with enough time, even attaining the grand rank in the Mages Association might not be impossible. Mother is amazing. She knows so much. Sakura suddenly chimed in, full of admiration. Her way of addressing Morgan made Shiomi choke on his drink, coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough. He really wanted to call Morgan out for putting strange ideas into Sakura's head. But after all, she'd impersonated a stepmother to call the school, and now she was giving Sakura a lesson in Age of Gods level magecraft. Shiomi could only cough and shoot her a resentful look. Try not to get too worked up. The curse hasn't fully worn off yet. My magecraft only keeps your daily functions stable for now, Morgan said with a faint, knowing smile. Besides, you look like you didn't sleep well. Did I accidentally use a curse spell? Is that something you can do accidentally? Shiomi twitched at the corner of his eye. It's nothing. Just had a lot of dreams. Morgan's gaze turned a little more serious. Then let me mix you something to calm your nerves. The Holy Grail War is life or death. If you don't rest properly, you'll die. A witch's sleeping incense, huh? Shiomi muttered, neither agreeing nor refusing. Still, I doubt I'll drop dead from a bad night's sleep. Actually, I was hoping we could discuss how to approach our attack on Lancer and his master. That's good to hear. But before that, there's something else you should know, Morgan said. The Holy Church has issued a summons to all masters. Shiomi froze mid-sip. What? 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 23, Alliance. After pressing the doorbell outside the Shiomi residence, Irisfield was greeted by a young girl about the same size as her daughter Ilya. She had long silver hair with softly curled ends and golden eyes. Guests, the girl asked. Irisfield and Artoria had come prepared to visit Tenkei Shiomi as fellow masters, but they hadn't expected to be met with a scene like this. Crouching slightly to speak through the iron gate, Irisfield smiled gently. Yes. We're acquaintances of Mr. Shiomi. We arranged to meet with him today. They're guests. Let them in, Caren, Shiomi's voice called from the front steps. It seemed he had come out when Caren went to answer the door. Okay. Caren promptly opened the gate and let them in. Shiomi came down to greet them and casually lifted Caren with one arm. What a surprise. Is this your daughter? Seeing the child who looked to be about Ilya's age, Irisfield couldn't help but ask, touched by the resemblance. My youngest daughter. Her name is Caren, Shiomi replied naturally. You have more than one. Irisfield was taken aback. Shiomi looked quite young, having one child wasn't too surprising, but two. That was unexpected. The younger one looked around 4 or 5, and the older had to be at least 6 or 7. Yeah. Ignoring Irisfield's surprise, Shiomi simply nodded to both her and Artoria, then led them inside. Once they were indoors, he set Caren down and told her to go play with Sakura in the garden. Then he welcomed his guests into the living room. Your servant. Morgan isn't here, Artoria noted. To meet with another master and servant unaccompanied, even if they had agreed beforehand not to fight, was bold, to say the least. She's out playing with the kids, Shiomi said, gesturing toward the window that faced the backyard. Through the glass, Morgan could be seen seated on the sun-drenched green lawn, teaching Sakura magecraft. She'd found the workshop too stuffy for lessons and had decided midway to move the class outside. Shiomi had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. Artoria, still a little surprised, looked away and decided not to question what Morgan might be thinking. After all, even if she tried to understand, it probably wouldn't help. Before we move on to the main topic, there's something I'd like to confirm first. Shiomi gestured for them to help themselves to the tea, then asked, early this morning, the Holy Church issued an emergency message. They're calling on all remaining groups to unite and eliminate the caster faction for violating the secrecy rules of the Holy Grail War. Are you too aware of this? Irisfield's expression turned solemn. Yes, we've heard. According to the church, they're the ones behind the recent string of child abductions in Fuyuki, targeting children in their sleep, causing disappearances and even deaths. And. Shiomi followed her gaze toward Artoria. Yesterday, while I was on my way back from your residence to reunite with my master in the Einsburn forest, I encountered Castor, Artoria said, frowning deeply, clearly troubled. He was, mentally unstable. He mistook me for Saint Jean d'Arc. Jean d'Arc. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Is Castor connected to her in some way? He introduced himself as Gillista Rice, Artoria added. Ah, Bluebeard, Shiomi muttered, referencing the infamous moniker from folklore. But that detail was secondary. Originally, the plan had just been to discuss with the Einsburn group whether they should agree to the church's proposal and temporarily suspend hostilities to deal with Castor. But now. Judging from how Castor approached Saber, he'll most likely try to contact us again, Irisfield said, relaying Kiritsugu's assessment. If we can use that chance to set up an ambush. I doubt it'll be that easy, Shiomi replied. The church is offering a command spell as a reward for this mission. Judging from the situation, the one who likely used theirs up is Tokiomi. Whether Archer's retreat was related to that was uncertain. Tokiomi hadn't made a direct appearance, but it was the most probable explanation. And command spells are invaluable sources of magical power. Even just using one to support a servant can completely turn a battle around. I thought so. Irisveal nodded. Shiomi's assessment aligned closely with Kiritsugu's. Shiomi paused to think. Let's say we exploit the fact that Castor mistook King Arthur for Jeanne d'Arc and set a trap. Kenneth will no doubt try to seize the opportunity, sending his servant to interfere and steal the credit, reclaiming a command spell in the process. You want to hit two birds with one stone. Artoria caught on quickly. Shiomi gave a small grin. Exactly. Initially, I just wanted to coordinate with other masters to arrange a ceasefire and focus on eliminating the Lancer group. But now that the church has issued this order, whether I get involved or not, Castor is bound to come after you again. So you're escalating your previous proposal, from a truce to a full alliance? Irisveal asked calmly. Everything was proceeding just as Kiritsugu had predicted. Tenkei Shiomi wasn't like a typical Magus. He seemed human. Especially since he had children of his own. Castor is running wild in town. It's only a matter of time before Sakura and Caren become targets. Shiomi's expression darkened as he glanced toward the garden. Even if my barrier is strong enough to keep them out, as a father, I can't just sit by and do nothing. His reasoning was sound. Neither Irisveal nor Artoria had any cause for doubt. I understand. If Ilia were living in this city, I'd ask Saber to defeat Castor immediately, Irisveal said. Ilia. My daughter, Iliasveal von Einsburn, Irisveal said with a warm smile, the unmistakable expression of a mother. When the Holy Grail War ends, she may come to live in Fuyuki. I hope she can be friends with your daughters then, Mr. Shiomi. Shiomi returned a soft, understanding smile. Let me confirm this formally. Ms. Irisveal, you agree to a ceasefire between our sides, and to form an alliance to eliminate Castor, and, if necessary, repel interference from Lancer and his master. Yes. Irisveal extended her hand. She had a personal motive as well. Kiritsugu considered Kirei Kotomine dangerous. If possible, she wanted to use Tenkei Shiomi's strength to eliminate him from the Holy Grail War. This alliance was essential, for both her and Kiritsugu. Then it's settled. We're allied. Shiomi shook her hand and nodded. After releasing her hand, he didn't move to see them out. Instead, he leaned back into the sofa and added. As a gesture of goodwill, and to hinder the other groups, I can also share Archer's true name with you. Please do, Artoria said, her expression turning sharp. Shiomi narrowed his eyes slightly. His name is Gilgamesh, the king of heroes of Babylonia. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 24, Winter Sunlight. After the meeting, Shiomi made his way into the garden to find Morgan. The Witch of Britain clearly had endless patience for entertaining children. As Shiomi crossed the soft green and gold grass, he saw Sakura and Caren using magecraft to awaken blooming flowers and weave them into a crown, which they then placed atop Morgan's head. It was a make-believe coronation ceremony. It wasn't my idea, it was theirs, Morgan said from where she sat on a blanket, as if trying to explain herself. Shiomi let out a dry chuckle. I didn't say anything. Morgan, seeing no way out, silently accepted the jab and changed the subject. Is the meeting over? Didn't I share my senses with you during the talk with the Einsburns? Shiomi replied. He slowly sat down beside her. The sun-warmed blanket helped ease the aching fatigue in his body. As he watched Sakura show off her magecraft to Caren, he continued, I thought you'd object to forming an alliance with the Saber faction. The Holy Grail War isn't some solo duel. When necessary, forming an alliance to take down another side is a perfectly rational strategy. Morgan gave a faint smile. I don't have any lingering attachment to Artoria Pendragon. I'm just curious. Shiomi found her phrasing odd but wasn't sure how to press further. She had lived through that age of legend. For someone like him, from long after, there was no way to fully grasp it. In the end, Shiomi chose to trust Morgan's stance. The alliance was temporary, after all. Once the current crisis passed, hostilities would resume. He was already mentally prepared to be the one to break the ceasefire first. But when I told them Archer's true name, they were stunned, Shiomi said, shifting to lie lazily on his side. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes. The legendary figure from humanity's oldest epic. The one who led mankind in its parting from the gods, opening the curtain on the decline of the Age of Gods. From the age of Gilgamesh, it would be roughly 15 or 16 centuries before Solomon, the king of magecraft, returned divine blessings to the heavens, marking the true beginning of the gods' withdrawal from the world. No matter how he looked at it, Shiomi knew Gilgamesh would be the most difficult enemy in this Holy Grail War. And to make things worse, he had manifested as an archer, possessing the independent action skill, allowing him to act even without a master. Even if the contract with Tokiomi was severed, he would still have time to find a new one and continue fighting. You really know history, Morgan said with a half-teasing tone. Shiomi rolled his eyes. If that's supposed to be praise, I'll take it. But there's something I don't get. How could you recognize the King of Heroes? The end of the Age of Gods in Britain came almost 2,000 years after the 5th dynasty of Uruk. There's a reason. We've met, a few times, Morgan replied vaguely. She didn't want to go into detail. Explaining further might reveal glimpses of the future, and tampering with fixed quantum records could shift outcomes in unpredictable ways. Long life sure has its perks, huh? You get to witness all sorts of things, Shiomi said, dropping the topic. After all, the Holy Grail War system in Fuyuki had only been officially established about 2 centuries ago, but according to church records, it was already the 726th Holy Grail. If similar rituals had existed before then, especially during the Age of Gods, then it wouldn't be strange if Morgan had encountered Gilgamesh before. That's what Shiomi believed. Even without Morgan's help, he could have uncovered Archer's true name. But explaining how would have been much trickier. Additional task, put that arrogant Gilgamesh in his place, wherever he may be. Reward, Archer's true name. After Gilgamesh's appearance last night, Shiomi received this notification. Since he hadn't had a chance to communicate with Morgan, he didn't realize she already possessed such vital information. So at the time, feeling both helpless and obligated, Shiomi took it upon himself to probe Archer. Naturally, he did so with confidence, certain that even if his opponent was absurdly strong, he could still pull out safely. That Morgan had uncovered Archer's true name was a mixed blessing for Shiomi. The downside? It wasn't the least bit useful. You look rather gloomy. Is it because knowing your enemy's identity has made you anxious about the Holy Grail War? If that's the case, I permit you to sever our contract now. Don't try that reverse psychology crap. I may not have joined the Holy Grail War by choice, but I'm not so spineless that I'd back out, Shiomi snapped, flashing a grin as he dismissed Morgan's provocation. Morgan gave a small nod. That's more like it. Those are the words and attitude my husband should have. Seriously, how long are you going to keep playing this pretend marriage thing? Until the Grail War ends. Shiomi still wasn't used to Morgan's bizarre treatment. Is being my husband really so unbearable? Morgan asked with a look of mock contemplation. Ugh, whatever. Do what you want. It's not like I'm losing anything. Giving up, Shiomi shifted his position and laid his head on Morgan's lap like a pillow. After all, Morgan was a breathtaking beauty. Even if this was just playing house, Shiomi didn't exactly feel like he was coming out on the losing side. A little indulgence, a lap pillow, wasn't going to hurt. Turning in already. What a poor example for your children, Morgan teased, entirely unbothered by his behavior. Just conserving energy. The Einsburns will be contacting us tonight. If Castor really insists on mistaking Saber's identity and tries a surprise attack. Shiomi closed his eyes, avoiding Morgan's gaze. Then we'll be waiting in ambush, ready to catch him mid-strike. Isn't it just a forest over there? Morgan's jab hit harder than expected. Shiomi, who had been privately excited at the idea of confronting a legendary hero and staging a dramatic battle like in the stories, was left speechless. In your opinion, do you really think Lancer's master will head for the Einsburn forest instead of launching a direct attack here? Morgan suddenly shifted tone, like a lord consulting her strategist. It's hard to say. That's why I plan to bring Sakura and Caren with me when the time comes, Shiomi replied. I don't want them dragged into the Holy Grail War, and you can't be too trusting of allies, let alone enemies. Human Magus never do learn, do they? Morgan remarked with cutting sarcasm. Shiomi chuckled softly with his eyes closed. If that's the case, then I'm a human Magus too. Do I fall into the never learns category? Hard to say, Morgan replied offhandedly. You're more the type who never learns, but is really good at not learning. You really don't hold back, do you? 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 25, Ambush. Night fell over Einsburn Castle. So, Berserker's master is that naive, agreeing to an alliance so easily. After listening to Irisfield's report, Kiritsugu Amiya gave his assessment. It doesn't match the kind of monstrous combat strength we're dealing with. No, maybe he's just naturally cautious, trying to resolve things as safely as possible. Irisfield looked at her husband's cold expression, the face of the infamous Magus killer, and shook her head. No, Kiritsugu. I don't think that's it. Maybe the reason Berserker's master agreed to help set up an ambush for Castor is even simpler. She frowned, analyzing the situation intently. Oh. You've met him in person. You should know more than I do, Kiritsugu said with a smile, the kind reserved only for his wife and daughter. Because he's a father too, Irisfeel said. His 2 children are about the same age as Ilya. She couldn't deny the empathy stirring inside her. It was a raw, sincere emotion that she couldn't suppress. Then it's probably just as you said, Kiritsugu replied. He had no desire to argue, nor any reason to. He still held on to his humanity. How could he doubt Shiomi, someone moved by the same emotions? Did he mention how we're supposed to meet up? Kiritsugu asked. Driving from Miyama town to this forest still takes a while. Irisfeel placed a piece of obsidian on the table. This is the token Mr. Shiomi gave me. He said it's infused with his synchronized mana. Once it's shattered, he'll know our location. Then he'll appear here, Kiritsugu said, his voice cooling. That strange form of teleportation, was it a grand magecraft performed by Berserker, or Shiomi's own doing? If it was the former, it was manageable. But if it was the latter, then Shiomi couldn't be judged by the logic of an ordinary magus. Kiritsugu. Irisfeel reached out and held his hand. She understood the unease in his heart. Having met Tenkei Shiomi once, she was even more certain their chances of winning the Holy Grail War were slipping. Unlike her husband, who was burdened with strict and lofty ideals, Shiomi had none of those unreachable ambitions. He was the kind of person who used his own hands to grasp every bit of happiness around him. Winning the Holy Grail War didn't matter. Staying alive, returning to his children, that's what truly mattered. You could tell just by looking at him. Irisfeel knew. People who aren't obsessed with winning are the hardest to defeat. I won't let you fight alone, she said softly. I'll protect you. Saber will protect you. And there's also Miss Mia. She couldn't deny who Kiritsugu needed most right now. Only one person could bring back the strength in his heart, the cold, unyielding strength that could shut out all pain and fear. That was something Irisfeel could never give him. If there was one thing she could do, it was simply hold him and offer comfort. But even so, Irisfeel still found herself praying earnestly. Even if she couldn't be of help, she wished the heavens would grant her just a little more time. Let her stay by Kiritsugu's side like this, if only for one more second. And just as she made that desperate wish, it scattered like an illusion. A sudden jolt in her chest made her entire body tense. The forest barrier spell she had only recently learned pulsed violently through her magic circuits. It was an alarm. They're here already. Kiritsugu's murmur was unexpectedly calm. Just from the change in Iri's expression, he had already grasped the situation and shifted into combat mode. Should I send the signal? Yeah. Mia and I will fall back, this fight is yours and Saber's to lead, Kiritsugu said. Good chance to see what he's capable of. Understood. Irisfeel picked up the obsidian and stepped into the outer hall. Channeling her mana into it, the obsidian crumbled into dust and vanished from her palm. A sudden gust stirred through the enclosed hall. From the void, a swirl of black crows burst into being. As the crows dispersed, Tenkei Shiomi appeared, along with his servant, Morgan. But you brought the children too? Irisfeel asked, stunned. No one can guarantee Kenneth won't take the chance, while Morgan and I are away, to attack my home and take them hostage, Shiomi replied matter-of-factly. Are there any guest rooms? I'd like them to get some rest first. Yes, there are. Snapping back to her senses, Irisfeel quickly moved to respond to the unexpected situation. After settling the 2 children in a guest room, she activated a crystal ball for farsight, projecting the image captured by the barrier spell. A strange black robe fluttered in the wind, and the red markings across it looked soaked in blood, flickering through the forest branches. That's Castor. Shiomi narrowed his eyes, his expression turning grim. Castor, Gillis de Rice, wasn't alone. He was surrounded by over a dozen young children. The oldest among them looked barely Sakura's age. Einsburn, can you pinpoint their location? Shiomi asked. Just over 2 kilometers northeast of the castle, Irisfeel answered. They don't seem to be moving deeper into the forest. Morgan closed her eyes, sensing for a moment. Seems he's deliberately avoiding the castle's barriers, lingering just outside to lure us in. At least he's not some third-rate Magus's servant. If it's bait, then those children. Artoria's tone sharpened with anger. If they triggered the traps and defenses outside the barrier too hastily, there was no way to ensure the children wouldn't be caught in it. Then let's give him what he wants. Let's go meet the enemy, King Arthur, Shiomi said to Artoria. That was exactly what Saber wanted. She was about to agree when something struck her as off. Us. You're coming with me, she asked. Of course. Shiomi smiled with confidence. Artoria turned to Morgan. Then, what about the queen? There are children here. I'd like her to stay and protect them, Shiomi said, then looked at Irisfeel. If sharing a room with another servant makes you uncomfortable, you're welcome to move elsewhere, Einsburn. No, I'll stay here, Irisfeel replied. A suspicion had already begun to form in her mind that Kiritsugu might be watching those children. If Castor was successfully defeated, then maybe. As a mother, she didn't want children like Ilya dragged into battle, even if it meant opposing Kiritsugu's objectives just a little. So for now, she would let herself be the hostage. Got it. Saber, let's go. Shiomi turned into the corridor and activated the teleportation magecraft. 40 chapters ahead. P at Trioncom/Pink Snake. Chapter 26, Battle for the Einsburn Forest, 1, bonus. This wasn't Artoria's first time experiencing spatial transfer magecraft, so she was calm enough to take in her surroundings more carefully. She had initially assumed it was a spell Morgan could cast without incantation, but the truth was that it was Tenkei Shiomi's specialty. Both Kiritsugu and Irisveal had misread the situation. Flowers. That wasn't the only change. During the transfer, Artoria noticed something different. The form of the magic had changed. Previously it had manifested as crows, this time, it was flower petals, carrying the scent of spring. Is something wrong? Shiomi asked, already checking the familiar wound on his shoulder. Artoria shook her head. Just a little surprised. The crow-formed barrier reminded me of the Fisher King from my era. You mean the crippled one who lived in seclusion and used crows as his familiars? Shiomi asked, catching on quickly. That's right. His daughter was the mother of Galahad, one of my knights of the Round Table. A trace of helplessness and sorrow passed over Artoria's face. Lancelot, Galahad's father, and Guinevere, they were all tied to the downfall of the Round Table. Even so, Artoria had never blamed any of them. No one was at fault. And because no one was at fault, she had sought the Holy Grail to change the fate that led to such an ending. The form of the transfer magecraft reflects my mood. Since I've got the rare honor of assisting the legendary King Arthur, I figured as a magus, I might as well act the part of that flower-tossing magus, Merlin, Shiomi said. Artoria gave a wry smile. Well, you don't resemble Merlin in the slightest. I'm not an incubus, Shiomi replied, his smile fading. As they exchanged a few short lines, the teleportation spell completed. The two were now deep within the forest, more than 5 kilometers from Einsburn Castle. To Castor, they had walked right into his trap. But from the other side's perspective, the ambush had worked, they'd lured Castor into exactly the situation they wanted. TCH. We're too late. Shiomi clicked his tongue, his voice cold, eyes brimming with hatred and fury. The children they'd seen earlier through the crystal ball, every last one of them, were dead. Even with the fastest transfer, less than 30 seconds had passed, yet all those lives had been claimed by the Holy Grail War. The air was thick with the stench of fresh blood, and the forest floor was strewn with small corpses, grisly proof that just moments ago, those children had been alive. Welcome, Jean. I knew swift action would bring results. Castor stood in the middle of the carnage, smiling broadly, facing Artoria who now gripped her weapon in barely contained rage. He was proud of this grand feast he had orchestrated. His smile oozed self-satisfaction. The black robes draped over his body were soaked in the blood of the sacrifices, making their crimson sheen all the more vivid. What do you think of this horrific scene? Heartbreaking, isn't it? It's tragic, isn't it? Can you imagine the pain these innocent children felt as they died? But Jean, compared to what I've done since losing you, this doesn't even begin to count as a tragedy. Castor's tone was disturbingly calm, as if he were boasting of his accomplishments while describing the massacre before them. You bastard. Shiomi didn't want to hear another word from Castor. Mana surged in his palm, he was ready to unleash a blast. To stay indifferent in the face of this would only mean becoming numb, detached. He was going to kill him in a single shot. Even if it meant revealing more of his abilities, Shiomi didn't care. If it had been Sakura or Caren among those children, he would have already lost control. The last 2 years of peaceful life hadn't been a lie, he truly loved those two. That's why his rage now was unstoppable. Wait. Artoria grabbed Shiomi's right hand, even though she too was seething with fury. As if oblivious to Shiomi's anger, Castor gazed at Saber with twisted delight, a sticky smile spreading across his face. Oh, Jean. Your eyes, burning with rage, they're absolutely beautiful. The reason Artoria stopped Shiomi from releasing his magecraft was now clear, hidden beneath Castor's robe, was the last surviving child among the hostages. The child was still being held under Castor's arm, sniffling, crying. This deranged servant had deliberately left one alive, not out of mercy, but to use as a human shield. If Shiomi had fired that spell, it would have severely wounded Castor, but the child would have been reduced to ash. Let go of that child. Artoria shouted. Monster. Shiomi clenched his teeth and changed the shape of the mana in his hand. You hate me that much. Of course you do. How could you forgive me for turning my back on God's love? You were once the most devout of all in your worship. This war is meant to choose the heroic spirit worthy of the Holy Grail. If you fight in ways unworthy of a heroic spirit, the Grail will cast you aside. And now that you've already been revived, what use do you have for it? Still, if you, Jean, are that desperate to save this one child. To their surprise, Castor released the child, letting him stand on his own. Come now, little one, rejoice. A devout servant of God says she'll save you. That all-powerful God has finally shown mercy. But just so you know, all your other friends are dead. The child, too overwhelmed to comprehend what was happening, clung to the one hope he saw, Saber. Wailing, he ran toward Artoria and clutched at the folds of her skirt. Shiomi gently rested his hand on the boy. Listen, it's dangerous here. Run, straight ahead, you'll see a big castle. Go there and ask for help. As Artoria crouched to comfort the panicked child with as much tenderness as she could muster, Castor looked momentarily puzzled. Oh. Just then, Saber sensed a fluctuation in magical energy. Looking down, she realized the child had lost consciousness. What did you do? She demanded, instantly suspecting Shiomi's touch. Using children as sacrifices for magecraft. You really are the lowest of the low, Shiomi sneered as he turned back to Castor, eyes narrowed. Too bad. I'm a magus too. As long as my rune is engraved on him, he can't be used as a sacrifice in any spell. Greya. You bastard. You ruined everything. Castor shrieked tore through the misty forest like a blade, fury boiling over. But clearly, the one child wasn't his only intended sacrifice. The others, the ones already slaughtered, had been sacrificed too. From the blood that soaked the ground, a dozen writhing, dark green sea demons slithered out, their forms birthed from the children's remains. They quickly surrounded Shiomi and Artoria. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 27, Battle for the Einsburn Forest, 2, bonus. Looks like I wasn't the only one prepared for this meeting. After unleashing his fury, Castor's face twisted into a dangerous grin. You've brought along a magus capable of defiling even the divine. And you're one to talk, Castor, Shiomi shot back, voice thick with mockery. You've got no right to bask in the radiance overflowing from the Holy Grail, not like this so-called Saint Jean d'Arc. He knew full well that the Grail in Fuyuki wasn't the church's true Holy Grail. Ha 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 ha. Radiance from the Lord. I, Gillista Rice, have no need for such things. A thick, leather-bound tome had somehow appeared in Castor's hand. The cover shimmered with a damp sheen, like it had been soaked in water, but it was human skin. It was just a book, yet it pulsed with magical energy on par with a noble phantasm. My comrade Prelatai left me this grimoire, granting me the power to command an army of demons. Arms spread wide, Castor shouted joyfully to the sky, this is my bliss, my faith, my ideal. Shiomi ignored his manipulation and calmly took the child from Artoria, cradling him in one arm. This is bad. The mana flow from these summoned creatures is off. I don't think we can whittle them down slowly, Shiomi muttered, glancing at the unfamiliar child. And with this burden, Saber. Artoria immediately understood. Leaving the child aside while they fought would only split their focus, and worse, the child, having just been saved, might end up as fresh food for the sea demons. What's the plan? She asked, slashing at the enemies with her invisible blade. She was stretched thin. Just as Shiomi had said, every time one sea demon was slain, 2 or 3 more took its place, tightening the encirclement. We hit them with grand magecraft, and take the Castor out in the process, Shiomi said. Artoria instantly caught on. Like you did when you fought Lancer last night. Exactly. These sea demons have high magic resistance. I need to boost the spell's power and precision. Shiomi crouched down, half kneeling in the wet soil, laying the child gently against his legs so he was resting in the mud. But I'll need you to hold them off while I prepare. How long? Artoria swung again, this time cutting down 5 in one breath. Still not enough. 1 minute, Shiomi replied. At that, a surge of determination welled up in Artoria. If I can't even hold for a minute, then I don't deserve to fight for the Holy Grail. She smiled, eyes sharp as blades, fixed on the monsters, and the Castor beyond them. Castor had watched the battle from the previous night. He remembered Shiomi. Knew he was a powerful magus, capable of rivaling even a servant. So he opened the grimoire in his hands and began chanting. The sea demons swelled in number at an absurd pace. In mere seconds, their count had grown to over 30. Shiomi and Artoria could barely even see Castor anymore. And it was exactly because of this explosive rate of multiplication that Shiomi had put so much weight on 1 minute. But don't worry. If we can't hold out even a full minute, someone will be more than happy to wipe us both out with a massive spell, Shiomi joked. Even you. Saber blinked, then chuckled. Then I'd better give it everything I've got, wouldn't want to become another casualty of my sister's magecraft. It was their first time working together, and they were from opposing factions. Deep down, Artoria was tense, unsure if this hostage swap would be enough to keep Morgan in check. After all, Shiomi was far more capable in combat than Irisfeel. But Shiomi's actions had already eased the doubts in Saber's heart. One last thing, how would you like Castor to die? Burned, electrocuted, frozen, or torn apart by the wind? Shiomi had already begun preparing the Grand Magecraft. Saber let out a small laugh. Then go with whatever won't set the forest on fire but can still kill him. As you command. Einsburn Castle, guest room. You seem awfully pleased, my dear husband. Morgan's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Irisfeel blinked in confusion. As someone who was also a wife, she instantly recognized where that tone was coming from. I think it's just Mr. Shiomi's way of easing the tension, she replied with a wry smile. It helps Saber focus on the fight and gives him a chance to protect that child. Sharing a room with a servant from a rival camp had already gone far beyond what Irisfeel had anticipated. No need to be so nervous. Even if you're Artoria's master, I'm not going to lay a hand on you, Morgan said, gaze fixed on the crystal ball. Besides, without the Lesser Grail, the Greater Grail can't be activated anyway, right? Irisfeel was momentarily shocked, then quickly caught on. You already knew. It's a unique system, I'll give you that. But if the servants knew the Grail War's true purpose from the start, the whole thing wouldn't function. Morgan spoke of the Holy Grail War's inner workings like it was casual gossip. As expected of a magus from the Age of Gods, Irisfeel admitted. Still, the fact remains, it is a wish-granting device. That much is true. So. Morgan turned to face her. Are you serious? What? Irisfeel didn't follow. But Morgan didn't elaborate. She simply lowered her gaze slightly. Looks like break time is over. Your place really is swarming with visitors. What? Irisfeel suddenly realized she'd been so focused on Shiomi and Artoria's battle that she'd failed to notice another intruder breaching the barrier from a different direction. Kenneth Elmeloy. She murmured, shifting the crystal ball's viewpoint to spot Kenneth stepping into the forest. But he was alone, his servant had gone towards Saber's location. That was fast. Morgan rose from her chair with elegant composure. The protective wards surrounding Shiomi's domain had been tampered with, subtly and skillfully, like a lock being picked. Morgan, already monitoring the state of the barrier, had noticed this at once. Are you going to intercept him? Irisfeel asked. Isn't that exactly why I was left here? Even if someone casts a spell strong enough to level a city, this room won't so much as flinch. Morgan walked out calmly and shut the door behind her. At once, Irisfeel felt a powerful barrier surge into place. No one could enter or leave now, not without breaking it first. Still, the ward didn't cut off communication with the outside. Irisfeel could continue watching the forest through her crystal ball. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu Amiya was out there in the woods beyond the castle, silently monitoring the battlefield. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 28, Misjudgment. Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald's appearance in the Einsburn forest was no coincidence. Shortly after Tenkei Shiomi and Morgan had left their home, Kenneth, fully armed with magical implements and formal magecraft attire, arrived at the Shiomi residence in Miyama Town along with his servant, Lancer. A magus's home was, by definition, a workshop, typically fortified with layers of powerful barriers and riddled with traps meant to deter both fellow magi and ordinary intruders. In that regard, Tenkei Shiomi was no exception. Though the Shiomi residence's barrier gave the illusion of being unguarded, it was in fact a meticulously designed trap. A single misstep in approach would have triggered complications impossible to shake off. Of course, for someone like Kenneth, Clock Tower's prodigy and heir to a prestigious magical bloodline, it was merely a mild inconvenience. He effortlessly opened a gap in the barrier and ordered Lancer to search the house, only to find it abandoned. Kenneth then used a tracking spell to trace Shiomi's trail, which led him all the way to the Einsburn forest. His plan was straightforward: pick off Castor first, and then seize the right moment to eliminate Tenkei Shiomi. But if the latter had already recognized his disadvantage and sought cooperation from another faction, especially one of the 3 founding families of the Holy Grail War system, then it was a different matter entirely. On his way into the forest, Kenneth discovered that Castor was already engaged in battle. The rapidly multiplying sea demons had engulfed the battlefield. Even Lancer could see only Saber, her figure flashing in and out among the creatures, while Castor stood at the center, sustaining his magecraft through the grimoire in his hands. Yet amid the swarm, Lancer could sense another overwhelming magical presence, one on par with Castor's. A presence equal to a servant. Which meant Berserker was there too. After their initial encounter the night before, Kenneth had come to understand this Berserker was no ordinary brute, but a rare outlier with spellcasting prowess rivaling top-tier casters. He surmised that Saber and Berserker were currently acting on their master's orders, temporarily joining forces to take down Castor. Which made Kenneth's next move obvious. He instructed Lancer to remain hidden, wait for the right moment, and then dive into the fray, snatching credit for Castor's defeat at the crucial moment. Command spells were invaluable strategic assets. Even if his side didn't take any losses, it was essential to prevent other masters from gaining more. Lancer found the tactic distasteful, stealing another's glory ran counter to his knightly ideals. But letting Castor continue his atrocities was far worse. So he swallowed his pride, obeyed Caineph's command, and readied himself to strike down evil as a lone ranger. With Lancer's mission set, Caineph moved deeper into the Einsburn forest and reached the castle grounds. He had prepared for everything. If it came to a magecraft duel, even if he were outnumbered 2-1 or 3-1, he was confident he could triumph over any of the masters, including Tokiomi Tosaka. As expected of a distinguished German magus lineage, Caineph scoffed, surveying the estate. Even in a remote backwater like this corner of the Far East, they still insist on living in a castle. Even though, in terms of ancestry alone, the Einsburn line was no less venerable than that of the Archibalds. Caineph placed a glass bottle filled with mercury on the ground, its weight pressing the base deep into the earth. He had used magecraft to lighten the container enough to carry it with him. Though the bottle appeared no larger than a standard school lab container, it actually held a full 40 kilograms of mercury. Fervor, me sanguis, boil, my blood. This was the centerpiece of Caineph's magical arsenal, his prized mystic code, the Volumen Hydrargyrum. Automatoportum defensio, automatoportum quirera, delectus incrisio. With each incantation, the mercury spilled across the floor began to tremble faintly, as though beads of high-tension liquid were rolling free from the vessel. The doors to Einsburn Castle weren't locked, in fact, they stood wide open, saving Caineph the trouble of breaking in. He climbed the steps and entered the grand hall. I, Caineph Elmeloy Archibald, 9th head of House Archibald, have come to call. Magus of Einsburn, for the Holy Grail we both seek, let us stake our lives and honor in fair combat. Caineph's voice echoed boldly through the hall. But the response he'd anticipated never came. No trap sprung. No magecraft lashed out at him. It was as though the brightly lit castle were deserted. How gaudy. In this age where mystery fades, has magecraft really been reduced to a vulgar tool for chasing hollow fame? A cold woman's voice echoed in reply. With it came the distinct click of high heels descending the stairs. At the top of the staircase opposite the main entrance, where the hall branched into a split platform, a silver-haired woman gracefully descended, hand resting on the railing. She turned elegantly at the landing. She wasn't an Einsburn homunculus, but Berserker. Caineph inhaled sharply. He realized, belatedly, that he'd grown overconfident in his preparations. He'd automatically assumed that the enormous magical energy he'd sensed, on par with the servants, belonged to one. In reality, it had been Tenkei Shiomi, the master, fighting alongside Saber against Castor. Caineph knew he couldn't win against a servant. But escaping alive? That was still possible. He began to activate the Volumen Hydrargyrum to retreat, only for the castle doors to slam shut behind him, sealed with a surge of massive magical power. Despite what I said earlier, Morgan spoke calmly from the top of the stairs, raising her index finger with a faint, amused smile. Since you've come here challenging me with your name and honor as a magus, it would be improper for me not to respond. 1 minute. If you survive my magecraft for 1 minute, I might just let you walk out of here tonight. After all, it had been Caineph who ordered Lancer to attack Shiomi. Just the sight of him stirred Morgan's contempt. Yet now, she found satisfaction in her role as Shiomi's wife. If a wife handled everything for him, Shiomi might not find that appealing, so Morgan refrained from issuing a death sentence. Instead, she would let this arrogant man live, just long enough for Shiomi to deal with him personally. This is bad. The confidence Caineph had moments ago vanished. He now understood, his only hope of survival lay in enduring this minute. Vollständige Verteidigung, complete defense. Defense was the only option. Before Morgan had even finished speaking, he had already steeled himself, waiting in silence for the first attack. He activated the Volumen Hydrargyrum, its mercury shield rising to meet whatever was coming. Chapter 29, a few too many guests tonight. At the same time, in another room of the castle, Kiritsugu Amiya confirmed through the surveillance cameras in the main hall that Morgan had stepped up to confront Caineph. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed toward Irisfield's room, intending to take the children brought by the naive Shiomi as hostages to force the enemy into using a command spell to make their servant commit suicide. However, the door is gone. Standing by the wall where the guest room should have been, Kiritsugu found no sign of a door. He reached out and ran his hand along the wall, clearly sensing the flow of mana, proof that a barrier had been placed here, one meant to disrupt sensory perception. So that's how it is. Kiritsugu let out a bitter smile, grasping the situation. Kiritsugu. Is that you out there? Irisfield's voice came through the wall. You're safe inside, Irisfield. Don't worry. Realizing the other side had thoroughly prepared, Kiritsugu gave up on the hostage plan. At that moment, a line of text appeared on the wall, then slowly faded away. Only those free of sin may pass. He hadn't expected a barrier like this. A sharp wave of scornful anger rose in Kiritsugu's chest. What he didn't know was that this was no ordinary barrier, but one of the 4 categories of magecraft Morgan specialized in: mirror, coffin, garden, and tower. This one was called the Garden of the Innocent, the same type of magic used to imprison Merlin, the Magus of Flowers. Kiritsugu had no time to delve into the details. Irisveel's voice still came clearly through the wall, so when she suddenly gave a sharp gasp, he immediately heard it. "What is it, Irisveel?" "New intruders. They're approaching the castle from another route," Irisveel quickly informed him. Kiritsugu let out a wry smile. "This place is popular tonight." "Kiritsugu, the one coming, it's Kirei Koto mine." Irisveel confirmed it shortly afterward. That name gave Kiritsugu a headache. Saber was fighting Castor, while Morgan remained in the castle to confront Canath and protect Tenkei Shiomi's 2 adopted daughters. Given the situation, unless the new enemy threatened the children, Morgan couldn't afford to help. "Mia and I will go." Kiritsugu picked up the automatic rifle at his side. Even though he had always seen Kirei Koto mine as the most dangerous enemy in this Holy Grail War and kept his guard up, he hadn't planned on facing him this early. But just as Kiritsugu had his eyes on Kirei from the start, Kirei had done the same, seizing the perfect opening to infiltrate the Ainsburn forest alone. It was a twist Kiritsugu hadn't planned for, but at least now, he had nothing holding him back. If even he was barred by the barrier, Kirei Koto mine wouldn't be getting through either. Irisveel was safe, and Saber was locked in a brutal battle. With his resolve set, Kiritsugu left the castle with his assistant Mia, heading into the forest to lay traps and prepare an ambush for Kirei Koto mine. Kiritsugu and Mia breathed in the cold, damp forest air. It was a far cry from the Ainsburn forest in Germany. He couldn't quite remember. How long had it been since he stood on a battlefield with such uncertain odds? 32, or was it 33? In under a minute, Artoria had fallen into a near-berserk state, cutting down sea demons one after another. She'd lost count of how many had spawned by now. She could vaguely sense, this minute was turning out to be far longer than she'd ever anticipated. Glancing back at Shiomi, she saw his body stained with the blue-black ichor of the sea demons. Yet he remained unfazed, fully focused on preparing his magecraft. Castor was well aware of how dangerous Tenkei Shiomi was. Even if he dismissed the men emotionally, rationally he stayed on high alert. Gillista Rice drove his noble phantasm, the Prelatized spellbook, to its limit. Ignoring the disadvantageous terrain, he accelerated the summoning of sea demons to the point that even he himself was engulfed, leaving no clear opening for an attack. 46. Artoria firmly etched the number into her mind. The 46th one. Even with ample mana, she fought fiercely to carve out a circle of safety around Shiomi. But just as she was about to keep swinging her invisible blade, a sea demon lunged forward and wrapped a tentacle around her left wrist. With a roar, Artoria sliced it clean off. But that split second was enough. Another sea demon sprang at Shiomi from behind, ready to swallow him and the unconscious boy whole. "Shiomi." As Artoria shouted in warning, Shiomi calmly clenched his fist and turned, casting a glance at the large sea demon behind him. Castor grinned with twisted glee, anticipating a surge of mana as the creature devoured Shiomi. 2 brilliant flashes, red and yellow, cleaved the beast in half. Instead of sitting on the sidelines waiting to strike Castor at the perfect moment, D'Armwood followed his instincts and leapt to the defense of Shiomi and Artoria. "Lancer." Artoria was taken aback. Shiomi gave a faint smile. "Brace yourselves for the mana shock, Saber, Lancer." He raised his hands once more. A single rune glimmered briefly in the air. "Wild Thunder, Holy War." As he spoke, blinding lightning erupted from the void, engulfing the battlefield. Neither the sea demons nor Castor could escape its fury. Artoria and D'Armwood instinctively drew close to Shiomi, relying on their magic resistance to shield themselves from the backlash of the Grand Magecraft. The sea demons couldn't endure the overwhelming magical surge. After brief, jerky spasms, they burst like water-filled balloons, scattering in every direction. Electric currents rippled across the blood-soaked, muddy ground. Grass and trees shriveled and blackened, the area left in the wake of calamity. "This is..." D'Armwood murmured in awe. "True Grand Magecraft," Artoria whispered. In less than 10 seconds, the lightning faded, leaving behind a devastated battlefield, with residual currents still crackling intermittently. As for Castor, he realized the battle had tipped out of his favor the moment the Magecraft activated and promptly withdrew. That, too, was likely part of his so-called perfect preparation. "Since you stepped in just now, I'll let your master off for tonight, Lancer." Shiomi said indifferently, as though the destruction around him had nothing to do with him. Cradling the boy, he turned back toward the castle. "Next time, I'll come to you. I'm deeply grateful." The moment he laid eyes on Tenkei Shiomi, Lancer understood exactly what kind of opponent Caren had faced. And Shiomi, with a touch of mercy, had chosen to let them go. Unfortunately, it's not time to rest yet, my husband. After updating Shiomi on the situation in the castle, Morgan added the line with an air of casual cheer. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 30, Kiritsugu vs Kirei. Another reason Kiritsugu Amiya didn't want to confront Kirei Kotomine so early was simple: he had virtually no tactical data on the man. Kirei had claimed he lost his servant and sought shelter from the Holy Church, staying out of the action on the surface. But in reality, he had been using the supposedly retired assassin to secretly gather intelligence all along. However, Kiritsugu's prior investigations had convinced him that Kirei wasn't just an intel operative. During his time as an executor, Kirei had accumulated significant combat experience. After joining Tokiomi Tosaka's household, he spent 2 years studying magecraft. Once he acquired his command spells, he feigned a break with Tokiomi and left the Tosaka family. Someone like that, no matter what, should never be underestimated as a master. If possible, Kiritsugu actually preferred for Tenkei Shiomi and Kirei Kotomine to clash first. Whoever won, it would work in his favor. And judging from Shiomi's unfathomable power, Kirei would almost certainly die in the encounter. That had been the plan, until Kirei came knocking. With no way to confirm the state of Saber's battle with Castor, Kiritsugu couldn't afford to pull Saber away to intercept him. Still, he figured the same limitation applied to his opponent. Kiritsugu hadn't exposed any of his weapons, magecraft, or tactics. If he timed it right, this ambush could be a perfect opportunity to eliminate Kirei Kotomine, and, with him, Assassin. Fighting on home ground gave him the advantage. Kiritsugu had already set up a series of crude but effective traps meant to delay or constrain the enemy. The moment Kirei stepped onto the battlefield, automatic rifle fire rained down on him from the forest, triggered by magecraft-assisted mechanisms. But Kirei, a seasoned executor with ample battle experience and prior reconnaissance, had expected this. He knew Kiritsugu would rely on modern weapons, tools most mages scorned, and had come prepared. Originally, Assassin had only reported that Cannith's attack on the Shiomi household had failed. But upon hearing that Cannith had redirected his focus toward the Ainsburn forest, Kirei grew uneasy. If Kiritsugu Amiya were to die here, the purpose of Kirei's participation in the Holy Grail War would be meaningless. Intent on facing Kiritsugu himself, and unaware that both Tenkei Shiomi and Berserker were also present, Kirei infiltrated the battlefield alone. As bullets flew at him from all directions, Kirei dodged with practiced precision, flinging his black keys mid-motion. Clang. Clang. Crack. He heard the unmistakable sound of metal being struck and broken. He knew his black keys had hit a weapon, nothing more. So, were these traps laid in advance? Was Kiritsugu still holed up in the castle? Whatever the case, Kirei decided he had to press forward. Even if it meant fighting Cannith, he had to stop him from killing Kiritsugu. If Kiritsugu was to die, it had to be by Kirei's own hand, after he got the answers he wanted. Kirei stepped over fallen branches and moved deeper into the woods. The moment his foot touched the ground again, another hidden rifle opened fire. Without even looking, Kirei dodged and hurled another black key, but this time it missed. He evaded several more shots in quick succession, the rifle rounds always just half a step behind, biting into the dirt and tree trunks behind him. Taking cover behind a thick tree, Kirei used magecraft-enhanced vision to scan the area, then caught sight of the corner of a black trench coat. Kirei smiled faintly, then spoke. "I didn't expect you to come to the front lines yourself. Looks like Castor gave you more trouble than expected, just relying on a servant clearly isn't enough anymore." Kiritsugu didn't respond, and Kirei didn't expect him to answer a question like that anyway. Instead, as his voice faded, Kirei hurled 4 black keys from either side of the tree trunk. Spinning through the air toward Kiritsugu Amiya, the blades, formed from mana, could, in skilled hands, function like shuriken with curved trajectories. Sensing the incoming attack, Kiritsugu ducked forward at the last second to avoid them. Time Alter, XXL. His body reacted faster than his mind. The magic crest embedded in him activated the Amiya family's time-altering magecraft, generating an internal bounded field to accelerate his movements. To an outside observer, it looked like he had suddenly become unnaturally fast. And along with the flying black keys, Kirei himself launched into close combat. His brutal spinning kick struck a tree as thick as a man's torso, caving it in and bending it until it slowly gave way. Dust and dead leaves burst into the air, swirling chaotically. Kirei, still smiling to himself, watched as Kiritsugu vanished once more into cover. That brief exchange had already made Kiritsugu fully aware of Kirei's danger. Quietly, he signaled Mia to hold her position and wait. Firing prematurely wouldn't help, it could tip Kirei off to Mia's presence, and if he turned to attack her first, Kiritsugu wouldn't be able to protect her. So that's how it is, Kirei murmured to himself again. His kick had missed not because he couldn't match the speed, but because he'd underestimated it. Now that he knew his opponent could double his movement speed with magecraft, he only needed to recalculate and adjust accordingly. Leaning against the tree, Kiritsugu panted heavily. The strain from activating the magic crest was taking a toll on his body. He turned his head slightly, spotted Kirei still a fair distance away, and pulled a flashbang from his coat, preparing to create a diversion and retreat toward the castle. In a one-on-one fight with no prep time, the odds were stacked against him. He didn't believe even his trump card would hit Kirei in the dark. He yanked the pin. Time alter, triple XL. With retreat and disruption both necessary, Kiritsugu pushed himself to even greater speed. The instant the flashbang went off, he dashed toward the castle. If he could lure Kirei into the clash between Morgan and Cannith, he'd have a chance to regroup. But he'd miscalculated one thing, Kirei's physical prowess. Though the flash and blast disrupted Kirei's vision and hearing, Kiritsugu's footsteps still slipped through the noise. Kirei caught them. Then, at a speed even faster than Kiritsugu's, Kirei caught up and, despite impaired senses, slammed a rock-hard hook into Kiritsugu's chest. Thanks to his magecraft still being active, Kiritsugu barely avoided a fatal blow to the heart. But he still heard the crack of ribs snapping, and the force of the hit flung him into a nearby tree. The pain left him unable to lift his weapon. As Kirei closed the distance, Kiritsugu could only watch, until he faintly saw Mia in the shadows, raising her gun. He had no way to stop her from taking that risk. But just then, as Kirei's vision and hearing began to return, he suddenly stepped back. From within the familiar flock of crows, Tenkei Shiomi appeared. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 31, Interception. Lancer's master had already withdrawn. This was confirmed after Tenkei Shiomi unleashed his grand magecraft, wiping out all of Castor's summoned sea monsters and severely injuring the summoner in the process, forcing Castor to retreat. After informing Lancer of this, Shiomi returned to the Einsburn castle with Artoria, carrying the only boy who had survived. The Great Hall was a mess, so much so that even Shiomi was at a loss for words. Morgan had shown no mercy when she went after Cannith. Though Cannith had relied on Volumen Hydrardrum to escape from Morgan's relentless barrage, despite her holding back, he had fled in disgrace, a far cry from the confident declaration of victory he'd made upon arrival. Seeing the extent of the damage, Shiomi regretted choosing the hall as their landing point during the return. Thankfully, Artoria didn't comment on it. She just looked mildly troubled by the wreckage. Still, Tenkei Shiomi had no intention of footing the bill. Sure, he had made plenty of money, enough to provide his 2 adopted daughters with a comfortable life, but that didn't mean he was willing to pay for the damage caused by other factions during the Holy Grail War. If the Einsburns tried to pin it on him, it would be a serious headache. Which was why his next move was to head to the next battlefield and assist Irisfield's husband, Kiritsugu Amiya. It was a favor he could leverage, to shut the Einsburn family up before they even thought of asking for compensation. Shiomi. Tenkei. Kirei's recovering vision allowed him to clearly recognize the familiar figure now standing before him. Shiomi made no move to attack. Sorry, but Saber's master asked me to save this guy. Let's end it here, all right. I see. So it wasn't just a ceasefire, you've actually formed an alliance. Kirei nodded in realization. That wasn't his concern. Tokiomi had believed Shiomi only needed a truce to focus on the Lancer faction, and Kirei had simply gone along with it. That's war for you. One moment allies, the next, enemies. Shiomi smiled faintly. It's been 4 years since we last met. After your wife passed, you left your child in my care. Kirei's face remained emotionless. Now that it's come to this, are you going to use the child to threaten me? Even if you were the one to suggest it, I'd never use Caren as a hostage, Shiomi scoffed. Though he'd adopted Caren out of loyalty to an old friend. That girl had become precious to him. He had no regrets about becoming her father. And you've been in Fuyuki for quite a while now. Now that we've finally met, don't you think it's time you paid your daughter a visit? Shiomi kept the tone light. Kirei lowered his gaze. That won't be necessary. Having entrusted Caren to Shiomi, Kirei no longer believed it was his place to intervene, even if they were related by blood. As for Shiomi's decision to enter the Holy Grail War, Kirei saw no reason to blame him. You're as cold-blooded as ever, Shiomi narrowed his eyes. You really won't back down. Kirei silently assumed a combat stance, staring at Shiomi. I have business with that man. Don't get in my way. Even between old friends, there's nothing to discuss. Oh, really? Shiomi shifted slightly and slowly raised his right hand, placing it between them. Go ahead, Kirei said flatly, his voice devoid of emotion. Then let's see what you've got. The moment Shiomi finished speaking, Kirei lunged. They were more than 5 steps apart, but the tall, powerful executor closed the gap in a single movement. His footwork, which made it seem like he was gliding effortlessly across the ground, was known as moving stance, a secret technique of Bajikwan. Clad in his priest's robes, Kirei slipped into Shiomi's guard like a reaper, fists crashing forward with full force, aiming for Shiomi's shoulders to disable his arms. No, this can't be. Kiritsugu, still conscious, whispered to himself in a voice only he could hear. He had seen the force behind Kirei's strike, it was strong enough to kill any Magus. But Shiomi had blocked it. With just his right hand. Not only that, but at the moment of contact, he shifted his body, pulling Kirei's arm to the side, dispersing the force and redirecting Kirei's momentum away from him. Clench your teeth. Like swinging a flail, Shiomi twisted Kirei's arm, spun on the spot, and hurled him into the air. Kirei flipped midair and hit the ground, skidding back across the dirt before slamming into a tree and coming to a stop. A second later, Shiomi closed in with the same speed, rushing right up to him. His punch tore through the air with explosive speed and power, colliding head-on with Kirei's fist. The resulting shockwave shook the surrounding branches violently. Kirei still had one usable arm. He took the opening to throw a left punch, trying to seize the initiative. As an executor who had honed his body to its limits, Kirei had a clear sense of his own capabilities. Yet even so, he felt that Shiomi's body had gone beyond anything steel could compare to. Shiomi didn't block the hit. Kirei's punch landed squarely on his unguarded arm, but it felt like striking solid stone. Shiomi didn't budge an inch. Did he reinforce his body with runes? Kirei wondered silently. His punches were like cannon blasts, yet Shiomi intercepted every single one with even greater speed. Then, in a fleeting gap, Shiomi grabbed Kirei's fist and, leaping forward, caught the other incoming punch with his knee. This was exactly the close-quarters exchange Kirei had hoped for. But just as he tried to break free using a burst of internal force, pain shot through his clenched hand, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of bones cracking. The hardest part of his fist had been crushed. The pain was so sharp and unexpected that even after gritting his teeth, a low growl slipped out from Kirei's throat. Tenkei Shiomi had crushed the bones in Kirei's clenched fist. Repeating the same motion, Shiomi yanked Kirei up again, swinging him into the air. As Kirei came down, Shiomi's side kick smashed into his abdomen. Blood spewed from Kirei's mouth as his body curled midair and was launched deep into the forest. A moment later, the sound of a heavy impact echoed through the trees. I might have overdone it. Am I getting jealous or something? Shiomi muttered to himself with a twinge of guilt. He knew Kirei wouldn't die, but maybe he'd struck too hard without meaning to. Was it because of Caren? Was it anger at Kirei for refusing to see his own child? Or maybe, as Karen's current father, did he feel the need to prove he was stronger than Kirei to feel justified in raising her? Shiomi shook the thought from his mind, feeling it was unfair to Caren. He turned and walked over to check on Kiritsugu. Seeing Mia supporting the unconscious Kiritsugu to his feet, Shiomi couldn't help but mutter. You had backup. And you didn't say anything. Whatever. Chapter 32, Strike While the Iron is Hot. How is Kiritsugu? Irisville looked at her husband lying in shock on the bed and asked Tenkei Shiomi, who was examining his condition. He avoided Kirei's vital strike, but his ribs and internal organs suffered varying degrees of damage. Shiomi's hand rested on Kiritsugu's chest. When he lifted his hand, a glowing rune remained behind. With this rune, he should be able to get out of bed and move around after a day or so, Shiomi said. As expected of a hereditary Magus. The magic crest he inherited began activating the moment he was seriously injured, initiating self-healing. Even so, the healing effect was harsh and demanding. It first depended on the amount of mana the bearer possessed, and second, on the quality and level of the crest itself. If the wound had been fatal, Kiritsugu Amiya likely wouldn't have survived. Shiomi's rune could only maintain continuous healing under the assumption that he was still alive. Thank you very much. Irisville was at a loss for words. She knew her husband was wary of Shiomi, but it was a different kind of wariness than what he felt toward Kirei Kotomine. Shiomi's power was too unpredictable. It was best to avoid a head-on conflict from the start. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to do a favor. Shiomi shrugged. That way, I'm not liable for any damage to the castle, right? Irisville blinked, then gave a wry smile and nodded. Of course. With the Einsburn family's wealth, damage on that level was hardly worth mentioning. But it was clear this master didn't think like a typical Magus, so all Irisville could do was smile helplessly and accept the implication behind the gesture. Afterward, Irisville left Mia to look after Kiritsugu and accompanied Shiomi to the adjacent parlor. Artoria and Morgan were there, drinking tea. I heard Castor already took off. My husband's really something, he even had the time to help treat people from another camp, Morgan said gracefully, sipping her tea. Aren't you worried someone else might take Castor out first? I don't care who takes him out. It's not like I need another command spell, Shiomi replied, one hand on his hip. Besides, you're one to talk about being leisurely. Aren't legendary nobles supposed to be laid back? Morgan calmly glanced at him. So what, you want me to sit around doing nothing and wait outside? That's not what I meant. Shiomi knew he couldn't win this exchange and turned his gaze to Irisveal and Artoria. As you heard, Castor escaped. He probably realized things were going south when I launched that wide-range magecraft and pulled back early. Artoria nodded. That was inevitable. Castor claimed to be fully prepared, so retreating intact was probably part of that plan. Talked all big, but that's all the courage he had, Shiomi muttered. At that point, Irisveal asked, then what now? With Castor still out there, he could strike again. And our alliance? Kiritsugu had suffered grave injuries due to incomplete intel and a rushed engagement. Even if he recovered, he wouldn't be at full strength back on the battlefield. If possible, Irisveal hoped to maintain this alliance for a while longer, at least until the others were eliminated. I don't mind. Lancer stepped in to help earlier, so I let Kenneth off the hook for now, Shiomi said, then looked at Morgan. Would have been great if you'd finished him off right there. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to handle it yourself? Morgan accepted the jab with a cool smile. Seems I misunderstood. My husband prefers to let others do his work. Forget it. Shiomi gave up. Morgan kept calling him my husband. At home, he could pretend not to hear it and let it slide. But now, in front of Irisveal and Artoria, every time she said it, goosebumps rose all over his back. He wasn't thick-skinned enough to shrug it off. Especially not with Artoria here, someone directly connected to Morgan. Directly connected? Shiomi suddenly froze. As the tension from the battle faded, the dream from the night before resurfaced in his mind. The end, the land of rain. What kind of place was that? There was no mention of such a place in the legend of King Arthur. But then again, legends were full of contradictions and vague accounts. So Morgan. What are you thinking about? Morgan asked, sipping her tea. Shiomi snapped out of his thoughts and realized he'd been standing there lost in thought while everyone else was watching him. He glanced at the untouched cup of black tea in front of Artoria and thought, you two were going at it like storm and fire just yesterday, and now you're calmly drinking tea together. Guess your relationship isn't that bad after all. Nothing, just thinking it's best not to leave too much time for complications to arise, Shiomi said as he turned around. Might as well deal with Lancer's master before dawn. My husband really is fond of battle. Morgan's tone was teasing, but she stood up without the slightest hesitation, making it clear to everyone just how in sync this master and servant pair truly were. Still, back-to-back battles are bound to wear us down. After taking on both Castor and that executor, do we really have energy left? Morgan brought up another important point. Shiomi replied nonchalantly, same goes for Kenneth. If you hadn't gone easy on him, he'd be dead in the hall by now. Everyone's drained, seems fair. Even if Kenneth had escaped with his life, the flurry of magecraft Morgan unleashed in just 1 minute had likely left him heavily exhausted just from defending himself. Putting aside that everyone was equally worn down, even if Kenneth were at full strength, Shiomi had no doubt he could beat him. To Shiomi, academic magi like that were just too easy to handle. Besides, having Kenneth constantly watching him was starting to get under his skin. He couldn't stand being stared at. In that case, I suppose I have no choice but to go along, Morgan said knowingly. But before that, I need to take Sakura and Caren home to get some rest, Shiomi added. After that, we'll pay a visit to the Hyatt Hotel downtown. That was where Lancer's master, Kenneth, was hiding. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 33, Chapter 33, The Assault Approaches. Fuyuki City is split in two by the Mayan River. To the west lies the older, more traditional Miyama town, while the east is home to the rapidly developing Shinto, the economic heart of the city. The Hyatt Hotel, currently the tallest building in Shinto at 32 stories, stands as a symbol of this progress. The top floor of the hotel had been lavishly reserved by a single guest, Kenneth L. Meloy Archibald. At the moment, Kenneth sat in his room, his body battered and breath ragged. His servant, Lancer, knelt quietly at his side, just like a loyal knight out of a film or drama. Having served a lord in life, D. Armwood could easily sense how foul Kenneth's mood was. He had just suffered a humiliating defeat. It was his second one. Despite all his meticulous preparation for the long-awaited Holy Grail War, Kenneth had suffered repeated setbacks, and the damage to his confidence was severe. A genius who had always stood head and shoulders above his peers, whether among his family or within the Magus Association, Kenneth had never experienced true failure. No matter the challenge, he always outperformed others with ease. He had never been driven by a burning ambition or lofty goals. He simply excelled at everything he attempted. That was all. He'd realized early on that he was what people called a prodigy. But he never let it go to his head, nor did he take pride in it. He simply accepted his talent as the natural order of things and kept moving forward. He'd never known hardship or the fear of losing his edge. The young Scáthach had always been in full control of his world, and not once had he doubted that truth. An exceptional Magus. The legitimate heir of the distinguished Archibald family. He had not only inherited their magic crest and generations of magical knowledge, but was also gifted with rare and extraordinary talent of his own. All of these facts gave legitimacy to his pride. It was no wonder he truly believed that nothing in this world was beyond his grasp. And that belief wasn't just his own, it was shared by everyone around him. Whether it was completing brilliant research at the clock tower or rising through the ranks faster than anyone before, Scáthach's path had always been smooth and unchallenged. Everyone naturally accepted it, because he was the renowned Lord Elmeloy. He was used to being called a child prodigy. Even if people envied or resented him, he never felt particularly satisfied or proud. This was simply the expected outcome of his life. That had always been the case. And his future success, too, had never been in doubt. To Scáthach, this was a sacred and inviolable pact, his contract with life. An absolute premise. Because the order of the world had always been so clear and self-evident to him, any rare and unforeseen inconvenience or coincidence that led to an unexpected outcome felt like utter chaos, an intolerable disruption, a blasphemy against the very order of existence. Like now. Twice in a row, Tenkei Shiomi had made a fool of him. The first time, Lancer fought alone and couldn't take down Shiomi. The second time, Scáthach misjudged the situation and, flaunting his prized mystic code, tried to challenge Shiomi personally, only to run into Berserker. Scáthach had never thought highly of Tenkei Shiomi. He was aware of Shiomi's existence within the Mages Association, currently favored by the democratic faction's Valuelita. After stepping down from his role as a sealing designation enforcer, Shiomi had continued to take on assignments as an independent magus. Though known as the disciple of the Grand Puppeteer and someone who had studied Age of Gods runes restored by Tokuo Ozaki, Scáthach dismissed runes outright as a worthless, obscure field of magecraft. After all, the Mages Association was founded by Solomon's disciples, the king of magecraft himself. Rune magecraft, being a completely separate system with no ties to Solomon's lineage, had declined over time. That alone, in Scáthach's eyes, made it unworthy of respect. He had never interacted with Shiomi directly, nor had he ever reviewed the man's mission history. Even though, as Lord of the Clock Tower, he had full access to those records, he simply hadn't bothered. That was why this outcome was so hard to believe, so impossible to accept. A magus able to stand toe-to-toe with servants, even challenge that mysterious golden servant. A berserker who, despite being under B-rank mad enhancement, retained its sanity and could use magecraft on par with the Age of Gods. Each fact piled atop the next, and after nearly losing his life tonight, Scáthach had reached the peak of frustration. Lancer, what are your thoughts on the battles ahead? Scáthach asked. With all due respect, if our goal is to claim the Holy Grail and offer it to you, my lord, then for now, we should adopt a defensive stance, wait as the others wear themselves down, and only then consider striking. Armwood, casting aside his usual fiery spirit, gave his advice with calm composure. Now was no longer the time to seek out duels or uphold knightly ideals. This was a battlefield, pure and simple, where one misstep could mean death. Lancer was well aware that even without his intervention tonight in the Einsburn forest, the sea demon wouldn't have been able to harm Shiomi. He had only stepped in because he felt guilty for the ambush he had been forced into the night before. So even you think that's all we can do? Scáthach groaned, massaging his temples. There was no helping it. Lancer had been his backup plan. Scáthach had originally intended to summon the King of Conquerors, but after Waver stole the relic, he'd been left with no choice but to summon Lancer, and his odds of victory had dropped significantly. If the situation's against you, just admit it already. Stop pretending you're still in control. A woman emerged from the bedroom, her voice sharp with reproach. It was Soleui Nuadari Sophia, Scáthach's fiancée. Your opponent is an independent magus. You brought this on yourself by underestimating him and skipping the preliminary investigation. Soleui didn't hold back, directly pointing out Scáthach's blunder. Soleui. Scáthach didn't snap back at her. Instead, he looked hesitant, even conflicted. I looked into Tenkei Shiomi through my contacts in the association. He's not just doing odd jobs. He's been involved in sealing designations, and even cooperated with executors from the Holy Church. He's a battle-hardened magus. Of course, Soleui didn't mention that she'd first investigated him out of curiosity about a strikingly handsome magus around her own age. Though that vague curiosity had long since vanished with the summoning of Lancer, what remained now was hard intel. Sealing designation enforcer. Scáthach's frown deepened, but before he could say anything more, an alert rang out from the bounded field he had constructed as a makeshift workshop. Both Lancer and Soleui sensed it too, an intense surge of approaching mana. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 34, The Broken Secret of the Twin Spears. For Caren, the barrier's alarm signaling an intruder wasn't cause for panic. He even took the time to change out of his battle-soiled clothes and into a fresh set. Above the 30th floor of the hotel, there was no one else but Caren and his group. It was clear that a magical suggestion had driven all unrelated individuals away. Caren appreciated this kind of textbook Magus conduct. Through the barrier and his familiars, he could clearly see who had arrived. It was Tenkei Shiomi, the same man who had been in the Einsburn forest just moments ago. Trailing behind him was his Berserker servant, now fully armed. Although Caren had spent a large amount of mana earlier defending himself and fleeing the castle hall from Berserker's assault, he was back in his workshop now. Even if it came to a drawn-out battle, he was still confident in his ability to win. He had paid handsomely to reserve the Hyatt Hotel's top floor and transformed it into a large-scale magical workshop. Of course, the transformation was magical rather than physical. He had set up 24 layers of bounded fields on the 32nd floor, defenses so thorough they could be likened to a fortress wall of magecraft. In addition, he had 3 dedicated magical energy reactors to provide and replenish magical energy. As a countermeasure, he had also summoned dozens of evil spirits to replace traditional hounds as defensive entities. It was home turf in every sense. Caren sat in his chair, sipping champagne, calmly awaiting Tenkei Shiomi, who would inevitably be drained by the workshop's traps, to arrive before finishing him off. He was itching for bloodshed, and Shiomi coming to die at his doorstep couldn't have suited him better. Don't think that ceiling designation enforcers are the only ones who know how to fight. When it comes to real combat, I'm not inferior to any Magus, Caren said to his fiancée. Normally aloof, Sola Ui offered him a gentle smile. Of course. I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do. Her words only fueled Caren's fighting spirit. He had even timed exactly when to go out and face Shiomi. If Shiomi collapsed on the way up, killing him wouldn't feel like much of a victory. Worse, Sola Ui might look down on him for it. First things first, check on Lancer. With that thought, Caren linked into his servant's vision and hearing to assess the battlefield. Lancer hadn't seen combat tonight and was in peak condition. He did feel slightly guilty about intercepting Shiomi like this. But it couldn't be helped. Avoiding battle now would be a betrayal of his master. When he saw Shiomi exit the elevator on the 31st floor, Lancer stood in the wide hall and gave him a slight nod. Berserker followed close behind, but that didn't bother Lancer. Servant versus servant, master versus master, that was the natural order. Understanding Lancer's silent permission to pass, Shiomi didn't hesitate. He simply said to Morgan, "I'll leave this to you," and walked past Lancer, heading upstairs. The elevator's access to the top floor had been disabled, so Shiomi had no choice but to take the stairs, even though they were riddled with traps. Out of the corner of his eye, Lancer watched Shiomi vanish into the emergency stairwell before turning his attention back to Berserker. Her features were identical to Saber's, only her hair and eye color were different. There was no doubt she was a servant with a blood relation to her. If that was the case, then last night's skirmish at sea may not have been hostile, it might have just been a mutual probe. A Berserker and a Magus. Lancer tightened his grip on his twin spears, his gaze locked onto the magical lance once used by Tenkei Shiomi. No declaration, no signal, the battle had begun. Lancer shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance with Berserker and thrusting his longer red spear. Clang. The weapons clashed, then locked again in close quarters. That Berserker could fight in melee came as no surprise, Lancer had anticipated it. As a spear-wielding servant himself, D'Armwood was genuinely pleased to face another combatant skilled with the same weapon. That alone made the battle worthwhile. There was no longer a need for tactical feints, the opponent had surely seen through the true name of his noble phantasm. No need for probing attacks either, the enemy was already at the gates. This was a battle to the death. Lancer's twin spears moved like the wind. Morgan didn't hold back either. The two exchanged fierce strikes, their weapons spinning and clashing in a fluid, relentless rhythm. Their techniques were too fast for the eye to follow. Within a single minute, they had already exchanged dozens of blows before parting once more. That spear work. Lancer's expression grew serious. Oh. As expected of a Lancer servant, just one exchange and you could tell, Morgan said, holding her spear one-handed. So it really is, Lancer murmured, stunned. The answer was obvious, Morgan's spear techniques were identical to Tenkei Shiomi's. But who taught whom? Did the servant teach the master, or the master the servant? Either way, it made no sense. The reason was simple. Whether it was Tenkei Shiomi or Morgan, that level of mastery couldn't have been developed in the short time since the Holy Grail War began. It wasn't something one could acquire overnight. More than that, Morgan seemed to know exactly how to fight someone like D'Armwood, who used twin spears. Every time he tried to thrust at her with his red spear, Morgan would counter fearlessly with her own magic spear. It wasn't an attempt at mutual destruction, Lancer understood that clearly. Because he wielded two spears, he had to grip them closer to the center to control them one-handed. That meant even the longer spear had its reach compromised. Morgan, however, was different. She held her strange magical spear with both hands. It was longer than standard, and when she struck, she didn't need to wait for D'Armwood to land a blow. Just by gripping the end of the shaft, her weapon's tip could already reach him. No matter how many times he tested it, the result was always the same. I didn't expect to meet someone so familiar with anti-dual spear tactics. D'Armwood felt a mounting pressure. I assumed you weren't a close combat fighter. Seems I underestimated you. Somewhere deep down, I let my guard down. He had no interest in uncovering the relationship between Berserker and her master. It was irrelevant to him. D'Armwood withdrew his short spear and spun the red one a few times in his hand. Now that the secret of the twin spears has been exposed, I won't rely on luck anymore. Losing one noble phantasm was a handicap, but it was better than having his style completely countered, and dying for it. Lancer, D'Armwood Ua Dubni, shall face you with a single spear. Morgan gave a faint smile, her magical spear raised, its tip already trained on D'Armwood's head from afar. Chapter 35, Testing the Blade. Tenkei Shiomi pushed open the iron door to the 32nd floor emergency stairwell and stepped into the corridor, immediately sensing the signs of magical reconstruction throughout the entire level. This was unmistakably Magus territory now. With every step he took, the mana fluctuations from the layered barriers rippled against his senses. 23. Shiomi muttered. No, 24 barriers. Is Caren trying to turn this place into the Japanese branch of the Mages Association? As if in response, unstable magical energy slithered along the walls and ceiling, converging on him from every direction. It was an automatic magical attack, triggered by an intruder breaching the ward. Dark red lightning flared, surrounding Shiomi in a crackling storm of noise. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the currents vanished completely. Are you seriously underestimating me, Caren El Meloy Archibald? Shiomi said, continuing forward while tracing rune characters in the air. Each completed rune shimmered briefly before vanishing into nothing. Shiomi didn't mind precision work, but he had no intention of wasting time dismantling all 24 barriers one by one. Better to crush them in a single sweep. Caren, a certified genius, had of course prepared countermeasures to retaliate when the wards were destroyed, but the resulting magical attacks were far too flimsy for Shiomi. Not enough. Nowhere near enough. This level of mana output didn't even compare to the practical combat training he'd received under his mentor, Scáthach, in the Land of Shadows. Every spell here reeked of that overly refined, textbook flair unique to Clock Tower instructors. Every step was by the book. Every trap, perfectly timed with the destruction of a barrier. And that's exactly why it didn't work. Shiomi dismissed it entirely. He wasn't a researcher. He had no interest in magical theory or dissecting spell constructs. From the very moment he'd first encountered magecraft, what he learned was how to fight with it. Using the Divine Age rune magecraft in a battle against modern magi might seem like overkill, but Shiomi had always wanted to test how far he could push it. Someone as brilliant and prepared as Caren, surely he could handle it. With a grin of excitement he didn't even realize had crept onto his face, Shiomi extended a hand, gently grasped the air, then clenched. The very space around him cracked, shattered, and then stitched itself back together as if reality itself had been momentarily torn apart. No, no way. Caren stared through the barrier, watching Tenkei Shiomi's movements via his familiars. He had been full of confidence, planning a textbook defensive counterattack, ready to defeat Shiomi and prove his strength to Sola Ui, his ever-distant fiancée. But the 24 layered barriers he had so carefully prepared, meant to drain a significant portion of Shiomi's mana, had all been shattered in an instant. The top floor's defenses vanished without a trace, leaving Caren with no chance to repair them or even engage in a war of attrition. In that case, he swallowed his frustration and resumed his usual composed demeanor, raising his hand with deliberate calm. Dozens of demonic spirits surged from the shadows, brimming with magic, his watchdogs now unleashed. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Their numbers were impressive, and their magical power far too high to be sustained by Caren and Sola Ui alone. So that's it. You even brought a mana magical energy reactor from the Clock Tower for the Holy Grail War. He muttered to himself. Well, of course. The Archibalds of the El Meloy lineage, prestige and wealth to match. Bringing a priceless artifact like that was just another advantage of being from such a house. While Shiomi was lost in thought, a hulking demon hound lunged at him. The beast, over 3 meters tall, bared its black fangs as it snapped its jaws at him. But familiars lacked true cognition, they couldn't comprehend why they suddenly couldn't move. Only Caren saw it clearly. Shiomi had simply raised his hand and caught the hound's upper jaw mid-strike. He looked up slowly, a deadly glint flashing in his eyes. With a twist of his body, he swung the captured beast like a club, slamming it into another that had tried to ambush him from behind. In an instant, the hallway had turned into a bestial battlefield. Demon hounds, wolves, lions, leopards, tigers, the spirits had taken on the forms of vicious predators, each one brimming with speed and power. A single claw swipe could tear through reinforced concrete. Even a 10-meter gap was nothing to them, one pounce was all it took to close the distance. Those that had been knocked away quickly regrouped, encircling Shiomi with slow, calculated steps. Magus weren't suited for close-quarters combat, which was exactly why Scáthach had prepared these familiars as a contingency. Then came another snap of Shiomi's fingers. The signal triggered the beasts to strike, but before they could even leap, they were swallowed by a sudden iceberg that had erupted out of nowhere, their bodies crushed within it. Shiomi spun and swept his hand outward. 5 streaks of lightning lashed out from around him, entangling the spirits that had dodged the ice. The moment they were struck, the familiars lost all strength, dropped to the ground, and dissolved into dark mist. Shiomi watched it all with quiet indifference. He stepped forward, boots crunching over shattered ice as he made his way toward Scáthach's location. Of course, things wouldn't go that smoothly. The familiars weren't truly destroyed, just repelled. More awaited him up ahead. In the dim corridor, the next wave of monsters began to rise, shifting from beast forms into humanoid ones. Oh. So they've got more than one form. That's a nice twist. Shiomi slipped back with sharp reflexes to avoid a flurry of claws, then pivoted and delivered a straight kick with his right leg, connecting squarely. Amid the melee, the monsters began casting spells, wind blades, water swords, magical projectiles. The elegantly decorated corridor of the Hyatt's top floor had become a ruined battleground in seconds. From the shadows, Scáthach was enhancing the familiars with his magecraft and coordinating their attacks. Still not showing yourself, Scáthach? Shiomi shouted. After dodging several beasts, he landed at the far end of the hall. If you're that capable, then break through your familiars and come face me yourself. A ceiling designation executor's power should be more than this. Scáthach's voice echoed from the corridor, transmitted via magecraft. Is that so? Then I suppose I won't hold back. Shiomi's voice dropped low, though in truth, he hadn't held back from the start. The monsters lunged from all sides, their charge reinforced by a flurry of long-range magical attacks. It formed a perfect trap, walls closing in from every direction. Scáthach's heart pounded with excitement. This time, escape seemed impossible. SHHHK. The sharp sound of something being sliced snapped Scáthach out of his thoughts. The familiars were gone, completely annihilated. Standing where he was, Shiomi held a long spear in his hand. Its design bore a faint resemblance to Gi Dirge, Crimson Rose of Exorcism. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pink snake. Chapter 36, 5 against 1. Although he was known for wielding twin spears, D'Armwood was by no means limited to a single fighting style. In life, he had possessed 4 weapons in total, not just the red and yellow spears, but also a red sword and a yellow sword. When he deemed the battlefield particularly perilous, he would often enter battle with just the red spear and red sword. As a servant summoned under the Lancer class, D'Armwood could no longer wield the dual-sword Noble Phantasms, but that didn't stop him from fighting effectively with only his red spear. Morgan's spear technique was exceptional, so much so that D'Armwood couldn't help but be drawn into the thrill of the duel before him. More than that, there was something in her movements, an unmistakable trace of Celtic warrior style. D'Armwood didn't know Morgan's true name, but if she had been a servant with ties to the Celts, he would have recognized her. That left only one possibility: her master, Tenkei Shiomi, must have deep connections to the Celtic tradition. After all, even the ancient Ford of the Fork Branch formation was within his knowledge. Clearing his mind of all distractions, D'Armwood's spear work grew even sharper. Not only was he able to fend off Morgan's assault, he gradually forced an opening in her technique. Finally, he caught the critical gap. With a deft upward flick, he knocked Morgan's magic spear aside. "No mercy under my spear," D'Armwood shouted as he drove the red spear forward, piercing Morgan's chest. Blood sprayed from the wound. A lancer, indeed. "If we're talking pure technique, I was never first-rate," Morgan said as her spear slipped from her hand and clattered heavily to the floor. "Not at all. Your spear work was magnificent. It reminded me of tales I heard in my youth," D'Armwood replied sincerely. As fellow servants, he could feel it, Morgan's spirit origin was dissipating. It left a tinge of regret in his heart. He wondered if she had held back on using magecraft out of concern for the power of Gi Dirge, Crimson Rose of Exorcism and his innate magic resistance. That possibility made the battle feel somewhat unfair to him. In the dim hall of the 31st floor, Berserker's body began to fade into transparency, then disappeared altogether. The sensation of his red spear embedded in her flesh faded along with it. D'Armwood remained where he was, gripping his spear in one hand, preparing to retrieve the yellow spear he had discarded earlier and return to his master's side, to help Caren repel Tenkei Shiomi. Now that their servant was gone, a master alone was no real threat. Or so he thought, until, before he could shift into spirit form, he felt a chill of murderous intent strike him from behind. A warrior's instinct honed through countless battles moved his body faster than thought. He spun and raised his spear to parry the attack. Who goes there? Attacking from behind is a coward's. Wait. Lancer's shout faltered into silence. What he saw stunned him. It was Berserker. The very same Berserker whose spirit origin had just dissipated was now standing before him, calmly retracting her magic spear. How is this possible? Lancer muttered, too shocked to fully form the words. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't a trick of the light. That last strike was undeniably hers. Just as vicious, just as precise, aiming straight for a fatal blow. Lancer, you didn't really think beating one of me was enough to rest easy, did you? The voice was unmistakably Morgan's, but it came from behind him again. D'Armuid turned. From the shadows emerged another Morgan. And then another. And another. Identical forms stepped out from the darkness at all angles, same clothing, same face, same deadly magic spear in hand. Berserker. There's more than one. D'Armuid's voice trembled slightly. The hollow stillness of battle had vanished, replaced by confusion over the current situation. What's so strange about that, Lancer? I may have manifested under the Berserker class, but I'm also a Magus. Morgan's voice carried a mocking smile, laced with sarcasm. And as a Magus, things like clones equal to myself are entirely within reach. Facing the sight of 5 Berserkers, D'Armuid flicked his toes and picked up the yellow spear he had discarded. The tide had turned once again. He could no longer calculate whether he had any hope of surviving against 5 Berserkers. All he could do now was fight with everything he had, upholding the name of a knight. Then, fight to your heart's content, Lancer. Morgan, the only one standing empty-handed, spoke lightly before turning away and vanishing. Lancer had no way to pursue her. That had to be the real one. And that real one was now heading upstairs. Lancer could only hope that his master would grasp the situation and summon him with a command spell. Morgan ignored Lancer entirely, leaving the sounds of clashing weapons on the 31st floor sealed behind the fire door. She surveyed the chaos on the 32nd floor corridor and confirmed that Shiomi was still safe. After all, the mana link between them remained completely unbroken. With that reassurance, the Fairy Queen walked unhurriedly through the wreckage. The magic used to create clones was exceptionally mana-intensive to activate and maintain. A Magus typically had limited mana, so Morgan's ability to use such a spell so effortlessly spoke volumes about the exceptional caliber of her master. His magic circuit quality was rated A-, with a composition marked as abnormal, and the quantity ranked at an EX level. Even that wasn't the most remarkable thing. What truly set Tenkei Shiomi apart was his ability to draw mana directly from the greater source, far beyond the capabilities of modern magi. Taking it all into account, the mana fueling Morgan's actions essentially came from the ambient mana of the world itself. The master named Caren had brought a magical energy reactor to compensate for his own limitations. But to Shiomi, mana was like air, freely available. Like breathing in oxygen, with every breath he took, he claimed the mana of the greater source as his own. In a sense, the greater source was Shiomi's magical energy reactor. Soon, Morgan spotted Shiomi standing in the hall on that floor, the red spear in his hand slowly fading away. As if the sight of the weapon stung her eyes, Morgan frowned in displeasure. If you needed a weapon, you could have just asked me. You need one too, don't you? Shiomi replied with a resigned look. Besides, I have my own. Last time, I just didn't want to disrespect your kindness. As he spoke, Morgan had already walked up to him. Since you're my husband, at least take my advice. Someone like you shouldn't rely too much on that spear. Rely, huh? Shiomi thought she was being a bit dramatic. To him, the spear was simply effective for taking out familiars. Anyway, I'll handle things from here. Just stand back and enjoy the show. That was my plan from the start. With that, Morgan changed back into her regular attire and adjusted her glasses. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 37, Brand vs. Pride, bonus. Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald had finally come to a realization. The Holy Grail War wasn't merely a contest of honor and life between magi. As its name suggested, it was a full-fledged war. Victory meant survival. Defeat meant placing your life in someone else's hands. Just like now. The 24-layer barrier he had always prided himself on was shattered like fragile glass by Tenkei Shiomi. The evil spirits and wraith familiars he believed were impenetrable were all annihilated, without exception, by Tenkei Shiomi. In the past, Kenneth had always looked down on magi who specialized in actual combat. They didn't belong to any established faction, just third-rate drudges used by the Mages Association for dirty work. As a noble of the association and a lord, Caren had always instinctively regarded the other masters in the Holy Grail War with contempt. Now, he finally understood the flaw in that thinking. Unaffiliated, self-taught magi often couldn't even attain the frame rank. Families who only joined the association after the Industrial Revolution, no matter how many generations passed, usually capped out at the cause rank. But Tenkei Shiomi held the pride rank, something that required exceptional talent and extraordinary achievements. If he had been part of a recognized faction, it wouldn't be surprising if he had advanced even further. With his hands behind his back, Caren stood in the room. His mystic code, Volumen Hydrargyrum, was already deployed. Automatiportum Defensio, Automatiportum Quirera, Delectus Incritio. His fiancée, Sola Ui, had agreed to remain in the room at his insistence. Caren himself now stood as the final line of defense. Should he summon Lancer back to defend? Caren glanced at the 3 command spells on the back of his hand, still hesitating over the decision. There was no time left to observe Lancer's battle against Berserker. Volumen Hydrargyrum had already detected Tenkei Shiomi's presence and initiated the assault. Mercury, the heaviest substance at room temperature, driven at high speed and pressure, produced enormous kinetic force. Its shape could shift instantly into whips, blades, or spears, their sharpness surpassing that of lasers, akin to a super-high-pressure water jet. The walls of the corridor groaned under the strain, shrouded in smoke and dust. Caren felt the mercury sharpen into a blade and strike its target. He never expected to defeat Tenkei Shiomi with a single blow. He merely hoped to deliver a shock, something to tip the scales and gain the upper hand on his own ground. With his barriers and familiars lost too quickly, all Caren had left were the 3 magical reactors he'd brought, his last defense against mana depletion in this high-stakes battle. Control over fluids, if I recall correctly, your attributes are wind and water, aren't they? Shiomi emerged from the haze of smoke and dust, and once Caren caught sight of him clearly, he was left speechless. Volumen Hydrargyrum had transformed into high-speed blades, striking relentlessly, yet each attack halted right at the edge of impact, as if performing in a play, never landing a single blow. Scalp! Caren shouted. The mercury split into countless blades, all hurtling toward Shiomi. Even under Caren's direct control, none of the blades could reach him. It's useless, Shiomi said calmly. The 3rd of the primordial runes, Rune of Anti-Enemy. Under its effect, all weapons dulled and became unwieldy, rendered ineffective. No matter how Caren ordered or controlled them, Volumen Hydrargyrum failed to strike Shiomi, let alone deal any meaningful damage. Fortunately, Caren was already in full combat mode. The erratic attacks from the mercury were merely a distraction to obscure the field of vision while his magic circuits ran at full throttle, drawing mana from the furnaces, and then a dense fog coalesced in midair, blending with the smoke to block both combatants' sight. The temperature plummeted, far colder than any natural winter. Shiomi's body heat stood out starkly in front of the mercury-based mystic code, making him look like a perfect target. Gales began swirling through the enclosed space. Wind and water, Caren's innate magical attributes. With mastery over both, deploying ice-based magecraft was child's play. Now wasn't the time to showcase his encyclopedic magecraft knowledge. Caren went straight for the most familiar elements, minimizing chant time. With just his magic crest and the mana furnaces to assist, he launched a large-scale spell at full force. He had seen Shiomi's ice magic the night before in the warehouse by the port. While impressive, Caren believed his own power, fully unleashed, far outmatched it. Be free mean famed. A violent storm erupted, countless 6-pointed snowflakes sweeping across the 32nd floor of the hotel. He intended to trap Shiomi, no way forward, no way back. Shiomi raised his hand, already watching frost form on his fingers. In the blink of an eye, ice crystals crept across his entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Water froze on contact. A single breath turned into frost. This was indeed the genius of the clock tower, the of Lord the Mineralogy Department of the Mages Association. Shiomi slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, he was completely entombed in solid ice, like a prehistoric man frozen in a glacial tomb. Through the clear, colorless ice, Caren saw Shiomi open his eyes again, staring straight at him. Scalp. Caren gave the order again, this time to shatter both Shiomi and the ice completely. This was the Holy Grail War. A clash between magi meant life or death. Even if the Mages Association wanted to fault Caren for this, they wouldn't have a case. Then he noticed Shiomi's lips move slightly, he was saying something. What? Begging for mercy. You didn't run when I unleashed my grand magecraft, and now you're scared. Caren sneered. Too bad. You're too much of a threat. You've already cost me far more than I'm willing to forgive. Before the words had even finished leaving his mouth, a small red light flickered within the blizzard, a light the size of a clenched fist, pulsing like a heartbeat. Then it erupted. The blazing glow burst through the storm barrier, devouring the dense snow and howling wind, surging toward Cannith in a flash. Realizing something was wrong, Cannith immediately recalled his Mercury mystic code for defense, encasing himself inside just in time to block the inferno and avoid being incinerated. Shiomi wasn't begging. He was casting a spell. A single word was all it took to activate the fire element Grand Magecraft, Titanomachia. Ice turned to water. Water flashed into steam. The smoke-filled 30-second floor became sweltering, stiflingly hot, like the peak of a rainforest's muggy season. Shiomi was forced to erect a magical barrier just to withstand the heat. Chapter 38, Life and Death, Bonus. He stared at Cannith, now sealed inside a seamless sphere of mercury. The flames licked helplessly at the surface, unable to penetrate even a fraction of the volumen hydrogerum. However, standing within the heart of the fire, Shiomi folded his arms and watched the mercury sphere intently. Mercury was inherently toxic. For Cannith to use it in a mystic code, he must have suppressed its poison with mana, or perhaps relied on his magic crest to mitigate the risk. Under normal conditions, the danger posed by volumen hydrogerum could be safely ignored. But what if it was subjected to sustained heat from a fire-based Grand Magecraft? Shiomi didn't know the answer. Carefully, he stayed alert for any signs of mercury vapor leaking into the air, waiting for Cannith's reaction. Using fire to counter ice was a risky move for any magus. If one's control wasn't strong enough, it would only backfire. Suddenly, the hotel's fire alarm began to blare. Shiomi blinked, then let out a silent sigh. At this rate, the fire department, and probably the police, would be arriving soon. With a flick of his index finger, he traced a symbol in the air. The seventh of the primordial runes, the rune of fire suppression. It diminished and restrained flames through incantation. Extinguishing fire was just its most basic application. At the same time, the mercury sphere surrounding Cannith began to crack open slightly. Wind. Cannith was about to invoke Wind Magecraft when his breath caught, and then he started coughing violently. He clutched his mouth, hacking repeatedly. When he pulled his hand away, his once white glove was stained with blood. A wave of soreness crashed over his body, hitting his head and abdomen with sharp, inexplicable pain despite no external injuries. Mercury, poisoning. Cannith realized immediately. Volumen hydrogerum was, without question, a masterwork of offensive and defensive design, one he had always taken immense pride and confidence in. But today, he had miscalculated. He hadn't anticipated that Tenkei Shiomi would ignore the elemental disadvantage and retaliate with flame magecraft. In the heat of the moment, he had instinctively thrown up a defense, but even volumen hydrogerum couldn't fully resist the spell. Vaporization had begun. Just moments ago, Cannith had been engulfed in a high-concentration cloud of mercury vapor, completely unprotected. "I thought you'd know better than to overlook something like this." Shiomi couldn't help but mutter. As expected from an academic, once they step out of their study rooms and lecture halls, they fail to account for the ever-changing conditions of the battlefield. After a brief internal grumble, he slowly raised his right hand. Panta Ray. Gale winds turned into blades, converging from all directions as they tore toward Cannith. Vertiadigung. Cannith rasped hoarsely, gasping for air. Volumen hydrogerum spun rapidly, deflecting the incoming wind blades, but Cannith couldn't manage his mana efficiently. Cracks began to form on the mercury's surface under the strain, sealing only slowly after each strike. It was only a matter of time. Cannith wouldn't be able to sustain the mana needed to maintain the shape of volumen hydrogerum. His defenses were crumbling under the pressure of the storm. The mercury squirmed sluggishly along the floor, gathering like slime, awaiting its next command. Dark circles formed beneath Cannith's eyes. He felt his focus slipping, his physical coordination faltering. Someone, please, help me." His survival instincts kicked in, pushing him to desperately seek aid. As if his plea had reached the heavens, a hand gently rested on his back. "What a useless man, cornered by his own mystic code," Solayui said coldly, though her hands were already casting healing magic. Shiomi stood silently, watching the pair. He knew they were engaged. And yet, nothing about them resembled the bond between fiancés. It was cold, clinical, a partnership between magi, nothing more. He couldn't help but glance toward Morgan, who stood in the shadows. Morgan looked away with a face that clearly said, "Don't look at me. I'm not like that." It was true. Even if she was just toying with him, the warmth Morgan showed in her words and actions toward Shiomi was something completely absent between Cannith and Solayui. How could this be? A servant and master who had only met 3 days ago were more in sync than an engaged couple bound by vows. Shiomi felt his heartbeat spike. A wave of breathlessness surged through his head. For a moment, he thought he was affected by mercury vapor and quickly activated his mana to shield himself. But no. He had already used the second of the primordial runes for personal protection. This level of environmental degradation couldn't affect him. What are you doing? Get back to the room, Sola Ui. Kenneth wailed in panic. You'll get yourself killed out here. What are you talking about? You're the one who fought poorly. If you die, do you think I'll be safe? Sola Ui replied flatly. The man who had been boasting only moments ago now looked utterly pitiful. Sola Ui found herself increasingly disgusted with Kenneth. If not for the fact that Lancer would withdraw if Kenneth died, she wouldn't have lifted a finger. At the very least, she needed to get her hands on those command spells. Shiomi watched them with a cold gaze. A strange pity welled up inside him. He slowly raised his hand. A red spear materialized in his grasp. The spear is me, and I am the spear. Kenneth, still receiving treatment, felt the surge of mana from Shiomi's weapon. He immediately realized Shiomi wouldn't let him recover quietly. That red spear, so similar in appearance to Lancer's noble phantasm, radiated danger. His instincts as a magus screamed at him. No, it wasn't just similar. It was a noble phantasm, wielded by a living being. Certain kill. Soaring spear of piercing death, Gibalg alternative. Danger, Sola Ui. Volstandage verdiadigung. It was too late. Kenneth shoved Sola Ui aside and forced his mana to reanimate Volumen Hydrargyrum into a shield, trying to block the red spear. Pointless. The mercury that should have been as sturdy as castle walls was pierced like jelly, sliced through with a crisp, clean sound. The red spear shot from Shiomi's hand. Kenneth was hurled backward, flying past the stunned Sola Ui and pinned to the wall behind her. The heart, always the target. Once launched, it could not miss. It's actually. Staring at the spear embedded in his chest, eyes filled with disbelief, Kenneth finally understood the weapon's true name. But he was too late to speak it. His breathing stopped. Shiomi turned away slowly as the soaring spear of piercing death retracted. Kenneth's body slid from the wall and crumpled to the floor. Since Kenneth had tried to kill him, there was no need to hold back. He'd gladly take his head. Whether one lived or died now depended on their own strength. Behind him, Sola Ui finally processed what had happened. Staring at her fiancé's lifeless body, she let out a raw, anguished cry. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 39, Reward for the Deadly Duel. The battle on the top floor of the Hyatt Hotel had undoubtedly already come to the attention of the Holy Church. So even as the alarms blared, Shiomi knew the church would take over swiftly, handling the cover-up and cleanup. Now, all that remained was for him to evacuate the hotel with Morgan. But before that, one final obstacle stood in their way, the Lancer-class servant. At this moment, Diarmid Ua Duibni was a bloodied wreck. His light armor hung in tatters, his exposed skin was covered in wounds, and blood soaked his entire body. He looked as if he had just crawled out of hell. He leaned on his red spear with his right hand, barely managing to lift the yellow one with his left. One of his eyes was swollen shut, blood streamed from his forehead, smearing half his face, and crimson stains lingered at the corners of his mouth. "You're still alive?" Shiomi asked with genuine respect. Lancer had no legend of fighting on despite mortal wounds, so as a servant, he shouldn't possess battle continuation. Which meant what brought him back to the top floor wasn't skill or magic, but pure will, a resolve to fight until his spirit origin burned out, or perhaps a long-held vow. "Just to be clear, I didn't hold back," Morgan murmured with an inaudible sigh. The 5 clones she had left behind should have been enough to kill Lancer downstairs. Yet he endured, destroyed every one of them, and dragged his ruined body up here after them. "Of course. I just fought with everything I had." Lancer's voice was growing faint. In just a few minutes, his existence would vanish completely, his master, Kenneth, was dead, and his spirit origin was nearly spent. Though Kenneth had deciphered the Holy Grail summoning ritual in Fuyuki and entrusted mana supply to his fiancée, Sola Ui, the only master Lancer recognized was Kenneth. "Your master has already fallen. There's no need for you to fight anymore," Shiomi said with a slight sigh, eyes downcast. "Yes. I know." Lancer managed a faint smile. Even battered and bloodied, Diarmid still radiated the striking charm of a true warrior. He cast a brief glance at the weeping Sola Ui. Though he had given his all to get here, only to find Kenneth already slain, a strange sense of peace and quiet satisfaction took hold in his heart. Lady Sola Ui, who had never truly liked Kenneth, might finally have realized the value of something precious, only after witnessing him sacrifice everything to save her. So Lancer thought to himself. But he forced himself upright and let the yellow spear fall from his hands. If my lord fought until the very end, then a knight must follow him unto death. He dragged his battered body forward, gripping the red spear with both hands to steady himself. In his condition, he could probably manage just one more strike. Whether it would be enough didn't matter. This Celtic hero was simply doing what he believed in, fulfilling his duty to the very end. I understand. Shiomi answered quietly, spreading his hand to summon the soaring spear of piercing death. It was a parting gift from his master, an actual noble phantasm still existing in the world, not one bound to a servant. He had never used it as a catalyst for 2 reasons. First, because his master, Scáthach, could never be summoned. Second, because Shiomi simply didn't wish to summon her. To him, this spear was one of his trump cards. Yet as soon as he extended his hand, the black magic spear fell neatly into it. He turned to Morgan. She handed him the weapon in silence, her expression unreadable, eyes steady and unwavering, offering no room for refusal. With a quiet nod, Shiomi gripped the spear one-handed, turning his body to point its blade straight at Lancer's forehead. The air on the ravaged top floor was thick with the scent of blood and fire, clinging to his senses. And slowly, Tenkei Shiomi's heart grew still. Everything was silent. His palm was dry, the magic spear fitting perfectly into his grasp. Crack! The sound of crumbling plaster from the ruined wall became the cue for battle. Lancer's eyes snapped open, shining with a deadly light. He charged forward with all his strength, the tip of his spear weaving an erratic path as its blade flashed with cold brilliance. He heard the slicing of air, like the hiss of the fiercest serpent lunging at its prey. But what Lancer saw was Shiomi's form dissolving into a blur. From that blur, a blade pierced the air in a straight line, whistling sharply as they passed each other. More blood spilled, splattering across the floor. Lancer's red spear slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. The pool of blood beneath him slowly expanded as Lancer collapsed to his knees, utterly spent. Beautiful. He whispered with his final breath. Shiomi gripped the upper shaft of the magic spear and gave it a sharp flick, casting the blood onto the floor. You're too kind. Morgan, who had silently observed the battle, slowly walked up beside Shiomi. Without a word, the two of them turned and left together. Lancer felt his consciousness fading. The strike from Shiomi had completely shattered his spirit core. Even with 3 command spells remaining, he could no longer continue the fight. Lancer had lost, but in that moment, he felt a sense of peace. In life, he had failed to serve his lord to the very end. But now, in death, as a servant, he had fought beside his master until the last moment. It would be a lie to say he had no regrets. In life, he had never known defeat, yet as a servant, he hadn't claimed a single victory. He hadn't been able to present a single triumph to his master. He hadn't even protected him. His master had died in battle, just the same. War is merciless. The tides of battle are ever-changing. The Holy Grail War had gathered heroes from across time. He simply wasn't strong enough. That was all there was to it. He saw Soleui faint from the shock of everything that had happened. He wanted to offer one final gesture of respect as her subordinate, but the short distance between them, barely 10 meters, might as well have been an uncrossable chasm. He couldn't move another step. The darkness was slowly torn apart by the first glimmers of light. D'Armwood opened his eyes one last time. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows atop the hotel, he saw this distant city, far removed from the time he once lived in, greet another morning. And suddenly, D'Armwood Ua Dubny felt as if he saw Princess Grain. Finn Mac Cumhale, the members of the Knights of Fianna. If he could, he wanted to tell his old comrades about these past 2 days of battle. About the foes who had far exceeded anything he could have imagined. First, let me begin with the warrior who appeared before me like the great god Odin himself, cloaked in crows. Having begun the tale in his heart, D'Armwood Ua Dubny gave a faint smile at the thought, then vanished into the soft morning light of Fuyuki. The Holy Grail War, Second Night. Lancer, defeated. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 40, Calm After Battle. Lancer had been defeated, taking down the first group of enemies. Even after a night of constant combat, Shiomi was in high spirits from the victory. He felt no fatigue at all. When he returned home, dawn had just broken. Yet it felt as if it had been ages since he'd last been there, and he immediately got to work preparing breakfast for the family. You're already busy with daytime chores without even resting. Morgan leaned against the doorway between the kitchen and dining room, watching him work. Lancer's defeat will probably be reported by the Holy Church soon. The Holy Church possessed spirit boards that monitored the Holy Grail War, used specifically to detect when servants were defeated. I know. But the war has to go on, and so does life. Shiomi grilled blue mackerel in the oven. Sakura and Caren won't be able to go to school for the next few days. I'll call in for them, say there's a family emergency. Even without being told, Morgan understood. She didn't argue with his attitude, simply continued the topic of the Holy Grail War. There are 2 other things you probably haven't noticed, she said with a confident smile. What things? Shiomi asked, listening attentively. First, the men you rescued is the true master contracted with Artoria. That homunculus is just the nominal master. I know. The command spells on Kiritsugu Amiya's hand already gave that away, Shiomi replied. After all, he went to the Einsburn family 9 years ago. This is just a tactic to conceal the true master. Second, Morgan said, the homunculus from the Einsburn family is the lesser Holy Grail for this Holy Grail War. That's why she was the first to react when Lancer was defeated. Shiomi blinked. So they gave the lesser Holy Grail a human form. He had reviewed the records of previous Holy Grail wars and found no such precedent. Most likely, the Einsburns had learned from past failures and decided to change their strategy. Well, considering the Fuyuki Holy Grail was built by the Tosaka, Matsu, and Einsburn families, it's not surprising the founders would retain certain privileges. Shiomi didn't dwell on the deeper implications. For example, what fate awaited a homunculus who served as the vessel for the Grail as the war progressed? That wasn't something he could influence. And besides, she had her own will. She didn't need anyone's misplaced sympathy. Besides, Castor failed in his assault last night. That servant clearly isn't the type to charge in blindly. Shiomi flipped the mackerel over to grill the other side. We need to move quickly, before there are more victims. At this point, aside from assassins still working from the shadows, only 4 groups are capable of acting, Morgan said. As for the command spells gained after the battle, they're not worth worrying about. She paused, then looked at Shiomi. By the way, did the master of that assassin you drove off escape too? No. He was probably rescued by his own servant. Shiomi shook his head. After seeing Miyahizo emerge, he had gone after Kirei, but by the time he arrived, only signs of Kirei's impact with the ground remained. He had only lost an arm, something that could be healed with magecraft. And given the training executors endured, he'd probably already be back on his feet and ready to fight again by tomorrow. Originally, Shiomi had hoped to neutralize Kirei completely, taking him out of the Holy Grail War. After all, if he ended up having to kill Kirei during the war, he'd need time afterward to recover emotionally, so he could keep caring for Caren without baggage. Now it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Still, last night had been a success. Not only had they dealt with the Lancer faction, they'd also managed to rescue a boy from Castor, who Shiomi quietly left at the police station on the way home. Thinking about this, Shiomi placed the crisp blue mackerel onto plates and brought the food to the table. Another morning began as usual in the Shiomi household. Sakura and Caren, ever diligent, got up on their own as always. Thanks to the magecraft cast over them the night before, they had slept especially well. They woke up refreshed, full of energy. Not going to school today either. Sakura looked surprised as she asked. It's a bit inconvenient right now. I feel better having you both stay close, Shiomi apologized to the two of them. As a little compensation, how about I take you to the amusement park today? Sakura's eyes lit up instantly. Really? That's great. You haven't slept all night. Are you sure you're not going to drive the whole family into the Mayan River and feed us to the fish? Caren remarked coolly, pointing out the obvious concern. Shiomi froze. How did you know? Your face gives it away. Caren blinked innocently. That sent Shiomi rushing to the bathroom, where he stared into the mirror, checking his face again and again. He knew full well that pulling an all-nighter wasn't healthy. But given the circumstances, he had used magecraft on himself after returning home to make up for the lack of sleep. It was just a stopgap measure. If he relied on it too often, he might end up looking like some kind of ethereal spirit, maybe even find himself drifting back to the land of shadows one day. If that happened, his master would definitely have a good laugh at his expense. Shiomi splashed his face with water. His complexion looked perfectly fine, rosy even, full of energy. Nothing's wrong. Don't go scaring people, he muttered, grumbling at Caren. Caren blinked again. I was just guessing, but, wow, I was right. You really don't have to push yourself, Dad, Sakura said gently, her excitement now turning to worry. She looked like she might turn down the outing. Shiomi cleared his throat. It's fine. If I say I'm fine, I'm fine. Exactly. Don't worry. If something does go wrong, I won't mind stepping in to save everyone, Morgan said smoothly. Caren nodded. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. If Mother's coming too. Sakura nodded eagerly. Shiomi's mouth twitched, and he gave a dry laugh. He wanted to ask Morgan what secret technique she had used to get Sakura and Caren on her side in just 2 days. But neither of them showed any signs of magecraft interference, so he had to swallow his baseless suspicion and mutter. You two, can't you just hope for something a little more cheerful? 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 41, Where the Heart Lies, 1. Shinto, as the more modern area of Fuyuki City, supports the city's economic lifeline. Despite being separated from Miama Town by just the Mayan River, it has developed at a rapid pace. Many new establishments open in this district. And since the bus ride from Miyama town to Shinto doesn't take long, many residents choose to live in Miyama while working or spending their weekends in Shinto. The amusement park in Shinto has become one of the most popular weekend destinations for Fuyuki citizens. I wouldn't have guessed. Everything looks so peaceful. Morgan leaned against the fence, gazing toward the carousel. Sakura and Caren were riding 2 wooden horses, laughing alongside the other children. The Holy Grail War has always stayed in the shadows. Whether it's the Mages Association or the Holy Church, both sides are committed to hiding the existence of the supernatural from the world, Shiomi said casually. If they ever fail to keep it under wraps, the war would probably be shut down entirely, with both sides intervening. It sounds like you're talking about an illegal underground operation, Morgan said with a faint smile. Who knows if it's legal or not? It's not like I can go ask Tokiomi Tosaka about it, Shiomi replied with a wry smile. He'd probably think I'd lost my mind. After the offhand comment, Shiomi turned toward Morgan. Sorry. I don't recall anything you need to apologize for, Morgan said with a smile. Unless you've been sneaking around behind your wife's back. In that case, sorry won't cut it. Shiomi rubbed the bridge of his nose. That's not what I meant. No need to worry. It's rare to have a moment to breathe. Spending time with your kids isn't a bad thing, Morgan added, smoothly shifting the conversation. It was clear Morgan had picked up on what Shiomi hadn't said yet. You really are a witch, Shiomi joked. Well, since you've called me that, maybe I should show you some real witchcraft, Morgan replied. Shiomi was at a loss for words, trying to come up with a retort, when the carousel slowly came to a stop. 2 adorable girls hopped off the ride and ran toward him, shouting, Daddy. Shiomi quickly stepped forward to greet them. That's when he noticed they were drawing more attention than usual. It was never this noticeable before. If there was a reason, it likely had something to do with Morgan being with them. So, Shiomi and Morgan took Sakura and Caren to a cafe inside the amusement park, sat down, and grabbed something to eat to recharge. Time flew by at the amusement park. They'd left in the morning, let the girls enjoy a few rides, and before they knew it, it was already past noon. You're usually so quiet, never asking for much, Shiomi said to Caren as he held his coffee. But it turns out you can enjoy an amusement park too. Caren nodded. It was really fun, especially the roller coaster. You liar. You were screaming just like me, Sakura said, looking at her in disbelief. That's what made it fun. Caren, munching on a slice of cake loaded with whipped cream, added, just hearing everyone else scream was enough to make me happy. Sakura was left speechless. Ahaha. So this is where it leads, Shiomi said, glancing at Caren with a hint of concern, though his tone stayed gentle. It's not a good thing, is it? Caren asked. Shiomi paused, frowning before giving a wry smile and shaking his head. I don't know. You don't know. Caren looked at him curiously. But you're my dad. You're an adult. How can you not know? What do you think? Shiomi smiled. Well, judging by Sakura's reaction, I guess it's not a good thing. Caren, only 5 years old, already showed a surprising level of awareness. But people aren't obligated to feel sad about someone else's pain or happy about someone else's joy. Shiomi shook his head. What people need isn't good things, but a good tomorrow. Those are 2 very different ideas. Morgan, who rarely spoke at times like this, raised an intrigued eyebrow. Go on. I'm just stating a simple truth. Shiomi looked into Karen's golden eyes, answering her seriously, doing his best. Everyone's more or less the same, and yet completely different. What's good to you might be bad to someone else. That's all there is to it. After he finished, he realized his explanation still felt lacking. He gave a sheepish smile. He didn't feel like a qualified adult. It wasn't hard to say the ethically correct answer. What was hard was truly believing it, and then saying it. If even he couldn't believe it, would Caren believe him if he told her? If I had to put it into words, I'd say most people just can't accept feelings like yours. He picked up a napkin and gently wiped the cream from the corner of Karen's mouth. At least until you cross a certain line, I won't blame you. Caren gave a slight nod but didn't reply. You really are an unqualified adult, Morgan commented lightly. I've never claimed otherwise, Shiomi said. I just try to do my best, because for some reason, I have to. That's what being their father means. Even though he really didn't know what he was doing. All he knew was how to give them something better, relatively speaking. Be it magecraft or daily life, it was all the same. Care to share the reason? Maybe your daughters would find it interesting, Morgan said, picking up the thread of the conversation. Shiomi responded with a practiced smile. And what good would that do? Come on. I've got no regrets. I really don't think I've failed as their father. It was clear he'd been asked similar questions by many people before. They might have been neighbors, teachers, or store clerks. In the end, this was the answer Shiomi arrived at. Morgan understood that now. So what do you two think? Am I a good dad? Shiomi asked with a grin, though his voice was lacking confidence, as if one reply could shatter him. Then came 2 nods and 2 pairs of bright eyes. It was the first time he'd asked something this embarrassing. Shiomi had been nervous. Now, he felt a lot more at ease and sipped his coffee again. If you ask me, you girls really shouldn't spoil him too much. He's going to get full of himself, Morgan teased breezily. You seem to have a lot of complaints about me, Ms. Morgan, Shiomi muttered. Morgan flashed a flawless smile. Not at all. I've been quite satisfied with my husband from the very start. They went on teasing each other like this, snacking as they wandered through the amusement park. In the afternoon, Shiomi took the kids to the shopping mall in Shinto, helping them pick out new clothes and daily necessities. Even though it was just the 4 of them, they practically swept the place clean, and the car's trunk was stuffed to the brim on the ride home. Chapter 42, Where the Heart Lies, 2. They really are just kids, Shiomi said, glancing in the rearview mirror at Caren and Sakura, who had fallen asleep leaning against each other. Morgan smiled faintly. It's good for children. When they're happy, they go out and play. When they're tired, they fall asleep. While other kids their age are still stuck in school, their parents sneak them out to have fun. If people knew, they'd probably be envious enough to call it unfair. That's not such a bad thing, is it? Shiomi said sincerely. At the very least, today, both Sakura and Caren were able to enjoy themselves. You seem to worry about Caren in a completely different way than you do about Sakura, Morgan pointed out. Shiomi gave a small nod. In a lot of ways, yeah. Especially her personality. There's just something about it that keeps me on edge. Maybe it's just an inherent flaw, Morgan said. Inherent, huh? Shiomi's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly. There's no need to dwell on it. Human beings are fragile and incomplete by nature. Most people are born with some kind of flaw. What they grow into depends mostly on the people around them. Morgan's words carried a quiet reassurance. It was as if she were saying, if she's your child, she won't turn out wrong. Shiomi wasn't sure where that confidence came from. Maybe it was because of her different experiences, maybe she could see farther than he could. I appreciate the sentiment, he said with genuine gratitude. But I wasn't just talking about her personality. Karen's constitution is also unusual. Besides having magic circuits, she has a body that reacts to spirits. Morgan shifted the topic. I know. You do. Morgan looked a bit surprised. It seems to be something she was born with. After Kirei entrusted her to me, I started noticing strange signs. I did some research and confirmed that it's a masochistic spiritualist constitution. If she gets too close to something like an evil spirit, stigmata will start to appear. Shiomi spoke seriously. But don't worry. Even when she was still an infant, I already applied protective runes. Unless the protection is actively dispelled, not even the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse could touch her. Looks like I forgot, you've always been that kind of thorough man. Morgan's tone was knowing. Shiomi found it odd but didn't ask further. Instead, with a hint of regret, he changed the subject. Still, with everything going on today, I doubt we'll be able to hold our magecraft lesson tonight. There'll be time, Morgan said easily. True. Shiomi nodded. It's hard to find such an exceptional teacher. I really don't want to waste any of it. In that case, maybe you shouldn't have taken them out to play in the first place, Morgan said. Then you wouldn't be wasting any time. That won't do. If you don't enjoy life when you're supposed to, that's the real waste of time, Shiomi said firmly. Morgan agreed wholeheartedly and nodded silently. The car turned a corner and stopped at a red light near the Fuyuki tram station. Just 2 more turns and they'd be on the Mayan River Bridge. After a full day out, Shiomi could feel the fatigue setting in. He planned to get Sakura and Caren settled once they got home, then soak in a bath to unwind. With how tense his nerves were, he wouldn't be able to face the escalating Holy Grail War without some rest. Huh. He glanced toward the station exit, letting out a surprised sound without thinking. Following Shiomi's gaze, Morgan saw a young girl with twin pigtails walking out of the station alone. She looked about the same age as Sakura. If that were all, Morgan would have just assumed Shiomi was reminded of something. But the object the girl held was faintly glowing. The light was weak due to the distance, but Morgan could still sense the presence of magical energy. A child carrying a mana detector. Morgan murmured. Shiomi gave a definitive answer. She's Tokiomi Tosaka's eldest daughter. Sakura's sister before she was adopted by me. Rin Tosaka. No wonder. Morgan looked at her with mild curiosity. So that's the eldest born with affinity for all 5 elements. The Tosaka family found a fine inheritor. That's not important right now. Shiomi watched as Rin jogged out of the station, heading down the road toward Shinto. Tokiomi sent his wife and daughter to his father-in-law's for safety before the war began. Why would she be out here at a time like this? Children with talent in magecraft are always drawn to abnormal situations. Especially during the Holy Grail War, Morgan replied. That's true. Shiomi still felt uneasy. She was Sakura's sister. If the two of them ever reunited in the future, Shiomi wouldn't stop them. But if something happened to Rin now, and Sakura found out later, send a familiar to follow her. He opened the window and released a crow, which flew after Rin. Soon, Shiomi found out Rin had snuck out late at night to investigate the disappearance of one of her classmates. In other words, it was connected to Castor. Unfortunately, Castor's master had already fled by the time Shiomi was ready to act. A real expert at running away. But it was clear the master hadn't given up after Rin ruined their child abduction plan. Castor soon sent a sea demon to ambush Rin as she tried to quietly leave with her rescued friend. Through her mana detector, Rin realized the sea demon's magical energy far exceeded her own. Fear rooted her to the spot. Footsteps approached from behind. She turned instinctively, but before she could see who it was, Shiomi used magecraft to knock her unconscious. Shiomi picked up Rin and turned to leave. Behind him, the sea demon was reduced to ashes by rune magecraft in an instant. Of course, Rin sneaking out didn't go unnoticed by her mother, Aoi Tosaka, who rushed to Fuyuki in a panic. Shiomi, having quickly deployed his familiars, took Rin with him and found Aoi. She's fine. I just used a little magic to put her to sleep. Shiomi handed Rin back to her mother. You're... Aoi froze for a moment before recognizing him. In any case, letting a child come to Fuyuki so late at night isn't like the Tosaka family's usual prudence. Shiomi crossed his arms. When Mr. Kirei gets back and hears about this, he'll probably have a good laugh. Yes, you're right. Aoi looked remorseful. Thank you, Mr. Shiomi. I'm truly grateful. Don't mention it. I just happened to be there. Shiomi waved it off. Still, she's Sakura's sister. I wouldn't want to face Sakura in the future without doing something. Hearing her younger daughter's name, Aoi froze. She had given Sakura up to inherit the magecraft path, she wasn't supposed to ask. But her motherly instinct compelled her. Is she doing well? She's doing very well, Shiomi said with a hint of pride. Especially with magecraft. Her teacher is far better than anyone at the Tosaka residence. His friendly tone brought some relief to Aoi. That's good to hear. There wasn't much more she could say. At least. Sakura was living well in the Shiomi household, and that was enough. After sending off the Tosaka mother and daughter, Shiomi returned to the roadside. Morgan was leaning against the car door, waiting. You got out of the car? Shiomi felt a little awkward. It's nothing. Morgan watched as Aoi's car disappeared from the other side of the park. I didn't expect you to step in directly. I thought you'd just contact the Tosaka family. I acted on impulse. She's Sakura's blood sister, after all, Shiomi said honestly. Is this also something you did for a better tomorrow? Morgan asked. I think so. Shiomi paused, then smiled sincerely. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 43, Chapter 43, The Visitor Arrives with a Roar, bonus. After taking a bath, Shiomi finally felt the fatigue gradually rising. He put a towel around his neck, changed into his home clothes, and stepped outside, but couldn't see Morgan anywhere. Both children were asleep in their respective bedrooms, they were already able to sleep on their own, which meant that Shiomi didn't have to worry so much most of the time. He looked around the room casually and eventually found Morgan sitting on the floor facing the garden, her feet resting on the green stones of the courtyard, gazing off into the distance. The winter air flowed into the room through the open glass windows, but it wasn't particularly cold. From here, one could see the garden behind Shiomi's house, as well as the night sky. Earlier, the sky had been overcast, but it had now cleared completely. The nearly full moon and countless stars shone brightly, illuminating the entire courtyard. Moonlight spilled over the fairy queen like a fine, chilly snowfall, giving her an almost melancholic appearance. What a nice garden. It doesn't look like much, but the more I look at it, the more I like it, said Morgan. He hadn't intended to disturb her alone time, but since Morgan spoke first, he stopped and listened. If you're not in a hurry to go to bed, stay and chat with me for a while, Morgan invited him. Shiomi sat down silently beside her and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. He could touch her shoulder if he shifted slightly. But he didn't feel unsettled by that. Was it thanks to the winter night, or had he simply gotten used to it? Even though he was sitting so close to Morgan, he felt an unusual sense of calm, quieter inside than usual. It's a good place to live alone, Morgan said. A Magus's workshop often reflects the personality of its owner. From that perspective, you strike me as the reclusive type. Shiomi pursed his lips. But I'm not just a Magus. I'm also a person. No matter how much I try to avoid the world, it's impossible to separate myself from it and live entirely alone. This is that kind of place, Morgan nodded lightly in approval. To put it in more general terms, it has a human touch. As she said this, she turned to him. Shiomi hadn't been deliberately looking at Morgan's face, but when their eyes met, he realized she'd been smiling all along. The expression wasn't as warm as the winter sun, yet not as cold as eternal snow. It was a smile only Morgan could show. Shiomi stared, forgetting to respond. Especially those two children, Morgan continued. They may have naturally disrupted the original structure of this workshop, yet rather than weakening your identity as a Magus, they've made something even more complete. She didn't seem to expect an answer and slowly turned her gaze away. As you said earlier, people are incomplete. Shiomi lowered his head, looking at the grass and scattered stones in the courtyard. That's why we need someone to fill in what's missing. Yet, even with that thought in mind, you still chose to participate in the Holy Grail War. Morgan looked at the command spell on the back of Shiomi's hand. Shiomi raised his hand and smiled at the command spell. What if I said it wasn't my own decision? That one day, the command spell just appeared, not as a holy stigmata, but fully formed from the start. Morgan looked at him and nodded. So, because you received the command spell, you had to fight. Even if you don't have a wish you want the Holy Grail to grant. Is that not allowed? Shiomi smiled, lips pressed together. I'm not the only Magus entering the Holy Grail War with that mindset. Kirei Koto mine. Waver Velvet. Kenneth El Meloy Archibald. None of the masters Shiomi knew had a clear wish. The latter two entered the war more for personal glory, to prove the strength of their beliefs. Then let me ask you this. If you win in the end and get the Holy Grail, what wish would you make? Morgan looked into Shiomi's eyes. It can be wealth, power, fame, or even something a little tacky. I can't choose just one. Shiomi raised his eyebrows. You can say you want everything. Morgan shook her head. Or maybe you're actually a very serious Magus who wants to use the power of the Holy Grail to reach the swirl of the root. Morgan's questions weren't forceful, but every word struck straight at Shiomi's heart. He didn't have any wish that needed the Holy Grail to come true. Nor did he bear any pain so deep that only an omnipotent wish-granting device could resolve it. But if he had to find a reason. Not some mission forced upon him by a certain entity, but a desire of his own. It did exist. Yet even as he acknowledged that, Shiomi still questioned whether that purpose was truly necessary. If he could, he would rather bury the thought deep inside, unknown to anyone, until the moment it could quietly come to fruition. Unless, even the deepest part of his heart was laid bare. Suddenly, without warning, Morgan grabbed Shiomi's wrist. Her expression turned sharp, alert. Shiomi immediately sensed it too. Though the stars and moon were still visible overhead, a distant rumble of thunder was slowly drawing closer. The magical energy riding the storm quickly became distinct. It was clear who the visitor was. Shiomi raised his hand, breaking the barrier to leave an opening wide enough for someone to pass through. The barrier had been so roughly torn open that repairing it afterward would be more troublesome than just starting over from scratch. Either way, it was a serious nuisance. That sound, rumbling through the air, was the roar of Ryder's noble phantasm, the Gordius wheel. Perhaps sensing the barrier open, and taking it as a welcome, the ox cart noble phantasm followed the guided path and slowly descended onto the spacious lawn behind Shiomi's house. It doesn't look like you're here to fight, Ryder. Shiomi remained seated, not moving. But the king of conquerors on the cart rubbed his chin, looking mischievously at the master and servant sitting close enough for their shoulders to touch. Did I come at the wrong time and interrupt something fun? Iskandar grinned broadly, flashing his white teeth. Maybe I should come back later. Shiomi glanced toward Artoria, who was dressed in a suit and leapt off the ox cart with Irisveil in her arms. Since you came so well prepared and backed off the moment you were told to leave, that's exactly why I find it suspicious. Shiomi stood up from beneath the eaves, stepping barefoot onto the wooden floor. Einsburn, are you planning to abandon our alliance and side with Ryder's camp instead? Chapter 44, a host's courtesy, bonus. Banquet. Shiomi was taken aback. Shiomi didn't know of any banquet plans, so it was clear this must have been something the self-indulgent king of conquerors had decided on his own. Hiding behind Ryder's massive frame, Waver looked at Shiomi and Morgan with an expression that teetered between fear and hostility. But Shiomi could clearly read the words written all over his face, I want to go home. Yes, a banquet. With that, the king of conquerors, clad in faded jeans and a plain white t-shirt, hoisted a large wooden barrel from the ox cart. There was no mistaking it, it was a wine barrel. So, you're here to find someone to drink with. Shiomi and Morgan exchanged glances, once again reminded of how spontaneous and bold the Macedonian king could be. That's right. I'll borrow your courtyard. That shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Carrying the barrel, the king of conquerors leapt down, and the ox cart noble phantasm vanished into thin air. Shiomi turned away. Wait here. Then the two groups of uninvited guests really did wait in the garden for nearly an hour. Shiomi didn't return until a full hour had passed. He had thrown on a coat to keep warm, but he hadn't gone to change. He had gone to the kitchen to prepare food to go with the drinks, along with some blankets for sitting. On normal days, Shiomi often shared portable meals in the garden with Sakura and Caren, things like handmade sandwiches, fresh bread, and baked treats. It was thanks to that habit that Shiomi realized he wasn't entirely helpless in domestic matters. He could still handle some housework. The colorful spread of food helped Artoria, who had been on guard, relax as her eyes lit up. Irisville still looked a bit fatigued, but her overall mood was quite good. Wow. This is really something. I threw together this banquet on a whim, but you, who's providing the venue, ended up doing the cooking yourself, Iskandar said in admiration. You knew it was last minute and still didn't send out a notice. Shiomi shot back. Is it normal in your country to hold banquets without any formalities? For once, the towering man was left speechless by Shiomi's jab. He gave an apologetic smile. That's a harsh but fair critique, Iskandar said, lowering his head. Then issue a formal apology. Shiomi kept up the banter but didn't press the issue further. After all, even someone as rough as the King of Conquerors wouldn't try to throw a party during the Holy Grail War without a deeper motive. So, did something good happen that made you come to my house to eat and drink for free? Shiomi asked. Iskandar, who hadn't originally come for that reason, seized the chance to boast about his master's achievements. You probably haven't heard, but my master managed to find Castor's workshop using simple alchemy. So I set out to attack it. Castor was defeated too. Shiomi asked. No, the guy wasn't there. If he was, I'd have executed him on the spot, the King of Conquerors said without a hint of shame. Waver, arms folded, picked up a sandwich and took a bite. It was just a cheap trick. Nothing worth bragging about. What do you mean? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Iskandar gave a rough explanation. Waver had extracted water from different sections of the Mayan River, analyzed it for residual magical traces, and pinpointed Castor's workshop that way. The more he spoke, the more flustered Waver looked, understandable, considering such a method probably wouldn't impress a top-tier magus like Shiomi. Not bad. Shiomi's comment took Waver by surprise. Ha 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 ha. See what I said? Iskandar beamed with satisfaction. Magus are often too obsessed with magecraft itself and neglect how to actually solve problems. That's the real issue. Shiomi glanced at Waver. He considered it, but decided against mentioning that he had already taken out Kanath's camp. Is that so? Waver responded with skepticism, though deep down he was clearly pleased. The standards of practical magus really were different. So then, King of Conquerors, what's your real purpose for coming here tonight? Shiomi decided to cut to the chase. Iskandar hadn't started eating, nor had he poured anyone a drink. It was obvious he was waiting for something. Of course, it's battle, but not with weapons or noble phantasms. Rather, a clash of spirits over wine. I want to ask Saber and Berserker, no, the King of Knights and Morgan, about their respective kingly bearing. It seemed Iskandar already knew their true names. Whether he had figured them out himself or someone from another camp had deliberately leaked the information was unclear. After all, Assassin was still active in the shadows, even Shiomi couldn't guard against everything. But that wasn't the main concern. I am indeed a king, but how could my sister be one? Artoria was well aware that Morgan had never once claimed the title of king. No, King of Knights. The one before you has indeed reigned as a king, perhaps you just weren't aware of it. Iskandar spoke seriously, confident in his judgment. He was sure he hadn't misread her. Morgan simply smiled calmly. I did indeed reign as the Winter Queen. I will not refuse your challenge. Winter Queen, yet another title absent from legend. Hearing that self-proclaimed title, Shiomi was momentarily surprised, though his expression didn't show it. So, you're proposing a contest of character among heroic spirits, to see if each side can acknowledge the other's strength. If everyone accepts, then the answer will naturally reveal itself. Shiomi quickly understood Iskandar's intent. Iskandar grinned broadly. Exactly. You truly are sharp. Why don't you serve as the host of this Holy Grail quiz? Huh. Shiomi blinked. Why me? No need to be modest, Godslayer. A flash of brilliant golden light burst forth as Gilgamesh stepped into the courtyard. He wasn't clad in golden armor, but a white robe, snakeskin patterned pants, and white leather shoes. Gold accessories adorned his wrists and neck, radiating unmistakable opulence. With someone like you hosting this banquet, it's worth my time to sit and listen to these mongrels spew their nonsense. Shiomi had the growing sense that events were veering into something completely incomprehensible. Whether it was the Holy Grail quiz or how Gilgamesh addressed him. The only thing he could say for certain was that tonight, at least, there would be no fighting in this courtyard. Chapter 45, a singular banquet. However, he hadn't expected Gilgamesh to be invited too. Shiomi had no doubt this was yet another one of Iskandar's impulsive whims. I didn't expect you to choose such a cramped and suffocating place to host a banquet of kings. That alone speaks volumes about your worth. I came here specifically, how do you plan to apologize? Though Gilgamesh had taken a seat, his crimson eyes stared arrogantly at the king of conquerors. Ryder simply laughed, brushing off the provocation, and opened the wine barrel, pouring into the goblet Shiomi had provided. Don't kill the mood. You chose to come here yourself, and you're late, so naturally, you drink first. He picked up a wine cup and handed it to Gilgamesh. Though the king of heroes looked as unapproachable as ever, ready to explode at the slightest insult, he accepted the goblet without hesitation and downed it in one swift gulp. This was a challenge, and as a king, refusing the cup was not an option. Clearly, Gilgamesh recognized this and had every intention of asserting dominance over the banquet. TCH. What is this swill? You expect to measure the worth of a hero with such trash? As he spoke, the space beside him twisted. A golden gate emerged, not to summon weapons, but to produce a gleaming, golden wine vessel. It descended slowly to the ground, and by then, Gilgamesh had already taken out 5 more goblets. Evidently understanding the gesture, the king of conquerors poured a serving for Shiomi as well, acknowledging his combat strength on par with the 4 heroic spirits. Gilgamesh's wine was both fierce and smooth, rich and exhilarating. Its overpowering taste overwhelmed the nose, dulled the eyes, and even numbed the skin. Shiomi had to pinch the bridge of his nose, steadying himself with magical energy to avoid immediate intoxication. He rarely drank, and this intensity was far beyond his limit. Is there nothing lighter? Shiomi muttered. Uruk's barley wine should be relatively mild, shouldn't it? Gilgamesh let out a lazy smile. My treasury holds only the finest of treasures, whether wine or weapons. As for ale, a product of my lands, if you want it, go fetch it yourself. Shiomi had clearly underestimated how unreasonable Gilgamesh could be. He gave up arguing and shifted the topic. Fine. Since I'm the only one who can apparently meet your standards as a host, I'll do it. He raised his cup and looked across the rim at the gathered servants. Let me ask you all this, participating in the Holy Grail War means you each have a wish you've entrusted to the Grail. That's why you answered your master's summons, isn't it? As he spoke, Shiomi's gaze landed on Morgan. This was the perfect opportunity to hear her true intentions, to glimpse who she really was. The Witch of Britannia, and similar titles surely didn't tell the whole story. You've misunderstood the premise, Godslayer, Gilgamesh interrupted. To assume this is a battle for the Holy Grail is already a violation of logic. Shiomi was momentarily stunned. Now that his true name had been exposed, he realized Gilgamesh wasn't just spouting nonsense. That's so. Well, regardless, this Holy Grail clearly isn't the Great Chalice of Uruk. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Which means it doesn't exist in your treasury, King of Heroes. This entire planet is my garden. And everything within it belongs to me. That was all Gilgamesh said. Then there's no room for discussion. Shiomi clicked his tongue. Iskandar grinned and cut in cheerfully. So in other words, King of Heroes, we need your permission to obtain the Grail. I have no reason to grant my treasures to mongrels like you. Gilgamesh's smile remained, but his crimson gaze sharpened. My grace is for my subjects and my people. If any of you are willing to submit to me, I wouldn't mind rewarding you with a cup or 2. It was an impossibility. Every servant present was a king in their own right, none of them would ever submit to another. So what is your purpose in participating in the Holy Grail War, King of Heroes? Shiomi asked. Of course, it is to punish the thieves who seek to steal treasures from my vault. At that, the King of Heroes locked eyes with Shiomi. But you are different, Godslayer. You're not like the mongrels that infest this era. You're worth observing. If you can pass my trial, I will even grant you the Holy Grail as a reward. Shiomi frowned slightly. You've been calling me Godslayer this whole time, but I don't recall ever killing a god. I have a name, you know. Oh. Gilgamesh smiled with amusement but clearly had no intention of changing how he addressed him, nor of offering any explanation. Then I shall call you Godslayer King. Ha 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 ha. Everyone else present found this strange as well, clearly curious. After all, a mortal who had slain a god and still walked among them in this era, it was no different from a living legend. Unfortunately, those in the know weren't inclined to share, leaving no way to dig deeper. Shiomi ignored Gilgamesh's uproarious laughter and turned his gaze, handing the spotlight to the king of conquerors. Meeting his gaze, the usually bold Iskandar looked uncharacteristically sheepish. To obtain a physical body. That's what I wish for. The answer was so unexpected that Waver couldn't help but shout out and rush to Ryder's side. You. Didn't you say your wish was to conquer the war, Wah? Waver was flicked on the forehead by Iskandar and toppled backward onto the grass. To obtain a physical body. Shiomi was surprised by how unsurprised he was. He understood the intention immediately. It's not to realize a wish through the Holy Grail, but to gain the means to fulfill that wish. You really get it. Iskandar laughed heartily in praise. Shiomi only turned away and drank in silence. He didn't claim to understand Iskandar, but he had learned many things from a certain queen. Even in a land of death, that person had never once abandoned her role as a queen. Just by watching her, Shiomi had come to fully understand what it meant to be a king. And for that, you intend to take my treasure? Gilgamesh asked. Of course. To stand proud with my own body, facing heaven and earth, that is the essence of conquest. To act, to advance, to realize one's purpose, that is my path to domination. But right now, I don't even have a body of my own. How can I take even the first step? As Iskandar spoke, the servants around the table all wore various degrees of serious expressions. Gilgamesh, however, looked at Iskandar with a deadly, solemn glare. I've decided, Ryder. I will execute you myself. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 46, King of Heroes, take the blame. It was clear that the King of Heroes had already begun to regard Iskandar as his true rival in the Holy Grail War. But the King of Conquerors didn't seem to mind. Like Gilgamesh, he simply kept smiling, enjoying the modest banquet. Shiomi was about to turn the conversation over to Morgan when she spoke first, catching his gaze halfway. I have no wish to entrust to the Holy Grail. What? Artoria was stunned. Iskandar and Gilgamesh also revealed varying degrees of surprise, while Waver and Irisveal were visibly incredulous, a servant with no wish. Morgan, unmoved by anyone's reaction, offered a vague explanation. If you must know, I already obtained what I wanted upon arriving in this Holy Grail War. My pursuit of the Grail is nothing more than a gesture of appreciation to my master, my husband, for all he's done. Her words sounded contradictory, like a convenient lie waiting to be torn apart. But no one questioned her. Though Morgan hadn't said what it was she'd gained, it was also clear she hadn't lied. Ho ho. Don't tell me what you really wanted was to be tonight's master of ceremonies. Iskandar joked. Mysterious and unreadable as she was, he couldn't pass judgment on this witch. Still, the regal aura she carried was unmistakably real. Morgan swirled her wineglass and took another sip. I'll let you guess, King of Conquerors. She shifted her gaze to Artoria, who was quietly eating beside her. It seems you've been very curious about my purpose. But unfortunately, now that I've achieved it, I have no reason to share the whole truth. She regarded Artoria with mocking eyes. So then, will you still share your own wish with the others? Artoria set her food down. Though she had seemed to enjoy the food earlier, her composure never faltered, nor did she forget the reason she was here tonight. Well then, let's hear it, Morgan said casually, as if she had taken Shiomi's role as moderator. Shiomi didn't mind at all. He simply listened in silence, glad to be out of the spotlight. My wish is to save my homeland. I want to use the Holy Grail, the all-powerful wish machine, to change the fate of Britannia's destruction. Her righteous declaration left the entire gathering in silence. But wasn't Britannia destroyed during your reign, at the conclusion of your final battle? Shiomi raised an eyebrow, breaking the quiet with a pointed question. That's exactly why I regret it. I want to change that ending. It was all because of me. Before she could finish, Gilgamesh let out a distorted laugh. Hey, did you hear that, Ryder? She calls herself a king, even revered by her people as one, yet she regrets it. Ha 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 ha. Ryder remained solemn and said nothing. Artoria's expression tightened in anger at the insult, and just as she was about to respond, someone else spoke first. It is indeed laughable, but are you really in a position to laugh, King of Heroes? Morgan's sudden words cut through the air, redirecting the tension toward Gilgamesh and bringing his laughter to an abrupt halt. In its place came a sharp, hostile pressure. The arrogant King of Heroes would never tolerate criticism lightly. He fixed Morgan with a cold stare. To speak such insolence, you must be prepared to defend yourself, Fairy of Paradise. Even if you bear no guilt, daring to point your finger at this king is already a capital offense. Yet Morgan stood unfazed in the face of killing intent thick enough to feel like an army pressing down. Don't be so quick to judge. This will take some explaining. Listen to the end before deciding whether it's true, King of Heroes. She set down her wine cup and let her gaze sweep across the group. Among them, Artoria looked the most confused of all. She had never imagined that her sister would speak up in her defense, let alone shift the blame for Britannia's destruction onto the King of Heroes, a man she'd only ever heard about in legends. "What are you trying to say, Morgan?" she asked. Morgan didn't even glance at Artoria, keeping her gaze fixed forward. "To put it simply, you misunderstood the cause from the start. The fall of Britannia wasn't the result of any one person's failure. It was already a predetermined fact. You only delayed it by force, giving your Britannia a little more time under your reign." Then, in an almost casual tone, Morgan laid bare the essence behind Britannia's fall, leaving Artoria speechless. Of course she had always known that Britannia would eventually be destroyed. Merlin had told her so before she even took the throne. That was why she had hoped it could meet its end in a more peaceful way. "I know that much. But what does it have to do with the King of Heroes over there?" "The fall of Britannia," Morgan said, turning her gaze to Gilgamesh, "was merely one part of the greater retreat of the Age of Gods from the world." Gilgamesh, moments ago consumed by rage, began to calm. His expression, though still unpleasant, returned to its usual coldness. Originally, the Age of Gods was supposed to end around 1000 BC. But because Britannia sits closest to the inner sea of the planet, the process was delayed by 1500 years. She turned back to Artoria with a faint, mocking smile. "If you want to change that reality, to prevent Britannia from perishing, you'd need to use the Holy Grail's power to reverse the regression of the Age of Gods itself." Artoria fell silent. If Britannia's destruction was the result of the gods' departure, then no peaceful resolution could ever have been possible. Then what does this decline of the Age of Gods have to do with that gold glitter over there? Iskandar looked over at Morgan. She smiled faintly. "It's simple. Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes, was one of the key reasons the Age of Gods began to collapse. When he chose to lead mankind in rebellion against the gods, the decline began. The act of the King of Magecraft returning divine miracles to the heavens only accelerated the process. Because of that, lands that were once lush and bountiful became barren, unable to sustain the people who lived on them. Artoria, it's no wonder your Britannia fell." Then, looking back at Gilgamesh, she asked with a smirk. "Well, did I say anything inaccurate? From this perspective, doesn't the responsibility for Britannia's destruction rest with your rebellion against the gods, King of Heroes?" All eyes turned to him. But Gilgamesh didn't deny it. He merely scoffed. "How dull. Even if it's true, that doesn't make it any less boring." Chapter 47, Gold Glitter Age of Gods Miniclass. He remained aloof, yet didn't deny Morgan's statement. So what Berserker said was true. Iskandar couldn't help but show some interest. His reign had been over 300 years before the Age of Men, and it had already been more than 700 years since the King of Magecraft returned the mystery. The Age of Gods still felt somewhat distant to Iskandar. "Fools. You don't understand the Age of Gods at all, nor do you grasp the true nature of gods," Gilgamesh sneered. The King of Heroes, born from the union of a mortal king and a goddess, 2/3 divine and 1/3 human, naturally understood the existence of gods better than anyone present. Gilgamesh slightly raised his chin and looked down at everyone with arrogance. "The Age of Gods has long since passed. This planet now operates under the physical laws known to humanity. To people like you, gods are nothing more than systems used to support religion. You can't comprehend the Age of Gods, don't understand gods, and it's no wonder you fail to grasp the meaning behind my actions." Morgan's earlier words had struck a nerve, and Gilgamesh suddenly felt inclined to speak to them about the concept of gods. There are two kinds of gods, those that originally existed as something else and became gods, and those born as gods from the start. In Mesopotamia, where I reigned, gods were the personified consciousness of natural phenomena, what you would call the ancient gods. I was created through the will of these ancient gods and human kings, existing between ancient and modern divinity. He grinned and drank deeply from his cup. Strange, isn't it? Even I think so. But it's the truth. I was created by the will of the gods. A king who was created, you could call it manufactured. Not born of nature, but brought into being for a specific purpose. In that sense, Artoria Pendragon is the same. She was born from a conspiracy between her father, King Uther, and Merlin, a non-human king with the blood of the red dragon. Artoria was somewhat aware of this, and her expression turned serious upon hearing Gilgamesh's words. Even if they were unrelated, if the fall of Britannia was tied to the fading of the Age of Gods, then why did the King of Heroes, who initiated that decline, do so? To guide humanity. You're not that charitable, are you? Shiomi asked. Good instincts. The gods didn't create me to help humanity. They feared humanity, and needed a mediator who could see from both divine and human perspectives, Gilgamesh said, arrogance laced with a hint of approval. The ancient gods feared humanity's ability to reshape nature. No matter how much natural energy they possessed, in the end, they were just entities confined to specific locations. His words carried no reverence for the gods, even though 2/3 of him came from them. Grinning as if amused, Gilgamesh continued, humans are the opposite. Their survival ability may differ, and as individuals they're tiny, like grains of sand. But when gathered in large numbers, their average potential is quite high. The conversation began to delve into deeper territory, directly tied to Gilgamesh's response. Those gods, despite being mighty natural phenomena, had originality and cognitive ability no greater than that of ordinary people. Even with omniscient knowledge, they could only reach a single conclusion and shape a single personality. On this point alone, humanity has already surpassed them. The gap in cognition and capacity for change is far too vast. Gilgamesh's smile deepened, his contempt for the gods plain to see, though he showed no dissatisfaction with himself. Human desire is endless. It never stops and never hesitates to show itself. The gods realized that the world would eventually change because of it. One day, it might even alter the laws that govern the stars. When that time comes, there would be no room left for the ancient gods, who exist as natural phenomena, to intervene. Fearing that future, the gods sought a ruler, someone born human, yet belonging to their divine camp. That was the true reason behind their foolish decision to unite a human king with a goddess and give birth to me. It was a desperate act of survival in their twilight, and from the gods' perspective, utterly disgraceful. Gilgamesh dismissed the will of the gods with arrogant disdain. The gods only wanted to use me as a wedge, a tool to drive between heaven and earth, to stop the gap between humanity and the divine from widening further. Once I saw through that pitiful scheme, I came to a decision: the age ahead has no place for gods. This planet should be ruled by humanity, by those I lead. And so, humanity severed its ties with the divine and stepped toward a future it would shape on its own. But Gilgamesh's actions were only the beginning. The gods continued to cling to their ties with humanity until, 1500 years later, during the era of the king of magecraft, even mystery was returned to the heavens. That's why I said it's dull, fairy of paradise. Gilgamesh drained his cup but didn't refill it. You do know quite a few truths, but you don't understand what they mean. Shiomi leaned toward Morgan and whispered, so much for shifting the blame. Even if the age of gods ended because of him, the king of heroes clearly doesn't intend to take responsibility for Britannia's destruction. If he did, he wouldn't be the king of heroes, Morgan replied just as quietly. Iskandar let out a thoughtful sigh. Even if you were created by the gods, you have no intention of following their will. You'll act as king by your own judgment, whether that means ruling the land or cutting ties with the gods. Exactly. That is my way as king. Those commoners who beg for heaven's mystery will never understand. After finishing his tale, Gilgamesh's words began to drip with narcissism, fitting for someone with a nature as self-centered as his. So tell me, Saber. Now that you know the reason I brought the age of gods to an end, are you still going to come after me for reparation, just as your sister claimed? Gilgamesh asked, visibly amused. Artoria's brow furrowed, but she answered firmly. Even if the end of the age of gods was your doing and that led to Britannia's fall, the destruction of my country is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with you, king of heroes. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 48, abandoned halfway. A quiet sigh echoed after Artoria finished speaking. The one who sighed was Morgan. Unlike the disapproval in Iskandar's expression or the mockery that followed Gilgamesh's words, a touch of melancholy appeared on the witch's snow-pale face. No one knew why she sighed. Even knowing the truth, understanding how it ends, you still cling to the dream of saving Britannia. A trace of reluctance and resignation flickered in Morgan's eyes. No matter how much I want to distinguish myself from you, in the end, in some ways, you and I really are the same kind of person. Artoria fell silent and sat back down. Maybe. They were fundamentally incompatible, destined to reject each other's very existence. Yet Artoria knew, though she had never said it aloud, that Morgan loved Britannia almost as much as Artoria did. But, Morgan continued, this time to everyone present, whether it's to gain the strength to conquer the world, to punish the thief who stole your treasure, or to save your ruined homeland. Your motivations, your goals, all hinge on the omnipotent wish-granting machine, the Holy Grail. Without it, none of this could proceed. Iskandar fixed Morgan with a sharp stare. And what are you getting at? Don't tell me you're trying to convince everyone to give up on the Grail now, at the 11th hour. There's no need for that. Morgan idly turned the exquisite golden wine cup in her hand. If you want the Holy Grail, go ahead and fight for it. Isn't that why you entered the Holy Grail War in the first place? Of course, that's assuming the Holy Grail in Fuyuki can actually grant your wishes. Irisveal, who had stayed silent and had no intention of joining the heroes' debate, could no longer remain a passive listener. What are you talking about? Berserker, the Holy Grail War is a system created jointly by the Ainsburn, Tosaka, and Matu families. Its ultimate purpose is to summon the Holy Grail and obtain the omnipotent wish-granting machine. Irisville couldn't grasp the meaning behind Morgan's words. Even if it isn't a treasure like the Great Cup of Uruk, it is still, without question, an omnipotent wish-granting machine. 9 years ago, Kiritsugu Amiya accepted the Einsburn family's invitation, and it was there he met Irisville. Irisville firmly believed that her husband's wish could be realized through the Holy Grail, and from the depths of her heart, she understood what Kiritsugu longed for. So even knowing that, as the Lesser Grail, she would never escape the Holy Grail War, she still willingly chose to give everything for the men she loved. "Hey, Berserker, what are you even talking about?" Waver looked utterly confused. He started wondering if the servant had already lost her mind due to mad enhancement. Maybe she only seemed coherent. What if she'd been spouting nonsense from the start? How else could anyone say something so bizarre? You still haven't noticed? The Holy Grail War system in Fuyuki was originally designed to summon heroic spirits from different eras to serve as servants. But this time is different. The one summoned under the caster class doesn't even qualify as a heroic spirit. Morgan glanced around with a faint, mocking smile. Calling that kind of servant an evil spirit or a vengeful ghost would be far more accurate. Her words sent a jolt through everyone present. It was true, aside from Castor, all the other servants had made names for themselves in history or legend. But Gillista Rice was an exception. He had once been a hero of the 100 Years' War, yes. But everything he did afterward was etched into human history as horror stories, which over time twisted him into something monstrous, an evil spirit. "Please, explain more clearly." Irisville's voice trembled, and sweat glistened on her pale forehead. Ever since Lancer's fall, her body, acting as the Lesser Grail, had absorbed the soul of the first servant. Since then, her bodily functions had slowly started to shut down. Even sitting here and speaking now was already pushing her to the limit. But what Berserker said next hit her like a bolt of lightning. To put it simply, the Holy Grail has gone mad. Morgan's voice was eerily calm as she dropped the bombshell into the stillness of the courtyard. Gilgamesh raised an intrigued eyebrow. Compared to ordinary treasures, something mad was far more worth his attention. Iskandar and Artoria, meanwhile, were visibly shaken. Gone mad? What do you mean? Iskandar scowled. He wasn't about to entrust his wish to a faulty wish-granting device. Doesn't look like she's joking. No, there's no way. How could this be happening? Artoria struggled to accept the idea. So far, all they had was Morgan's claim. Even if she pointed to Castor as evidence, it could still be chalked up to coincidence, or blamed on the fact that Castor's master was a serial killer, which might explain the kind of servant summoned. But they didn't have time to think it over. A sudden wave of unnatural cold swept through the area. Even through the Shiomi family's bounded field, which was supposed to filter out magical signals, the chill was palpable. Waver's long-dormant magic circuits jolted awake, sending sharp pangs through his body. This ominous magical surge. Shiomi turned sharply toward the disturbance. Iskandar and Artoria followed his gaze. Clearly, tonight's banquet was over, without any conclusions reached. Someone had already ignited the flames of war near the Mayan River. 4 servants were gathered here. Though news of Lancer's defeat hadn't spread yet, Saber's side already knew. Assassin didn't have the capacity to produce such overwhelming magical energy, which left only one possibility. "It's Castor," Morgan said flatly. "This kind of magical fluctuation matches a multiverse ceremonial incantation. The mana output is equivalent to dozens of people." In an instant, Morgan had gauged the scale of the ritual. Looks like some mongrels don't intend to spend the night peacefully," Gilgamesh said as golden light shimmered around him. His form faded into spirit mode and vanished from the Shiomi courtyard, leaving only his voice echoing behind. "Fight your hardest. Hunt down Castor and the rest. Show me what you're worth, ha 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 ha." As the laughter faded, Iskandar rose from the blanket, grabbing a sandwich and downing it in a single bite. "If they dare interrupt the banquet, then we'll clean up Castor tonight, along with whatever we missed earlier." 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 49, The Blasphemous Feast. Tenkei Shiomi's car sped through the streets, heading straight for the banks of the Mayan River. The 2 members of Saber's camp buckled their seatbelts, joining Shiomi and Morgan in action. They hadn't chosen to ride with the King of Conquerors again. Clearly, Irisville's body couldn't handle any more jolting. A smoother, more stable ride was the only option. Still, they hadn't expected Shiomi's driving to be so aggressive. Then again, with massive magical energy equivalent to dozens of people being unleashed by the river, there was no time to waste, whether they were there to take down Castor or to stop the Holy Grail War from spilling over into the civilian world. The roads of Miama town were old and tangled, but after over 2 years living there, Shiomi knew them like the back of his hand. His home was his workshop, his stronghold. Knowing the terrain around it was a necessity. What would normally be a 30-minute drive took just a few minutes. The 4 of them arrived at the embankment of the Mayan River. Though a thick fog blanketed the river tonight, it didn't affect the servant's vision. And for magi like Shiomi and Irisveal, reinforcing their sight with magical energy allowed them to pierce through the mist and clearly perceive the source of the magical surge at the river's center. Castor stood alone in the middle of the river, his feet resting atop a mass of grotesque black shadows gathered beneath the water, creatures that made it possible for him to stand on the surface. It looks like this spell has been in preparation for over 2 hours. Otherwise, even with Castor's abilities, and a noble phantasm that serves as both a magical reactor and a scriptorium for complex rites, he couldn't possibly have completed this in mere minutes, Morgan observed coolly. Just as she said, Castor wasn't chanting. He simply stood there, waiting patiently for the grimoire in his hand to finish the spell on its own. Strangely enough, although he had noticed the figures on the riverbank, he showed no interest in them at all. After acknowledging their presence, he simply returned to focusing on the ritual. Fiend! What are you plotting tonight? Artoria shouted in fury. Deeply sorry, holy maiden, but I don't have time to receive you right now. Castor's tone was unusually serious, devoid of any emotion. At this moment, I'm conducting an unprecedented, blasphemous banquet in honor of my master. Should you choose to attend, it would be my greatest delight, hee hee hee. Castor burst into laughter as the dark waters around his feet began to churn. Countless abominations lurking beneath the surface stretched out their hands and gradually pulled the black-robed Magus under. This isn't good. Morgan instantly recognized the threat. She raised a hand, swiftly constructing a spell above Castor's head and launching an immediate strike. But the magical bombardment was blocked by the tentacles of the sea demons. Though a small breach opened, it was instantly healed, fully engulfing Castor once more. Now let us raise the banner of salvation once more. Gather, all you who were abandoned. Gather, all you who were oppressed. I shall lead you. I shall reign over you. The resentment in our hearts shall ascend to the heavens. O Lord above. I shall praise you through this act of accusation. Castor's piercing voice tore through the fog, echoing down the length of the river. The roiling water lifted him higher. The number of sea monsters beneath him continued to swell, and given the river's depth, imagining just how many there were sent chills down the spine. It's too late. I was hoping to take out Castor before those sea beasts surrounded him. Morgan lowered her hand with a soft sigh. But now, I'm afraid there's no way to stop him from completing that abhorrent summoning ritual. Shiomi turned his gaze toward both banks of the river. The chaos Castor had stirred up had already woken the nearby residents, lights flickered on in house after house. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before uninvolved civilians noticed what was happening. Morgan. Shiomi called out loudly, a rare thing for him. Realizing his tone was too sharp, he quickly lowered his voice. Can I ask you to? As you wish, my husband. Morgan's voice was gentle, ethereal, almost mechanical in its clarity. Before Shiomi could even finish, the fog over the Mayan river thickened dramatically. Even Artoria could no longer see where Castor was. Yet, the massive shadow slowly rising from the water, seemingly reaching for the heavens, remained clearly visible. This was exactly what Shiomi had wanted, to contain the situation before it escalated or drew attention, keeping it hidden from those who had no part in this war. For Morgan, conjuring a mist that blocked perception was as simple as lifting a hand. Thank you, Shiomi said, solemn and sincere. That's just the kind of man you are, Morgan murmured, suddenly placing a hand against Shiomi's cheek, oblivious to anyone watching. You act like you only care about the people and things right in front of you, but your ambition, it's vast. Maybe even more than this world can hold. After gently stroking his cheek, she pulled her hand back, summoned her weapon, and shifted into her battle-ready form once again. This time, Shiomi extended his hand. Let me borrow it. Oh. Morgan didn't hand it over immediately. Aren't you a queen? Then stay in the rear where you belong, no need to rush to the front lines. Shiomi said plainly. Leave that to me. In that case, I'll look forward to your results. Morgan handed him the weapon. If the situation changes, we'll reassess then. Shiomi gripped the magic spear. Castor mentioned his master. If that was an order, the master might be nearby. As always, you handle the servant, I'll take care of the master, Morgan nodded knowingly. Just as the two finished their exchange, Artoria, fully armored, stepped forward. Our alliance still stands. If so, allow me to join you on the battlefield, Shiomi. You're not the only one heading there, Shiomi replied, just as Iskandar's ox cart touched down by the riverbank. Iskandar looked around, baffled. What's going on here? Why's the river suddenly so foggy? Is this another one of Castor's tricks? Just a measure to shield the public, Shiomi explained. King of Conquerors, will you fight alongside me and the King of Knights to bring down Castor? Iskandar grinned, clearly thrilled. Ha ha ha. To charge into battle with warriors like you, splendid. Let me witness your strength for myself on the battlefield. Then he glanced between them. But if the two of you ride my noble phantasm, you won't be able to fight at full power, will you? That won't be necessary. I was blessed by the spirits of the lake. I can walk freely upon the water, Artoria answered calmly, her smile composed. Shiomi traced a rune in the air. Same here. With runes for flight and water resistance, I'll manage just fine. Perfect. Hey, kid, stay on the shore, Iskandar said as he set Waver down from the cart. If anything happens, contact me. Understood, Waver replied. Shiomi gave Morgan one last deep look before turning away, leaping into the air and vanishing into the dense fog above the river, joined by the King of Knights and the King of Conquerors. Chapter 50, The Bloody Battle at Mayan River. The Mayan River, nearly 20 meters deep, had been completely transformed into a massive, living tank of water. The creatures bred within this monstrous tank were the giant sea beasts summoned by Castor. As they charged from the riverbank onto the water, the fog conjured by Morgan to obscure their sight gradually began to lift, clarifying their vision once again. It was then that Artoria realized just how numerous the sea demons had become. She swung her sword with force, cleaving through tentacles as wide as 2 or 3 people standing shoulder to shoulder. But the moment they were severed, the tentacles immediately began to regenerate. More limbs, drawn by the disturbance, surged toward her, forcing her to retreat each time she struck. Unlike last night's battle in the forest, there was only one sea monster in the Mayan River, but its countless tentacles were far more troublesome than dozens of the smaller creatures. Saber. Fall back. Shiomi's voice rang out. Artoria leapt from the water's surface, narrowly avoiding a tentacle that tried to ensnare her. With an agile flip midair, she landed beside Shiomi. Without needing to ask, she saw Shiomi lightly tap the water's surface with the tip of his spear, and the river beneath them immediately began to freeze, forming an ice path that spread toward the sea monster. The tentacles that had been wildly thrashing slowed down, and within moments, they were completely frozen. You froze its movement. Iskandar's ox cart hovered in the air. He hadn't just been watching. He had been charging into the swarm of tentacles over and over, but with limited means, whether by lightning or weapons, his attacks had only inflicted minor damage. This isn't the time to marvel, King of Conquerors. Shiomi raised his hand, and a strong wind swept across the river. The two servants quickly understood what Shiomi was aiming for. First, immobilize the sea monster with a high-level spell, then follow up with a coordinated strike to destroy it, and all its limbs, in one go. Then let me take the lead. You two, don't drag my chariot into this. With a loud laugh, Iskandar charged forward in his ox cart, tearing through the frozen river and the monster parts along the way. But his assault only carved a single path. They still needed a much broader attack. Beside him, Artoria was already preparing. No words were needed, battle instinct kicked in, and she and Shiomi launched their attacks at the same time. Strike air. Vacuum wave. A howling gale, strong enough to tear through flesh, swept across the Mayan River. As Iskandar's ox cart soared into the sky, the wind gathered up the frozen sea monsters and shattered them to pieces. Yet despite the devastation, the thick fog over the river remained completely undisturbed, no signs of it lifting. The tremendous magical force behind the attack sent shockwaves across both banks of the river. On the shore, Waver and Irisveal, still observing the battle, instinctively braced themselves as they felt the wind pressure rushing in. Arms raised, eyes shut tight, they waited for impact. But after several seconds, they realized the wind had only brushed past them, roaring by harmlessly on either side. Opening their eyes, they saw that the violent gust had been diverted, split apart by Morgan's magic. And she hadn't even lifted a finger. This alone won't be enough, Morgan said coolly. No sooner had the words left her lips than the tentacles submerged beneath the water, still frozen in ice, began to writhe, growing at an alarming rate. They surged upward, crashing through the surface in a frenzy, raising towering waves several meters high. That thing, is it immortal? Waver cried out, despair creeping into his voice as he clutched his head and stomped in frustration. The scale of this battle had long surpassed what a novice magus like him could handle. Part of him couldn't help but envy Shiomi, for being able to fight side by side with legendary heroes. You're the one behind this fog, aren't you, Witch of Britannia, came a smooth, elegant voice from the side. A man in a dark crimson suit, holding a jewel-tipped wand, approached calmly. You're. Irisveal recognized him immediately. Morgan glanced sideways. So, you're Tokiomi Tosaka, Sakura's father, and master of the King of Heroes. I'm not really in a position to be called Sakura's father right now, Tokiomi replied with a faint smile. Her real father is the one fighting on the Mayan River. Can't you order your servant to intervene? Morgan asked, her tone flat. Tokiomi gave a bitter smile. The King of Heroes acts on his own terms. He looked up. Through the dense fog, Waver and Irisveal could faintly make out a gleaming golden airship overhead, seemingly forged from gold and emerald, clearly a noble phantasm. I see. Morgan didn't dwell on it. She turned away, walking along the opposite riverbank. The fog will soon spread over all of Fuyuki. Once it does, the Holy Church and the Mages Association won't have to worry about hiding the truth anymore. As Fuyuki's overseer, I'm grateful, Tokiomi said with a polite bow. Though, may I ask what Her Majesty the Witch plans to do next? Morgan stopped in her tracks. That third-rate Magus said it was his master's will. But how would someone who doesn't even understand the Holy Grail War know how to use a command spell? Her implication was clear, someone was pulling strings from the shadows, using the chaos of the escalating war for their own gain. In that case, please allow me to accompany you, Tokiomi said quickly. As the head of one of the 3 founding families of the Holy Grail War. If Morgan ended up eliminating Castor's master, credit for the victory would largely go to the Berserker camp. Tokiomi was trying to stake his claim in any way he could. There's no need, Morgan replied curtly. Magus of this era, no matter how well-intentioned, would only get in my way. Then she paused and glanced back. Of course, if you believe you can match my husband's capabilities, that's a different matter. With that, Morgan vanished into the fog. It was only then that the 3 masters realized just how thick the fog had become. Visibility on both banks of the Mayan River had dropped to near zero. Even with their magical vision fully enhanced, they could only barely make out the silhouettes of Shiomi and the 2 servants, still locked in fierce combat amid the endlessly regenerating sea monster. Sigh. This is exactly why I say those heroes of old. Tokiomi murmured to himself. Though Waver and Irisveal both remained cautiously alert, he showed no signs of hostility. Rest assured. The priority now is bringing down Castor's faction, the ones who've ignored the rules and cast aside secrecy. I'm not your enemy. Good to hear, Irisveal replied firmly. We have no intention of turning this into a petty squabble either. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 51, Haunting Wraiths. Ryunosuke Uryu had no idea what the Holy Grail War was. All he knew was that the men he'd summoned a few days ago, who called himself Castor, possessed an artistic sense far beyond his comprehension. As long as he followed that man, he could witness an art style brimming with coolness and breathtaking spectacles he'd never imagined. Lying on the bridge over the Mayan River, Ryunosuke clung to the railing, trembling with excitement, practically waving a flag in exhilaration as he shouted his praises to Bluebeard. He no longer cared that his workshop had been destroyed not long ago. In fact, he couldn't even remember how he had gotten here, or how he had used a command spell to make Castor unleash this magecraft. Even Castor's words, "If it's my master, my dear friend," asking, Gillis de Rice, would never refuse, failed to make any sense to him. Ryunosuke began to wonder if he was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was losing oxygen. His thoughts slowed, his body filled only with overwhelming bliss. Then, the sharp click of high heels echoed in his ears. Confused, he turned his head and only then noticed that, at some point, a thick fog had enveloped the entire area. Even the towering sea monster was now nothing more than a vague silhouette in the mist. There was no one else around, and not a single car passed on the bridge. Everything had gone deathly silent. So then, how had he seen all those sights earlier? Hey, do you know what's going on? The fog just rolled in out of nowhere. As he looked at the silver-haired woman emerging from the fog, Ryunosuke didn't even register her stunning face or think about how to extract pain or despair from her. He just dumbly asked his question. "So, you're Castor's master?" Morgan ignored his inquiry entirely. Ryunosuke, clearly dissatisfied, stumbled toward her. "Hey, did you hear me? What's with this fog?" He reached out, trying to grab Morgan to press for an answer. But before he got close enough to touch her, his whole body was flung backward and slammed to the ground. Ow. Ryunosuke raised his head as the world spun around him. Despite it being a winter night, he felt warmer than he ever had in his life. His vision was flooded with crimson. Lying helplessly on the ground, he murmured, "So warm." Morgan stood motionless, coldly watching as Ryunosuke Uryu, his limbs severed, bled out beneath her. "I've cut off your limbs, yet all you feel is the pain of falling and just enough life left to cling on," Morgan said indifferently. "I already gave you one warning, Worm Magus. Did you really think that living a long life meant you could do as you pleased?" As her words echoed through the air, a burst of eerie blue flames erupted, engulfing the pedestrian walkway on one side of the Mayan River bridge. Ryunosuke Uryu's body began to swell, and just as the wingblade insects were about to burst from his flesh, both he and his body ignited in flames. Over a dozen sea demons, each taller than a man, dropped from the railings or descended from the beams above. It was now undeniable, Zokanmatu had already taken control of Ryunosuke's body using his insects while the man was unaware. Though he still retained consciousness and could move freely, he had become nothing more than a puppet of the Worm Magus. Zokan had even thoughtfully used Ryunosuke to have Castor arrange for sea demons to lie in ambush here, waiting for any master who might try to take him out. I was trying to bait another master, but ended up hooking a servant instead. What a blunder. Zoken Matu's voice echoed through the thick fog, though he never showed himself. It was clear the decrepit old man was deeply wary of Morgan. Other servants might be manageable, but a magus from the Age of Gods was on an entirely different level, far beyond the likes of Castor. You can't even raise a proper master, and yet you still dare to chase after the Holy Grail. As one of the three great families, you don't even understand the current state of the Greater Grail, Morgan scoffed. But Zoken only chuckled darkly. Naturally, I understand the nature of the Grail far better than fools like you, drawn in by the so-called omnipotent Wishgrantaer. Is that so? Well, that alone might deserve a bit of praise, but nothing more. Disdain laced Morgan's voice without restraint. Whether it was sea demons or insects, she crushed them all with magecraft, burning them to ash without mercy. In an instant, her section of the Mayan River Bridge looked as if it had just survived a catastrophic disaster. How terrifying. She wiped out waves of familiars without even lifting a finger. Zoken's voice was still laced with that sinister laugh. He never had to step into the light, just hiding in the shadows, watching from above, was enough to keep his smug detachment intact. But Castor's sea demons are endless. How long can you last without a weapon? You'd better run while you can. With that final taunt, Zoken's presence vanished completely from the mist. Even Morgan couldn't immediately pinpoint his location. She'd hoped to eliminate the bothersome worm while she had the chance, but once again, he slipped away. A faint irritation flickered in Morgan's chest. The area was in ruins, yet the sea demons kept coming. Unless she destroyed the noble phantasm functioning as their magical energy core, it would take some time to eliminate them all. Growing impatient, Morgan prepared to unleash a larger-scale spell to clear the surroundings. As for the bridge, she would take care not to damage its main structure and risk collapse. After all, she still had plans to take Shiomi and the kids here to play later. She couldn't have the bridge falling apart. In a flash of cold light, another wave of sea demons was swept away, but not by Morgan. Shiomi landed lightly on the scorched railing, now barely holding together, weapon in hand. Castor's sea demons suddenly froze. Did something happen? Shiomi asked. Morgan paused her casting. Nothing serious. I just killed Castor's master. The contract must have been severed, creating an opening. But more importantly, why are you here? I felt you were in a fight, and then Castor's movement suddenly stopped. I was worried, so I rushed over. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive sea demon in the river stirred violently once more, evidently reacting to its master's death. Castor had begun acting recklessly. Making you worry like that? I must be a terrible wife, Morgan teased, a fleeting softness in her eyes. It's not about that, Shiomi said, extending his hand. No point hanging around here. Want to head to the front together? Morgan took his hand without hesitation. He pulled her up, and she wrapped one arm around him. Together, they leapt from the railing of the Mayan River Bridge, diving through the thick fog as they descended toward the river below. If this keeps up, we'll still be fighting at sunrise, Morgan muttered. So you mean? I'm going to use my noble phantasm. Chapter 52, the now unreachable utopia. As the battle intensified, Morgan wasn't the only one considering the release of her noble phantasm's true name. Artoria was thinking the same. But simply cutting down these tentacles wasn't enough to stop the sea demons from multiplying. Without a way to directly communicate with her true master, Kiritsugu Amiya, she needed to confirm things one last time with IRI. By now, the true names of the servants were already known to each other, so there was no longer any need to conceal their noble phantasms. Unlike those that could be activated continuously, hers required a massive amount of mana when the true name was released. Using it recklessly without preparation might burden Kiritsugu. Though his injuries had only just healed, and they couldn't speak directly, that didn't mean Artoria was willing to disregard her de facto master and act unilaterally. Just as she was looking for a chance to fall back, a surge of immense mana came from above and to the side. She leapt from the water to dodge, and midair, she caught sight of Morgan, cradled by Shiomi, plunging down from the bridge while unleashing magic at the sea demons. The devastating blast of mana temporarily slowed the growth of the tentacles. The two landed together on the surface of the Mayan River, still dotted with floating ice. As expected, simple magecraft only gets us so far. Rather than wasting time on large-scale spells, it's better to release the noble phantasm directly, Shiomi agreed with Morgan's earlier thought. Morgan nodded. Since we're in agreement, there's no need to discuss it further. But before that, would you let go of me, my husband? I can't exactly fight in this position. Oh. Shiomi quickly let go, slightly embarrassed. Sorry. He had been too focused on monitoring the sea demon's movements and completely forgot. Not because it felt good holding Morgan close or anything like that. Nearby, Artoria overheard their conversation. Ignoring everything else, she got straight to the point. You're planning to release your noble phantasm, sister? Morgan lightly flexed her fingers. You saw it too, didn't you? At this rate, nothing short of an anti-city class noble phantasm can wipe them out completely. She looked at Artoria with a calm, almost relaxed gaze, as if none of this was enough to make her tense. If you're still reluctant to release the true name of your noble phantasm, then don't force yourself, Morgan said, extending her hand. Shiomi handed her weapon back to her. There's no point in arguing about who should use their noble phantasm right now, Artoria said as she dashed forward, slicing through the incoming tentacles headed for the two. Since that's your intention, sister, I'll hold them off. No need. Fall back, Artoria. Unless you want to be caught in the blast of my noble phantasm, Morgan cut her off. A tremendous amount of mana began to gather around Morgan, concentrating into her body. Conqueror King, get clear, now. Shiomi called out from a distance, signaling to Iskandar, who was dashing through the sky, cutting down tentacles as he went. Ryder noticed the rapidly intensifying mana and quickly deduced she was about to unleash a noble phantasm capable of turning the tide. He yanked his reins, steering the ox chariot away to a safe distance. Shiomi and Artoria retreated as well, stopping at a range that wouldn't interfere with Morgan. Are you that curious about your sister's noble phantasm? Shiomi asked, eyes fixed on the surrounding sea demons, making sure none would interfere with Morgan's casting. Artoria nodded silently. To the King of Knights, Morgan was both the most familiar and most mysterious person. She was her blood relative, her older sister, but after Artoria ascended the throne, Morgan rarely showed herself. What kind of noble phantasm did she possess? What kind of heart lay beneath? Artoria didn't know. Even knowing her true name meant little, Morgan's reputation as a witch left the nature of her noble phantasm shrouded in mystery. And now, Morgan was about to unveil it. She spent her entire life unable to set foot in the city, unable to realize her own white Camelot. The laws of the world never allowed her to become the Queen of Britannia. Those unfulfilled wishes ultimately manifested as magecraft, and so she walked a path that was never meant to exist, her own journey of love and resentment. Shiomi spoke softly, unsure whether he was addressing Artoria or simply voicing the thought to himself. Its name is. As he spoke, the heavy fog abruptly cleared. The familiar night sky of Fuyuki vanished, replaced by an aurora-lit heavens glowing in shades of blue. A colossal throne had appeared at the place where Morgan stood. Reality marble. Iskandar was taken aback, but upon closer inspection, it didn't seem to be that. The transformation of the surroundings appeared more like a visual effect accompanying the noble phantasm's activation, an illusion of sorts. Only the overwhelming mana that had been drawn together remained entirely genuine and unmasked. "'Tis a ruinous dream I cannot bear to see. No recompense, no salvation to be had. At the world's end, a bird sings of tomorrow. Let this be a sign." Morgan, seated upon the throne, spoke coldly. The aurora-draped sky rippled with black waves, and from within those ripples, lances of azure mana rained down. Artoria recognized them immediately. Each spear was identical to the one that had struck at her on the sea the day before. One after another, the spears fell, impaling tentacles that sought to reach Morgan, those that extended outward, and even the massive body of the sea demon itself. Roadless Camelot, the now unreachable utopia. Mana surged. A roar like the heavens themselves splitting open echoed across the battlefield. The Witch of Britannia unleashed all the mana she had gathered in one mighty blast. The frigid, gleaming flare that erupted illuminated both the sea demon and the aurora-filled sky. In an instant, the river water vaporized. Every inch, every fragment, every molecule of the immense creature, once a symbol of terror, was fully exposed to the searing cold light. It let out a voiceless shriek, shredded under the merciless impact. The sea demon was obliterated piece by piece, until its exposed core revealed the location of Castor. In the very next moment, the Magus was swallowed whole by the cascade of light. Towering waves surged toward the riverbanks on either side, crashing into the embankments before gradually pulling back. As the light faded and the aurora dissolved, only Morgan remained, standing motionless atop the gently rippling surface of the Mayan river. Shiomi's eyes narrowed in alarm, and in a flash, he was at Morgan's side, catching her just as she began to collapse backward. Artoria stood still, gazing at the fading afterglow of the noble phantasm. She reached out toward a point of falling light, but it vanished before it could touch her palm. Roadless Camelot. She stared at Morgan in Shiomi's arms and softly repeated the noble phantasm's name. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, The Queen of Winter's Little Amusement. In truth, Morgan hadn't expended that much energy. At most, if she were to activate her noble phantasm a second time, its efficiency would dip slightly. She had only pulled that little stunt on a whim after settling the battle. But Tenkei Shiomi reacted exactly as she expected, catching her the instant she began to fall back. Hey, are you alright? Shiomi asked, a bit nervously. He assumed she had burned through too much mana and couldn't maintain her footing. I overexerted myself a little. Can't really stand steadily, Morgan replied coolly, completely unfazed. I don't think I can make it home on my own. I'll be needing a lift from my husband. Then just dematerialize and rest in spirit form. Shiomi offered reflexively, but before he could finish, he felt a sharp pinch on his arm. Even with his body tempered by Scáthach's relentless training, that E-rank endurance still packed a painful sting. My endurance is only E, remember? I'd fall apart like that, Morgan said flatly. Shiomi paused, puzzled. Was she acting spoiled just because they'd won? Either way, whenever Morgan behaved like this, he found it oddly difficult to get annoyed. Maybe it was because she was absurdly beautiful. Somehow, nothing felt out of place. Which was a problem, shouldn't his heart belong solely to his mentor? Just now, were you thinking about another woman? Morgan asked again. Shiomi nearly lost his footing. No. Absolutely not. Shaking off the intrusive thoughts, he scooped Morgan into a bridal carry and headed toward the shore. She cooperated smoothly, reverting from her battle gear to her usual outfit. Come to think of it, I only ever bought you this one outfit. When we've got time, I should pick up a few more, Shiomi said as they walked. Cradled in his arms like a princess, Morgan responded naturally, whatever you say. As they neared the riverbank, Shiomi asked, earlier you said the Fuyuki Grail had gone mad. That's not just a bluff to mislead the other factions, right? I'm not interested in schemes. Crushing my enemies with sheer force suits me better, Morgan replied. Well, that's going to be a real pain. Shiomi muttered. Mission update. Mr. Little Devil Navigator. Now that you've learned the truth about the Fuyuki Grail, your mission is going to change. Receiving the updated mission, Shiomi came to a halt. The all-too-familiar system prompt had returned, and with it, a fresh headache. What's wrong? I want to change our approach regarding the Holy Grail. Shiomi looked down at Morgan in his arms and spoke with quiet resolve. Morgan looked slightly surprised after hearing him out, but offered no objections. She simply nodded silently in agreement. When the two returned to the embankment, Shiomi noticed another issue. The thick fog Morgan had conjured still showed no signs of dissipating. If someone tried to expose her now, she wouldn't be able to keep up the act. Still, seeing how much she was enjoying it, Shiomi decided he might as well play along too. After all, Morgan wasn't heavy, and having such a soft, cool beauty nestled in his arms, wasn't exactly a bad deal. Thank you for your hard work, Shiomi-kun, and Lady Witch, said Tokiomi, offering his gratitude. It's a relief to see things resolved so swiftly. With that, the reward for defeating Castor would now fall to Shiomi. Not that Tokiomi had much choice, things had progressed beyond his expectations. He hadn't anticipated Castor causing such chaos. Had it not been for Tenkei Shiomi's servant handling things in time, the sheer amount of effort needed to cover up the incident would have left Tokiomi with a splitting headache. It's nothing. Since the Holy Church issued a call, we simply responded accordingly, Shiomi answered calmly. But with the Holy Grail War reaching this point, I doubt I'm the only one caught off guard. Mr. Tokiomi, the Einsburn family, the church, none of you saw this coming either, did you? As he spoke, he glanced toward Irisville. As one of the two founding families still active in the war, and having witnessed the operation against Castor firsthand, Irisville was now also reflecting on the things Morgan had said earlier. They had just collected the remnants of Castor's defeated soul, making this the second such recovery. Though she remained standing, Irisville could already feel her physical functions deteriorating further. I'm deeply ashamed, Tokiomi admitted. So then, Mr. Shiomi, what do you propose? Asked Irisville. Shiomi looked around at the others, waver among them, and considered the remaining masters. Including himself, and Kirei who remained hidden, all identities were accounted for. I wouldn't call it a proposal. But there is something crucial regarding the Holy Grail War that must be discussed face-to-face with all remaining masters and their servants, Shiomi said. Tomorrow at noon, we'll convene at the church to reveal the hidden issues behind this Grail War and decide, together, where it should go from here. The unexpected announcement left Tokiomi momentarily stunned. Of course, he knew the inner workings of the Holy Grail War. If the Grail were merely a wish-granting device, then defeating the other 6 masters and servants would suffice. But as a tool meant to reach the root, the 7th servant must also be slain. That was why Tokiomi had placed such importance on the command spells, even conspiring with the church to organize the operation against Castor. Though in the end, thanks to Gilgamesh's lack of cooperation, the credit went to Tenkei Shiomi. Don't be so tense, Magus of this land. We're not discussing the core mechanics, but the underlying problems, Morgan said, still nestled in Shiomi's arms, yet exuding an undeniable authority. Even if it looked a little absurd to everyone else. Tokiomi immediately understood and relaxed slightly. Very well then, let's go with your suggestion, Shiomi-kun, he agreed. If it was about hidden problems, it was worth hearing out, whether it turned out to be nonsense or not. No helping it, guess we'll see what this is about, Waver added, arms crossed, accepting the proposal. Like Irisville, he had heard what Morgan said at the banquet, so of course, he was concerned. The Einsburn will attend as well, Irisville said. Shiomi, already walking down the far side of the embankment, stopped in his tracks and looked back at Irisville with a meaningful glance before driving off with Morgan. The look gave Irisville pause. If Saber's true master didn't show up tomorrow, they would refuse to share anything. It looked like Kiritsugu would have to make an appearance. Otherwise, from every angle, he would be excluded from what came next, and possibly end up as the common enemy of every other faction. Chapter 54, A Moment's Respite. After finishing the battle at Mayan River, Shiomi returned home and remembered the banquet remnants still scattered across the courtyard. With a sigh, he had no choice but to clean everything up in the middle of the night. Drenched in sweat again, he headed straight for the bathroom and took a second shower. When he came out, hair still slightly damp, he plopped onto the sofa and stared blankly at the ceiling. It was all his own doing. He muttered inwardly. Had he known it would end like this, he wouldn't have bothered playing the good host. He should have just let those kings drink cold sake on empty stomachs. It's not like servants can get food poisoning anyway. Thinking that, Shiomi let out another long sigh. What kind of madness drove him to keep finding new ways to tire himself out? You've worked hard. Lie down and get some rest. Morgan's voice rang out beside him, reminding him that she had been sitting there in the living room, watching him rush around. As she spoke, Morgan pulled him down without giving him a choice, resting his head on her soft thighs. A cool, faint scent lingered at his nose, unexpectedly soothing, almost hypnotic. Sigh. Shiomi let out a weary breath without thinking. Even with mana sustaining him, he hadn't slept in over 2 days. He'd also had some alcohol earlier. If he wasn't sleepy by now, it'd be worth checking if something was wrong with him. Worse yet, he just remembered, he'd driven drunk. Luckily, there was Northwest 1 on the road and no police checks. By the time Shiomi drove back, the thick fog had already blanketed all of Fuyuki. He'd taken it slow on the way and used the time to ask Morgan about the status of the Greater Grail. Still, you're amazing, changing the weather and covering all of Fuyuki like that, Shiomi said, almost absent-mindedly. Even you could have done it, if you wanted to, Morgan replied calmly. Besides, the fog's completely out of my control now and has lost all magical properties. It should dissipate sometime after midnight. I wonder if the news will talk about it tomorrow, Shiomi chuckled. Something like, an unexplained weather anomaly, and maybe it'll go down as one of Fuyuki's mysterious phenomena. As his nerves finally unwound, the alcohol started to hit, and his eyelids began to droop. Shiomi, who used to be a complete teetotaler, wasn't even sure if he had a decent tolerance. Come to think of it, when Gilgamesh left, he just left the whole set of wineware behind. Eyes half closed, he mumbled a complaint to Morgan. The wine was excellent, and the set was genuine gold, judging by the color, definitely from the 5th dynasty of Uruk. You're not going to return it. Finders keepers. It's not like I'm some saint who doesn't care about money, Shiomi said with a casual smile. Morgan smiled too. Then don't return it. Then, as if stroking a pet, she gently ran her fingers through Shiomi's soft hair. About the Master of Castor, the one I executed before you came to back me up. Yeah. What about him? Shiomi hadn't thought much about it, assuming the matter was already settled. When I found him, he'd already been taken over, Morgan said. Another Magus had intervened in secret. I didn't look into it too deeply, but it was clearly some kind of brain invasion using insects, silently tampering with his cognitive function. At that, Shiomi felt her body tense slightly, like a bow drawn taut. Through their physical contact, he could sense an almost imperceptible emotion leaking through. Disgust, fear, or maybe just discomfort. She's really not good with bugs, huh? Shiomi thought. He reached up and clasped the hand that had been playing with his hair, holding it firmly to pass on his warmth, to say, I'm here. Only then did that faint tension ease, and her usual calm reasserted itself. That Zokan Matu again. Shiomi didn't press the issue, but quietly continued the conversation. That's right. Shiomi pieced it together. So, in the end, the Matu family's magecraft, unable to continue due to incompatibility with the land, had no heir qualified to enter this Holy Grail War. That old man had no choice but to intervene himself and try to snatch it from the sidelines. Strictly speaking, there was still Kirei Matu, a descendant with a trace of magical aptitude. But Kirei had long since left the Matu household, having grown to despise the path of magecraft. Just before the Holy Grail War began, he had wrapped up a short stay in Fuyuki and set off abroad again, continuing his research travels. At this rate, the Matu lineage would inevitably die out, and their magical legacy would vanish. No Magus would ever accept that fate willingly. Looks like that's how it is, Morgan said, having also learned about the Matsu family from Shiomi. With no successor, and the head of the house surviving only through magecraft, it was obvious the Matsu family wouldn't last until the next Grail War, 60 years later. It was no wonder Zoken Matsu was getting desperate. Still, it seemed Morgan's warning at the Greater Grail beneath Ryuda Temple had worked. Zoken had prepared well. Even though Morgan could easily sever his control over Ryunosuke Uryu, she couldn't trace it back through the magical channel to kill him directly. The semi-automated control method had made Uryu think his actions were his own. Even Castor hadn't noticed. And when Morgan disrupted the spell, the mana connection was already designed to cut off. In short, Zoken Matsu had been guarding specifically against someone like Morgan, a magus from the Age of Gods who surpassed the standards of the modern era. Also, when I executed him, I confirmed that Castor's master had already used up all of his command spells, Morgan added. That's how the sea demon managed to act on such a large scale, it was being powered by command spell mana. He really knows how to cause us trouble, Shiomi muttered. Now that Castor's side has been defeated, among the remaining factions. He paused, thinking over the other masters. Eliminating the possibilities one by one, the only one left was Waver Velvet. That magus, slightly younger than Shiomi, had handled things well in practice, but when it came down to magical ability, he was honestly quite weak. One-on-one against Zoken Matsu, he'd likely end up as prey. Rider's master, Morgan echoed his thoughts. But the King of Conquerors isn't like other servants. He's not so easy to catch off guard. Who knows? Honestly, I don't have much intel on Zoken Matsu myself. Among Fuyuki's magus families, Matsu is even more discreet than Tosaka, Shiomi said after a moment. Looks like no matter how tomorrow's meeting turns out, we'll need to warn Rider and his master. If things stayed as they were, Shiomi wouldn't care how the factions chose to battle it out. But if the war dragged on and more servants were eliminated, reducing the souls required for the Greater Grail's activation, it would seriously jeopardize his current plan. If possible, we should keep the number of fallen servants to 4 or less, Morgan said. Shiomi's senses began to blur. Already worn out, thinking about the Holy Grail War now demanded more mental energy than expected, and drowsiness set in even faster. Sounds like we're betting on not losing, Shiomi said with a faint laugh. Morgan was silent for a while. Shiomi assumed she didn't want to answer and let sleep overtake him. If we fight separately, we'll lose. But if we fight together, we've always been invincible. By the time she said it, Shiomi was already asleep. Listening to his quiet, steady breathing, Morgan smiled softly. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 55, Departure. I had a dream. The witch studied tirelessly, and the young man who called himself a sage spared no effort in teaching her everything he knew. Magecraft, martial arts, tactics, political strategy, the sage held nothing back. I had a dream. The witch crossed an island surrounded by sea on foot, traveling, facing hardships, and offering salvation. Always by her side, never once falling behind, was the sage, his presence unchanged over 1,000 years. I had a dream. Then came the sound of something breaking. The witch disappeared, and the sage vanished without a trace. All that remained were the queen and the tyrant, and an endless war. When Shiomi opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed. His sleeping posture was terrible, he looked like he'd been possessed by a vengeful spirit, sprawled out like a gecko under the covers, the bedsheets a complete mess. Through his disheveled bangs, Shiomi spotted the alarm clock on the nightstand. It was just over 30 minutes before noon. He'd slept for quite a while. What a cliched story. Really, not funny at all. You don't look so good. Hungover, came Morgan's voice. Only then did he realize she was sitting at the edge of the bed, tilting her head slightly to peer down at him, as if admiring a pet. My tolerance is pretty bad, sure, but I only had a little last night, not enough to be hungover. Honestly, I slept pretty well, Shiomi replied. You the one who put me back in bed. Sleeping on the sofa isn't ideal, Morgan replied without denying it. Guess this is your return gift for last night. Shiomi chuckled to himself. Still, that habit of yours, treating people like pets and watching them sleep, it's hard to compliment. Morgan didn't mind. It's nothing. Even when the master's asleep, the mana flow doesn't stop. A servant who doesn't need sleep has nothing else to do but kill time. I just didn't expect you to sleep in such a weird way. This is just how I look, Shiomi said with a self-deprecating laugh. Though really, he was never usually like this. If anything, it was probably due to the string of dreams, vaguely connected yet utterly illogical, that left him feeling off. Not that he could say, it's your fault for showing me all that. If you're not feeling well, maybe we should cancel the trip to the Holy Church, Morgan said. Being in less than perfect condition could cost you your life in the Holy Grail War. No need, I'm fine, Shiomi said, sitting up. The longer we delay, the worse it'll get. I see. Good, Morgan didn't press the issue. You don't need to worry about Sakura and Caren. Sakura reheated the food you made last night and shared it with Caren for breakfast. Shiomi gave a quiet nod. Sakura was a thoughtful girl. Still, Shiomi didn't want her dealing with household responsibilities at such a young age. He only taught her how to do housework, never actually asked her to do it. At most, she just helped out now and then. They wouldn't be at the Holy Church long. He should be back soon. It'd be fine to ease up a little on Sakura and Karen's routine today. Having made up his mind, he dropped by a nearby supermarket to pick up a few lunchboxes and left them at home. After washing up, Shiomi decided to skip the car and instead use transfer magecraft with Morgan to arrive near Fuyuki Church. This area was always deserted, so even casting magecraft during the day rarely attracted attention. With just a few minutes left before noon, Shiomi and Morgan made their way up the slope leading to the church's main entrance. "Come to think of it, Morgan, you're not just good at magecraft, are you?" said Shiomi. Morgan nodded. "It's expected for a magus to excel at magecraft, but thinking that's all we can do is far too narrow-minded." "No wonder your magic spear never felt like just a close combat weapon," Shiomi added. "Something about it catch your eye." At first glance, the design seems impractical. "But once you actually wield it, it handles surprisingly well," Shiomi said, hands behind his back as he looked toward the church entrance slowly coming into view. "The weight distribution is perfectly balanced. Even for a weapon forged purely from mana, on par with a noble phantasm, it's remarkably well crafted." "Oh. Most people, if they weren't proficient with spears, would probably overlook that in the forging process. They'd just treat it as a means of self-defense or an extension of magecraft," Shiomi said, turning to Morgan with a smile. "If you're that satisfied with it, feel free to use it whenever you need to on the battlefield," Morgan replied, eyes gently lowered to the stone path at her feet. "Unlike your weapon, my spear can transform as needed, into other forms, even into a longsword matching Artoria's holy sword in specification." Shiomi noticed the faint smile tugging at Morgan's lips. He could tell his words had lifted her mood. "But it's true, I'm the kind who prefers fighting on the front lines," Shiomi said, glancing away. "Still, if we end up in a split battle like the first night, wouldn't it be dangerous for you to face enemies unarmed? In a situation like that, I'd handle it appropriately." Morgan's reply subtly conveyed her hope that Shiomi wouldn't rely on the soaring spear of piercing death. "Sounds like you've got a problem with that weapon of mine," Shiomi said bluntly. "No, not at all," Morgan answered briskly, though her averted gaze betrayed her true thoughts. Soon, they were standing outside the church doors. Through the open gates, the chapel was clearly visible. Even from where they stood, several auras filled with mana could be sensed. Both masters and servants were present. Tenkei Shiomi checked his watch. 1 minute to noon. Right on time. Good. "I'm glad it's not like that," Shiomi said, lowering his wrist. "It's not like I insist on using it, but I've got a feeling, no matter how things unfold, the King of Heroes will be standing in our way. So, Tenkei Shiomi knew he'd need the soaring spear of piercing death. A weapon honed to perfection, crafted solely for him, it would be indispensable in the battles to come. If the opponent is the King of Heroes, then it's understandable," Morgan said, looking at Shiomi. "Even I wouldn't be so nitpicky with my own husband." It was the first time she'd referred to him that way, and rather than feeling awkward or resigned, Shiomi felt happy. Then, the two of them stepped into Fuyuki Church together. Chapter 56, Convergence. For Risei Kotomine, overseer of the Fourth Holy Grail War, the strain and complications of this war had far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps it was because he was no longer as young as he was 60 years ago, or perhaps it was because this war had introduced far more anomalies than any previous Holy Grail War. Castor's reckless actions caused such an uproar that not only the Holy Church but even the Mages Association had been forced to act behind the scenes. So when the old priest saw Tenkei Shiomi and Berserker push open the doors and step inside, his first instinct wasn't to offer a welcome, but to express gratitude. It was thanks to Berserker that, when Castor summoned that massive sea monster, the entire Mayan River area had been shrouded in thick fog. The fog continued to spread, eventually covering both Miyama Town and Shinto. The low visibility did disrupt city functions somewhat, but it was extraordinarily effective in concealing any traces of the supernatural. Only a few quick-witted residents living along the riverbanks had caught a glimpse of Castor's spectacle. To everyone else, it simply looked like an unusually foggy evening. Because of this, both the Holy Church and the Mages Association had been spared considerable trouble. No matter how the war turned out, Shiomi's decisiveness in preserving the secrecy of magecraft had already earned him greater standing and credibility within the association as a magus. "Shiomi-kun, welcome," said Risei Kotomine, offering his greeting as the head of the Fuyuki Church and overseer of the Holy Grail War. The clock had just struck noon. "I was the one who requested this gathering from Mr. Tokiomi, so I'm grateful that the church is able to offer its support," Shiomi said, walking through the aisle between the pews until he stood before Father Risei. As he moved, he scanned the room. Tokiomi, Tosaka and Gilgamesh were already there, seated separately on different benches. Iskandar and Waver were present too. Unlike Gilgamesh, who sat coldly at the very front, ignoring everyone around him, Iskandar was openly curious, observing the architecture and furnishings of the church as though he were touring a museum of antiquities. Also present were the pairs of Kirei Kotomine and Kiritsugu Amiya. Kirei aside, the defeat of Assassin had been officially concealed. The church clearly intended to keep up the ruse. Shiomi could sense Kirei's presence behind the door that led from the chapel to the courtyard, but no trace of Assassin's aura. This matter you brought up is too serious to ignore. As Fuyuki's overseers, the Tosaka family cannot afford to stand by, Tokiomi said earnestly. After all, if things were truly as Shiomi claimed, if there were unknown issues with the Holy Grail, then the war would need to be halted, perhaps even cancelled entirely. Should a defective Grail manifest, and word of it reach the Mages Association operatives stationed in Fuyuki, the damage to the Tosaka family's reputation would be inevitable. That's good to hear, Shiomi replied with a nod, glancing around. I thought we'd be the last ones here, but looks like someone else is still late. Just as he finished speaking, the chapel doors swung open. A figure in a black trench coat appeared in the sunlight. Kiritsugu Amiya. The moment Tokiomi saw him, his expression tightened briefly. He had assumed Kiritsugu was merely a magus hired by the Einsburn family to assist in the war, but now it seemed his initial suspicion had been correct all along. Kiritsugu Amiya was the real master. The Einsburn homunculus was only a front. Not that Tokiomi could criticize this. He himself was working covertly with the church and employing underhanded methods. Which meant that, in this entire war, the only masters conducting themselves with open transparency were Shiomi and Waver. After Kiritsugu walked in, he let the door swing shut behind him, only for it to be stopped a second time. Artoria entered right after him, her expression blank. That one moment said everything about the terrible state of their master-servant relationship. It made clear why Irisveal had been acting as the nominal master. Kiritsugu took a seat on a bench about 5 steps away from Shiomi. Saber, meanwhile, simply stood behind Morgan, slightly to the right. The only one visibly puzzled was Waver, who started to speak, but the King of Conquerors placed a hand on his shoulder, quietly stopping him. Well, looks like everyone's here. Shiomi glanced around at the gathered masters in the church, his gaze even subtly including Kirei Kotomine, who was eavesdropping behind the side door. Thank you all for accepting my invitation. As you've likely heard by now, the issue concerns the ultimate prize of this Holy Grail War, the so-called omnipotent wish-granting device. I believe there's a critical flaw in it, one that will harm all parties if kept secret. That's why I've chosen to make it public. As he spoke, his eyes swept naturally across the room, observing the other masters. Tokiomi and Waver were listening intently. Kiritsugu, on the other hand, was watching with a look of thinly veiled contempt, as if thinking, let's see what kind of story you're trying to sell. Clearly, he didn't believe Tenkei Shiomi at all. He probably thought Shiomi was bluffing, trying to scare everyone into backing out of the war. At that moment, Morgan placed a hand on Shiomi's shoulder, silently signaling through thought speech that she would take over the explanation. Shiomi didn't object. After all, he'd only gotten a brief summary from Morgan on the way home the night before. If anyone had the clearest grasp of the situation, it was Morgan. She had gone into the cavern beneath the Great Grail herself and seen it firsthand. I'll explain from here. Unlike Shiomi's calm and sincere tone, Morgan's voice was cool and formal. Time is valuable, so I'll start with the conclusion. She cast a sidelong glance at Artoria, a faint smile flickering on her lips. The Greater Grail in Fuyuki has been corrupted. The mana accumulated within it is no longer colorless. That single sentence threw the chapel into commotion. Both masters and servants were visibly shocked. For those who had attended last night's prematurely ended banquet, the King of Conquerors and the King of Knights finally understood what Morgan had meant when she said, "The Grail has gone mad." But shock alone didn't guarantee belief. "And what grounds do you have for saying this, Witch of Britain?" Tokiomi asked, his tone respectful. While he didn't care much for servants personally, he held reverence for heroic spirits, especially one who had lived during the Age of Gods. Waver, sounding agitated, chimed in, "Yeah, where's the proof? If you're just going to bring up Castor again like you did last night, I'm not buying it." On the other side of the room, a crack finally appeared in Kiritsugu Amiya's expressionless face, his eyes widened slightly in shock. Their reactions were exactly what Morgan had expected. In fact, had they all simply accepted her words without question, she would have found it boring. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 57, The Corrupted Greater Grail. Of course there's evidence. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you, Morgan said calmly. The day after I was summoned, once the Holy Grail War began, I accompanied my master to survey the situation in Fuyuki, which led me to discover the location of the Greater Grail. Ryuta Temple, atop Mount Enzo. Back then, the Tosaka, Makiri, and Einsburn families had established the system of the Greater Grail under the supervision of Wizard Marshal Schweinord, refining it with each successive Holy Grail War. Its location had long become an open secret among masters. Given that Morgan was summoned under the Berserker class, it made perfect tactical sense for Shiomi to bring her to investigate the spirit veins, and the Greater Grail itself. So, Lady Witch, you actually entered the underground chamber where the Greater Grail is stored and verified the system? Tokiomi asked, clearly concerned. Morgan nodded, then added deliberately, originally, I only intended to use the spiritual grounds of Ryuta Temple as a base once the war reached its midpoint, but... You discovered the Grail had been corrupted. Artoria interjected. She couldn't accept the idea that the wish-granting vessel she had answered the summons for was no longer pure. Exactly. The mana within the Greater Grail has been tainted. Whether used as a wish-granting device or for any other function, it's no longer viable, Morgan replied with composure. She had already fully analyzed the Grail's system. Given time, she could even construct a replacement, one less costly, even. They're nothing more than broken tools now, she added. Broken. Artoria's composure began to falter. She shut her eyes, forcing herself to ask, what do you mean by that? In short, the means by which it fulfills wishes have become extremely twisted and dangerous, Morgan said, turning to face her. Didn't you wish to use the Grail to prevent the downfall of Britannia? If you offered that wish to this corrupted Grail, it would attempt to rewrite established history itself, because only by overturning recorded human history could the fall of Britannia be undone. Cold sweat beaded on Artoria's cheeks. If it did that, Britannia would be severed from the rest of the timeline, turned into a foreign object, a distortion of human history. At that point, Morgan's voice grew slightly heavier. Only Shiomi noticed, as everyone else remained fixated on the topic of the Grail. In other words, it would become a singularity, she said. And this time, the counterforce would intervene to erase it. Artoria stood speechless, overwhelmed by the weight of what she had just heard. But Morgan didn't stop. As though determined to crush whatever hope remained in her, she continued, don't panic just yet. Becoming a singularity is only one possible outcome. There are worse scenarios than that. Ultimately, even Morgan couldn't be certain how far the corrupted Fuyuki Grail's power could reach. And in truth, Morgan's own summoning had been even more anomalous than Artoria's. You've been going on about the Grail being corrupted since earlier, Kiritsugu Amiya finally spoke, breaking his long silence. But you're just a servant with some distant blood connection to that king of knights over there. Why shouldn't I suspect you're just trying to demoralize the other camps by saying all this? Kiritsugu was even more doubtful of Morgan's words than Artoria. He had entrusted his wish to the Grail, spent 9 years preparing and waiting, there was no way he could easily accept that it had all been in vain. All the world's evil, Morgan said, calmly. Or more precisely, Ngramenu. This time, the first to show a visible reaction was Risei Kotomine. As the overseer of the previous Holy Grail War, he was naturally familiar with the classes and even the true names of the servants that had been summoned back then. Judging from your reaction, overseer of the Holy Church, I'd say you already know what I'm referring to, Morgan said, without even turning her head, yet she was fully aware of the old priest's response. That is the cause of the Greater Grail's corruption. Tokiomi's face changed. He had never looked deeply into the previous Holy Grail War, focusing instead on how to win the current one as safely as possible, gathering holy relics and other preparations. After all, no one willingly summons a servant that's already appeared before. If someone with inside knowledge realized it, that servant's true name could be exposed instantly. Father Risei, what exactly is going on? Tokiomi asked, keeping his urgency restrained behind polite tones. As well-read as he was, he knew full well that Ngramenu was a deity from Zoroastrianism. The old priest's expression was stern, his brow deeply furrowed. That was a servant summoned in the previous Holy Grail War, an irregular servant who manifested under the extra class, Avenger. At that, he narrowed his eyes and glanced toward Kiritsugu Amiya, driven by his moral convictions as a priest. Avenger. Shiomi hadn't intended to speak, but the words escaped him. You mean that irregular class? That much is unclear. After all, it was the Einsburns, one of the 3 families, who summoned Avenger, Father Risei answered honestly. Kiritsugu stood, visibly displeased. Sounds like there's no point in listening any further. Don't be so hasty, Magus of the Einsburn, Father Risei said calmly. I'm not bringing this up to turn the other masters against you. I'm simply stating the facts. 60 years ago, the Einsburn did summon Avenger, but that servant was defeated on the 4th day. The Lesser Grail was then destroyed, and the war ended without a result. Morgan, satisfied that the priest had explained enough, picked up the thread again. Normally, when a servant is defeated in the Holy Grail War, their soul is absorbed into the Greater Grail and converted into colorless mana. But Ngramenu was different. As the embodiment of all the evils of this world, the moment his soul was absorbed, the malice and twisted desires he carried corrupted the Grail itself. As she finished, Morgan raised a hand, and a mirror formed from water floated into view within the chapel. This is the current state of the Greater Grail. If this still isn't enough to convince you, feel free to confirm it with your own eyes. Through Morgan's magecraft, everyone present could see the image of the Greater Grail. Even though it was only a projection, the abnormality was obvious. Utter nonsense. Kiritsugu left those words behind and turned to leave, disappearing alone through the chapel doors. Artoria, though still full of questions, had no choice but to follow her master. While the rest of the faction stopped doubting after Morgan relinquished the right to monopolize confirmation of the truth, Kiritsugu Amiya alone continued to believe that Morgan was lying. Or rather, something fundamental within him had been shaken, and so, he ran. Chapter 58, Shiomi's Plan. The departure of Kiritsugu Amiya and Saber did not bring Shiomi's meeting to a close. Compared to the emotionless Magus killer who stormed out, it was the implications of the Holy Grail War itself that still held everyone's attention. Through Morgan's magecraft, everyone had seen the abnormalities within the Greater Grail. If even that wasn't enough to convince them, as Morgan said, they'd simply have to go and confirm it themselves. Though everyone already knew, it wouldn't change the outcome. I'll go to Mount Enzo myself to verify that the Greater Grail has been corrupted, Tokiomi finally said. He watched as Morgan dispelled the projection of the Grail. Though torn inside, his duty as head of the Tosaka family didn't allow him to feign ignorance or avoid the issue. Instead, he responded with calm reason. He carried himself with poise. Tokiomi, who lived by the Tosaka family code of elegance, maintained his usual composure, but anyone could see the conflict behind his furrowed brow. However, Shiomi-kun, you didn't bring us all here today just to reveal this truth. Would you care to elaborate further? Tokiomi posed the question, already suspecting Shiomi's intent, but needing to hear it spoken plainly before everyone present. Shiomi gave a small nod. Morgan, meanwhile, walked slowly to an empty bench and sat down, clearly signaling that her part in the discussion was finished. My purpose is simple, Shiomi said, standing in the center aisle and meeting Tokiomi's gaze. Now that we know the Greater Grail has been corrupted, continuing the Holy Grail War serves no benefit, and only causes harm. So, I propose we suspend the Holy Grail War and work together to purify the Greater Grail. This had become Shiomi's new mission, shaped by a shift in his objectives. A very reasonable stance, Tokiomi said, giving a deep nod. While the pursuit of the root had long been the Tosaka family's inherited aspiration, Tokiomi couldn't, in good conscience, rely on a corrupted grail. He had no way of knowing what kind of price Fuyuki might pay if a tainted pathway to the root were opened. In that sense, Shiomi's decision was the correct one. However, based on our current assessments, purifying the Greater Grail will require extracting the corrupted mana within it, Shiomi continued. According to our projections, even if the purification succeeds, much of the mana accumulated over the past 60 years will be lost. He paused, shifting his gaze to Waver. As one of only 3 masters present, Waver may have been the least experienced, but that didn't mean he should be left out of the conversation. And Waver, of course, understood what that look meant. If the Grail's mana reserves were depleted through purification, then even if a victor emerged, the mana converted from servant souls alone would be insufficient to make the Grail function as a wish-granting device. In other words, to agree to purify the Grail was to accept that the Holy Grail War would end here. I'm fine with it. Waver muttered his stance. He'd never had a concrete wish for the Holy Grail, joining the war had just been his way of proving himself to the teachers and classmates who had written him off. In contrast, the real issue lay with Iskandar. Honestly, I'm disappointed too, Iskandar said, scratching at his beard. But if the Grail's been tainted, then there's nothing to be done. After all, entrusting something like the restoration of his physical form to a corrupted Grail wasn't a risk Iskandar could take lightly. With that, the two of them had made their positions clear, both showing varying degrees of support for Shiomi's proposal. Given the situation, it was the most pragmatic decision for everyone involved. As for Gilgamesh, he continued to sit with his back turned to Shiomi, radiating pure boredom. No one bothered to ask for his opinion, everyone quietly agreed to let it lie. And so, under the supervision of Risei Kotomine, the masters of Archer, Rider, and Berserker reached a new consensus, to purify the Greater Grail and bring an end to the Fourth Holy Grail War. Afterward, as the two groups who had contributed most to the defeat of Castor the previous night, Shiomi and Waver each received a supplementary command spell from Father Risei. Neither of them had used any of their original command spells, so the additional marking made their seals look oddly asymmetrical. Still, valuable mana resources weren't something to complain about. The only one left bitter was Tokiomi Tosaka. He had orchestrated the whole Castor hunt, yet ended up with nothing, thanks to the King of Heroes' refusal to follow orders. Once the meeting wrapped up, Tokiomi stayed behind to consult with Father Risei on how to proceed. Meanwhile, Shiomi and Waver left the church with their servants. Chin up, kid. Iskandar clapped Waver on the back. The war might be over, but an extra command spell could still come in handy. Waver gave him a look. Are you an idiot? You can't use a command spell to purify the Grail. No matter how you spin it. Not necessarily, Shiomi cut in. There are still some who haven't accepted this resolution. His words made both members of the rider camp tense slightly, especially Iskandar. Not only had they learned that Saber's true master wasn't the one they had assumed, but it was also clear her relationship with that master was strained beyond repair. The two could never function as a team. And considering Kiritsugu Amiya's earlier demeanor, it wasn't hard to imagine he might ignore the consensus the other three factions had reached and try to continue the war on his own. Now that you mention it, Saber and her master really are the kind who obsess over their own ideals, Iskandar said bluntly. I was planning to knock some sense into her last night, but that didn't quite work out. There's no need for that, King of Conquerors, Morgan suddenly spoke. If she's chosen to bear Britannia's fate, then she's already made her resolve. If someone like her could be swayed by a few words, then this whole situation wouldn't exist. Iskandar gave it some thought. Maybe so, but you're a sister, right? Doesn't that make you about the same? Who knows? Morgan said with calm certainty. As a servant, maybe I've already reached my end. I've made the choice I believe in. Everything happening here is just a continuation of that choice. You really are different, Iskandar laughed. At least your face doesn't have that same clouded look Saber always wears. I've outgrown that stage. Morgan responded flatly. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 59, Belief. Standing on the slope outside the church gates, Shiomi watched as Ryder, having already left, patted Waver on the shoulder in encouragement. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Should we teleport back using Magecraft, or walk for a bit first? Let's walk. Hearing his somewhat indirect suggestion, Morgan gave a clear response. So, the two began walking down the stone-paved slope. I originally thought you and King Arthur were mortal enemies. But whether it was last night or just now, you seem to be protecting Saber, Shiomi said to Morgan. Is it because you're related, so only you can criticize her, and you won't allow others to say anything? Is that how you see it? Morgan asked, her expression tinged with amusement. Just a theory, Shiomi replied honestly. Morgan nodded knowingly. Nothing special. It's just that, to some extent, I understand her better than most. Artoria Pendragon is simply the result of Merlin and Uther's scheme, someone born from the start to shoulder Britannia's fate. So, people who don't know the full story have no right to judge her, and only someone like you, who understands everything, is qualified to comment on the King of Knights. Shiomi chuckled. Reserving the right to the final interpretation, how fitting for the Queen of Winter. My status as Queen has nothing to do with Artoria Pendragon. Morgan understood Shiomi was joking, but still chose to answer seriously. Shiomi's smile gradually faded. I see. I misunderstood. That said, the King of Conquerors wasn't entirely wrong, Morgan added, pausing with a faint smile. I am a woman of deep obsessions. Sometimes, that obsession is Britannia. Other times, it's something else. After she finished speaking, Shiomi, who had already walked several steps ahead, also came to a stop. He stood at the bottom of the slope for a long moment before slowly turning around, raising his head to look back at Morgan. I know. The complex emotion in his eyes startled Morgan slightly, but she gradually understood. So that's how it is, she said, smiling in a way Shiomi couldn't quite read, part defeat, part joy. I chose to take part in this Holy Grail War, yet I completely overlooked such a crucial detail. A magical channel existed between master and servant, allowing memories to be shared through dreams during sleep. Until now, Morgan had only slept once. The rest of the time, thanks to Shiomi's abundant mana supply, she remained unaffected even without rest. But on the other hand, Shiomi still needed sleep, so through his dreams, he inevitably saw fragments of Morgan's past. Sorry. I didn't mean to peek, it just happened naturally while I was asleep, Shiomi said awkwardly, looking away toward the empty side of the slope. I assumed you knew this would happen. Since you didn't block the subconscious interference, I figured you simply didn't care. But Morgan truly didn't mind. If anything, she was more curious about which part of her unnaturally long memory Shiomi had seen, and what he had learned. No need to worry. I'm more interested in what you saw. The two resumed walking. Shiomi slowed his pace to fall in step beside Morgan once more. It's hard to put into words. At most, I caught a few scattered fragments, Shiomi said, shaking his head. The first time wasn't so bad, I dreamed of a place where it was always raining. But the second time. Morgan raised an eyebrow slightly. His expression turned grave. There was nothing to laugh about. It was a dream of endless falling. From sharing the same boat, to facing a common enemy, and then turning on each other, there's no worse story than that. Turning on each other. Morgan softly repeated the phrase. Her usually calm face lit up with an unusual excitement. So that's the feeling you got. Shiomi crossed his arms, clearly exasperated. He couldn't understand why Morgan seemed so pleased. All right, I get that being forced to fight an old comrade is unpleasant. But do you really have to deny it like that? Or is it that seeing people who once shared your ideals part ways is so hard for you to accept that you instinctively reject reality? Seeing the look on his face, Morgan realized Shiomi was genuinely concerned about her, and possibly even wondering if this was why she had manifested as a berserker. Well, maybe that's true. Morgan avoided elaborating further and instead shifted to a seemingly cautionary tone. One of the things I hate most is being betrayed by someone I trust. You should be careful too, Tenkei. Sensing she didn't want to go deeper into the subject, Shiomi let it drop. Don't worry. If it were any other heroic spirit, maybe I'd feel differently. But just seeing you makes it clear, betraying your trust would be a terrible thing. He smiled and turned his head slightly. Whether it's from a personal standpoint, or in terms of consequences, it's the same. My husband really does have a silver tongue. I suppose if you were dispatched as an envoy, you could win over nations with words alone, Morgan teased. Shiomi just clicked his tongue and waved his hand, signaling that the conversation was over. The Fuyuki church stood on a mountain in the southeastern part of the city, offering a sweeping view of most of Fuyuki below. A cold wind swept through, sending Morgan's silver hair billowing in the air. My husband, since you've resolved to purify the Holy Grail, and to avoid any unforeseen disruptions to that plan. Morgan looked off in the direction of Einsburn Castle, her expression calm. Before that, we need to remove any potential sources of instability. You mean the King of Heroes? Shiomi asked reflexively. He had always been wary of Gilgamesh. And with Kirei still lurking in the shadows, the situation remained uncertain. To be honest, purifying the Greater Grail was just as troublesome as the Holy Grail War itself. Leave the King of Heroes for now. There's something else you must secure first, Morgan shook her head. Artoria and her master, they must be eliminated as a potential threat to your plan. If it comes to a direct battle, I'm ready anytime, Shiomi said without hesitation. No need to rush. I have another method, Morgan replied confidently, meeting Shiomi's eyes. To win without fighting, that's something you taught me. When did I ever teach you that? Shiomi was full of questions, but decided to brush it off as one of Morgan's peculiar flirtations and put it out of his mind. Since Morgan clearly had her own plans, Shiomi had no intention of interfering. Chapter 60, Wine. Oh. I didn't expect to catch you drinking alone, Kirei. Later that night, in his own room, Kodomine Kirei took a bottle of red wine from the cabinet and sat alone in a single armchair, sipping from his glass in silence. He heard the voice before seeing anyone. He didn't need to look up to know who it was, someone who had just shifted from spiritual to physical form, now lounging lazily on the nearby sofa. Gilgamesh. Kirei didn't respond to the golden servant's teasing. He simply stared at the wine in his glass without a word. Humph, you look troubled, Kirei. Gilgamesh picked up the wine bottle, filled an empty glass, and gently swirled it. No matter. Speak your mind. I'm bored anyway, so I'll entertain myself by listening to your woes. Bored. Kirei found that strange. Tenkei Shiomi gathered all the masters in the Holy Grail War and announced something that major. You don't plan to act at all? Gilgamesh took a sip of wine. Purifying the Greater Grail. The more I hear it, the more unbearably dull it sounds. A cup tainted by malice is perfect for drinking wine, its only flaw is that it might have a hint of blood in the taste. If you're so dissatisfied, then why not oppose it? Kirei asked. Because while the plan is boring, the men behind it is quite amusing, the King of Heroes replied with a cold smile. With just a few words, he consolidated the interests of all those mongrels, achieved the consensus he needed, and set everyone on a path toward his own goal. And he doesn't even realize it. Kirei had some personal familiarity with Tenkei Shiomi from past collaboration, enough to trust him to take care of Caren. But, in truth, he didn't know much about Shiomi as a person. What he could say was that the man was grounded, practical, never prone to idealism or lofty dreams. Just that alone made Kirei feel Shiomi deserved a high evaluation. Whether as a magus or simply as a person, he was far more normal than Kodomine Kirei himself. What do you mean by, realize it, exactly? Kirei asked. Forget it. It's unrelated to the matter at hand, Gilgamesh replied, clearly withholding deeper knowledge he wasn't inclined to share. Back to the real question, Kirei. What moved you to start drinking? Was it that person you're so obsessed with? Kirei fell into silence. Earlier, to entertain Gilgamesh and cooperate with Tokiomi's plan, he had complied with their request to have Assassin, Hassan of the 100 Faces, gather intelligence on the other masters. But after all that effort, Kirei hadn't gained anything meaningful, aside from Gilgamesh casually asking a few extra questions about Tenkei Shiomi out of curiosity. I don't know, Kirei muttered, taking another sip. He had originally attended the meeting only on orders from his father and master, listening in from the shadows. Kiritsugu Amiya showing up openly instead of operating in secret must have been a response to pressure from Shiomi. That much, Kirei could deduce. With every other master present, the threat of an alliance to eliminate Saber's faction would have been difficult to ignore. But what shocked Kirei more than the revelation that the Greater Grail was tainted was Kiritsugu's reaction to it. The corruption of the Grail meant it could no longer grant wishes or lead anyone to the root. Faced with that reality, everyone present had no choice but to accept it. Yet Kiritsugu's reaction had been disproportionately intense. Even though he dismissed Shiomi and Berserker's claims as an insult to the Ainsburn family and rejected their motives, Kirei could tell, Amiya was deeply shaken. That man must be holding on to something that could only be entrusted to the Holy Grail. Which was why, no matter what, he couldn't accept the truth. Just realizing that much, even without truly understanding who Kiritsugu Amiya was, stirred in Kirei a strange and inexplicable excitement. Because of that, even the wine he once considered dull, kept only as part of a collection, suddenly tasted rich and full. And so, Kirei found himself needing to drink, just to calm the storm inside. Just thinking about Kiritsugu Amiya's loss of composure at the meeting changes the taste of the wine entirely, Kirei muttered, brow furrowed. He knew his own feelings were immoral, yet he couldn't suppress them. Or maybe, it was just a way to mask his disappointment in everything. To chase a dream beyond one's reach, only to realize even the means to achieve it were nothing but an illusion. Gilgamesh let out a mocking laugh as he offered his take. The sound of shattered dreams, now that's music even I find pleasant. Kirei, your reaction is only natural. From that perspective, Saber and her master really are the same kind of fools. But what's the point of all this? Kirei remained deeply troubled. He wanted to reject this twisted joy he felt from witnessing other suffering, it contradicted the moral code he had built up all his life. Meaning. Gilgamesh finished his wine in a single motion. He seemed about to explain, but suddenly changed his mind. If you want to find meaning, go and see for yourself. And if even that doesn't help, maybe try asking the Tainted Grail. Kirei's eyes widened as he looked at the King of Heroes in confusion. If you don't want to spend the rest of your life stuck in this torment, Gilgamesh said with relish, then get moving. Otherwise, the men you're so fixated on, and the corrupted Greater Grail, will both be out of reach. At that moment, the priest understood what the Golden King was hinting at. You mean, it's very likely Shiomi will make a move on Saber's camp tonight? Kirei didn't doubt Shiomi's efficiency for a second. He had a decent grasp of the situation. Shiomi had only joined the Holy Grail War out of necessity, so it was no surprise he'd want to settle things quickly before they got more complicated. Perhaps, Gilgamesh said with a vague shrug. At least to me, neither Saber nor her master stands a chance against that man, especially with that kind of fairy at his side. Kirei set down his wine glass. He didn't know what exactly he was going there to do, or what he even could do. But if he could witness Tenkei Shiomi kill Kiritsugu Amiya, if he could see the look of desperate resistance on Amiya's face in his final moments, then maybe it was worth slipping into the night and heading straight for the Ainsburn forest. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 61, Wish. Ainsburn Castle. The roles of Irisveal and Kiritsugu Amiya had completely reversed from just a day ago. As the Lesser Grail, Irisveal had already absorbed the souls of Lancer and Castor, and her body was beginning to deteriorate. She could still move on her own, but her strength was fading fast. Even with all her effort, she couldn't hold onto something as small as a key. We've picked a new base. Saber will take you there tomorrow, Kiritsugu said, sitting beside her bed as she rested. Mia will be waiting for you there. More importantly, how did the meeting go? Irisveal opened her eyes and asked as soon as she saw her husband return to the castle. Kiritsugu's expression darkened. Don't worry about it. It was nothing but nonsense, just lies meant to lower our guard, get us to abandon the Holy Grail, and hand over victory. Lies. Irisveal looked puzzled. She had only spoken with Tenkei Shiomi a few times, and her impression of him was warm and trustworthy, someone they could rely on as an ally. So to hear Kiritsugu call him a liar didn't sit right with her. Even if it came from Kiritsugu himself, she couldn't accept it without question. For her husband to be so blunt, Shiomi must have proposed something he found completely unacceptable. Maybe something like surrendering the Lesser Grail. It's fine. I've already decided our next move, Kiritsugu said gently, trying to comfort her. But he didn't say another word about what had happened at the church in Fuyuki. Realizing he didn't want to continue the conversation, Irisveal didn't press further. After a few more brief words, Kiritsugu left to continue his preparations in another room. Taking his place at Irisveal's side was Saber. Don't talk too much, Irisveal, Artoria advised. She knew Irisveal wasn't an ordinary human but a homunculus, an artificial being created through alchemy. In her current state, Irisfeel had sealed off part of her senses to suppress her nature as the Lesser Grail, allowing herself to move and function to some degree. But it was only a temporary fix. If they continued to absorb more servants' souls, it would only be a matter of time before she lost all mobility and fully transformed into the Lesser Grail. This process was inevitable, but... Hey, while Kiritsugu isn't here, could you secretly tell me what really happened at the church today? Irisfeel's question pulled Saber out of her thoughts. Just like I said yesterday, after we finished the mission to eliminate Castor, Tenkei Shiomi gathered all the masters who were still active. Together with my sister, he explained the current state of the Holy Grail, Artoria said after a long pause. As a servant, she shouldn't have revealed something Kiritsugu had chosen to keep quiet. But Saber had already sworn, in the name of a knight, to protect Irisfeel. Her own wish was now clearly out of reach in this Holy Grail War, so she wanted to share the truth while there was still time, so Irisfeel could decide for herself. The current state. So your sister, Morgan, already understands the full nature of the Holy Grail. Irisfeel didn't seem too surprised. Yes, Saber nodded. Then, what exactly happened to the Grail? Irisfeel asked. According to my sister, and confirmed by the overseer from the Holy Church, the Greater Grail was already contaminated during the Third Holy Grail War, Saber said, her expression heavy. And the source of that contamination points back to your family. During the last war, the Einsburns summoned an irregular class servant, Avenger, and Gramenu, the embodiment of all the world's evil. Irisfeel gave a tired smile. If that's what they say, then it's probably true. You knew about this? Saber was a little taken aback. I just looked into the Einsburn family's past participation in the Holy Grail War while preparing for this one, Irisfeel said. Maybe because summoning that irregular class didn't lead to victory, my great-grandfather made sure everything was ready so Kiritsugu could summon you, Saber. She gave Saber an apologetic smile. Honestly, all I knew was Avenger's true name. And since the last Holy Grail War ended with the Lesser Grail's destruction, it never reached a conclusion. I doubt the Tosaka family knows the full truth either. It was precisely because the Lesser Grail was so easily destroyed before a victor could be determined that the Einsburn family gave it a human form, endowing it with intelligence and mobility so it could be better protected. So I'm sorry, Saber. The Einsburns summoned you, but they're also the reason your wish can't be fulfilled, Irisfeel said sadly. Kiritsugu keeps insisting Mr. Shiomi is lying, probably because he just can't accept it. She knew her husband well. If the Greater Grail had truly been tainted by malevolent wishes, Kiritsugu's own dream would be realized in the most tragic way possible. That would defeat the purpose entirely. If she could, Irisfeel wanted to talk to him again, to persuade him to let go. But, could she really do that? Precisely because she knew Kiritsugu Amiya better than anyone, precisely because she understood that unwavering wish of his, Irisfeel didn't have the confidence to change his mind. In any case, we still need to. Artoria began to offer her thoughts, but before she could finish, Irisfeel's face suddenly turned pale. Someone has entered the forest, she said. Saber immediately stood up. After today's gathering, all sides were expected to tacitly agree to a ceasefire, to prepare for the purification of the Greater Grail and bring the war to a close. But Kiritsugu's early departure may have been seen as rejecting the proposal, turning him into a destabilizing factor. Are they planning to eliminate us now? Saber wondered. No, the intruder in the forest has stopped moving, Irisfeel said, trying to focus. But it was already too late, for her, for Saber, even for Kiritsugu and Mia, who were in the next room planning their next steps. A strange magical energy surged through Einsburn Castle. Everything before Saber's eyes vanished, replaced by a vast, endless darkness and silence. This is Chapter 62, The Garden of Lost Will, 1. When she came to, Artoria couldn't open her eyes, the sunlight was too bright. Instinctively, she raised a hand to shield them. As her vision slowly returned, she realized she was standing outside the stables. She couldn't recall whom she had just been looking at. All she remembered was making a knight's vow, to protect that person until the very end. Was it just a dream? Looking down at the coarse clothes she wore, the memories began to return. Today's task was to tend to her foster father Hector's warhorse. Maybe after finishing the job, she had grown tired and ended up sitting outside the stable, dazed under the blazing sun. Before her stretched a wide grassland bathed in the morning light. Hector's home was located beyond the town, far from the bustle of everyday life. Daydreaming out here, Artoria. Her foster father Hector approached, carrying a knight's lance. Maybe he'd come to check on her. No, I was just. Artoria started to explain, but she really had been spacing out. It's fine. A short break won't hurt, Hector said, not making a fuss. I've got something for you to do. Kay seems to have forgotten something. If you go now, you'll still catch up. Take this to him in town. The words struck her, so familiar. There was a special celebration in town today. Kei had ridden his father's warhorse into town to take part in the festival, but he'd forgotten the most important thing a knight could carry, his lance. And there weren't any warhorses in the stables waiting for her to care for. Artoria could never forget what day this was. Silently, she took the lance from Ector's hand and set off toward town. It was almost too much to believe, this scene was pulling her back to the day she drew the sword of selection, Caliban, from the stone. She ran, crossing fields and farmland, toward the town. The atmosphere was indeed more festive than usual, but something felt slightly different from how she remembered it. Everyone was headed toward the night training ground on the outskirts. Children ran ahead, shouting and laughing. The adults moved quickly, their eyes full of anticipation, but they tempered their excitement with restraint, as if afraid to let their hopes get too high. Only their hurried steps betrayed the truth. It's the king. The king's come to town. Today, the king is choosing his personal knights. The words were slightly off from what Artoria remembered, making her stop in her tracks. The king. Could it be Father, Uther? She wondered. Hey, isn't that Artorius? You really gonna just stand there and space out? Even if you're just a squire, you're still a knight. Queen Morgan might pick you, you know. A few youths who recognized her, using the male name she went by, called out as they chatted about the event. Queen Morgan. Artoria stood still in place, while the other young people, friends she'd grown up with, bustled around excitedly, speculating on who would be chosen as one of the queen's knights. Not wanting to miss the occasion, they left her behind when she didn't respond, disappearing into the crowd. Eventually, as the road beyond the town grew quiet and everyone gathered elsewhere, she spotted Kei approaching, leading his horse. Kei, here, she held out the lance. Oh, thanks. Kei took it from her casually. This knight selection by the queen, what is it? Artoria asked, her thoughts spinning. Exactly what it sounds like. We've got no time to be chasing Merlin and Uther's fantasies. Forget some sword of selection. What really matters is people, resources, strength. And your sister. She knows how to bring everyone together, balance their interests, and lead responsibly, Kei said. That's all that matters. If you want to go, go. If not, wander the town. Just be back before nightfall. Kei mounted his horse. You don't have to carry everything on your shoulders anymore, Artoria. He said it with a weight in his voice, like he was trying to tell her something more, and then rode off. Artoria had always known, Kei never wanted her to bear the burden of Britannia or the role of a king. But there was nothing he could do as he watched her step into that fate. And now someone was telling her she didn't have to be king. That someone else had taken up that role. She didn't have to keep pushing forward alone. She lowered her head and stood before the place where the sword of selection should have stood. The stone was bare, only the shape where the sword had once rested remained. Staring at the sword-shaped indentation, she clutched her chest. It felt like something was missing from inside her. Isn't this the outcome you wished for? A familiar voice echoed out. She looked up and saw the Magus sitting nearby. The shadow of a white had concealed most of his face, but the faint, familiar smile was unmistakable. The result I wished for. Artoria murmured as the memory returned. Britannia had been destroyed. She had been full of regret, desperate to change that end. She wanted to go back to the moment before she pulled the sword of selection, to choose someone more suited to the crown, to rewrite the story. That's why she was seeing all of this. A different king had been chosen. One the people truly supported. Queen Morgan, Artoria Pendragon's own sister. She had the bearing of a monarch, perhaps even more love for Britannia than Artoria. But Artoria had never truly known her. You don't have to pull that sword again. You don't have to be hated by mankind. You don't have to face that tragic end. Whether as the knight Artoria or the girl Artoria, you can live a normal life. A perfect ending. One where she would never be hurt again. But now, faced with that outcome, she hesitated. Even knowing this might just be one of Morgan's illusions, it struck directly at her heart. Under Queen Morgan's reign, perhaps Britannia would meet a completely different fate, the Magus said softly, with no hint of emotion. Then another voice came from behind. Or, is it that you can't accept this world? She turned sharply, Morgan stood behind her. Bathed in sunlight, her expression was unreadable. She asked calmly, watching Artoria in silence. If you wish, it's not impossible to take it all back from Queen Morgan. You still have that right. The Magus spoke again. And then the world fell silent. Artoria stood alone. Before her, the sword of selection had returned. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, The Garden of Lost Will, 2. The dry wood crackled as it was tossed into the fire, the flames flaring up slightly and casting a glow on Shiomi and Morgan's faces. They were in the Einsburn forest, only about 4 kilometers from the castle. Both sat on fallen tree trunks, facing the campfire. Is this far enough? He asked Morgan. It is. Back when we allied with the Einsburns and visited the castle, I'd already started preparing, planning for when the alliance ended and the Holy Grail War resumed. Morgan watched the flames flicker. For Artoria, the Garden of Lost Will suits her perfectly. The Garden of Lost Will. Shiomi nodded. Strictly speaking, the Garden of Lost Will wasn't magecraft in the traditional sense, but a mystic code. It required no incantations, just mana, and it would activate in accordance with the user's will. However, if the user lacked the strength to control it, they might be swallowed up along with it. But something like that wouldn't just affect Artoria, Morgan said. If anyone else is in the castle, they'll get dragged in too. So it's best to stay away for now, my husband, unless you want to experience it for yourself. Shiomi scrunched up his face like he'd just tasted fresh lemon juice. I'll pass. He didn't know exactly what would happen, but Morgan had already explained the mechanism of the Garden of Lost Will when they lit the fire earlier. It strips away a visitor's heart until nothing remains, plunging them into self-inflicted pain and guilt. A cold garden that unveils the warmth and lies it conceals. Endure it to the end, and you can leave, but not before your heart vanishes. Shiomi's refusal wasn't out of fear of what he might see. He had other reasons. Do you think my magecraft is too cruel? Morgan asked calmly. The moment magecraft became a tool for conflict, words like cruel lost their meaning. The Holy Grail War is a life-or-death struggle. If anything, Shiomi said, warming his hands by the fire, you're too soft. We could have just raised the entire saber camp and the castle together, wiped them out of this war completely. But you chose this roundabout method. That's not what subduing the enemy without fighting is supposed to mean. But you didn't object, did you? Morgan said with a faint smile. Just making an observation, Shiomi replied, lowering his gaze as he held his hands out to the fire again. The firelight reflected in his eyes, creating a striking, almost unsettling look. Cruelty or ruthlessness, he'd never describe her with those words. She had meant it as a joke, but instead, it had sounded like self-deprecation, like some kind of masochistic confession. And that had upset him. Just sitting by the fire waiting for the outcome feels a bit dull, Morgan said. The Garden of Lost Will is your magecraft. You should be able to see what's happening inside, right? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. I'm not interested. Whether it's Artoria or anyone else, what they see in the garden, whether they can walk out or not, has nothing to do with me. Morgan pressed her knees together and laid her hands flat on them, her posture completely relaxed. This forest is so untouched, and now the dew is thick and the night's deep. She gently patted the spot beside her. Come sit here. It's warmer than the fire. No need. I'm not some ordinary person. If a magus can't even handle the cold, then what's the point? He trailed off mid-sentence. Morgan had already put on that look that left no room for refusal. We're still in the middle of combat. I'm not listening, Shiomi muttered, turning his head to avoid looking at her. If he did, just one glance would be enough. Even without magecraft or mana, he would end up yielding to her will. Since you won't come to me, then I'll come to you. He had forgotten that they were only sitting across the bonfire from each other. There was no divide between them, just a few steps and they'd be side by side. Morgan didn't do anything besides sitting next to him, yet he still felt an odd twinge of disappointment, like he had expected something more. Pathetic. By the way, once the Garden of Lost Will is deployed, anyone approaching it besides the intended target will be dragged in too, Morgan said. Why bring that up now? Shiomi asked, puzzled. I was worried my husband might get restless and charge off to deal with Artoria's group. If that happens, I'll have no choice but to cancel the magecraft to protect you. Do I really seem that violent? Just as he finished speaking, Shiomi suddenly looked up. He sensed other presences in the forest. There's more than one. Quite a few, Morgan said, closing her eyes and linking her mind to the barrier around the forest. After analyzing the ward, she didn't dismantle it. Instead, she infused her own spell into it, hijacking the surveillance system and taking control of the entire Einsburn forest. Anyone trying to enter or leave would still be detected, even if they didn't trigger the forest's defensive magecraft. A lot. Shiomi's brow lifted slightly. One of them is human, heading straight toward the castle. They'll be there in 2 minutes, tops, Morgan reported calmly. As for the rest, they're all servants. But their presence is incredibly faint. A swarm of weak servant signals. That's assassin, Shiomi said, folding his arms. So assassin has some kind of duplication ability. It weakens their individual strength, but it's ideal for assassination and reconnaissance. Morgan opened her eyes. The number of servants keeps increasing. Looks like they're throwing everything at us to keep us pinned here. But isn't the castle too clever for their own good? Morgan couldn't help but think the timing was just a little too perfect. The deafening rumble of an engine snapped him back to awareness. Kiritsugu Amiya realized he was sitting in a beat-up pickup truck. Beside him, a girl sat calmly at the wheel, her hands relaxed as the steering wheel vibrated under her grip. The vehicle had left the village and was now heading deeper into the jungle. Where are we? Awake now, Kirei, the girl asked. That long-forgotten name made Kiritsugu turn to her in shock, his eyes wide. It was the horizon of a memory, bleached and distant. The other side blurred by blood and gunpowder. For a soul like Kiritsugu's, steeped in the scent of war, it was a memory of his origin, now hopelessly out of reach. He cautiously looked into the small truck's rearview mirror. Through the weathered glass, Kiritsugu saw a face he could barely remember, yet unmistakably, it was his own from his younger days. Chapter 64, The Garden of Lost Will, 3. In a stone-walled room, on a white hospital bed, a woman ravaged by terminal illness looked at him with a smile full of love. That frail body, reduced to skin and bones, unable even to stand, Kirei could never forget it. And he had no reason to. Claudia Hortensia. His wife, who had passed away 4 years ago. Kirei Kotomine quickly grasped what was happening. He had originally come to Einsburn Castle, hoping to reach Kiritsugu Amiya before Tenkei Shiomi did, to confront that man once more and seek the answers he still lacked. But once he entered the castle, the world around him shifted, and now he stood in the scene. A sunlit room. Kirei stood by a hospital bed, gazing down at his wife. It was that day. He didn't know how it worked, but he could guess. Some kind of barrier had conjured this illusion, letting him see his long-dead wife. And yet, it was too real. Even if he wanted to break through it, he couldn't find the way. More than that, he remembered exactly what day this was. A man born flawed. Kirei understood that truth deeply. Though incapable of understanding morality, he still possessed common sense. He spent his entire youth trying to overcome that emptiness. His ascetic pursuits did nothing to ease his suffering, every effort ended in futility. His final attempt was with the woman before him. It was the simplest thing in the world. Everyone dreams of loving someone, starting a family, and at life's end, exhaling their final breath in peace. Kirei wanted that. Even if he couldn't truly feel the appeal of such a calm, happy life, he still wished it could be real. To love someone. To have a child. But why, then, had he chosen a woman with no future? Her body already ravaged by disease, it was obvious to anyone she didn't have long to live. Kirei couldn't recall what made him choose her. For 2 years, he loved his wife, and she loved him like one would love a child. But nothing changed. No progress, no healing. The only time Kirei felt something like happiness was when he saw her suffering, writhing under the weight of her illness. The more he loved her, the more misfortune he brought her. Claudia was like a saint. She loved Kirei unconditionally and deeply understood the anguish and torment in his heart. And that was exactly why it tormented him even more. Someone who could understand him so completely, someone like that would soon vanish. After her, who else could ever understand him? He recognized his inherent defect, knew there was no cure and no solution. There was only one conclusion left. Kirei made up his mind, to end his life. And as a husband, once he had resolved to die, he owed it to his wife to tell her. Claudia Hortensia loved Kirei Kotomine. Kirei believed he should feel the same. Which is why he knew exactly what he needed to say to her. Just like every time they met, even in the depths of her illness, Claudia waited for him that day with quiet anticipation. And when she saw Kirei walk into the room, his face full of anguish, she greeted him with a smile as gentle and compassionate as the Virgin Mary's. "I couldn't fall in love with you." That's what Kirei said to his wife that day. "No, you do love me." As if she had known this moment would come, Claudia calmly drew a dagger she had prepared in advance and brought it to her throat. Kirei remembered clearly, he had cradled her in a pool of blood, and in her final moments, she had spoken her last words. "Because you're crying." It was on that day that Kirei's wife departed this world, in a way that defied doctrine, defied faith. So he had never imagined, not even in his dreams, that he would relive that day again. Claudia looked at him with that same warm smile, waiting for his next words. Kirei's throat moved. In a composed, even voice, he spoke the same line he had before. He could have chosen to say something else, but he didn't. He chose to repeat it. As if following a script, Claudia's expression didn't waver. She reached under the white sheets, pulled out the dagger, and raised it toward her throat. "No, you do love me." But this time, before the blade could touch her skin, it was taken from her. For an executor trained to perfection, stopping a dying woman was effortless. He caught her and snatched the dagger away with his other hand. Claudia looked at him in surprise, smiling in a way Kirei had never seen before, a smile filled with peace, with the joy of being saved. Whether it was she who had been redeemed, or Kirei himself, he didn't know. And it didn't matter. "See. You really do love." She was about to declare her victory, tenderly refuting Kirei's denial, when her voice suddenly cut off. The dagger plunged into her heart. Even then, this woman, who had loved him like a saint, who had always understood him, didn't lose the look in her eyes. She simply grasped Kirei's arm, the one holding the dagger. Her lips moved. A faint, rasping sound came from her throat, as if she still wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Kirei didn't wait. He didn't ask. He twisted the blade in her heart without hesitation. He heard something inside her shatter, like a piece of fine amber falling and splintering into irreparable fragments. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. With the last of her strength, her hand fell limply onto the bed. Kirei watched the light fade from her eyes until it was gone completely. She was dead. Claudia Hortensia had been killed by his own hand. Maybe it was because he had broken the script, ignored the illusion's intended outcome, but the sunlit stone room darkened and was swallowed by boundless blackness. The dagger, the woman, everything else lost all meaning. Only one thing remained, the moment he killed her. That moment filled the hollow inside Kirei Kotomine for the first time. In more than 20 years of an empty life, he finally felt whole. He didn't know what the creator of this illusion had wanted him to see. But Kirei was grateful. Without this, he might never have had the chance to choose again, or to face what he truly felt. Yes, he had cried 4 years ago, when his wife took her own life in front of him. They were tears of sorrow. But not because he loved her, as she believed. Now, Kirei could finally remember it clearly. He hadn't cried because she died. Back then, this is what he had thought. This can't be. If she was going to die anyway. I wanted to kill her myself. What made him sad was simply that he couldn't savor her death. That was all. Now that he had a chance to relive it, he chose differently. Still, he couldn't help but think, maybe, even in death, that woman had fully understood who Kirei Kotomine really was. That thought left him with a twinge of regret. But only just that. Nothing more. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 65, Anomaly. Swoosh. The blade cleaved through the neck. The black-clad body toppled backward. The seventh one. In just a few minutes, Tenkei Shiomi had already slain 7 assassins, or rather, 7 different bodies. Men, women, the elderly, teenagers. Muscular, frail, overweight. Some moved with the grace of swallows, others struck with brute force. No matter how you categorized them, it was impossible to fully define them. But they were all undeniably assassins, and all far weaker than expected. Individually, each one was far beyond an ordinary human. But as servants, their stats were so low they couldn't even be compared to other classes. They fell within a few exchanges. If they were all the same, Shiomi might have finished them even faster. But each time, they were slightly different. Every assassin had a similar, yet subtly distinct, fighting style. That meant he had to read their moves from scratch and find an opening each time before landing the kill. Even after losing 7, the assassins showed no fear. One after another, they sprang from the treetops with weapons drawn, launching a suicidal assault on Shiomi. And yet, throughout all their attacks, Shiomi hadn't taken a single step back. While fending them off, he analyzed them calmly in his mind. To prepare for the Holy Grail War, Shiomi had researched the assassin class known for the highest risk of identity exposure, the various incarnations of Hasanai Sabah. Unlike public records, the Mages Association possessed far more detailed information. Among the many Hasans, one stood out in his memory, a figure infamous for multiple independent personalities, each mastering knowledge and skills beyond normal human reach. Some excelled in strategy, others in foreign tongues. Some used poison, some were masters of traps. A few could even exhibit strength or speed their bodies shouldn't have been capable of. They could alter their appearances flawlessly, man, woman, old, young, so seamlessly that even their personalities shifted to fit the role. Hasan of the 100 Faces. It was the only answer that fit. "How's my weapon?" Morgan asked casually, still facing away from him as she sat on a tree trunk, idly prodding the fire with a stick she'd picked up. She didn't even glance his way. With such a one-sided fight, it was only a matter of time before it ended. The assassins had ruined her peaceful moment with Shiomi, a sin beyond forgiveness. Since Shiomi had chosen to deal with them himself, Morgan was more than happy to let him. "Works like a charm." Shiomi raised his voice in reply, throwing in an archaic turn of phrase to make Morgan smile. He hadn't expected Morgan's weapon to shift form so freely, transforming into a two-handed longsword. While he hadn't formally studied swordsmanship, under Scáthach's doctrine of mastering all martial disciplines, he'd gained considerable proficiency. The forest was too cramped to fight freely, and he hated the thought of damaging such a pristine natural space. Morgan's weapon transforming into a sword spared him a lot of hassle. Though his sword skills weren't as polished as his spear work, they were more than enough to deal with these weakened assassin clones. Silently, he set a rule for himself: if even a single one of them got past him and laid a hand on Morgan, it would be proof of his own failure. The 8th. With a swing, the sword fell. The assassin's body tumbled backward and lay still. Shiomi flicked the blood from his blade and scanned the remaining movement. Then a surprised voice rang out behind him. Turning, he saw Morgan holding a hand to her forehead, as if sensing something. Alarmed, Shiomi immediately leapt back, landing at her side and crouching. What is it? More intruders. It's not that serious, Morgan said with a shake of her head. I just didn't expect the Garden of Lost Will to be breached. Shiomi looked stunned. Breached? I thought you said that even if someone made it through, it wouldn't affect you. Normally, yes. Anyone who enters the garden is forced to confront their innermost self. Even if they manage to endure it, their heart should be worn down to nearly nothing. Morgan frowned thoughtfully. But this is the first time I've seen anything like it. It's as if the person has no heart at all. No heart. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. The assassins were still lurking in the forest, continuing their suicidal attempts to stall them. Which meant the one who had entered the castle and survived the garden could only be Kirei. Yeah, seems my magecraft isn't flawless after all. Morgan looked unbothered. Didn't think I'd run into someone it couldn't affect. That might not be the magecraft's fault, Shiomi replied with a wry smile, gently taking her arm. When it came to Kirei, Shiomi didn't have strong personal feelings. He just thought of him as someone you could still have a normal conversation with. Still, he'd always had a vague sense that, while Kirei might not be evil, something inside him was broken. There was something absent in that executor, some human quality that simply wasn't there. Shiomi had met many priests of the Holy Church before, but none like Kirei. Even the coldest magus didn't fall into the same category. Sounds like my husband knows what's going on, Morgan said softly. Her breath carried a faint sweetness that made Shiomi realize he'd leaned in a little too close in his concern. It was brushing his face. No, I wouldn't say I know, he said as he helped her to her feet, brows furrowed. It's just that when it comes to someone like Kirei, you can only approach it from a very specific angle. No matter how much of a failure he might seem, he's still Karen's biological father. I don't want to speak too harshly about him. Morgan shook her head. But that doesn't change reality. Shiomi released her arm and stamped out the fire. The assassins around them seemed to receive a signal. They began retreating, one after another. Come to think of it, they kept rushing at us even knowing they'd die. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. Must have been command spells. Morgan rested a hand on her hip and looked toward the castle. So their role was to delay us with these relentless attacks. Looks like we underestimated them. This isn't good. We should move out, Shiomi said. Didn't you say we'd flatten the castle along with them? It's not too late, Morgan teased, flashing him a playful smile. He blinked. If you've changed your mind, then fine. We can stay. I'll start prepping a grand magecraft. You're hopeless, Morgan said with a laugh. Shiomi gave a resigned wave, ending the exchange. In an instant, a storm of crows filled the air, circling around them. We can go straight to the castle, Morgan reminded him. I've already begun lifting the Garden of Lost Will. Got it. Chapter 66, The Garden of Lost Will, 4. This country will fall, sooner or later. Even if it endures for another 100 years, it won't change the course of this island's history. In truth, it's already finished. Britannia ends here. If I said that to you, what would you do? Just as she reached out to draw the sword of selection as she had so many times before, those words echoed in Artoria's ears. Her hand froze midair, unsure of what to do. They were the words of her teacher, the Magus of Flowers Merlin, spoken to her at the port when she set sail for her final campaign against Rome. What had she said in reply back then? Artoria closed her eyes, trying to remember. If you're just making one of your usual cruel jokes again, I'll be angry. Britannia won't fall. That's why I'm going to do what must be done. Yes, that was her answer. Before setting sail, just as she had during the 10 years of her reign, she hadn't once doubted or hesitated. She truly believed in victory, and in herself. The undefeated king of knights had always lived that way. Even if she lost everything. Even if everyone came to hate her. She would still choose to fight. That was the oath of Artoria Pendragon as king. She offered her own fate in exchange for the chance to protect her people. But the end unfolded just as Merlin had said. It hadn't been one of his usual cruel jests, but a truth too painful to keep to himself, one she had failed to understand at the time. When she returned from the Roman campaign, what awaited her was a rebellion, led by the knight Mordred. And with it, the final battle of the undefeated king. She had fought with everything she had. She had given her all. And still, Britannia fell. Unable to accept that her efforts amounted to nothing, unable to accept such a cruel fate, she made a contract, offering her posthumous self in exchange for the chance, as a servant, to seek the Holy Grail and find a way to save Britannia. Your sister never told you the full truth. The hooded Magus, his face hidden in shadow, still sat before her. Human history has already reached its conclusion. Whether the Holy Grail is tainted or remains pure, no matter the outcome, nothing changes. Artoria pressed forward. Why? If it's the true Grail, then surely. I've already said it. Human history has its answer. To the people of Britannia, its fall was a disaster. But to the continuity of human history, it was a necessary turning point. The white figure spoke with a sigh, revealing the truth to the King of Knights. With your death, and with Britannia's destruction, the last vestiges of the Age of Gods will vanish from the world. What follows will be a new era, one that belongs solely to mankind. No gods. No beings above humanity to guide them. For better or worse, humanity must write its own history. If you insist on rejecting that outcome, no matter how pure the Grail, no matter how noble the method. If Britannia still stands, then the flow of completed history will be thrown into disarray. And when that happens, Britannia will be stripped away, cast out as a foreign distortion of human history. Morgan's words at the church still echoed in her ears. Barely half a day had passed, yet they remained vivid. So there was no need. No need for Artoria to offer her soul after death as some costly sacrifice. No need for Artoria to chase a miracle that might rewrite fate. All that was required was for her to accept the outcome. As if in response to that realization, the world around her shifted. The sunlit afternoon vanished in an instant, replaced by stormy skies thick with clouds. A torrential downpour crashed down on her, soaking her to the bone. Yet the sword of selection still stood planted in the stone, unmoving amidst the wind and rain. In the distance, the clash of battle echoed. Beyond that, the forest was ablaze. She raised her rain-drenched face and looked toward the small town turned battlefield. There were no townsfolk. No knights gathered for the selection. Only monsters and warriors clashed. Heroic spirits from across the ages, summoned by the counter-force, had arrived in Britannia to carry out their missions. Faces familiar and unfamiliar filled the field. Some fighting side by side, others as foes. So this is the Britannia that became a singularity in human history. Artoria's heart twisted with pain. She no longer knew which ending was more cruel, and didn't want to decide. Even if you created a flourishing Britannia, ended the wars, brought happiness to its people, in the end, it would still lead to the same conclusion. Even so, Britannia was destroyed. Because everything has already been etched into the quantum record. Tell me, do you really know how to reach a gentler ending? The Magus of Flowers stood beside her, flickering like a destabilized anomaly. In the span of just a few sentences, his appearance shifted several times. Gawain, Lancelot, Tristan, Percival. And finally, back to Merlin once more. Why are you showing me this? Artoria asked, her head lowered. She wasn't sure if she was asking her teacher, or the Knights of the Round Table she took such pride in. All she knew was that this place was an illusion. Everything she saw, heard, touched, was crafted to push her toward surrender. That's why she had to ask. You already know the reason, don't you, sorrowful red dragon, Artoria Pendragon? Morgan's figure emerged beside her, her voice cool and calm. No one here had told her anything new. This was all knowledge Artoria had carried within her, now laid bare through this vision. The answer had long been carved into Artoria Pendragon's mind. It was she who had chosen to turn away from it. But it wasn't that nothing remained. It meant accepting everything. Accepting Britannia's fall, and recognizing it as the final result of her struggle. And then, just before the Night King could make her choice, the surrounding illusion collapsed once more into darkness. When the scene cleared, she found herself standing in one of the rooms within Einsburn Castle. The only change. The bed was empty. The warmth of rain, the glow of sunlight, the rough comfort of simple clothing, gone. She was once again clad in her dark, masculine armor, the elegant figure of a woman king. Sveel. Realizing something was wrong, she whispered in shock. And then. A thunderous explosion rang out from outside. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 67, Sudden Shift. A few minutes earlier. Tenkei Shiomi scratched his head as he looked around the ruined hall of Einsburn Castle, which was just as wrecked as it had been 2 days ago. If anything, it couldn't be helped. Restoring this place in such a short time would have required a massive amount of mana, or money. And during the Holy Grail War, who had the luxury for that? He and Morgan ascended the broken steps, tattered red carpet still clinging to the stone beneath. The magecraft's been lifted, but we have no idea what happened to the others during that time, Morgan said. She hadn't checked the outcome, she simply had no interest in it. In other words, they might all be mentally wrecked, Shiomi murmured, carefully sensing the atmosphere within the castle. What would happen if someone came out before the Garden of Lost Will was fully dispelled? Morgan looked momentarily caught off guard. That's hard to say. She had seen people endure the garden to the end without losing themselves. But someone who emerged from that place without any sign of guilt or pain, someone who not only resisted but acted completely irrationally afterward, what kind of vision would they even see? Maybe they'd see what the others saw. She smiled faintly, tinged with uncertainty. Without a single precedent, even Morgan couldn't say for sure. Why don't you check it yourself? Shiomi asked. Is this really the time for that? Morgan frowned. Well. Shiomi was just about to agree when a sudden shift in the atmosphere around the corner made him freeze. He immediately stopped talking and dashed forward. Kirei Kotomine. And slung over his shoulder was a silver-haired woman. Irisveil von Einsburn. What do you think you're doing, Kotomine? Shiomi raised his sword. You planning to continue the Holy Grail War like this? Kirei gave a twisted smile. You're the last person I want to hear that from, Shiomi, especially after launching a surprise attack in the middle of the night. TCH. But I do owe you and your servant some thanks. I don't know what kind of magecraft that was, but thanks to it, I've gained a lot. Kirei's smile twisted into something nauseating. And now, I know exactly what I must do. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. And by must do, you mean kidnapping someone else's wife? You really didn't know. Kirei's tone grew more shameless. This woman is the lesser grail prepared by the Einsburns for this Holy Grail War. I'm just making sure I've secured the small prize first, before I go after the big one. You've changed, Kirei Kotomine, Shiomi muttered, his voice heavy with disgust. If what Kirei said was true, then it was likely the Garden of Lost Will had been the catalyst for his transformation. The priest who once upheld morality had quietly become a man who reveled in evil. You haven't changed a bit, still clinging to people who have nothing to do with you, Kirei said flatly. Entrusting that child to you, seems that was the right call after all. Shiomi narrowed his eyes. I'm not in the mood to talk about Caren. Let go of Einsburn. Now. Or else. Unfortunately, I can't grant that request like I did before. Kirei glanced down the corridor Shiomi was blocking. At the far end was a window. 4 stories up, plenty high enough. Realizing Kirei's intent, Shiomi lunged first, aiming to take down the transformed priest before he could act. In an instant, the gap between them vanished to just a step, only for a golden flash to erupt out of nowhere. Shiomi halted and leapt back, raising his sword just in time to parry. Noble phantasms of all shapes exploded from the ether, crashing into the walls and sending debris flying in a cloud of dust. A gust of wind whipped past, clearing the smoke. It was Morgan's magecraft. But Shiomi's attention was on someone else, on the figure who stepped into view, grinning as he pulled a dark hat from his head. Gilgamesh. The attack that blocked Shiomi's strike had come from his vault. And Shiomi hadn't sensed even a hint of his presence until the golden servant appeared. For someone as ostentatious as Gilgamesh to suppress his presence, it was enough to put anyone on edge. To think you'd trouble your king for backup, you've grown bold, Kirei. Though his words were edged with annoyance, Gilgamesh didn't radiate killing intent. If anything, he looked entertained. There was no need to bother the king of heroes, but that one reacted faster than expected. Kirei smirked, casting a glance at Shiomi. Last-minute adjustments are bound to have flaws. Click. The sound of a rifle's bolt. Kiritsugu Amiya emerged from a nearby room, weapon raised and trained on Kirei's back. Put Iri down, he said coldly. But his bloodshot eyes betrayed how worn he was. Clearly, the Garden of Lost Will had drained him. His assistant, Miyahizo, hadn't even regained consciousness yet. Just a mongrel. A shimmer beside Gilgamesh gave way to swirling portals, multiple noble phantasms aiming squarely at Kiritsugu and Shiomi. Kirei raised a hand. Wait, King of Heroes. If we fight here, the Lesser Grail might be destroyed. Gilgamesh replied lazily, then what do you propose? Just remember, as long as the core is intact, the vessel doesn't need to be original. You're right. It's not exactly convenient to carry a woman like this around. Kirei released his grip, letting Irisveil slide from his shoulder, then seized her by the throat without hesitation. Kiritsugu's finger tensed on the trigger, but even he wasn't sure he could bypass Gilgamesh to land a clean shot. Unbothered, Kirei pressed his hand against Irisveil's chest, a sick smile spreading across his face. And then, with a swift thrust, he drove his hand straight through her. The trigger snapped. Bullets flew, but each was stopped cold by the invisible barrier around Gilgamesh. Bang. The explosion outside sent a shockwave through the hall. Fully armed, Artoria burst through the door, but what she saw made her breath catch. Kirei's hand had pierced Irisfield's chest like it was paper. And from within, he pulled something out. A deep crimson orb. The Lesser Grail's core. Irisfield's heart. Without so much as a second thought, Kirei flung her toward Artoria like she was trash. Irisfield. Artoria cried out, forced to catch her midair. And in that moment, the formation she and Kiritsugu held was broken. Gilgamesh snapped his fingers. Chapter 68, Holy Relic. A brilliant flash of light erupted, so intense that none of them could keep their eyes open. By the time it faded, Kirei Kotomine and Gilgamesh had vanished from the dead-end corridor. They must have used a low-rank noble phantasm designed to disrupt the senses. Shiomi and Morgan lowered their guard. IRI. Kiritsugu dropped his gun and sprinted toward his wife. Shiomi also rushed to Artoria's side. There was still time. With the use of Age of Gods rune magecraft, even the loss of a heart wasn't necessarily fatal, he could save Irisfield. But as he reached them and saw Kiritsugu take Irisfield from Artoria's arms, he froze. Artoria did too. The wound was gone. The place where her heart should have been torn out was perfectly intact, the only trace a blood-soaked patch on her chest. It was as if the entire scene, her core being torn out, had been nothing but a shared illusion. Her wound, healed. Artoria said, puzzled. She couldn't tell if this was some extraordinary regenerative ability unique to the Einsburn homunculi. Has the Einsburn line evolved this far? Shiomi muttered in disbelief. Kiritsugu clutched his wife tightly. Irisfield, slowly regaining consciousness, let out a faint groan. Kiritsugu. She raised her hand to gently touch her husband's tear-streaked face. I see. So that was the relic used to summon Artoria, Morgan said calmly as she walked over, revealing a quiet truth. Artoria looked up, confused. Kiritsugu said nothing, still holding Irisfield close. Irisfield, now understanding what had happened, remained quiet for a moment. She hadn't blacked out, she'd simply been snatched away so quickly she couldn't react. Losing her heart should have meant instant death. But Kirei's attempt to restrain Saber had unintentionally saved her. That relic Morgan mentioned, it was what had saved her. Pushing herself up in Kiritsugu's arms, she looked at Artoria with guilt. I'm sorry, Saber. I kept it from you, Irisfield said softly. It was supposed to be Kiritsugu's to carry, but he was afraid something might happen to me, so he gave it to me instead. What are you talking about? Artoria was still trying to piece things together. Having just escaped the Garden of Lost Will, overwhelmed by chaos, she struggled to catch up. The ever-distant utopia, Avalon. Morgan leaned casually against the wall as she spoke. The sheath that was supposed to have vanished long ago, and yet you managed to find it in this era. The hallway fell into silence. Shiomi sensed it wasn't the right time to keep pressing the matter, so he turned to the others. Let's pause this discussion for now. Einsburn just escaped death and needs rest. Besides, tonight's chaos threw our plans into disarray. In other words, you're not going to continue attacking us? Irisfield asked weakly. It was only because your side rejected the plan I proposed that we decided to act, to avoid complications, Shiomi said, shrugging with his sword still in hand. But it seems someone else was playing their own game, and now the situation really has gotten messy. Yes. Irisfield didn't press further. They were enemies to begin with. If cooperation wasn't possible, eliminating the other side was only logical. But with the appearance of a new mutual threat, a temporary truce was now the wisest move. Especially that strange magecraft, everyone in the castle had been pulled into an illusion. Clearly, they could no longer oppose Shiomi's side. Kiritsugu said nothing. He simply carried his wife back to their room, laid her on the bed, and went to find clean clothes. He had no intention of discussing the sheath or the stolen core of the Lesser Grail. It was as if the Holy Grail War no longer concerned him. Right now, Irisfield was all that mattered. What do you plan to do next? In the castle's guest room, after settling the unconscious Mia, Artoria approached Shiomi and Morgan with the question. First, we need to inform Waver Velvet and Iskandar. As for Tosaka. Shiomi frowned. The servant acted on his own, doing something that blatantly violates the agreement made at the church earlier, Morgan said. That Magus has probably been betrayed by his servant. Hard to say. Maybe not. Shiomi knew he needed to check on it right away. But with only a 50-50 chance of finding anything, rushing out might just waste time. Especially since Kirei had conspired with Gilgamesh to steal Irisfield's heart. Going by their original plan, Kirei probably meant to take the entire Lesser Grail. It was only because they'd been interrupted that he had to settle for just the core. What are they after? Artoria asked. That's what I want to know, Shiomi muttered, lips pressed in a thin line, before giving a bitter smile and shaking his head. Whatever it is, they have no intention of purifying the Grail or ending this war. In that case, Einsburn has lost her function as the Lesser Grail, Morgan added. At least she won't vanish completely when the servants disappear and their souls are reclaimed. Is that so? Artoria found herself somewhat relieved. Maybe this really was the best outcome for Irisville. There's no point staying here, Shiomi said. I'll try to get in touch with Iskandar first. Tokiomi Tosaka is likely already dead. After weighing his options, he chose to prioritize the faction with fewer conflicting interests. On one hand were Tosaka's apprentice and their servant, on the other, students from the Mages Association and their servants. He'd win over who he could, then move on from there. Well then, let's head back. What a pointless raid this turned out to be, Morgan quipped as he stood up. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Was that a jab at me? No, just trying to cheer you up, Morgan said with a faint smile. You've got a weird way of doing that. Shiomi smirked, turned to Artoria, nodded in farewell, and added, come to my place early tomorrow. We need to go over our next move. I'll let Kiritsugu and Irisville know. Artoria nodded, watching the two leave. Only after they'd gone did she realize there was something she'd forgotten to ask Morgan. She'd have to bring it up another time. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 69, True Nature. Night had fallen over Fuyuki City, and the church was quieter than usual. After completing his usual duties, Risei Kotomine began his routine inspection of the chapel and happened to see his son Kirei returning from outside. He wasn't surprised by Kirei's outing. Although the Holy Grail War had been temporarily suspended due to unusual developments, with all parties agreeing to a truce, that didn't mean Kirei had to stop assisting Tokiomi Tosaka with intelligence gathering. After all, it was only a verbal agreement, there was no binding force behind it. Besides, one master hadn't even taken part in the truce discussions and was under no obligation to align with the other factions. You're back, Kirei, Father Risei greeted him. Though Kirei looked slightly travel-worn, as if he had just returned from afar, there were no signs of battle on him. His robes were spotless, not even wrinkled. The old priest thought nothing of it. I just came back from the Einsburn forest, Kirei nodded, then added, as expected, Tenkei Shiomi and his servant launched an assault on Einsburn and Saber. Father Risei showed no surprise, merely offering a knowing smile. So they really struck first to keep their plan to purify the Greater Grail from being anticipated. That appears to be the case, Kirei agreed. Father Risei turned and headed toward the church's basement office. So what happened? You're back so quickly, did Berserker already take down Saber? Father, do you really think Tenkei Shiomi is guaranteed to win? Kirei asked. Based on how the war has gone so far, even Kenneth from the clock tower is dead. That man is likely the most formidable contender in this Holy Grail War, Risei said. But with the Greater Grail already malfunctioning, we may not need any more bloodshed. In a sense, that's a blessing. As the Holy Church's overseer, Risei had reported the situation to his superiors. His current orders were simply to continue monitoring the developments and witness the purification of the Greater Grail and the conclusion of the Holy Grail War. It was, all things considered, an easy task. You've worked hard so far. Once everything's over, take a break and get some rest, Father Risei said warmly, turning back to Kirei. I've already made the arrangements for you. He had wanted to suggest that Kirei visit Claudia's grave after everything was settled, but in the end, he kept it to himself. It was better to let Kirei make that decision on his own. Yes, Kirei responded without expression. Thank you for your arrangements, Father. That answer left the old priest both pleased and proud. His son was devout, composed, and disciplined, truly worthy of being called a saint. Risei believed he would go on to become one of the church's finest, walking a path far greater than his own. So, what was the outcome? Father Risei didn't forget the most important part. Although he personally leaned toward a Shiomi victory, there was always the chance of an unexpected twist. Either way, he needed to verify and record the result, then discuss the next steps with Tokiomi Tosaka. There was no conclusion. The battle was interrupted by external interference, Kirei said. Risei was slightly taken aback. Interrupted? Yes. Were you able to confirm the details? Risei asked as he opened the door to his office, the question coming naturally. I was close enough to witness the full picture. From beginning to end, Risei held not the slightest suspicion toward his son. To him, Kirei Kotomine was capable, composed, and devout, an ideal priest in training. So he thought nothing of it, even as Kirei stepped too close. As a former combatant, the old priest should have recognized that this was a dangerously short distance. Even someone untrained could do serious harm at such range, let alone Kirei, forged through countless harsh missions and deadly assignments. I want to know. What do I mean to you? Kirei's voice came from behind as he stepped into the room. Caught off guard by the question, the old priest halted, pausing to reflect. There had been few moments of deep conversation between them. For Kirei, sharp and composed by nature, to ask something so personal was rare, and it brought Rise a quiet, indescribable sense of warmth. "My dear son." "There's nothing more to say than that," Rise answered plainly and without hesitation. "I believe you're a model for many. In a father's eyes, your devotion to the Lord has never wavered. You endure every hardship with unwavering resolve and carve your own path forward. That spirit, it fills me with pride." He paused, suddenly wondering if he'd gone too far. After all, the Lord's teachings caution against indulging in hollow praise. He turned, intending to ask if Kirei was satisfied with his answer, but his body froze before he could. 3 thin, razor-sharp blades had pierced through his back, driving cleanly through his heart and lungs. The precision left no doubt, it was a flawless kill. They were the Black Keys, the signature weapon of the executors of the Holy Church, equally effective in close combat and at a distance. And if imbued with special incantations, they could even paralyze a target temporarily. Kirei had done just that. Piercing the heart alone wasn't enough. Even as he lay dying, Rise, once an executor himself, wouldn't be underestimated. Kirei wouldn't lower his guard until it was over. What's happening? Why would Kirei do this? There was no anger in Rise's fading thoughts, only a tidal wave of confusion. Blood gurgled from his throat as he struggled to breathe. Whoosh. The blades were withdrawn. His strength gone, Rise Kodomine collapsed to his knees, then crumpled forward onto the floor. He stopped breathing as a pool of blood spread rapidly beneath him. Kirei looked down at his father, whose final moments were clouded in confusion and disbelief, and smiled with unrestrained joy. The thing his father and that woman had in common was their love for him. And both had misunderstood the core of who Kirei truly was. But unlike the illusion where he had killed his wife, the act of ending his father's life with his own hands, inflicting pain and bewilderment, filled Kirei with pure delight. The soul seeks pleasure, just as beasts are drawn to the scent of blood. No one could have foreseen what the Garden of Lost Will had awakened. Chapter 70, Betrayal. At dawn, Tokiomi Tosaka awoke. Although he'd long since developed a regular routine, he still couldn't shake his terrible morning temper. Not as bad as his daughter Rin's, though. The only one who knew about this was his wife. He didn't want Rin to find out, otherwise, he'd never be able to act impressive in front of her again. In the future. The thought made Tokiomi feel both pleased and melancholic. The Holy Grail War could no longer continue. The family's long-cherished wish to reach the root would not be fulfilled in his generation. The next opportunity would come 60 years from now, and Rin wouldn't need to carry that burden. After rising, washing up, and dressing neatly, Tokiomi slipped back into his usual elegant demeanor. His thoughts turned to Tenkei Shiomi. 2 days ago, according to information relayed by Kirei's servant, Shiomi had taken the day off for Sakura and spent it out with her and Caren, enjoying the city. Rather than criticize Shiomi's lax approach to parenting, Tokiomi actually felt reassured. With a father like that raising Sakura, he felt increasingly at ease. I just wonder if Shiomi has that bad of a temper in the morning, Tokiomi joked to himself. But just as he reached the study door, preparing to contact Father Rise and begin planning the purification of the Greater Grail, Kirei appeared in the corridor of the mansion. You're here, Kirei. Tokiomi didn't think much of it, assuming the old priest had sent Kirei to deliver a message. Since all parties had declared a ceasefire, he saw no reason to be wary of Kirei's sudden visit. He turned, opened the study door, and stepped inside, gesturing for Kirei to follow. Gilgamesh had already been waiting inside in spirit form. That freewheeling servant appearing wherever he pleased never surprised Tokiomi anymore. Tokiomi-sensei, may I speak with you for a moment? Kirei asked. What is it? Tokiomi paused and turned around. My father has passed away. Kirei reported it in his usual calm tone, making Tokiomi's pupils contract sharply. Father Rise is dead. Tokiomi's composure shattered. He roared in disbelief, everyone's already agreed to a truce, who would do something like this? Was it Kiritsugu Amiya? That man had shown no shred of a Magus' pride from the beginning. Or was it Tenkei Shiomi? But compared to killing someone from the Holy Church, that young man, highly regarded by the Democratic Faction's Department of Creation at the Clock Tower, would understand the consequences better than anyone. Rather than provoke the Holy Church, he would have done something the Mages Association could tolerate. Like using the Holy Grail War as a legitimate excuse to decisively kill Canath, a lord of the aristocratic faction. That would have brought enough benefit to his faction and solidified his position within it. So who could it have been? Tokiomi had no answer. His anger gradually settled, and the composure to pursue the truth returned to his mind. Do you have any leads on this, Kirei? He looked toward his disciple. Losing a father had to be more painful than losing a friend, so Tokiomi wanted to help his prized student seek revenge. No progress yet, Kirei replied. But I actually came here to ask you for a favor, Tokiomi-sensei. Go ahead, Tokiomi answered without hesitation. For the sake of the Tosaka family, he would do everything he could to help Kirei uncover the truth. I've secured the core of the Lesser Grail, but I lack a suitable vessel. What? Tokiomi froze at the completely unrelated statement. But he didn't have time to process it. His right hand, the one bearing the command spells, was suddenly severed, flying through the air. Kirei had cut it off in one swift strike. A heavy blow to the abdomen followed, and before the pain could even register, Tokiomi lost consciousness and collapsed. What I want to borrow is your body as a magus, Tokiomi-sensei. Kirei smiled with satisfaction. In the end, you never did understand my true nature, sensei. What a speechless man, not content with killing his own father, and now he turns on his teacher too. A golden figure gradually materialized on the sofa. Without even glancing at Tokiomi, he coolly remarked on Kirei's actions. With his servant nearby, and never suspecting Gilgamesh's shift in allegiance, Tokiomi had dropped his guard entirely. After all, my teacher still had command spells. If he had activated one before losing consciousness, even the King of Heroes would have found that troublesome, Kirei said indifferently. Well done. Gilgamesh smirked coldly as he looked at Kirei. But right now, with only 2 servant souls collected, the Grail can't be activated, can it? Should we have assassin self-terminate? Kirei asked. Leave that shadow for now. It's weak, but with the right handling, it can serve as decent fodder. Gilgamesh stood up. Annoying as it is, let Tokiomi continue to act as my master and supply mana for the time being. Command spells were merely a way to formalize the contract. Even if they were exhausted, as long as the servant didn't sever the bond, the master-servant relationship could still function. And now that Tokiomi's command spell-bearing hand had been severed, he had no way to use them. Then let's leave the contract as is for now, King of Heroes. Kirei revealed the command spells managed by the Holy Church etched onto his right arm. If needed, you can draw mana from these instead. Those were originally under his father's control. Even after death, they remained encrypted, making them impossible to extract directly. Oh. And how did you manage to acquire them? Gilgamesh, familiar with the secrets behind those command spells, seemed intrigued. Kodomine Kirei let out a wicked smile. For that, I owe thanks to an old friend. He meant Tenkei Shiomi. During a mission they'd once carried out together, the target had resisted fiercely, and before he could be interrogated, Shiomi was forced to kill him. As a result, Shiomi taught Kirei a special necromantic spell called Speak with Dead. According to Shiomi, the spell would only work properly if cast by someone other than the one who killed the deceased. So last night, Kirei tried it on his dead father, just to see if it would work. To his surprise, it barely succeeded, producing a single brief response before failing. But one sentence was enough. From it, Kirei learned how to access the command spells. John, Chapter 4. Caught completely off guard, the lingering spiritual force of the deceased Risei hadn't been able to fully reject his son. Him again, huh? The interest on Gilgamesh's face deepened. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 71, Strategy Meeting. At the same time, at the Shiomi residence. Unlike their previous dramatic arrival in a bullock cart, Noble Phantasm, Ryder and Waver came this time in a proper car. You're early. I thought you'd be here around noon. Shiomi teased as he opened the door for them. We came as soon as your familiar delivered the message, Waver said, lips pursed, clearly annoyed about being summoned so early. Forget that. What happened with Saber? Did you win or lose? As they followed Shiomi through the courtyard toward the house, Iskandar brought up what was really on his mind. No conclusion, Shiomi replied with a helpless smile as he opened the door. Originally, since Saber's camp rejected the terms we discussed yesterday, we planned to either restrain them or force their servants to withdraw. But the strategy, which aimed to avoid bloodshed, went awry. A mistake. Waver looked puzzled. And that mistake is exactly why I called you here, Shiomi said, stepping into the entryway. After leading them into the room and taking their seats in the living room, they noticed Morgan had changed outfits. She was no longer wearing her modern shirt and skirt from a few days ago but had switched to a traditional Japanese-style blue kimono. The tea served had also been swapped, from black tea to a more fittingly Japanese gyokuro. But those were just surface details. Once seated, Shiomi gave Waver and Iskandar a quick rundown of what had happened the previous night. First came curiosity, then surprise, and finally unease. Even just listening to Shiomi's account, Waver could already sense that the Holy Grail War was veering into unfathomable territory once again. Wait a second. Didn't your familiar's message say you'd gathered the other masters for a discussion? Thinking back to the battle report from the night before, Waver raised the critical question. Shiomi's familiar hadn't contacted just one person, it had sent messages to both Waver and Tokiomi simultaneously. The familiar I sent to contact Tokiomi wasn't accepted, it just vanished, Shiomi said calmly. Aside from Saber's camp, who fought us last night, I sent meeting requests to both you and Mr. Tokiomi. In the end, only you came. While it was likely that Tokiomi had been betrayed by his servant, considering Gilgamesh's behavior throughout the war, it was doubtful that Archer had ever felt any loyalty toward him. If anything, it was Tokiomi who needed Gilgamesh's power and had to show deference. So you're saying Tokiomi Tosaka turned down your request for a meeting? Waver asked, lifting his teacup. Iskandar gave Waver a slap on the back, nearly causing him to scald his tongue with the hot tea. Now's not the time to play it safe. Judging by what this young man said, Archer's probably already abandoned his master. No, betrayal might be too strong. He's more like, disinterested. For a servant under contract with a master, turning traitor is no difficult task, command seals and such become mere formalities. So, we have a few things we need to discuss first, Shiomi said bluntly, making his stance clear to Waver. If you're in, you're in. If not, then fine. Either way, Kirei Kotomine and Gilgamesh aren't going to stop. Whether they want the war to continue or plan to use the corrupted Greater Grail for something else, a ceasefire will probably only hold between our two groups. The Einsburn side hasn't made any moves to approach us yet, so we'll keep them on the watch list for now. In truth, after being hit by the Garden of Lost Will, everyone, Artoria included, was mentally drained. The real wild card was Kirei Kotomine, who not only came out unscathed but acted swiftly, even trying to abduct the Lesser Grail vessel. Kid, you're the master, it's your call. Iskandar placed a firm hand on Waver's shoulder. Normally bold and carefree, his tone this time carried unexpected weight, like a seasoned mentor offering guidance. In just a few days, Shiomi could already tell, compared to the first night they met, Waver had grown noticeably steadier. Let's hear it. What's your plan? Waver asked, looking at Shiomi. In terms of combat and tactical skill as a magus, Shiomi far outclassed him. And with Lancer now defeated, it meant Shiomi had bested even Canath, renowned as a prodigy and genius within the Mages Association, a place swarming with elites. That man was, after all, one of the lords of the clock tower. First, Shiomi began, raising a finger, Tokiomi Tosaka didn't respond to my familiar's message and let it vanish. That doesn't necessarily mean something's wrong, he might have just gone to the Holy Church early this morning. The Tosaka family are the administrators of Fuyuki, and purifying the Greater Grail is an urgent matter. But we can't rule out the possibility that something has happened to him. Once we're ready, we'll need to head to the Tosaka residence and check the situation. Right. He is a key figure, after all. Waver nodded, finding the reasoning sound. If it were him, he'd also want confirmation. Second, it's about Kirei Kotomine, Shiomi continued, frowning. You've probably noticed, though he's participating in the Holy Grail War as Assassin's Master, Kirei is actually the son of Risei Kotomine, the overseer of the Holy Church. Iskandar blinked in mild surprise. That old guy looks like he's 70 or 80, and his son's only in his 20s. A late-born child, huh? Probably. Shiomi gave a wry smile at the Conqueror King's unexpected focus. Given Alexander the Great died in his 30s, it wasn't too strange for him to find the age gap curious. Shiomi straightened up, getting back on track. So, the second place we need to visit is the Holy Church. I think it's necessary to go again and meet with that old priest. Of course, that was just the plan in an ideal scenario. Given Kirei's disturbing behavior last night, Shiomi couldn't help but assume the worst, that the men had embraced his true nature and fallen fully into darkness. If that were the case, then Risei, the overseer who was supposedly sheltering him, might already be dead. Whether alive or not, no matter how likely it seemed, they had to confirm it themselves. So you're saying our two groups should split, one goes to the Tosaka residence, the other to the church. Waver was just about to confirm the plan when the doorbell rang. Chapter 72, Investigation Plan. Saber and Irisville arrived, while Kiritsugu Amiya, as always, remained out of sight, operating from the shadows. After ushering them inside, they saw Waver and Iskandar already present, and couldn't help but be a bit surprised at how efficiently Shiomi had acted. Are your injuries all right? Shiomi asked courteously. Yes, Irisville replied. Avalon is an incredibly powerful conceptual weapon. Just by being touched by its original wielder, Saber, my heart, though taken, began regenerating almost instantly. But as a consequence, you've lost your function as the Lesser Grail. Morgan, who had been silently listening, finally spoke up. Shiomi had already discussed everything with her in advance, so there was no need for her to repeat her opinions. But since this involved the Einsburn homunculus, which Shiomi wouldn't be able to explain in detail, Morgan took it upon herself to clarify. I began to realize that after I woke up, Irisville said, her expression difficult to read, caught somewhere between relief and sadness. Shiomi sat back down. In the end, I bet Kirei never expected his malice would actually do something good. Joking aside, they needed to return to the matter at hand. Though a bit late, Shiomi quickly recapped what he discussed earlier for Artoria and Irisville. So, we need to reassess the situation at the Tosaka residence and the Fuyuki church, and determine whether Tokiomi Tosaka and the overseer are still alive. Irisville summarized. Given the current state of things, only Mr. Shiomi holds the initiative. We Einsburns agreed to join in, especially considering the plan to purify the Greater Grail. Hearing her speak, Shiomi didn't feel the need to press further. He was confident Kiritsugu Amiya wouldn't oppose it now. After experiencing the emotional whirlwind of losing and regaining his wife last night, on top of the Garden of Lost Will, Shiomi suspected Kiritsugu had lost interest in pursuing the Grail, wanting only to bring this chaos to an end. Exactly. With the Einsburns now with us, it's 3 versus 2 in terms of servants. Shiomi gave a slight smile. Considering we're up against the King of Heroes, whose noble phantasms are countless, it's hard to say how much of an edge we truly have. But it's still something to be optimistic about. Everyone present silently agreed. And the last point we haven't discussed yet, we need to locate Kirei Koto mine. If Gilgamesh has already reformed a contract with him, then the two are undoubtedly acting together, Shiomi added. But that's for later. First, we follow through on the 2 initial plans. Irisville paused to think. Then Saber and I will head to the Tosaka estate, and for the church. But in your current condition, if a fight breaks out, you'll only become a burden to your servant, Shiomi interjected, dismissing her proposal. Leave the Tosaka residence to Waver and the King of Conquerors. As for the church, we'll repeat our approach from when we intercepted Castor. Saber and I will investigate, and Morgan will stay behind to guard the house. That way, Assassin won't be able to take advantage and try kidnapping the children as hostages. Though Morgan held the Berserker class, she possessed Castor class abilities in territory creation. Combined with the Shiomi family's established workshop, even the King of Heroes wouldn't easily breach their defenses. Of course, Shiomi's personal reason was simple: with Morgan protecting Sakura and Caren, he could head to the front lines without worry. You really do enjoy partnering with Artoria, don't you, my husband? Morgan suddenly asked. Shiomi pressed a hand to his forehead. Don't start with that now. You know why I need you holding the fort. I'm just teasing. Thought you could use a little laugh. Morgan gave a faint smile. Right now, both the priest and the King of Heroes are lurking in the dark. If things get critical, just use a command spell to summon me. All right. Their slightly sentimental exchange lightened the tense mood. Led by Iskandar, the others began to chuckle, even making the usually composed Shiomi feel a bit embarrassed. Only Morgan continued sipping her tea like nothing had happened. There's one more thing. Irisville spoke hesitantly. Go ahead, Shiomi said, just as he was about to make departure preparations. He sat back down. Irisville looked between him and Morgan, clearly troubled. Miss Mia still hasn't woken up. It seems she was also affected by that large-scale magecraft last night. Morgan's expression shifted slightly in surprise. After all, the effects of the Garden of Lost Will had already been dispelled. For her to still be unconscious, there could only be one explanation. That cold, emotionally detached assistant had been completely overwhelmed by the Garden of Lost Will. If it's all right, have her brought here. Let Morgan examine her personally, Shiomi said, casting an inquiring look at Morgan. After she gave a slight nod, he continued. With their approval, Irisville's expression finally eased a little. She'd spent a long time last night speaking with Kiritsugu, about the Holy Grail War, about their ideals, and about their daughter, Ilya. Everything. Kiritsugu had made his decision. Irisville knew it was painful for him, but had he chosen otherwise, he might have faced a far deeper, lifelong regret. By the way, Waver Velvet, Shiomi said as he stood, remembering something he'd forgotten earlier. You didn't run into anyone using magecraft to attack you, did you? Like, say, someone controlling insects. Waver looked puzzled. Magecraft that uses insects? No, I don't think so. Though not an exceptional magus, he wasn't clueless about magecraft either. If nothing happened, that's good. The Matau family is the only one of the 3 founding families not participating in this Holy Grail War. Their head has been moving behind the scenes, Shiomi informed them seriously. Since his intentions are unclear, I hope you'll all stay alert. Irisville nodded quietly. Recalling the intelligence Kiritsugu had gathered on the various factions in Fuyuki, the Matau family, as one of the 3 core families, had always warranted special attention. The Matau family has no heir. They might be trying to cheat their way forward since they can't find a proper solution. Shiomi, also aware of this, gave the group this final reminder before they set out. And with that, he made up his mind to find an opportunity soon to pay Zoken Matau a personal visit. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 73, The Empty Church. Since receiving the command spell and being forced into the Holy Grail War, Tenkei Shiomi had spent the past 2 years thoroughly investigating every corner of Fuyuki City. From the state of its ley lines to the Magus families that had lived there for generations, Tosaka, Matsu, and the Einsburn, with their immovable castle deep in the forest, Shiomi had studied everything within his reach. The Holy Church, as one of the potential sites for the Grail's descent and with a history of spiritual summoning, naturally demanded extra attention. But today, the church, already known for its stillness, felt even more desolate than usual. Shiomi could sense something was off. And it wasn't just the midwinter chill. After casting a detection spell to survey the area, Shiomi exchanged a nod with Artoria. Only then did they push open the door and step inside, advancing cautiously. By the way, during the strategy meeting before we left, you sounded like you knew that man, Kirei Kotomine. Artoria asked as they walked down the path through the courtyard toward the chapel entrance. As a magus from the Mages Association, I've been assigned to tasks that required working with the Holy Church, Shiomi replied without hesitation. Kirei Kotomine was one of the executors I worked with back then. Now was no time for evasiveness. Being vague would only create cracks in an already fragile alliance, something that would no doubt benefit Kirei and Gilgamesh. I see, Artoria nodded. The Magus community wasn't particularly large or small, but living in society's shadows and dealing with mystery daily, especially among fellow Easterners, it wasn't unusual to cross paths. That said, I don't know him well. It was strictly professional, Shiomi continued. As far as strength goes, Kirei's among the top executors. Artoria looked at him as he pushed open the door. But compared to you, a magus who can take on a servant alone, he's still a step behind, right? I'm an anomaly, Shiomi said with a faint, helpless smile. The chapel's interior was exactly the same, unchanged from yesterday, or even 2 years ago. What about you, Saber? Shiomi asked. Maybe it's just me, but you seem less conflicted today. Artoria scanned the chapel carefully, alert for nearby presences. I have the two of you to thank for that. She turned to Shiomi. That magecraft, was it yours, or my sister's doing? What do you think? Shiomi crouched and checked beneath the altar. Spotless. Not even a speck of dust. It must have been my sister's, Artoria said. She didn't know Morgan well enough to identify the exact type of magecraft, but the fact that even her A-rank magic resistance had been bypassed so easily made it clear Morgan was behind it. Most likely, during their last visit to the castle, Morgan had quietly left something behind, something that came in handy later. Finding nothing unusual in the chapel, they moved into the church's rear section. Shiomi wasn't too familiar with the church's layout, but he knew that the back housed administrative offices and living quarters for the staff. Rumor had it there was also a sanctum 5 meters underground, larger than the chapel itself. He assumed the above-ground space served the public, while the underground sanctum was used for the church's secret rites. That, however, was secondary. As soon as they stepped into the dim corridor of the back offices, the sharp scent of blood hit them. Neither Shiomi, a seasoned magus, nor Artoria, a battle-hardened servant, was the type to flinch at the sight, or smell, of blood. But this made it clear, things had gone just as badly as Shiomi feared. They pushed open a half-closed office door and were met with a large pool of blood soaking most of the carpet. In the cold, poorly ventilated winter air, Shiomi's illumination spell revealed that the blood was still visibly wet. What is this? Artoria frowned. Shiomi crouched down to inspect it. Judging from the bloodstains and the time of year, the death couldn't have occurred more than 5 hours ago. Is it the overseer's blood? Most likely. And it looks like the body was moved before they had time to clean up the scene, Shiomi said quietly. Father Kirei Kotomine was once an executor for the Holy Church. The only one who could have killed him so easily, without raising his guard, would be someone he trusted completely, his own son. He stood and took a few steps back, with Artoria stepping aside as well. Shiomi raised his hand. Mana flowed through his magic circuits, then quietly dispersed. A pale blue light spread across the bloodstains. After a moment, particles of light began to rise, gradually forming the shape of a person. Even as a silhouette, it was unmistakably Kirei Kotomine. The figure first appeared standing, then suddenly froze, and finally collapsed to its knees, falling forward. The sequence looped, like a video stuck on repeat. Magecraft that shows a person's final moments? Artoria asked. Is it some form of necromancy? It's not necromancy, Shiomi replied, crossing his arms. If the body's present, and the conditions are right, it can sometimes even reveal the killer's outline. Though. I doubt that would help much in this case. Artoria nodded. From the way he collapsed, it's clear he was caught off guard. Someone came up from behind. She placed a hand against Shiomi's back to demonstrate. Stabbed him with a weapon, fatally. He died on the spot. Was the demonstration really necessary? Shiomi grimaced. Artoria gave a self-assured smile. Call it a little payback for you and my sister launching that nighttime assault. Next time, attack head-on. Pretty sure there won't be a next time. Shiomi moved past her and began searching the room. Aside from Holy Church documents, there were only files related to the Holy Grail War. To be safe, Shiomi combed through them carefully, but nothing worth taking stood out. With Risei Kotomine confirmed dead, the next step was to determine Tokiomi's whereabouts. After that, they could begin tracking down Kirei Kotomine and Gilgamesh. Shiomi explained this to Artoria, and the two turned to leave the church. Chapter 74, Encounter Battle, 1. Though this might not be the best time, may I ask you a question, Shiomi? As they stepped outside toward the chapel, Artoria spoke up. Depends on the question. If it's about my magecraft or trump cards, I'm afraid I can't answer, Shiomi replied with a natural, matter-of-fact expression. I understand that, as a magus, one must always conceal their roots. Artoria shook her head. What I want to ask is about my sister, the queen. Shiomi raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the topic. Go ahead. After he gave his permission, Artoria let out a quiet breath. Is that Morgan truly the Morgan I know? The question left Shiomi momentarily puzzled. It wasn't an inquiry into a servant's stats, nor simple curiosity about private matters, it was something much simpler. Was she really who she appeared to be? I'm not quite sure what you mean, Shiomi said, standing in a beam of sunlight streaming through the chapel window. Sorry, I didn't phrase that well, Artoria apologized sincerely. It's just that, from our first battle with Morgan, through our uneasy cooperation, and everything that followed, there was no doubt she was Morgan. Even Artoria couldn't imagine anyone impersonating her. But there was still something different. Close, but not quite the same. Her instincts, always sharp, nudged at the uncertainty, compelling her to ask Morgan's master directly. Shiomi paused before replying. I have 2 questions for you as well. Please. Morgan looks a lot like you. When she was a young girl, did she look exactly like you do now? Artoria furrowed her brows. I was adopted by Sir Ector from birth. Until I pulled the sword of selection at 15 and became king, I hardly ever saw my sister. Then, the second question. Shiomi turned to look at her. In your time, was there a place in Britannia called the Land of Rain? This question confused Artoria even more. It's true that Britannia had frequent rain. You could say the whole country was a land of rain. But I've never heard of a specific place called that. I see. Shiomi's expression began to settle into understanding. Still, perhaps because she rarely spoke about Britannian geography, Artoria added. Speaking of rain, I remember there was a group of islands called Orkney in the northern seas during my time. It was said to rain year-round there. I only stationed near it once or twice for politics or military campaigns, but during that time, the rain never let up. Shiomi gave a quiet nod and thanked her. Thank you. Some things are best confirmed with someone from that era. I'm glad I could help. As for Morgan, Shiomi paused to think, she is who she is. Please don't overthink it. At the very least, she wouldn't betray us. Artoria chuckled softly. I understand. Since you trust her so deeply, I won't press the matter. Just forget I asked. Saber took Shiomi's words as a defense of Morgan. He meant to clarify, but just as he stepped toward the chapel door and placed his hand on it, he felt a presence from outside, an overwhelming pressure colder than winter itself. His heart tightened. Artoria instantly shifted from conversation to readiness, taking position with Shiomi on either side of the door. They reached out and slowly pushed the chapel doors open a crack. A golden figure, haughty and imperious, stood in the open doorway, wearing no golden armor, yet unmistakably radiant. Gilgamesh. They both recognized him at once, and Artoria instinctively shifted into battle mode. It doesn't look like this was just a random ambush, Shiomi said, glancing at Artoria. In other words, slipping out the back before he fully appears isn't an option. She nodded in agreement. There's one servant here, and a master who can match a servant. If we work together, we should be able to retreat for now. With everyone's true names exposed, Gilgamesh's noble phantasm remained the only unknown. The treasury filled with countless noble phantasms might be his noble phantasm, but what comes after that? Just like the other servants, he must have a trump card he hasn't revealed yet. The plan had been to track Kirei and the King of Heroes, then launch a surprise attack together. But the enemy clearly had no intention of waiting, they'd already made the first move. So now the only question is, who exactly is he after? Shiomi extended his hand, and a red spear materialized in his grasp. Artoria blinked in surprise. Is that a noble phantasm? He wasn't a servant, yet he wielded a noble phantasm. Could he, like Iri and the others, have found something passed down from the past in this era? That's a question for later. Let's go. After a brief exchange of glances, the two pushed open the chapel doors and stepped outside. Oh. So it's just like Kirei said, you came to the church sniffing for intel. Gilgamesh stood there with one hand casually in his pocket. Saber, and the Godslayer. As his words fell, over a dozen golden portals opened around him, each revealing the prototype of a different noble phantasm. This place is too open. Not ideal for facing long-range flying weapons, Shiomi muttered as he glanced toward the wooded area beside the church. Let's use the first wave to draw him toward those trees. Understood. Be careful. Artoria gripped her invisible sword, silently weighing whether it was time to unleash her noble phantasm's true name. For some reason, the thought of Tenkei Shiomi dying here made her uneasy. She didn't know how she'd face Morgan afterward. Even though, not even for a day had she ever interacted with that person as a sister, or as siblings. Whatever. It might be early, but with only 2 servants left, we need at least 1 or 2 more to disappear before that thing can activate. Gilgamesh raised his hand, and the noble phantasms extended a little further from the portals. If you don't want to die, struggle with everything you've got, mongrels. With a casual flick of his left hand, the weapons rained down on them like a storm. Explosions rocked the ground, a thick cloud of smoke rising and engulfing Shiomi and Artoria. Gilgamesh stood unmoved, as if disappointed that such an attack could be enough to end it. Suddenly, a spinning sickle sliced through the smoke, aimed straight at him. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 75, Encounter Battle, 2. This was a probing strike. Shiomi used his red spear to catch and hurl back one of Gilgamesh's launched noble phantasms, the prototype weapon known as Harp, attempting to restrain him. As expected, the sickle was blocked by one of Gilgamesh's other noble phantasms. As the smoke quickly dispersed in the wind, Gilgamesh spotted the 2 of them retreating toward the forest beside the church. Realizing you can't win, so now you want to run into the woods, he sneered to himself. Well, hunting is more entertaining when you chase your prey down. A single, clean kill is far too dull. He strolled after them at a leisurely pace, following the path they'd taken into the forest. This area was scattered with graveyards, most of the devout citizens were buried here in accordance with their faith. As he walked the paths of this death-scented cemetery, Gilgamesh thought it a fitting burial ground for Shiomi and Saber. Not that servants left behind corpses when they died. Shiomi burst out first, weaving rapidly between the gravestones with astonishing speed. In terms of sheer velocity, he already surpassed Kirei by a wide margin. So this is what it looks like to reach the realm of heroic spirits while still human, Gilgamesh remarked coolly. But speed alone isn't enough. Alongside his words, he unleashed a volley of noble phantasms. Yet Shiomi darted and twisted through the gravestones, using them as cover and barriers, making it difficult for Gilgamesh to get a clear shot. Most of the weapons were deflected or shattered against the stones. The 10-meter gap between them vanished in an instant. Shiomi lunged forward, thrusting the red spear, only for it to be parried by a casually wielded black and red short sword before reaching its target. Sensing danger, Shiomi instantly pulled back. That weapon, it carries a curse of vengeance, he muttered, shifting into a ready stance for a second assault. At that moment, Gilgamesh drew a gleaming silver dagger and lazily slashed through the air. A sudden, biting wind surged toward Shiomi. Reacting instantly, Shiomi summoned a counter wind to meet the incoming attack. Though the chill didn't touch him directly, he saw the very air around him crystallize into icicles. Everything caught within the vacuum wave was frozen solid. Its destructive force rivaled even his own high-tier magecraft, Great Ice Age. Taking advantage of Gilgamesh's diverted focus, Artoria sprang from the trees and slashed at the golden servant with her blade. But a massive sword, so large it seemed made for a giant, came crashing down to block her path, cutting her off mid-attack. Another sword of similar size, but different in shape, descended toward Shiomi. He narrowly dodged the vertical strike, using its weight and momentum to flip upward, sprinting along the blade to launch himself into the air, quickly reaching a height of 10 meters above the ground. Take this. The red spear tore through the air, flying straight at Gilgamesh. He wasn't wearing his armor, this might be their best chance. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. That spear, huh? A golden gate opened, launching a noble phantasm nearly identical to Shiomi's. The 2 spears clashed midair, neutralizing each other. Shiomi caught the rebounding spear, flipped several times in the air, and landed lightly just behind Artoria. Of course he has won too, Shiomi muttered with a wry smile. Realizing that a standard assault wouldn't work, even with terrain on their side, Artoria took advantage of the distraction and released the invisible air. Shiomi's strike was merely a feint. The real blow was coming now. Wind surged around her, forming a spiraling vortex that wrapped her in a protective storm. Then, the golden sword revealed itself. Gilgamesh's amused smirk slowly vanished. So that's the legendary holy sword, forged in the planet's inner sea. Gilgamesh remained composed. Perfect. Let me draw something worthy to test your mettle. He raised his hand, and from the golden gate emerged a bizarre noble phantasm, so strange, one could barely call it a sword. It was cylindrical in shape, composed of 3 blade-like segments, each rotating in a different direction. Even without its true name, Shiomi understood the symbolism in its form. Heaven. Earth. The underworld. Together, they represented the cosmos. A noble phantasm duel, huh? Artoria didn't flinch. Her magical energy surged to its peak as she prepared to unleash her noble phantasm's true name. It's your turn, EA, Gilgamesh said coldly. X. Without the slightest hesitation, the King of Knights raised her sword, a blade that could cleave earth and river in a single swing, and struck. Kalaba. Enuma Elish. 2 voices, one burning with resolve, the other chilling and absolute, overlapped. Blinding light flared, and the pressure that followed made it hard to even breathe. We'll lose. Shiomi had already seen the outcome of this clash. 13th Primordial Rune, Rune of Protection. There could be no hesitation. He didn't know how much of EA's unleashed power his runes could withstand. But if he did nothing, Artoria would be critically wounded, and he would be caught in the blast. Gilgamesh clearly intended to annihilate both him and Saber with a single blow. What surged toward them was like the hellscape of creation's dawn, where life and death blurred into one. Shiomi gripped his spear tightly, forcing every last ounce of magic through his circuits. Anchoring himself with the 13th primordial rune, he unleashed all 18, casting a full-scale protective spell. He didn't know how long it lasted, perhaps just a few seconds. But the clash of those 2 swords felt like it could tear the world apart. Heya! Both he and the King of Knights shouted with all their might. When the storm finally died down, the graveyard behind the church was reduced to ruins, the surrounding trees sheared clean at the waist. The land itself looked like it had suffered a divine calamity. Gilgamesh withdrew EA, casting a smug, approving glance at Tenkei Shiomi, and the barely conscious Artoria in his arms. She clutched her holy sword, coughing violently, blood spilling from her mouth. Only Shiomi's support kept her standing. Shiomi, leaning on his red spear, was equally battered. His injuries were no less severe than Saber's. One eye was sealed shut with blood. But the other still stared fiercely at Gilgamesh. Oh. The King of Heroes gave a rare note of admiration. To defy even death, well done. Shiomi yanked his spear from the ground, holding it upright with one hand, barely managing to stay on his feet. Thunder rumbled in the heavens as Gilgamesh brushed dust from his clothes. Then as a reward, I'll let you live for today. Next time, I'll personally sever your head as a mark of honor. With a laugh drenched in arrogance, Gilgamesh vanished into spirit form. And from the sky descended the King of Conquerors, mounted atop his noble phantasm. Chapter 76, Regrouping. Archer, Gilgamesh, withdrew on his own, claiming he'd had his fun. Rider, Iskandar, raced over from the Tosaka residence in Miyama town, driving his noble phantasm. Back when the battle with Gilgamesh first broke out, Shiomi and Artoria had already retreated into the forest and activated a magical communication device. It was a small tool crafted by Morgan before they set out. Just a tiny bit of mana was enough to trigger it, alerting the other party, no matter how far away, that something urgent had happened and help was needed. That said, from the sheer magnitude of the mana surge when the Excalibur clashed with Enuma Elish, Shiomi figured Morgan, back at home, had probably sensed it too. When he saw the familiar ox cart descending slowly and caught sight of Iskandar and Waver aboard, Shiomi finally let out a breath of relief. His grip loosened, and Artoria slipped from his arms. He hurried to catch her, and the 2 of them collapsed to the ground together. He had already spent the last of his strength. Even though Iskandar arrived quickly, Shiomi had been about to use a command spell to summon Morgan. Hey, kid, can you still hold on? Ryder asked seriously as he jumped off the cart. I'm fine. It's not too bad, Shiomi replied quietly, putting away his red spear. Ryder didn't waste time. Hey, kid. You can use healing magecraft, right? Ah, well. Waver looked awkward. His magecraft skills weren't yet good enough for proper healing spells. A minor cut or scrape was doable, but Shiomi was covered in injuries and looked like he was on the verge of collapse. That was way beyond what Waver could handle. It's fine. I've got this, Shiomi said, raising a hand to stop him. As if to prove it, the runes on his body began to glow, and his external wounds started healing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Waver guessed that within another minute or 2, Shiomi's internal and external injuries would be fully healed. Still, this kind of self-activated healing spell couldn't compare to the efficiency of a magic crest passed down through a Magus family. Seriously? If you had a trump card, you could have said so. Got us worried for nothing, Waver grumbled, arms crossed now that things had calmed down. Shiomi just gave a silent smile as Waver got a light smack on the head from Ryder. I'm fine, but Saber's not in great shape, Shiomi added. No. I'm all right, Artoria said, her eyes dim. She tried to speak evenly, even politely, but her voice was clearly weak. Thanks to your magecraft. She had been the main force in the Noble Phantasm clash, but if Shiomi hadn't acted in time to deploy a defensive spell and reduce the impact of Gilgamesh's attack, her injuries would have been far worse. This isn't the time to act tough, Shiomi sighed. I'll use runes to treat you for now. Your spirit core isn't damaged, but since you can't go spirit form to recover, we'll have to deal with the rest back home. Thank you, Artoria said with a faint smile before closing her eyes to receive the healing, conserving her strength. With both of them stabilizing, Ryder and Waver finally relaxed. The moment they got the emergency signal, they'd rushed from the Tosaka residence using Ryder's Noble Phantasm, fully expecting to face off against Gilgamesh in a brutal fight. But it really is strange, Gold Glitter actually ran off on his own. Iskandar didn't think the guy was deliberately avoiding a fight. I thought we'd end up using our Noble Phantasms to go head-to-head. Who knows? Archer always does whatever he wants and tends to underestimate his opponents, Shiomi offered his thoughts. Maybe he thought it wasn't worth it and wants to wait until we're back in peak condition to take us all out in one go. Waver pursed his lips. Not sure if that counts as arrogance or something else. Either way, we've come up empty on our end. All we know is that the church's overseer, Risei Kodomine, was killed, Shiomi said, using the healing downtime to share intel. From the looks of the scene, it was likely someone he trusted who struck him from behind while he was completely off guard. Still, Shiomi hadn't expected Kirei Kodomine to actually commit patricide. But now he understood, if they didn't stop Kirei, the situation would only spiral further once the tainted Holy Grail ended up in his hands. Same on our side. No sign of that Tokiomi Tosaka guy, Ryder said, stroking his beard. Waver, leaning on the ox cart, added, but the Tosaka family's barrier was practically inactive. Whoever maintained it must have been taken away. We searched every room and only found a small blood stain in the study. Judging by the amount of blood, it definitely wasn't fatal, Ryder noted. If someone meant to kill him, they wouldn't clean up right after. Looks like they stopped the bleeding immediately after striking. For a servant familiar with the sight of blood, judging whether a victim died on the spot wasn't hard. Then Tokiomi Tosaka is probably still alive, Shiomi said, recalling what Kirei had mentioned the night before at Einsburn Castle. He took the core of the Einsburn Lesser Grail, saying that as long as he had the core, it didn't matter what happened to the vessel. Waver's expression shifted. You mean? Tokiomi Tosaka was used as the core of the Holy Grail. I'm afraid so. Shiomi nodded. As the treatment wrapped up, he had mostly recovered, and Artoria's condition had stabilized as well. We'll need to squeeze into Ryder's ox cart for the trip back, Shiomi said. No problem. Artoria, never one to seek comfort, naturally accepted the situation. The King of Conquerors proudly patted the cart's front seat. Don't let the cramped space fool you, once this baby takes off, it's better than any modern ride. Shiomi gave a quiet smile and moved to lift Artoria, who quickly tried to push him away. I can walk on my own. Besides, what kind of ruler lets themselves be carried like that? As a ruler, you should listen to your physician, Shiomi said. You're more badly hurt than I am, King of Knights. One sentence was all it took to silence her. Artoria reluctantly let Shiomi carry her up onto the cart. Ryder watched, clearly amused. You're pretty good with women. No, I'm just good with kings, Shiomi replied as he settled Artoria onto the cart. Though not serving as her vassal, he had spent more years by that queen's side than he could count. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 77, Embracing the Witch. After returning to the Shiomi residence, Artoria was temporarily placed in a guest room, with Iri keeping her company. Meanwhile, Shiomi, changing clothes in his room, found the whole situation oddly amusing. Just last night, Iri was the one who needed looking after. Now, in a sudden reversal, she was the one tending to Artoria. Was this what they meant by, the king's carriage has changed hands? After stripping off his torn, blood-stained clothes and tossing them into the trash, Shiomi noticed Morgan was already sitting in the room. He hadn't even realized when she arrived, but she didn't look well. Just to be clear, Artoria Pendragon was injured by Gilgamesh's Noble Phantasm. That thing's his ace, it even overpowered the Holy Sword. Shiomi raised his hand slightly. I was just. Morgan gave a faint smile, feigning puzzlement. Do you really think I'm that jealous of a woman? Shiomi considered replying, aren't you, but for the sake of his own survival, he wisely stayed silent. In any case, the fact that they attacked in broad daylight shows they're no longer bothering to conceal the supernatural, Morgan said. When I sensed your battle, I thought the final showdown had already begun. Looks like they're not quite ready yet. Shiomi nodded. One thing's for sure after this morning, if anyone's going to stop Gilgamesh, Kirei Kodomine, and the tainted Holy Grail, it'll have to be us. That's not all. The Einsburn homunculus received word that nothing seems out of place at the Civic Hall in Shinto. But Ryudo Temple on Mount Enzu, they're preparing some kind of large-scale ritual, Morgan added. 3 of the 4 ley lines in Fuyuki had now been fully confirmed. If Kirei intended to forcibly activate the Greater Grail and fend off interfering servants, his only viable location would be the Greater Grail site at Mount Enzu. That place already had a spirit barrier set up. Any servant trying to break in would have to come through the front gate. And if Gilgamesh were defending from atop the mountain gate, already having the high ground and a strategic advantage, the situation would become even more difficult to handle. But that was a problem for later. Right now, Shiomi was more concerned about something else. Then why do you look unwell? If it wasn't jealousy over Artoria, then something else was bothering her. It's nothing. I just saw a glimpse of her past when treating Einsburn's assistant, Morgan said with a small shake of her head. Miyahizo had collapsed too quickly inside the Garden of Lost Will, and hadn't regained consciousness even after the magecraft had been dispelled. Still, it was a fairly simple matter for Morgan. She used a bit of magic to interfere with Mia's unconscious mind, resealing the memories that had awakened in the garden. Once that was done, Mia began to show signs of waking up. I see, Shiomi said, a little surprised. Morgan leaned gently against him. He didn't pull away. People can be so cruel to one another sometimes, she said quietly, not wanting to recount what she had just witnessed. Shiomi sensed the heaviness in her voice. He couldn't help but question himself, was it really right to trouble Morgan with things like this right now? I won't deny it. But even so, he said, embracing her. It was the first time he'd ever held his servant like this outside the battlefield. He didn't think of Morgan as a familiar, but as a masterclass magus of the Age of Gods, a heroic spirit etched into legend. As for treating her as a woman, that felt presumptuous. Even knowing she was female, even sensing that Morgan might feel something more than duty toward him. Something that went beyond what a servant felt for their master. Even so, I still believe this human world is beautiful, something worth protecting, Shiomi said sincerely to Morgan, though he didn't expect her to share the sentiment. I know. It's just. I've always harbored a bit of fantasy about the unknown world, Morgan replied. Because I only saw it in passing. Because it's the world you live in, so. So she had ended up placing unrealistic hopes on the world he had always lived in, the world that, over 6,000 years, had never once turned its back on her. Naive thoughts she should have long since abandoned had resurfaced the moment she laid eyes on it. I see. That must have been tough on you, Shiomi said softly, understanding her. Without realizing it, Morgan leaned a little deeper into him. How are your injuries? But the faint scent of blood still lingering brought her back to her senses. It's nothing serious. Wounds like this won't kill me, Shiomi said, letting go and flashing a confident smile. Morgan lowered her gaze, thoughtful. Still, Gilgamesh's trump card is without a doubt beyond conventional standards. We only managed to counter it this time because Artoria unleashed the full power of her holy sword and used grand-scale magecraft. Exactly. Shiomi stood and began to pace the room. That's why, next time, we'll need to coordinate with Saber and Ryder to launch an assault, make sure Gilgamesh doesn't get the chance to even pull that noble phantasm out. No need to be that grim, Morgan said. There aren't many ways to block that noble phantasm head-on, but if I'm willing to sacrifice my spirit origin, I can create a window for my husband to win. Shiomi froze. Do you really have to go that far? He wasn't afraid of death. He wasn't afraid of bleeding out in a fight against the King of Heroes. But hearing Morgan speak so casually about sacrificing herself, passing that burden to her, suddenly made Tenkei Shiomi hesitate. If it had been Iskandar or Artoria proposing this, he might have accepted it more readily. It's only one of many possibilities, Morgan said, giving her blue kimono sleeve a graceful shake. Her voice was calm and refined. As distasteful as it is, there are alternatives. But when the time comes, my husband will need to put that silver tongue of his to work, convince someone to part with a treasure they paid dearly to obtain. Shiomi immediately understood what she meant. That thing can heal wounds as severe as a lost heart in an instant, sure, but are you saying it can also defend against Gilgamesh's noble phantasm? Don't you trust your wife's judgment? Morgan asked. If it's the judgment of the Grand Magus Morgan, of course I trust it. He muttered. Still, deep down, Shiomi couldn't help but admit, he was no match for this witch. Chapter 78, The Final War Council. The Shiomi family's dining table had never been this lively. The long table was packed with guests, catching Sakura and Caren, used to the usual quiet routine, completely off guard. They sat on either side of the table, closest to Shiomi and Morgan. From there, the table extended out with Waver and Iskandar on one side, and Iri and Artoria on the other. Though the sudden influx of guests had stirred the girls' curiosity, the real reason behind the gathering was simple: this was the final meal before nightfall, before stepping onto the battlefield for the last time. Sensitive to the tension in the air, Both Sakura and Caren kept quiet, picking up on the unspoken weight of the moment. Iskandar, as always, remained unbothered, casually eating and cracking light-hearted jokes to entertain the girls, easing the mood across the room. Miyahizo, having only recently regained consciousness, was resting at the base, and Kiritsugu Amiya didn't show up at all. According to IRI, he was out in the city, conducting further investigations and making various preparations. He had handed all matters concerning the Holy Grail War over to her, even transferring the command spells into her care. Apparently, the impact of the Garden of Lost Will had been more profound on that freelance magus than anyone had expected. Mana supply to servants, however, still came from Kiritsugu. Morgan had casually offered guidance to help the couple form a shared contract. What no one realized was that Kenneth had spent quite a bit of time untangling and rewriting the details of the Grail War contracts to achieve something similar. Shiomi, who didn't know Kiritsugu well, had no intention of probing further. Like Waver, he simply accepted the arrangement as an allied master. After dinner, Sakura and Caren quietly headed off to their rooms to play and rest. The remaining group gathered in the living room to hold their final strategy meeting and share details about their respective servants' noble phantasms. With the ritual site now confirmed to be Ryuta Temple, the remaining questions were how to launch their assault, and what came next. On that note, didn't you guys fight that Gold Glitter earlier and force him to use his trump card? Iskandar asked, eyes on the map spread across the coffee table, with Ryuta Temple clearly marked. What kind of level are we talking about? Shiomi leaned against the armrest. Completely off the charts. Beyond any standard classification. If it weren't for Shiomi's magecraft shielding me, I would have been far more seriously hurt, Artoria admitted reluctantly. Facing Archer's ultimate noble phantasm head-on is probably not a viable plan. Iskandar scratched at his beard. He hadn't witnessed the actual clash between the King of Knights and the King of Heroes, but from the aftermath, he could tell that it was a noble phantasm unleashed with its true name, and had a massive area of effect. It was a completely different kind of weapon from his own, unrevealed ultimate noble phantasm, no direct comparison could be made. Just because we can't face it head-on doesn't mean we're without defenses, Shiomi said, turning to Artoria and IRI. They understood immediately. Actually, I had planned to return this noble phantasm to Saber, IRI said, pressing her hand to her chest, her voice sincere. But I didn't expect you'd run into Archer at the church. The decision over the disposition of Avalon, the ever-distant utopia, the conceptual weapon, had always been hers. Kiritsugu was now fully focused on ending the Holy Grail War and preparing to bring Ilia home once it was over. Compared to a millennia-old wish, IRI's heart had already shifted, leaning toward the daughter who mattered most in the reality they now faced. But in that case, Irisveal, your body. Artoria looked concerned. She knew full well that noble phantasm originally belonged to her. After all, she had only survived the loss of her heart thanks to the King of Knights' noble phantasm. Even now, it was the presence of that noble phantasm inside her that kept her body stable. No need to worry, Morgan said, offering a mage's perspective. Without the functions of the Lesser Grail, she's just an ordinary homunculus now. Normally, Morgan didn't care about anyone's life or death unless it involved Shiomi. But Tenkei Shiomi was the kind of person who could kill without hesitation, yet would agonize over saving someone. If the trouble wasn't right in front of him, he didn't care. But once it was, he had to intervene. It left Morgan exasperated, but not unwilling. So, before dinner that afternoon, she conducted a brief assessment of Irisveal's condition. I understand, Artoria nodded. Shiomi turned his face slightly, a thoughtful expression settling over him. Setting aside how well this noble phantasm can defend, I think there's something we need to clarify first. What is it? Waver asked, confused. He had just started to feel reassured after hearing about a possible countermeasure, and now Shiomi's words had unsettled him again. Archer is probably extremely proud of that noble phantasm, Shiomi said. I doubt he believes there's anything that can block or match it. So, if possible, I think we need a dual-layer strategy. Iskandar looked at Shiomi with a nod of approval. You mean we should try to secure victory before the King of Heroes has a chance to use that weapon, and if he does, make sure we force a win in that single moment? Exactly. Shiomi nodded again. Everyone present agreed with the plan. The trump card had to remain hidden for as long as possible. But once they used it, it had to end the fight. If Gilgamesh realized they had a way to counter him, he would undoubtedly start looking for other ways to disrupt and sabotage them. Then when the time comes, Saber, Rider, and I will attack from the front and take on the King of Heroes, Shiomi said, pointing at Ryuta Temple on the map. Morgan, Miss Irisveal, and Waver will head to the activation point of the Greater Grail. Morgan nodded quietly, and once again, the others were caught off guard. Why not just bring Morgan with us? You could handle Kirei Kodomine just as well, Artoria asked. In terms of magecraft, no one here can match Morgan, Shiomi said firmly. And I have no idea what's needed to purify the Grail or bring the ceremony to an end. That's why Morgan needs to focus completely on handling the ritual. My husband has spoken. Let's all follow his plan, Morgan said with a knowing smile. Realizing that Shiomi and Morgan were already aligned on this, no one could come up with a better alternative. They had little choice but to go along. After all, Tenkei Shiomi's combat strength was also one of their most crucial trump cards. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, Command Seals. After the strategy meeting concluded, everyone dispersed. Shiomi gave the guests free rein to move about the mansion and make their final preparations. He returned to his room alone and changed into something more suited for battle. Hard to believe the Holy Grail War is coming to an end like this, Morgan said, seated neatly at the edge of the bed. Shiomi no longer questioned the appropriateness of her barging in while he was changing, he'd long since given up on that. Where did things go wrong, I wonder? Shiomi sighed. Just like the 3 previous wars, it all ends in failure. Maybe this so-called wish-granting really is beyond what humanity can handle. Morgan shook her head. That's hard to say. But with the war nearing its end, you've still never told me what your wish is. You haven't, either. Because mine's already come true, I'd rather not say it, Morgan replied calmly. Then I'm about the same. Since it's a lost cause either way, I'd rather not speak it aloud and make it feel more real, Shiomi said, zipping up his outfit and turning to face her. Morgan raised a brow slightly. If I had to answer, I suppose it's not all that complicated. I just wanted to obtain the ritual framework of the third magic, to study and understand its mechanics. The materialization of the soul. Shiomi looked surprised, but didn't press further. For a magus, seeking something on the level of true magic wasn't unusual. And Morgan's strength was far beyond that of any modern magus. If anyone could decode and replicate the third magic, it would be her. You're not curious? I don't ask what I don't need to know. That's how I operate, Shiomi said with a bright smile. It doesn't affect my trust in you. And you can trust me, too, I'd never betray you for the sake of the Holy Grail. Morgan let out a quiet sigh. I already know. She understood that better than anyone. As for me, I don't really have a wish, Shiomi admitted with a faint smile. I hope that's not too disappointing. Morgan nodded. He had been thrust onto this battlefield, left to figure it all out on his own. Whatever lay beyond that, Morgan wouldn't force him to say. Not now. Also. Shiomi stepped closer, sat beside her, and gently took her hand. Morgan looked at him, visibly surprised. I didn't really know how else to use the command spells, so I never used them. In fact, I have one extra, Shiomi said as a red glow began to shimmer from his hand. But command spells are valuable sources of mana. If you're the one using them, I know they'll be put to better use. As he finished, the room was bathed in a soft red light before returning to normal. The 4 command spells had transferred from his hand to Morgan's pale, almost translucent one. To hand command spells over to a servant, my husband really is a magus who breaks all the rules, Morgan said, raising her eyes to meet his. Trust your wife. She won't let you down. The atmosphere had taken a strange, intimate turn after his gesture, and Shiomi, suddenly flustered, hurried to change the subject. I'll go check if Sakura and Caren are asleep. Once they're out, we can head out, Shiomi said, getting up a little stiffly and making his way out of the room. Morgan didn't stop him. She simply watched as he disappeared beyond the door, then gently touched the command spell on her hand, as if stroking something far more precious than the spell itself. After collecting herself, Morgan left the room too, taking a slow walk through the Shiomi residence, almost as if she were going on a leisurely stroll. Though it had only been a few days, it felt like she'd lived here for over a decade. Now, with the Holy Grail War nearing its end, the famed witch would have to say goodbye to it all and return to where she belonged. So she wanted to commit every detail of this moment to memory. As she passed the corridor overlooking the garden, she spotted Artoria standing among the flowers, bathed in moonlight. What are you looking at, Artoria? Maybe because it might be their last conversation, Morgan took the initiative to speak. Nothing much. Just the sky, Artoria replied, turning around and walking a few steps toward her. Even if the era and the country are different, the sky still looks the same. Even the moonlight shining on you is from the same moon, Morgan said with a poetic lilt. That's true. Artoria nodded, then gave Morgan a gentle smile. I nearly forgot. I should thank you, Morgan. I don't recall doing anything deserving of thanks, Morgan replied. But it's because you tried to force my heart to submit that I realized something I had been overlooking, Artoria said, turning her gaze back to the starry sky. I wanted to save Britannia, to undo its destruction, but I forgot that the world is more than just Britannia. It's not too late, Morgan said softly. If my wish were granted, maybe the people of Britannia would have a sky like tonight's forever, but the rest of humanity would suffer disaster, Artoria said with a bitter smile. If that's the price, then it's too high. Morgan studied her. The way you talk, it doesn't sound like you think the wish was wrong, just that you've chosen to give it up. It's not giving up. It's choosing to protect something broader, the world of all humanity, Artoria said, eyes downcast. There's still regret, and things I can't quite let go of, but I'll let that wish remain a wish. Just a wish. I see. Then follow your heart. Morgan added with a faint smirk, if you ever reach Avalon and meet the Magus I locked away there, be sure to rub this outcome in his face. After all, that incubus is probably watching all of this right now with those eyes of his that see through the present, and still chooses to do nothing. Unusually, Artoria and Morgan saw eye to eye. Yeah, I plan to. Then, as if something occurred to her, Artoria added, also, you're not the Morgan I once knew, are you? Does that matter? Morgan answered, neither confirming nor denying. You're right. It doesn't. Artoria let out a long sigh. This Holy Grail War, it's been more unbelievable than I ever imagined, for both masters and servants alike. The night continued to flow in silence. And with it, the final moment, the march to the battlefield, drew ever closer. Chapter 80, Ryuta Temple. At midnight, as the clock struck 1, the group split into 3 teams, approaching Ryuta Temple from different routes. Iskandar took the ox cart with Waver. Artoria rode her motorcycle, with Iri seated behind her. Shiomi used his specialty, teleportation magecraft, to bring Morgan with him, arriving ahead of the others at the roadside just outside Ryuta Temple to scout the area. This mana reeks. It's so foul, it's nauseating, Morgan said, raising a hand to half cover her mouth and nose, her expression twisted in distaste. The mana radiating from Ryuta Temple didn't actually have a smell. Morgan was speaking from the perspective of magical quality and nature. The air was thick with moisture, clinging to the skin like a damp film. It pulsed with an unnatural vitality, almost like the entire mountain was alive, breathing. It's turned completely into a visceral core, drawing in mana and preparing to devour the souls of servants to complete the Holy Grail, Morgan observed. Shiomi clicked his tongue. Raising one hand, he released a pale violet butterfly made of mana. It fluttered up the stone steps, and halfway up, it burst in a flash of light that swept across the slope of Ryuta Temple. Fairy Fire. A detection spell Shiomi had specifically developed to counter Assassin's Presence concealment. It wasn't certain how effective it would be, but one thing was guaranteed, once it activated, any enemy exposed by it would be unable to hide again, no matter how they cloaked their form or presence. Assassins not stationed at the gate, Morgan concluded after a moment. He must be deployed somewhere else. It hadn't taken long to reach Ryuta Temple from the Shiomi residence. Soon after, Artoria and Iskandar arrived as well, each accompanied by their respective masters. It was clear from their condition that none of them had encountered resistance on the way. After regrouping and confirming the situation, they began ascending the temple steps together. With Gilgamesh's location still unknown, they moved cautiously, alert to every possibility. Just then, a dark figure emerged from the shadows and approached slowly. Kiritsugu Amiya had come too. Unwilling to let his wife face the battlefield alone, he decided to accompany her. No one objected. They arranged into a formation, servants in the lead, Shiomi in the rear, and climbed the long staircase toward the mountain gate. At the top, they found the entire Ryuta Temple bathed in an eerie red glow. Red phosphorescence floated on the breeze, giving the temple a strangely vivid, yet ominous radiance in the dead of night. From behind the buildings, thick, dark colors seeped out like viscous sludge. You've arrived. I've been waiting, came a voice. On the rooftop stood a lone figure in gleaming golden armor. Gilgamesh. Unlike earlier in the day, he no longer wore an air of playful indulgence. He was clearly prepared to face multiple servants at once. Archer, did you and Kirei Kotomine force the Grail to activate? Iri demanded, eyes locked on him. Gilgamesh gave a dismissive snort. Isn't it obvious, doll? I don't care about the Grail. Kirei said to start it, so I did. Tokiomi turned out to be surprisingly useful. I figured he was just some worthless failure, but he made a decent vessel. With just the souls of 2 servants, he managed to jumpstart the Holy Grail. Tokiomi. Shiomi's pupils narrowed sharply. As Iri had suspected, once the core was removed, it couldn't remain stable for even a day without a vessel. One was necessary to sustain it. The Einsburn homunculi were designed to meet the requirements of a proper lesser grail. But if the goal was only to unleash the stored magical energy, then any magus, or even an ordinary person with a trace of magecraft lineage, could suffice as a substitute vessel. You're an old acquaintance of Tokiomi, aren't you? Seems fitting you'd be the one to send him off, Shiomi, was it? Gilgamesh cast a dismissive glance at him. Get lost, mongrels. My business is with the servants and this man only. Morgan chuckled softly. Looks like your tactic didn't quite work out, my husband. Hard to say, Shiomi replied, gripping his left hand tightly, where a single unused command spell still remained. He hadn't given this one to Morgan. It was a reward from the Holy Church, kept precisely for a moment like this. Let's go, Iri. Kiritsugu, having already guessed Shiomi's plan, immediately grabbed Irisveal and bolted toward the rear courtyard. Iskandar gave Waver a firm pat on the back. Go on, kid. We've got this covered. Waver stumbled forward a few steps. Clutching his own hand, where 4 command spells burned, he finally made his decision. By the command spell, I order you, Rider, to claim victory. By the command spell again, I forbid you to die in battle, Rider. A third time, I order you to fulfill your ambition, no retreat. And with the final command spell, wipe out every enemy in your path. It looked like reckless desperation, handing over all 4 spells at once, but everyone could feel it. The surge of mana from those 4 command spells had pushed Iskandar's presence to its absolute peak. I'm leaving this to you, Rider, Waver said, drawing a deep breath, eyes full of determination. The King of Conquerors laughed heartily as he drew his sword. Since my master has gone this far, then I'll take the vanguard. At the very least, bear witness to my noble phantasm before you go. As his voice rang out, a searing, dry wind swept across the entire Ryuta temple. He was activating his ultimate noble phantasm, dragging everyone into a new battlefield. This wind, unnatural and overwhelming, began to peel away reality itself. The sun scorched the earth. The horizon stretched far and wide, hidden behind raging sandstorms, above it, a flawless blue sky. A reality marble, the forbidden great sorcery that rewrites the world. Of course, Iskandar hadn't created this alone. The army now advancing behind them, heroes who had once charged into countless battles at his side, were part of it. This was the crystallized will of them all, brought into existence. That should take care of it, Shiomi murmured. The King of Conquerors had told him beforehand, this was one of his hidden noble phantasms, a reality marble. So, I offer this command spell to my wife. Shiomi took advantage of the chaos, using his last command spell. Go to your battlefield. Understood. I won't go easy on them. Morgan vanished without resistance, following the magic's call. A shame the kid on my side can't teleport like that, Iskandar said with a grin. Shiomi summoned his red spear and stepped forward to the front line. A battlefield's a battlefield, it doesn't matter which one Weber chooses. With a spin of the weapon, the tip of his spear leveled toward Gilgamesh across the blazing sands. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 81, Fierce Battle. In this Holy Grail War, Ryder had only managed to display one noble phantasm, Gordius Wheel. It wasn't until a few hours ago, during the strategy meeting, that he revealed his second noble phantasm out of necessity, Ionioi Hitairoi. The fact that this noble phantasm, normally a powerful bounded field-type spell wielded by Magi, was possessed by a Rider-class servant left everyone surprised. But now, having witnessed it with their own eyes, they finally understood. These radiant elite cavalrymen, bound by their loyalty to the King of Conquerors, Iskandar, had transcended the boundaries of life and death, becoming eternal warriors. Wherever the battlefield lay, if their king once more sought to assert his ancient might, his vassals would rush to his side without hesitation, no matter the distance. Watching the grand, surging charge of the army advancing toward them, Artoria furrowed her brow deeply. Then, with a trace of frustration, she closed her eyes, unwilling to watch any longer. Don't let it get to you, King of Knights, Shiomi said, his back to the King of Conquerors and his army. There is more than one way for a king to stand. I once served beside the queen who watched over the dead and ruled the land of spirits. She bore an eternal burden alone. Isn't it the same for you? The holy sword you carry is the very proof of your kingship, isn't it? Artoria turned to look at Tenkei Shiomi, the one who had offered her those encouraging words. He met her gaze with a smile. Or has your sister already surpassed you in kingly presence and grace? Absolutely not. Artoria's hesitation lasted only a moment. True, she had not forged bonds with the Knights of the Round Table that transcended life and death like the King of Conquerors had with his men. But the holy sword entrusted to her was the source of her radiance as king. Watching their exchange, Iskandar couldn't help but grin. He reached out, lifted Waver off the ground, and placed him in the chariot alongside him. But I only have one horse. Shiomi, Saber, do the two of you want to ride together? Even with battle looming, the King of Conquerors couldn't resist teasing his companions to ease the tension. No need. Shiomi gave a casual wave, gently lifting off the ground. I have flight magic. I don't need a mount. Artoria nodded firmly in agreement. As the King of Conquerors' black steed galloped toward her, not even fully stopped, she deftly mounted it in a single motion. A fine horse, King of Conquerors, she complimented. Iskandar wiped the underside of his nose with a smug grin. Heh. If it weren't for the situation, I'd be riding Bucephalus into battle myself. With the jest made, Iskandar drew the sword from his waist and raised it high. Our foe is the invincible king of heroes. The perfect adversary, he roared, leading his vast army. But there's no need to fear. Warriors. We have the famed king of knights and mighty heroes of the age on our side. Now, let's show the ancient heroic spirits our might. Boohoo. The assembled troops thundered in unison at their king's battle cry, their voices shaking the battlefield. Yet Gilgamesh, standing alone, remained unmoved by the clamor. He stared calmly at the formidable army before him. With a cold smile, he raised his chin slightly, gazing out toward the oncoming forces. As if answering that defiance, Shiomi hurled his spear forward with all his strength, launching it like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. I'll go first. Unlike the levitation or light body spells used by ordinary magi, this was true flight. Faster than a falcon, more agile than a hummingbird. In an instant, the distance created by the reality marble shrank from dozens of meters to just a few breaths. In response to this fearless assault, the space behind Gilgamesh erupted open, dozens, perhaps hundreds of vault doors swinging wide as an avalanche of strange and varied noble phantasms poured forth like a storm, all aimed at Shiomi. But Shiomi was faster than ever today. He had already memorized the firing speed of those noble phantasms. As long as he moved faster than them, he could break through the deadly barrage. Like a swift swallow, Shiomi twirled his spear, deflecting the weapons that came dangerously close to his body. He slipped through the dense rain of projectiles at a speed beyond comprehension, cloaked in the dust stirred up by countless explosions. Humph. With a cold sneer from Gilgamesh, the unscathed Shiomi had already closed the distance, his crimson spear thrusting straight at the king of heroes' throat. But a sudden surge of danger forced Shiomi to backflip away. More noble phantasms abruptly rained down at high speed, flooding the area and leaving him with almost no space to maneuver. What shocked Shiomi even more was that Gilgamesh, also within the blast radius, began slowly rising off the ground, floating into the sky. Unlike the battle at the Mayan River, Gilgamesh wasn't seated on the golden and emerald flying ship. He simply levitated, rising dozens of meters into the air, clearly another ability granted by one of his countless noble phantasms. Well done. Seems it wasn't a waste of my time spending this era alongside that Kirei. Though Gilgamesh's figure drifted higher, his voice still rang out clearly. If you seek to save the world, then surpass this battlefield. Endure the greatest trial I will bestow upon you. Artoria and Iskandar, who had followed close behind on horseback, were also stunned by the sudden development. As they charged forward, they swung their weapons to deflect the incoming barrage of noble phantasms, unable to spare a glance skyward. Countless golden motes spread out against the azure backdrop, unfolding into a reality marble that spanned the heavens. No stars should ever shine during daylight, yet here, they did. It was the gate of Babylon. There was no point counting anymore. A single glance revealed there were already hundreds, perhaps thousands. This was the trial Gilgamesh had spoken of. Shiomi furrowed his brow. Gilgamesh wasn't underestimating them as he'd hoped, on the contrary, he was taking this encounter seriously, treating it as a true contest. He didn't understand Gilgamesh's cryptic words, but there was no time to dwell on them. In battle, hesitation only leads to death. Lowering his stance, Shiomi pushed his magic circuits to their limit. It was impossible to say how long Iskandar's army could hold out. That army, once victorious across all lands, was now focused solely on fending off the relentless downpour of noble phantasms. King of Knights. Be ready to unleash your noble phantasm at any moment. I'll keep Gilgamesh occupied. Shouting his tactical directive, Shiomi vanished with a sharp gust, leaving behind only a swirling vortex that scattered the dust and debris, revealing a barren patch of sand. Chapter 82, Curse. In the backyard of Ryuta Temple, there was once a pond so clear you could see the bottom. It was said that a dragon god had once dwelled here. But that was long ago. What now lay before Kiritsugu Amiya and Irisville was a lake of tar, a grotesque mix of red phosphorescence and black sludge. At its center loomed a monstrous mass, like a mountain of rotting flesh, utterly repulsive. What is that? Kiritsugu was visibly shaken by the sight. Irisville's heart clenched painfully. Brow furrowed, she looked up at the gaping hole in the sky. From that void, black matter spilled forth, on the verge of flooding out. The Holy Grail really has been corrupted. Though she had trusted Morgan and Shiomi's words, some truths had to be seen to be fully believed. We have to stop the Holy Grail from activating. If this keeps going, it'll be a catastrophe. She urgently warned her husband. This was no longer a colorless machine for granting wishes, it was a weapon, ready to become a tool for slaughter at any moment. Even without the ability to resonate with the Holy Grail, Irisville could feel the overwhelming, sinister mana radiating from it. You're just in time, Kiritsugu Amiya. Kirei Kodomine stood at the lake's edge, back turned to them. It's only fitting that you witness the completion of my Holy Grail. He wore a strange smile, eyes brimming with scorn for Kiritsugu. As Morgan and Shiomi had discussed in the castle the previous night, Kirei had not been trapped in the Garden of Lost Will. He had escaped by unconventional means, and seen the dreams of others in the process. Before the illusion vanished, he had glimpsed Kiritsugu Amiya's dream. A cycle of abandonment. Kiritsugu's life could be summarized in a single phrase: relentless sacrifice. That man had given up countless moments of joy and happiness. To Kirei, even the tiniest sliver of such moments was worth cherishing, worth dying for. But for someone like him, who couldn't even grasp a single fragment, Kiritsugu's existence had long surpassed notions like hope or longing. Yet this very man had nearly been crushed by the weight of everything he'd forsaken, his heart worn down to its last fibers. It was laughably dull. Kiritsugu Amiya's emptiness was nothing more than the byproduct of a wish that tried to exceed human limits. So Kirei no longer questioned himself. He knew what he had to do. By killing his wife with his own hands, he had come to understand and embrace his true nature. If the Holy Grail truly contained all the world's evil, then he would release it, just to ask why it had chosen him as its master. He couldn't care less about the wails and cries that would follow the Grail's completion. He would savor it all. Stop the Holy Grail right now, Kirei Koto mine. Kiritsugu raised his rifle and aimed at the men with unwavering intent to kill. But Kirei remained unfazed. With all the servants tied up by Archer, you're no match for me. Before he finished speaking, Kiritsugu pulled the trigger. The bullets were all intercepted. From the shadows emerged assassins, their movements eerie and unnatural. Their bodies twisted grotesquely, as if under someone else's control, wrapped in a strange, sickly hue. You fed them that stuff, didn't you? Irisfield gasped, covering her mouth in horror. The stench radiating from the assassins matched the vile, mana-saturated water of the lake. They were too weak, scattered and fragile, so I gave them something to strengthen them, Kirei said, lifting his empty left hand. But getting them to drink it willingly without being consumed took every one of my command spells. Even so, the assassins had no will of their own anymore. Stripped of consciousness, they had become Kirei's most efficient killing machines. Iri, get back. I'll handle this. Cold sweat dripped down Kiritsugu's face. Mia was nearby, ready to snipe from a hidden position. But with the assassins guarding him, there was no conventional way to kill Kirei Koto mine. Kiritsugu, Irisfield had just opened her mouth to insist on fighting with him when a piercing noise cut through the air behind them. Kiritsugu spun around in alarm, reaching for Irisfield, but before the black dagger could strike, it was deflected by a sudden burst of light. Without a servant, you'd have no way to stop him. A calm, regal voice rang out as Morgan descended beside the Amiya couple. Morgan. Irisfield's face lit up with relief. By all rights, the servants should have been blocked, but it must have been Shiomi, using a command spell amidst the chaos, who got her through. Oh. I didn't expect Gilgamesh to let you slip by, Kirei said without a hint of concern. But if you still think assassin is what he used to be, you'll be in trouble. Which who never existed in human history. The title made Morgan narrow her eyes. And then. Boom. A deafening roar erupted from the lake. Black and crimson filth began pouring from the hole in the sky. It was the manifestation of the Holy Grail's corrupted mana. Not enough yet to grant a wish, but more than enough to devour anything it touched. With a casual wave of his hand, Kirei summoned the assassins. They emerged with distorted howls and charged at the three now surrounded. Hold the line. I'll handle the servants. Morgan swept her hand, casting defensive and reinforcement magecraft on Kiritsugu and Irisfield. She could have just focused on surviving and completing her task. But almost reflexively, she gave them protection. She really couldn't cast off that innate softness. Morgan sighed inwardly, then slashed down the first assassin to approach with her magic spear. The fallen assassin didn't vanish, his body crumpled, dissolving into a thick black sludge that slowly crept toward them. Watch out. That black mud can contaminate a servant's spirit core. Even a trace can be dangerous. Irisfield called out urgently. Morgan stomped the ground lightly, and the earth beneath them rose, forming a small elevated platform. Then let's adjust the numbers a little. She raised her hand, light blooming in her palm before scattering and exploding around them. When the dazzling light faded, 5 identical clones of Morgan hovered in the air. Seeing this, Kirei Kotomine instinctively pulled out his reserve black keys, ready for a fight. Just a little more time. 40 chapters ahead. p@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 83, United Counterattack. In the boundless desert, Tenkei Shiomi was nowhere to be seen. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow, sensing the change. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to the sky above. Far overhead, many times higher than his own position, Shiomi was adjusting his stance midair, preparing to dive. Harnessing the acceleration of gravity to increase his speed, he aimed to rush straight toward Gilgamesh for a decapitating strike. Within the reality marble of the King of Conquerors, not a single cloud marred the sky. Compared to the vast desert below, the sky offered no place to hide, making it all the easier for Gilgamesh to lock onto his target. Buffeted by the fierce winds at high altitude, Shiomi flipped his body and plunged downward toward Gilgamesh at breakneck speed. Fool. Gilgamesh redirected a section of the gates of Babylon to target Shiomi. Perhaps due to focusing too much on Shiomi, the number of noble phantasms he had been unleashing against the Ionioi Hetairoi had dropped significantly. Artoria, having gradually adapted to the pressure and now watching for a counterattack opportunity, immediately prepared to release the bounded field that cloaked her holy sword. Using the violent winds compressed within her blade, she could launch herself into the air and reach Gilgamesh's position, joining Shiomi in a pincer assault on the King of Heroes. As long as they kept up the pressure, the Golden King wouldn't have time to ready the Sword of Rupture. Timing it perfectly, Artoria leapt from her warhorse, skidded to a halt on the desert sands, and instantly unleashed invisible air. With a thunderous blast, she shot toward Gilgamesh like a hammer. Every noble phantasm in her path was knocked aside at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Kid. Hold on tight. Not willing to be outdone, Iskandar snapped the reins, preparing to launch his ox cart into the sky. All soldiers, maintain formation and ready your ranged weapons. With this command, Iskandar's Gordius wheel surged upward on crackling violet lightning. Waver, still unaccustomed to the bull cart noble phantasm's charge, clung tightly. As the wind roared past, he saw a view he had never noticed before. The world was so vast, the sky so endless, and he, so small within it. I met the king, and only then did I understand the true scale of the world. Let's go, rider. Waver stretched out his arm, pointing at Gilgamesh as he shouted. Iskandar grinned wide, flashing his white teeth, and laughed as he urged the cart faster. On the ground, the army watched this never-before-seen spectacle. Already stirred by gathering here beyond life and death, none had imagined witnessing such a surreal scene. Gilgamesh beamed with delight, opening over a dozen new portals beside him. The moment those gates appeared, Tenkei Shiomi, the King of Knights, and the King of Conquerors all closed in simultaneously. 3 strikes shot toward Gilgamesh in unison. RRGH. Shiomi gritted his teeth, pouring in strength, but couldn't push forward any further. Weapons burst forth from the portal surrounding Gilgamesh, enclosing him in a protective sphere. Then, golden twin swords slid from the gates behind his shoulders and swung forward. Combined with the other exploding noble phantasms, they blasted all 3 attackers away. King of Knights. Iskandar landed back on his ox cart, which had caught him. He reached out and pulled the nearest Artoria into the cart as well. But Shiomi was too far away, and just then, a flurry of noble phantasms rained down, cutting them off from each other. Don't worry. Shiomi twisted midair and suddenly came to a halt. That guy, did he use magecraft to create a foothold? Waver instantly understood what Shiomi had done. Normally, without a stable point in the air, once an attack failed, it was nearly impossible to launch a second one. But Shiomi had used magecraft to initiate another assault. I'm going to. Artoria spun and leapt from the side of the ox cart, kicking off into the air again. Since the cart couldn't stay unpiloted for long, Iskandar took control of his noble phantasm, guiding it through the air while focusing on dodging Gilgamesh's noble phantasms and preparing to recover the 2 fighters. From afar, countless noble phantasms were being batted aside as a battle beyond human limits unfolded in the sky. Suddenly, one of the noble phantasms struck by Artoria exploded violently. Though she relied on instinct to dodge, she couldn't maintain her aerial footing for more than a few seconds and began falling back. At this height, even if she hit the ground, the impact wouldn't be fatal. A razor-sharp sword flew toward her chest, ready to pierce through, when a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her empty left hand. It was Shiomi. He too had momentarily withdrawn to avoid the blast. Reaching out swiftly, he pulled Artoria close and supported her back. I'll create a foothold, use this chance to unleash your noble phantasm. Understood. As she felt her body lighten, Artoria stepped onto the invisible sky just like Shiomi, as a glowing magic circle formed beneath their feet. Now. Shiomi shouted. Artoria held her breath, focused completely, and the holy sword in her hands erupted with radiant brilliance. Let's end this. Excalibur. But Gilgamesh had anticipated this. He too opened the gate of Babylon and reached into its depths to draw his ultimate noble phantasm, ready to annihilate them all. Submit and perish. Enoma Elish. The radiance that split the heavens clashed with the fantasy born from the inner sea of the planet, right within the mental landscape of the king who once ruled an empire spanning 3 continents. The Sword of Rupture, once powerful enough to cleave the world itself, had its force checked by the noble phantasm of Artoria Pendragon. Their clash whipped up a storm that roared across the sky and earth, threatening to tear the mental world apart. But this stalemate couldn't last, the balance could collapse at any moment. They needed something more. Shiomi extended his arms. In the name of the paradise beyond the world, bring peace to the king. Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. It was the barrier of the fairyland that rejected all outside corruption, sealing itself from the world. Only the innocent could enter the inner sea of the planet. Beneath the sheath of the holy sword, for an instant, all worldly laws were shut out. The greatest protection known to men. One of the ultimate defenses, unreachable even by the 5 true magics, untouchable, unbreakable. You want me to use my noble phantasm? The battlefield changes by the second. In the worst case, I won't have the time to activate my second noble phantasm. But if it's you, you can handle the mana needed to invoke another's true name. Then I won't let you down. Chapter 84, Slaying the Demigod. Just as Artoria had said, Shiomi truly could withstand the burden of releasing Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. Gilgamesh hadn't anticipated this. He had no idea Artoria still concealed such a noble phantasm. The blow from the Sword of Rupture was not only entirely neutralized, but even reflected back, its force combined with the brilliance of the Holy Sword, slicing toward Gilgamesh. With no time to dodge at such close range, Gilgamesh summoned the Shield of the Gods in defense. Don't even think about it. Returning the borrowed noble phantasm to Artoria, Shiomi leapt up from beside the King of Knights and gripped his summoned Crimson Spear once more. Then let's give you the ultimate test. The opened gate of Babylon fired again. Now outside the range of the Holy Sword's protection, Shiomi became the focus of every weapon. But Gilgamesh wasn't the only one attacking. Iskandar raised his hand and brought it down with a commanding sweep. The soldiers who had been standing by sprang into action, hurling their weapons with full force. They clashed with Gilgamesh's incoming noble phantasms, erupting in a series of explosions. Though their weapons didn't match the might of Gilgamesh's treasures, they were enough to disrupt his attack on Shiomi. Dodging the barrage of deadly projectiles, Shiomi surged toward the King of Heroes, aiming for the sky. Spotting a gap in the Shield of the Gods, he lunged forward with his Crimson Spear. But the strike that should have pierced Gilgamesh's vitals halted just a hair's breadth away. Chains shot from the gates of the vault, wrapping tightly around Tenkei Shiomi. Enkidu, the chains of heaven. Originally meant to restrain those with divinity, they still possessed overwhelming strength even when used as ordinary chains. Feel honored. You forced me to subdue you with this noble phantasm, Gilgamesh said, raising the Sword of Rupture to finish the job. Don't jump to conclusions. Whoever said a Magus has to fight alone? Shiomi grinned. His body suddenly dispersed. In the blink of an eye, 5 versions of Tenkei Shiomi appeared, surrounding Gilgamesh from different angles. What? You want to pick up a few spells from me? My husband really is insatiable. Isn't what you learned in the Land of Shadows enough? Even with Morgan's teasing, she didn't hesitate to teach Shiomi one of her most formidable spells. He'd kept it a secret, so much so that not even the strategy meeting had mentioned it. Following his will, the magic spear in Shiomi's hand transformed into various weapons. A bow and arrow, a long sword, a great sword, a massive hammer. Together with his original form, 5 distinct attacks streaked across the air in rapid succession. Empowered by the primordial runes, they easily tore through Gilgamesh's golden armor. But the final magic spear stopped just short of piercing his chest plate. Gilgamesh let out a cold laugh. He moved to activate his noble phantasm again, but found himself completely frozen. The space around him had been sealed tight. Never rely on just one spear in battle. There will always be foes a single lance can't defeat. Pin them down with the first, then skewer them with the second. I'll only show you once. If you don't learn it, you know the consequences. His master's voice still echoed in his mind. Soaring Spear of Piercing Death, Gi-Balg Alternative. Summoning the second, hidden Crimson Spear, Shiomi unleashed its true name. The spirit core of the Golden King was struck clean through. Blood spilled from Gilgamesh's lips. So this is the God-slaying spear. That woman had no idea who she was teaching, Gilgamesh said flatly. His golden armor faded, blood still flowing as the tangible presence of the King of Heroes slowly began to dissolve. What are you talking about? Shiomi asked, puzzled. It's your victory. Take it with pride, Gilgamesh said, eyes fixed on Shiomi. Prepare yourself, Godslayer. Once you set foot on the path of salvation, there's no turning back. His words were full of implication, leaving Shiomi no choice but to press further. What do you mean by that? I owe you no explanation. Go ahead, walk your path of no return. Ha ha ha. But Gilgamesh clearly had no intention of saying more. With that, his body faded rapidly, vanishing completely along with his noble phantasms. Though victorious, Shiomi could only descend with a storm of questions weighing on his heart. Gilgamesh's words had stirred something deep within him. Who was he, really? Where had he come from? What were the memories he had lost? And where should his path lead? Eyes closed, lost in thought, Shiomi let himself fall. Just begin your journey. Don't cling to this place. When the time is right, we'll meet again, master and student. Let's agree to reunite then. Her parting words echoed in his mind, his master's final message before he left the land of shadows. Back then, overwhelmed with the bittersweet feeling of parting, he hadn't reflected deeply. Now, that moment returned with new weight. If this journey truly held a unique purpose. Shiomi. Artoria, who had already landed, noticed his unguarded fall and rushed to catch him, sensing something was wrong. Snapping back to awareness, Shiomi realized his oversight, he'd nearly put himself in danger. Sorry to trouble you, he said, signaling Artoria to let him down and regaining his footing. That was an incredible counterattack. Iskandar rode up in his ox cart, the cheers of the still-standing soldiers behind him celebrating their hard-won and extraordinary victory. Not at all. It was only thanks to both of you that it all came together, Shiomi said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The king of heroes who stood in our way is gone. Now, only one task remains, Artoria said, clenching her left hand. The long-lost sword sheath had returned to her, but she knew she'd never need to set foot on such a battlefield again. Perhaps that was why it had been lost to begin with. Perhaps even then, fate had tried to tell Artoria Pendragon to let go, she just hadn't noticed, brushing it off as a trivial setback. Then let us, as kings, witness the conclusion of this Holy Grail War, Iskandar said. Though there were regrets, this expedition was satisfying. He raised a hand, and as the soldiers saluted, the reality marble slowly dissolved. Before them stood Ryudo Temple, still glowing with an ominous phosphorescence. Yes, she's still waiting for me. Shiomi turned and began walking toward the rear of the temple. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 85, Manifestation. Morgan descended slowly onto the earthen platform, rejoining Irisville and Kiritsugu Amiya. Her blue eyes swept calmly over the surroundings. All the assassins had been eliminated, dissolving into pools of black mud. Under the forced activation of the Greater Grail, that sludge gathered and began to encircle the platform where Morgan stood, like a creeping swamp. She glanced at the command spell on the back of her hand. Just moments ago, she had created 5 clones, and to make up for the mana consumption, had used one of the command spells. Normally, with Shiomi's mana supply and her own exceptional reserves, Morgan could easily sustain her spells and combat. But this time, she could feel Shiomi holding back slightly. She didn't need to ask, he must have pushed himself to the limit against Gilgamesh. Even so, as she watched her clones gradually dissipate, Morgan understood that maintaining them would now require consuming another command spell. The assassins were already gone. There was no point in wasting any more mana. The only surprise was how stubbornly that priest endured. Though Morgan had to avoid direct contact with the black mud and was nearly treated as a mana source by the forcibly awakened Greater Grail, giving Kirei the upper hand, he had only taken a few gunshots and lost the use of one arm to Kiritsugu's bullets. He wasn't out of the fight yet. Just then, the hole in the sky erupted, pouring an even greater torrent of pitch-black matter into the lake at Ryudo Temple. The lake, once clear, had turned murky. Steam rising from the surface signaled the water had almost reached boiling. Oh. Kirei glanced back at the gaping hole above, speaking with casual detachment. Looks like the King of Heroes has fallen too. There was no bitterness or regret in his voice over a fallen comrade, only cold acceptance. You probably don't know this, he said with a satisfied smile, but Archer's soul is more than 3 times the size of a typical servant's. With that much soul converted into mana, nothing can stop the Grail from activating now. Morgan raised an eyebrow and slowly lifted her hand. So what? It's just a sophisticated ritual. Each phase has its own countermeasure. But you won't live to see it. As magical energy coalesced in her hand, she prepared to strike Kirei down in a single blow, then turn her attention to stabilizing the Greater Grail's anomaly. But behind her, Irisville suddenly gasped. Morgan froze, halting her spell. Whatever Irisville saw, Morgan saw too. A silver-haired woman in a black ceremonial gown was slowly emerging from the Greater Grail. Around her, grotesque flesh twisted and writhed, sprouting arms that waved eerily, some as if trying to touch her, others as if worshipping her. That's the core of the Greater Grail. Kirei also turned, his gaze fixed on the figure. Kiritsugu's voice trembled as he looked on from the platform. "Iri, what is that?" "Justice Lizrich," Irisville whispered, staring in horror at the woman who shared her face. If that was the Grail's manifested form, there could only be one explanation. Justice Lizrich von Einsburn. The former head of the Einsburn family. She had sacrificed herself to set the Holy Grail War in motion, and though her body perished, her will remained within the Greater Grail. Irisville was a homunculus modeled after Justice, created by the Einsburns to perfectly replicate her abilities and appearance. The massive magic circuit left behind in the Great Cave, it was all her doing, Morgan murmured, gazing at the figure in the black gown from afar. Justy's dark form floated gently forward and landed beside Kirei Kotomine. Only 4 servant souls to awaken me. Laughable. You call that a sacrifice? She sneered coldly, her voice dripping with malice. And you, a representative of the Holy Church, this is the best you can do. Kirei tried to respond, but his strength was suddenly gone. Staggering, he looked down. A pale, sinewy hand had sprouted from the lake and pierced through his back, clutching his heart without him even noticing. With a sharp pull, the hand withdrew, and Kirei collapsed backward like a severed kite string, tumbling into the mist-covered lake. Irisfeel covered her mouth, choking down the surge of nausea as she watched the hand, still holding his heart, slip back into the black mud. Kirei Kotomine, the enemy they had feared the most, was ultimately slain by the very thing they had awakened. Fresh hearts taste divine, but it's not enough, not nearly enough. Justice grinned with madness, licking her lips as if she'd just savored the most exquisite delicacy. Her gaze locked hungrily onto Morgan. As a servant brought forth by the will of the Holy Grail, Morgan's very existence naturally stirred its craving. Devouring both servant and master still isn't enough. Now you want to consume me too. Morgan had no intention of dying quietly. She lifted off the platform again, rising high into the air. But being a servant came with a fatal disadvantage. If even a single touch landed, she would be forcibly absorbed, recycled as fuel for the Grail's activation. She needed to keep her distance, unleash destructive magecraft from afar. But almost immediately, Morgan realized she had made a critical miscalculation. This aberrant Greater Grail's manifested personality wasn't some simplistic, mindless evil. As if tearing through the barriers of time and space, Justice was suddenly right in front of her the moment she ascended. You smell delicious. Be a good girl and become my sacrifice. Justice extended her hand, reaching toward Morgan's chest. There was no time, not to cast a spell, not to use a command spell for teleportation. No warning, no opening. As easily as one might stroll across a garden, Justice could reach anywhere. She was the ultimate predator, feasting without hesitation since her awakening, seeking to fill the Grail with the 7 servant souls it demanded. But fate was not yet sealed. A crimson flash split the air between Morgan and Justice, severing Justice's arm. Black blood sprayed outward. In a blink, less than a second, a familiar figure grabbed the witch by the shoulders, pulling her away from Justice at lightning speed. Chapter 86, End. Morgan stared in shock at Tenkei Shiomi, his body battered and covered in wounds. This man had just finished a grueling battle, yet without even a moment to catch his breath, he had rushed straight to her side, just like he always had in the past. Holding Morgan in his arms, he skidded several meters across the ground before finally coming to a stop, his eyes fixed on Justice floating in the sky. The runes triggered a violent explosion that engulfed Justice as well. Looks like it didn't work. Morgan watched as Justice slowly drifted away in the flames, landing atop the black mud. The burns from the blast were already beginning to fade from that body. But at least we've learned something, Shiomi said as he tightened his hold on Morgan, slightly crouching. As hands reached for him from the surrounding black mud, he leapt into the air, landing atop the tallest nearby tree. That kind of teleportation doesn't seem to be usable in quick succession. Narrowing his eyes, he locked his gaze onto Justice. Looks like it has a cooldown. Morgan nodded. Then at the very least, can you put me down? I'm afraid not, Shiomi replied with a wry smile. That thing knows your worth. It'll do whatever it can to consume you, and I won't let that happen. At his words, Morgan looked over his shoulder and noticed the scorched holes in his clothes still faintly smoking, the skin beneath visibly burned. Clearly, he had used his body to shield her from the debris when Justice's hand was severed. Then you handle the movement and defense, and I'll take care of the offense. Morgan put away her magic spear and opened her palm. Thankfully, they weren't alone in facing Justice. Artoria and the other 2 had followed closely behind Shiomi and arrived on the scene. Irisfeel warned the 2 servants not to touch the black mud by the lake. If they were tainted, even the few remaining would be at risk of being corrupted or controlled. No, if it only affects servants, then I'll lead the charge. Shiomi leapt again, evading Justice's clumsy attack, and landed beside Artoria and the others. Don't worry about us. Kiritsugu and I are fine, just focus on what you need to do. Irisfeel called out, shielded by Kiritsugu. He was likely ready to risk wading through the tainted mud below the platform to get Irisfeel to safety if things got desperate. But that thing is clearly our natural enemy as servants, Iskandar said, eager to help but aware that staying untainted was help enough. Shiomi gently set Morgan down and reached out his hand. The crimson spear that had severed Justice's arm flew back into his grasp. Then we just have to avoid touching this stuff on the ground. He traced a motion through the air. 18 rune symbols flashed as thick ice rapidly spread from beneath Shiomi's feet, freezing the entire area around Ryuta Temple's lake. Even the surface, which had started to boil from the mana, was encased in ice. Even the Greater Grail's writhing paused momentarily. Don't let that thing touch you, one touch and it's over, Shiomi warned, casually, before adding, the ice is slippery, so be careful. With that, he shot forward like a cannonball. Don't get cocky. Justice, frustrated at being interrupted mid-meal, had no intention of backing down. You're not really Justice Lizrich, are you? Shiomi's spear was intercepted by a silver-haired familiar. You're the Black Holy Grail, aren't you? Behind him, Irisveal instantly recognized it as an Einsburn magecraft, granting life to one's hair and transforming it into animals or weapons depending on the situation. But the scale was entirely different. Justice's familiar had turned into a sword, and each strike rivaled that of a servant. Ha! Justice, or rather, the personality mimicked by the Black Holy Grail, let out a cold, merciless laugh. Using the ice laid down by Shiomi as a base, she shattered it into fragments, turning them into countless ice blades that flew toward him. But before they could strike, Artoria and Iskandar attacked from both flanks, dispersing the barrage. Their swords slashed into Justice's body, severing her arm and shoulder in one blow. Without so much as a flinch of pain, Justice staggered back. The ice beneath her cracked open, and from the fractures emerged a swarm of pale arms, grasping toward Iskandar and Artoria. The two servants were forced to roll across the ice, narrowly escaping the reach of the grotesque limbs. As her severed arms began to regenerate, Justice raised her head. Morgan had already finished her magecraft and was charging straight toward her target. The resulting explosion sent a massive wave, nearly 10 meters high, crashing across the lake. Even the base of the Greater Grail, a writhing mass of decayed flesh, was nearly half destroyed. Shrouded in fog, Shiomi, who had momentarily eased his guard, suddenly realized something. Kirei Kotomine wasn't here. Had he been completely annihilated? Unfortunately, the situation didn't leave him time to question Morgan or the Amiya couple. Through the clearing smoke, he saw Justice slowly rising into the air near the now-opened hole. Keep struggling, offerings. That way, I can savor you all the more, she sneered. As she spoke, a golden cup surfaced from her body, then vanished again. The mana around the hole surged rapidly. Is that a noble phantasm? Artoria asked, shocked. Shiomi was already preparing a grand magecraft. Most likely something akin to a noble phantasm, an offensive weapon. Given her overwhelming edge against servants, if it makes contact, it's over. Don't just stand there, Artoria. Prepare your noble phantasm. Morgan joined them, and the second command spell granted by Shiomi instantly vanished as a torrent of mana surged into her. Saber. Take the mana from the command spell, I entrust it to you. Irisveal, seeing this, activated her own command spell to supply the mana Artoria needed. Understood. The mana of the King of Knights and the Witch swelled in an instant. Though lacking a comparable noble phantasm, Iskandar raised his sword and summoned a storm of lightning to support them. A clash of ultimate techniques was about to erupt. Sing, O Black Grail, Song of Grail. With Justice's declaration, the servants unleashed their own noble phantasms. Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur. The now unreachable Utopia, Roadless Camelot. The black mana of the Holy Grail clashed with the blinding brilliance of heroic spirits. Life Wall. Yet the curses could not pierce the servants' light. Shiomi, through his magecraft, blocked them all. Damn it. Just before she was consumed by the radiant surge, Justice roared in fury. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 87, The Final Task. This is the underground cavern where the Greater Grail lies. In all his years in Fuyuki, this was the first time Tenkei Shiomi had truly set foot at the heart of the Greater Grail. With him were Morgan and the allies who had just fought by his side. The vast, open sky above and the barren earth below made it easy to forget this was all underground. The cavern stretched nearly 3 kilometers in diameter, and at the end of the path they walked stood a wall-like formation of rock. Atop that rock was the altar of the Greater Grail. The Black Holy Grail had been destroyed, and the mound of flesh above the lake behind Ryuta Temple had vanished along with it. Tokiomi Tosaka, used as the core, had been retrieved from the lake by Kiritsugu Amiya himself. Though he'd lost an arm, he was still clinging to life. What shocked Shiomi even more, though, was that Kiritsugu, known for being cold and ruthless, had acted to save someone on his own initiative. Had he misjudged this man? Or had something within Kiritsugu changed? Shiomi couldn't say. But as they drew within less than a kilometer of the altar, everyone felt it, the barrier blocking their advance. It was both a wall and a safeguard. Sealed within the Greater Grail's altar was an endless wellspring of magical energy, limitless for any magus to draw from. Without the Holy Grail manifest as a medium, coming into contact with that much raw mana was dangerously reckless. This is close enough, Morgan said, stopping. The grotesque form that had manifested in the lake had only been the external terminal of the Greater Grail. Even if it and the hole had been destroyed, it wouldn't affect the core, it would merely shut the door once again. She turned and faced Artoria, Iskandar, and their respective masters. Once the purification begins, the Holy Grail will lose the mana needed to function. The servants will begin to fade. So I'll ask one last time, do you all agree to bring the Holy Grail War to an end? It seemed like an unnecessary question, but Morgan asked again to be sure. She understood all too well the allure the Grail held for both magi and heroic spirits. But after witnessing its true nature with their own eyes, none of them, neither master nor servant, could accept a Grail that had been corrupted. Their answer was unanimous. Then let us begin the purification ritual. Morgan raised her magic spear, using it as a staff. She gently thrust it into the air before her, as if triggering a hidden switch. Instantly, vast magic circuits flared to life across the ground. If one were to look from the sky, they'd see the circuit's design mirrored the form of Justice seen earlier. Because Justice, whose entire body was a web of magic circuits, had used her own flesh and blood to become the foundation of the Greater Grail, a key component of the Holy Grail War had been fulfilled. The contamination of the Greater Grail stemmed from an irregular class servant entering it during the Third Holy Grail War, tainting its mana. Under normal circumstances, purification was no longer feasible, only dismantling it remained. But Morgan, who had deciphered the structure of the Fuyuki Grail War system in mere days, knew what had to be done. The price? Only a portion of the mana that took 60 years to fully accumulate. That sacrifice would be enough to purge all the world's evil sleeping within the Grail. As the purification ritual began, it became clear the time for farewells had come. The masters and their servants slowly dispersed, parting ways and offering their final words. What's wrong? Feeling reluctant to let go, Morgan asked. Now that the purification ritual of the Holy Grail had begun, there was no longer any need for her to maintain it, unless, of course, Artoria or Iskandar suddenly changed their minds and tried to interfere. That was the only reason she had the leisure to ask Shiomi. No. It's just that so much has happened in the past few days, Shiomi said with a faint smile. Chasing after an omnipotent wish-granting device really isn't easy. The Magi didn't create the Holy Grail to free themselves from all suffering, Morgan replied, shaking her head. They did it to overcome suffering itself. Whether it's reaching the root or chasing a dream so grand it defies the limits of the world. It was that very desire to change the world that brought about everything as it stood now. And it was that same desire that led the Holy Grail War to such a conclusion. The servants are beginning to fade, Morgan said, pulling Shiomi back from his thoughts. Artoria and Iskandar were waving their farewells in their own ways. Though Irisfeel seemed a little reluctant, she still smiled. Waver, on the other hand, was crying uncontrollably, forcing the King of Conquerors to pat him on the shoulder and offer a few parting words. After bidding farewell to their servants, Irisfeel and Waver left the cavern, leaving Morgan and Shiomi behind as they waited for the purification to conclude. The ritual is just about finished, Morgan said gently. Shiomi looked at the witch beside him, a deep sense of reluctance rising in his chest. The Holy Grail War may not have granted anyone else's wish, but yours, at least, came true, he said, forcing a smile as he congratulated her. I suppose so, Morgan replied with a vague smile. As the ritual neared its end, the words he'd been holding back clung to the edge of his lips, until the light signaling Morgan's departure began to shimmer. If I asked you to stay, to forge another contract with me, would you say yes? Shiomi reached out and held the hand that was still within reach. Morgan looked slightly surprised, a flicker of joy lighting her eyes. Without the Holy Grail War, maintaining a servant's mana will be difficult. Even for you. Even so, I want you to stay, Shiomi said, lowering his gaze. I still don't know anything about you. Unexpected, yet not at all out of character, very much in line with what Morgan had come to understand about him. Well then, it can't be helped. Since my husband has pleaded so sincerely, how could I possibly turn a deaf ear? Morgan turned her wrist and clasped Shiomi's outstretched hand. Even if I know you're not asking just for yourself. I'll let that slide, just this once. I didn't mean it like, Shiomi started, feeling misunderstood, ready to explain. But Morgan silenced him with a glance. Less talking, more contracting, she said. Let's get it done. Right, then I'll. Just as he was about to recite the spell, his lips were sealed. A cool, soft sensation filled his senses. Chapter 88, Epilogue. Epilogue. 3 months later. Compared to the frigid winter during the Fourth Holy Grail War, spring in Fuyuki was pleasantly mild, perfect for a stroll or a bit of leisure. So. Kirei Kotomine's body is still missing. In a quiet cafe, Irisfeel von Einsburn sipped her coffee as she spoke to Tenkei Shiomi across the table. Waver Velvet was seated beside them. Yes. Neither the Holy Church nor the Mages Association has found any trace of his body, Shiomi replied with a slight nod. Based on what you told me, Kirei was definitely impaled through the heart by the Black Holy Grail and fell into the lake. Waver chimed in with a theory. Could he have been swallowed by the Greater Grail? That thing looked like it could devour anything. We can't rule it out, but it still leaves me uneasy, Shiomi said, taking a sip of his coffee. I tried using items tied to Kirei to cast a tracking spell. Every result came back with the same conclusion: he's dead. Irisveal let out a soft sigh. If that's the case. She wanted to offer some words of comfort, but in the end, nothing felt quite right. Kirei Kotomine, who had once made Kiritsugu so wary, being so quietly and unceremoniously killed by the very grail he helped awaken, it was far from a reassuring end. Forget it. Let's change the subject, Shiomi said, turning his gaze toward the cafe window. Outside, Kiritsugu Amiya was standing with a silver-haired young girl, peering into a storefront display. Iliasveal von Einsburn. Half a month after the Holy Grail War ended, Irisveal had come to Shiomi personally, asking him to help her husband travel to Germany and retrieve their daughter from the Einsburn estate. Realistically, Kiritsugu could have done it alone. But to be safe, they had hired Shiomi for support, no expense spared. Who's the boy? Shiomi asked. Beside Kiritsugu stood a young red-haired boy. Oh, him. His name's Shiro, Irisveal explained. His parents died in a car accident last month, and he had no remaining relatives. He happened to get along with Kiritsugu, so he took him in and gave him the Amiya name. Shiomi nodded, understanding. He didn't pry further. Having adopted 2 children himself, he had no reason to question another man's decision to do the same. Their meeting today over coffee was really just an exchange of information, an informal debriefing after the war. As the masters who had made it through the chaos, it was only natural they'd want to keep up with the aftermath. I heard the Tosaka girl's been studying with you lately. Irisveal asked. It's more of a temporary measure, Shiomi said, shaking his head. Tokiomi Tosaka had indeed survived, barely. But having been forcibly used as the activation core for the Grail, his magic circuits were severely damaged. Though he could still perform magecraft, he could no longer be called a true magus, only a magecraft practitioner. Already less gifted than his daughter Rin to begin with, Tokiomi now found himself completely unable to instruct her in advanced magic. After careful thought, he had asked Shiomi to step in as a private tutor, teaching Rin the fundamentals. Their lessons were held about once a month. Shiomi had to admit, Rin, with her rare alignment of all 5 elemental affinities, was in many ways more gifted than Sakura. Perhaps it was a flicker of jealousy on Sakura's behalf that made him decide not to have her attend those lessons alongside Rin. Instead, Sakura's magecraft was entrusted entirely to Morgan. If the students were of similar potential, then the only way to make a difference was through the level of the teacher. In 3 months, Mr. Tokiomi will begin transferring the magic crest to his daughter, Shiomi continued. Rin will take over as the next head of the Tosaka family. It's already been reported to the Mages Association. From then on, Tokiomi would serve only as her father, handling the Tosaka family's affairs until Rin came of age. He could no longer guide her as a magus, but he didn't seem too discontent with the way things had turned out. Being alive, more than anything, was enough. The Mages Association. Waver murmured. Just a few days after the Holy Grail War ended, he had received the official war report as one of the surviving magi. Tenkei Shiomi, now sitting before him, had killed Caren and his servant in direct combat. Don't look at me like that. The Holy Grail War is a fight to the death. Caren understood that perfectly, Shiomi said, raising an eyebrow. I know, Waver sighed. Ever since learning the truth, he'd felt a measure of guilt over Caren's death. If the King of Conquerors had been contracted to Caren instead of him, the outcome of the battle between his teacher and Shiomi might have been very different. So, Waver, aren't you heading back to England? Shiomi asked. You were technically skipping class at the clock tower to take part in the Holy Grail War, right? I'm planning to take a break from school, Waver replied casually. Then I want to travel. See more of the world. Learn about things I never even considered before. The world was vast, filled with things he hadn't even begun to understand. Of course, being around a king changes a person, Shiomi said with a knowing smile. Irisveal, listening nearby, let out a soft laugh. After the conversation, Irisveal went to rejoin her family, and together they headed toward Miyama town by car. Kiritsugu Amiya had bought a house there and was currently renovating it. It looked like they were planning to settle down. Waver, meanwhile, made his way to the shopping mall in Shinto to pick up supplies for his upcoming journey. Done talking. Morgan came downstairs after making sure everyone else had left. She'd been upstairs having snacks with Sakura and Caren. She was still wearing the same blue kimono, clearly fond of the outfit Shiomi had picked for her. All done. We can head to the park and see the cherry blossoms soon, Shiomi said, pointedly looking at Sakura as he spoke. Caren giggled behind her hand. Are you admiring the flowers on the trees or your sister over there? Dad. Sakura pouted, protesting loudly. Shiomi laughed and dodged playfully, then turned to Morgan with a more serious topic. I don't plan to stay in Fuyuki, or Japan, forever. In a couple of years, when Sakura and Caren are a bit older, I want to travel with them. Help them grow, see the world. He closed one eye thoughtfully. So I'll need to set you up with a false identity, just in case. Something to keep people from asking questions. After all, as a high-ranking familiar and a legendary witch, Morgan would draw more than a little unwanted attention. What do you mean? We need to come up with an alias. If you have a name in mind, let me know. There's no rush. Morgan tapped her chin, thinking briefly. Actually, I've already decided. I'll take your family name. As for the given name. She looked at him with a tenderness so unexpected, it left Shiomi momentarily speechless. Let's go with Esk. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 89, Land of Shadows Interlude, Life, 1. Got you. Too slow. Using the smoke from the explosive magecraft to obscure vision, Tenkei Shiomi seized the chance to slip behind his opponent and launch an attack. But before the spear in his hand could land, his opponent spun around even faster and knocked it aside. Shiomi tumbled several times across the hard, uneven stone ground, finally coming to a stop against a stone wall. Ugh. He lay there, drawing sharp breaths. That strike had hit squarely on his shoulder blade. For a moment, Shiomi thought the bone might have snapped. Even with healing runes, the pain was impossible to ignore. Seeing the tall, slender purple figure land in front of him, Shiomi instinctively reached out for the spear lying nearby, preparing to get back up and continue the fight. That's enough for today. Your body is already close to its limit. The purple-haired woman lightly flicked her toe, sending the spear flying into her hand. With that announcement, Shiomi finally exhaled, remaining sprawled on the ground, motionless. There was no way to tell time in this place, no clocks, no sun, only a perpetual cover of clouds. But based on how his body felt, Shiomi guessed the training had lasted nearly a full day. The sheer fatigue left his entire body sore. He simply lay there, waiting for the runes to work and ease the pain. You're improving. I just meant to test your limits, but you held up surprisingly well. The woman crouched beside him, speaking cheerfully. Was it really me holding up? Seems more like you're the one who refused to call it quits, master. Shiomi shut his eyes, refusing to look at that flawless face, not even a single hair out of place. This was the so-called Land of Shadows. And the one he called master was its guardian, its queen. Scáthach. Shiomi had long lost track of how long he'd been here. It felt like ages. Because he'd managed to survive in this land, Scáthach deemed his potential worthy and took him as her disciple. He could have declined, of course, but she warned that if he did, she'd leave him out in the wild. Having had enough of battling the undead, Shiomi accepted without protest. Is that so? I'd say that was just a warm-up. For my disciple, handling that much should be expected, said Scáthach. Right. Shiomi cracked one eye open. So, master, does that mean you were going easy on me today? He pressed the question. Training this brutal, like a marathon where you coughed up blood, was nothing new. But today hadn't felt quite as unbearable, even if he'd lost in the end. Oh. Didn't expect you to say that. Looks like I can push the next session even harder, Scáthach replied, her smile laced with danger. Realizing there was no turning back now, Shiomi pushed himself up and leaned against the stone wall of the castle. Scáthach casually sat beside him, matching his relaxed posture. But seriously, there's really nothing here, Shiomi said. No food, no water. I'm surprised I even managed to survive. Scáthach smiled knowingly. Not entirely true. Unlike the outside world, the greater source here is still dense. As long as you have enough mana, you can survive. She extended her hand, and mana naturally gathered in her palm, nearly crystallizing. When you're tired, use mana to fight fatigue. When you're hungry, use mana to stave off hunger. When you're injured, use mana to heal yourself, Scáthach said. You don't even need me to teach you that much. Ah. Shiomi grimaced, unsure how to respond. He had assumed Scáthach had given him some kind of magecraft protection, but it seemed the truth was just the opposite. Just based on that, your aptitude in this area already makes you the most exceptional of all my disciples, said Scáthach, who was merciless in training but never stingy with praise when it was due. Sitting cross-legged, Shiomi rested his hands on his ankles. If the mana here is enough to keep me alive, then wouldn't it be possible to use it to grow plants, maybe even get them to bear fruit? I told you already, this is the land of the dead, Scáthach answered quietly. In other words, it's a realm akin to the underworld. The very concept of life barely exists here. At that, Shiomi almost asked, then what about you and me? Don't we count as living? But he swallowed the words before they left his mouth. Scáthach, who had already become semi-divine, couldn't be considered a living being in the conventional sense. For her, death was no longer a possibility. Not a beautiful death, nor an ugly one. She simply continued to exist, unchanging, eternal. Maybe only when the world and even what's beyond it comes to an end would she face something that could be called death. As for himself, don't worry about that. I'm just hard to kill, that's all. Shiomi had asked Scáthach once, and that was the cryptic answer she gave. Knowing he wouldn't get anything else no matter how many times he asked, Shiomi stopped trying. So, it's really impossible, he asked. Scáthach gave a relaxed smile. Why? Want to give it a try? I kinda do. Can you teach me, master? Shiomi perked up. But Scáthach's next words were like a cold bucket of water over his head. That's something you'll have to figure out on your own. I've already taught you all I can about magecraft. Master. Shiomi groaned. No need to force it. If you want to do it, go ahead. If not, forget it, Scáthach chuckled. Just don't slack off on your training. That made Shiomi snap. He dusted himself off and jumped to his feet. Are you seriously implying I'm just trying to weasel out of training? Watching him struggle to keep his temper in check, yet failing to hide his irritation, Scáthach chose not to clarify the misunderstanding. Good. I hope you're not. You know the consequences of dodging training. Use anything in the castle as you like. And if you do manage to create something, I might consider easing your training load a bit. Shiomi gave a silent nod and walked off without a word. Still seated by the stone wall, Scáthach picked up the training spear lying beside her and smiled quietly. At first, it was just a whim, a way to kill time, that made her take him in as a disciple. She thought he wouldn't last long, and she'd send him off when he broke. But he's turning out to be more than I expected. Chapter 90, Land of Shadows Interlude, Life, 2. Scáthach wasn't the type to talk tough but go easy. She meant every word, and followed through. Shiomi had long since come to understand this. Just because he wanted to research using magecraft to make something grow in this dead land, he never expected Scáthach to ease up on the intensity of his training. If anything, maybe his recent progress had been too good, because her training had only grown harsher since. She'd stopped distinguishing between magecraft and martial arts training, blending the two into increasingly brutal combat sessions. As expected, Shiomi never once complained during practice. At most, he'd sigh about how exhausted he was once it was over. Then, after recovering a bit, he'd get right back to his magecraft experiments. Scáthach's castle was vast, large enough to house an army of tens of thousands. The only issue, there were no supplies to speak of. Shiomi had chosen a plot of land near the castle to experiment on, trying daily to use magecraft to create plants that could bear fruit. From then on, whenever Scáthach had nothing else to do, she found herself watching him work at this nearly hopeless endeavor as a kind of entertainment. Knowing full well that even if she tried to stop him, he'd never quit his research, she let him be. Failure after failure didn't dampen Shiomi's resolve. Each time, he'd sit down, think things through, and apply the lessons to his next attempt. Failure number 137. Scáthach kept count silently. After exhausting every method he could think of, Shiomi finally stopped on the 137th attempt. He looked worn out, sitting there in a daze. Thinking of giving up? As the sole observer of his efforts, Scáthach posed the question. No. I just feel like I'm stuck within the limits of conventional magecraft. If I could change my perspective a little, maybe. Shiomi hunched forward, staring at the water-soaked earth. Maybe so, Scáthach said lightly. After all, what you're trying to do is akin to performing a miracle. A miracle. That's right. Magecraft itself is the embodiment of miracles, Scáthach nodded. I don't think I've ever taught you about this part. Consider this an impromptu bonus lesson. At that, Shiomi turned quickly to face her. As the only student in the Land of Shadows, there were no formal teaching sessions. Lessons came during battles or casual chats, it all counted. Listen well. The miracles humans can perform fall into 4 broad categories: magecraft, rituals, mysteries, and curses. In other words, any miracle within the reach of human capability, no matter the form, ultimately belongs to one of these 4. Scáthach stood before him, one hand on her hip, exuding her usual composed authority as she continued. But above all that exists a higher tier, the authorities wielded by the gods. Authorities. Shiomi echoed, unfamiliar but not entirely alien to the term. Scáthach gave a small smile. But that's a topic for another time. We won't go into it now. The unexpected reply made Shiomi pause. He looked up at his master, studying her face. So you're saying, what I'm trying to do now is actually an attempt to recreate the divine act of creating life from nothing? He swallowed nervously, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. Who knows? Scáthach smiled again. Trying to grow a fruit tree in a lifeless land, and calling that the power of the gods. If that were all it took, the gods would be cheap indeed. With that, she turned to leave. But Shiomi called after her. Then what about you, master? You've taken countless lives, human, undead, even divine. With that kind of power, surely you could. My, how bold you've become. You've even started mocking your own master now. Scáthach glanced back, smiling with a hint of menace, like she might raise her spear any second and drag him into the next round of training. Shiomi remained seated, unmoving, and shook his head earnestly. No, master. I didn't mean it that way. It was just a joke, Scáthach replied with a nod. Yes, I've taken countless lives and possess immense power. But listen well, my disciple. She turned and walked slowly into the castle. Her voice echoed back from the shadows inside. No matter how powerful you are, you still might not be able to make a single flower bloom in a place where life is impossible. Shiomi instinctively reached up to touch his hair. Only then did he realize it had never grown. It had stayed the same length all this time. With that thought, Tenkei Shiomi stood up, turned to look at the land behind him, and fell into a long silence. After his next training session, Shiomi resumed his efforts in what could only be described as research into a taboo miracle. Scáthach, as though she never tired of watching, observed this near-futile endeavor from her room's window, from atop the castle walls, or even from nearby, wherever struck her fancy. Eventually, during a short nap in one of her breaks, Scáthach suddenly sensed a massive surge of life force emerging from somewhere within the castle. She immediately rushed to the source. A sapling was pushing its way out of the earth, growing steadily. At that rate, Scáthach figured it wouldn't be long before it stood taller than Shiomi himself, who was still channeling mana into it. Astonished that her disciple had finally achieved it, Scáthach also caught wind of the underlying danger. Just as Shiomi turned, likely eager to share the good news with her, she struck from behind and knocked him unconscious. The sapling's growth gradually slowed, eventually stopping at just under twice a person's height. As she lifted Shiomi from the ground, Scáthach let her hand brush against the trunk. To think you'd use your own body as nourishment to bring life into this world. Scáthach's voice was a mix of exasperation and pride. But I'm sorry, I can't let you continue. The power of authorities is still far too vast for a human to bear. She glanced once more at the blossoms blooming on the branches. Apple blossoms. You've caught a fragment of that power. Now, killing you might be harder than killing me. She shook her head with a smile and walked away, carrying Shiomi in her arms. And this, she never told him, not even when he eventually left the land of shadows. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 91, Prologue, Rhaenys El Meloy Archazord, 1. The year was 1999, 5 years after the Fourth Holy Grail War. London, Clock Tower. I heard you met Tuko. In the reception room of the Department of Creation, a woman in her 70s, her hands lined with wrinkles, held a teacup and posed the question to Tenkei Shiomi, seated across from her on the sofa. Not exactly, Shiomi replied with a nonchalant tone. Last year, he had visited Tokyo for some matter and briefly met with Tuko Aozaki. Whether the one he met was the real Tuko or a doll acting as her substitute was something even Shiomi couldn't confirm. In fact, as far back as the late 80s, Tuko had already sought Shiomi out. After all, parading around under the guise of being her disciple for so long was bound to draw the attention of the real person sooner or later. After a bit of friction, they became acquainted. Shiomi not only refused to take part in any missions to designate Tuko for sealing, but also used his position to pass information to her. Of course, Tuko was notoriously elusive. More often than not, she simply borrowed money from him. What, did she stand you up? The old woman asked. No, she just didn't give me the money I asked for. We went back and forth a bit, then parted ways. Shiomi rested his chin in his hand. And don't start lecturing me about dereliction of duty. I resigned from the sealing designation executor list a long time ago, Lord Valuelita. The woman speaking with Shiomi was none other than Inurai Valuelita Atrahome, head of the Department of Creation at the Clock Tower, also referred to as the department chair, and the mentor of the aforementioned Tuko Aozaki. Despite being her teacher, Inurai was a quintessential magus. She had once trained Tuko, but also strongly endorsed her sealing designation. She never allowed personal feelings to interfere, executing political maneuvering as naturally as breathing. So when it came to Shiomi, she did what she could to court him, aiming to elevate him as one of the leading representatives of the democratic faction among magi. He. Inurai chuckled lightly. Shiomi didn't care whether she believed him or not. The truth was, he had asked for money and hadn't gotten it. If anything, he'd only gotten himself entangled in further complications. Besides, Tuko had already left Tokyo. Even Shiomi didn't know where she had gone. So you called me here just to ask about Tuko? That's all I can tell you, Shiomi said with a shrug, though he didn't leave right away. Inurai would never summon someone without a deeper purpose. If she had invited Shiomi here, it meant there was more she wanted to ask. I hear your daughters are nearly junior high age. Inurai asked. The older one will start next year. The younger still has another year to go, Shiomi replied, seeing no reason to hide it. In recent years, Sakura had grown rapidly as a magus, and Shiomi had already begun discussing her future with her. Should she begin formal magecraft training at the clock tower next year, or continue her regular schooling and decide on the path of a magus later? With Sakura's current talent, even if she didn't join the Mages Association, she wouldn't be passively drawn into magecraft-related affairs just because of her potential. And just as expected, Sakura expressed her desire to delve deeper into the world of magi. Shiomi had no reason to stop her. No wonder I recently saw a file about a girl with the same surname as yours being sent to the clock tower, Inurai said with a soft chuckle. Her aged face deepened with more lines, making her look even more wrinkled. Yes, I was the one who sent it, Shiomi replied. The clock tower had no shortage of young students entering to study magecraft, so Sakura didn't particularly stand out. At most, only the more curious students might discover that she was adopted. Well then, that works out, Inurai suddenly said, though her meaning was unclear. Shiomi didn't press for an explanation. Then, almost as if it had been rehearsed, just as their brief exchange wrapped up, someone knocked on the door to the Lord's reception room. A blonde girl walked in, appearing about the same age as Caren. Her skin was porcelain smooth, and she moved with a graceful poise as she adjusted her skirt. But what stood out the most was the determined look in her fiery red eyes. She couldn't have been much older than 10, yet the resolve in her expression made it hard to imagine what she might have gone through in her short life. Her crimson eyes swept over Shiomi briefly, then shifted to a deep azure. Mystic eyes. Shiomi instantly understood, this girl possessed mystic eyes and had just used them to examine him. Trailing behind her was a tall man with long hair, towering more than half a head above her. Waver Velvet. Shiomi spoke his name, then corrected himself, no, I should call you Lord Elmeloy too now. It's been a few years, you've really changed. On the contrary, you haven't changed at all. Elmeloy too exchanged pleasantries with Shiomi, a faint smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor. 5 years ago, Shiomi looked only a few years older than Waver. Now, he appeared even younger than the current Elmeloy too. Of course, it might simply be that Elmeloy too had been overworking himself, aging prematurely as a result. A magus needs to know how to take care of themselves, Shiomi said with a light tone, then shifted his gaze to the young girl standing in front of Elmeloy too. And this must be. I'm Rhaenys Elmeloy Archizord, she said with a mischievous smile. Foster sister to Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, the men you killed during the Fourth Holy Grail War. Puts things into perspective, doesn't it, Mr. Shiomi? Though technically, I'm his niece by blood. I see. Shiomi gave a small smile and glanced toward Inurai. So, Lord Valuelita sold me out to the Elmeloy faction for revenge. Wouldn't fighting here be a bit inappropriate? Rhaenys strolled over gracefully and sat beside Shiomi, acting like a child seeking attention from an adult, but the presence she carried was not to be underestimated. Of course not. If a fight broke out now, I'm afraid the Department of Creation and the Department of Modern Magecraft would be switching hands by tomorrow, Rhaenys said, locking eyes with Shiomi. Besides, even before my brother entered the Holy Grail War, many within Elmeloy warned him that it would mean certain death. But he went anyway, and, just as predicted, was killed by you. Even if Elmeloy seeks revenge, it won't come so easily. Is that so? Then what brings you to me? Shiomi took a playful tone, treating Rhaenys like a child. Young lady of the Elmeloy family. He reached out to pat her head. Rhaenys didn't shy away, playing along like an innocent little girl. Chapter 92, Prologue, Rhaenys Elmeloy Archizord, 2. Allow me to explain, Lord Elmeloy too said as he walked over and took a seat on a single armchair. Simply put, I'd like to invite you to become Rhaenys's tutor. Huh. This time, it was Tenkei Shiomi who was left speechless. Whether it was Lord Elmeloy too or Rhaenys, the current leaders of the Elmeloy faction truly operated in ways that defied common sense. To think they would ask the very magus who killed the previous head of their faction to tutor the heir, someone expected to take control of the faction and eventually rise to the rank of lord at the clock tower. It was a decision that could only be described as magus-like. Ha ha ha. Rhaenys burst into delighted laughter, as though this was a casual tutor interview rather than a serious meeting. It's perfectly reasonable for Mr. Shiomi to be surprised. But like I said earlier, I'm not interested in revenge. Honestly, I'm far more curious about the abilities of a magus capable of killing a genius like my brother. And Rhaenys wasn't just putting on a front. Before setting out, the faction had been full of warnings about Kenneth's likely demise. But Kenneth never took Shiomi seriously, not even as a potential threat. Even after seeing how Shiomi could spar with D'Armwood without breaking a sweat, Kenneth only realized too late that those warnings were true. Instinctively, he moved to strike preemptively for his own survival, but after wounding Shiomi, he grew overconfident again. That constant underestimation eventually led to his death in their final confrontation. After the Holy Grail War, Shiomi drew significant attention for killing the monarch of the aristocratic faction. Of course, that didn't mean he was condemned for it. For a Magus, life and death were part of daily life, especially in a blood-soaked contest like the Holy Grail War, where 7 masters and their servants fought to the death for a single wish. Kenneth had gone into it with the mindset of playing a game. His death was practically inevitable. So Shiomi never faced any consequences. On the contrary, the outcome marked his pledge of loyalty to the democratic faction. Already on friendly terms with Inurai, Shiomi became a highly valued guest within the faction. As an unaffiliated Magus capable of slaying a lord, Tenkei Shiomi embodied the democratic faction's ideals and delivered a stinging slap to the pride of the aristocratic faction. Moreover, during the Holy Grail War, Shiomi had uncovered issues with the Greater Grail itself. Working alongside the Tosaka family, the Einsburn family, and the Holy Church, he helped purify it, preventing a catastrophe and laying the groundwork for future Holy Grail Wars. Thanks to those 2 major contributions, Inurai, representing the democratic faction, had begun making plans to promote Shiomi to the rank of Brand. It was an unprecedented move, and naturally, the aristocratic faction was doing everything it could to block it. Even now, 5 years after the 4th Holy Grail War, the 2 factions remained deadlocked. Meanwhile, Shiomi had started paying more attention to the state of the clock tower, both for his own sake and for his family's. After Kenneth's death, the El Meloi faction collapsed. Outside forces swooped in to seize its assets, and many branch families disbanded after grabbing what they could. Only one person stepped forward, Solayui Nuatari Sophiari, Kenneth's former fiancée and one of the survivors of the 4th Holy Grail War. She used her resources and partnered with Waver, who had returned to the clock tower on borrowed money, to purchase Kenneth's classroom and re-establish it under Waver's management. After many twists and turns, Rhaenys, the one most compatible with the El Meloi magic crest, became the successor. She pulled Waver into the faction to manage it and granted him the title of Lord El Meloi. As for the 2, that was Waver's own addition. Whether or not Rhaenys harbored any thoughts of revenge against Shiomi didn't really matter. From the El Meloi faction's perspective, trying to get revenge on Tenkei Shiomi was far less practical than cutting their losses and moving on. After all, no one could say for sure that the democratic faction wouldn't one day elevate Shiomi to the rank of Grand or even make him the lord of a department. So when the proposal to promote Shiomi to a higher rank emerged, a rumor began to circulate. Who knows how many heads from the aristocratic faction will roll once that guy becomes a lord? At this rate, the clock tower might soon be ruled entirely by the democratic faction. Although Shiomi would have liked to hold whoever spread that rumor accountable, the source was untraceable. He had no choice but to let it go. So that's why you arranged this meeting through Lady Inurai. Shiomi turned to her. Should I take this as a sign that El Meloi is preparing to side with the democratic faction? Rhaenys waved her hands dramatically. Not at all. If I really joined the democratic faction, I'd need more than one life to survive. But negotiating with them and inviting a top-tier Magus like you to be my tutor, that's nothing out of bounds. She paused, then glanced at Shiomi and Inurai with a shrewdness that didn't match her age. Of course, if I did become Mr. Tenkei Shiomi's student, then someday, if I led the El Meloi faction to join the democratic side as your disciple, it would be much safer, wouldn't it? If the aristocratic faction ever tried to stir trouble again, Tenkei Shiomi would likely stand up in defense of his pupil and factional interests. In other words, this was a promissory note, a vague pledge to join the democratic faction, with no set deadline. Even so, the mere fact that they could propose such a condition was enough to get someone like Inurai, an experienced political player in the clock tower, to broker the relationship between Shiomi and El Meloi. I've never officially taken on any disciples, Shiomi stated plainly once he understood the real purpose of the meeting. Aside from teaching my own children, I only occasionally give magecraft lessons to Rin Tosaka, head of the Tosaka family in Fuyuki. My teaching qualifications are still uncertain. But if you're fine with that, I don't intend to refuse. In truth, Inurai, Rhaenys, and even Lord El Meloi too had likely arranged this meeting knowing full well that Shiomi wouldn't turn them down. After all, the men had a family to support. He wasn't in a position to pass up a stable source of income. One last question, Shiomi added, does the young lady of the Sophia family have any objections? Rhaenys chuckled non-stop. Don't worry. Lady Solayui absolutely doesn't want to see you, and you won't have to see her either. Well, that's even better. Shiomi nodded and shook Rhaenys's hand, signaling the deal was sealed. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 93, Volume 2, Chapter 1, The Tutor. July 2003. Even in midsummer, London stayed cool. The highest temperatures barely reached 25 degrees Celsius, and the daily average hovered around 15 degrees Celsius, cool enough that one needed to bundle up at night. Still, in the courtyard of this elegant mansion on Sulla Street, the atmosphere was anything but chilly. Rhaenys focused her magic into her fingertips, preparing to command her mystic code, Volumen Hydrargyrum, to strike the figure before her. But just as her well-prepared attack made contact with Shiomi, it lost its edge, slipping entirely from her control. With nothing more than a simple gesture, extending his index finger, Shiomi parried her assault using a subtle spell. Not bad. In that case. Emboldened by the exchange, Rhaenys prepared for another strike, her flame-hued mystic eyes glowing with even more intensity. But the surge in power disrupted her control over her magic circuits. She winced, eyes clenched shut in pain, and reached into her pocket for the special eye drops she always kept on hand. Through her barely opened left eye, she caught sight of Shiomi approaching. He extended his finger once more, this time touching her forehead. A faint glow emanated from his fingertip, an energy like the gentle awakening of spring, quiet and restorative. It flowed into the nerves linked to her mystic eyes, dispelling the burning heat from the overload. Her mind cleared again. That's enough for today's practical lesson. Pushing further won't help you, Shiomi said, retracting his hand and walking to the edge of the courtyard. A table and tea set waited in the shade. He casually poured himself a cup. What a shame, ending so soon. Rhaenys remarked with a trace of regret. But it was just for show. Rhaenys Elmeloi Archazort knew her limits. Even with the aid of her specially formulated eye drops, she was in no shape to continue channeling her magic circuits today. You're really something, though, teacher, able to suppress my mystic eyes when they overheat. She sat across from Shiomi with a curious smile. The more I see, the more convinced I am that my brother made the right call in hiring you. Shiomi remained impassive. It's not particularly difficult. The issue is that during an overload, you can't spare the attention to manage it yourself. And Lord Elmeloi too isn't exactly suited to this kind of task. Moreover, Rhaenys wasn't one to easily trust others. In a state of overload, the only one she would allow near enough to apply corrective magecraft was her tutor. Naturally, Shiomi had only earned that level of trust in the last 2 years. That move you used to stop Trimo's attack just now, is that the same one you used to kill my brother? As they transitioned from training to rest, Rhaenys posed the question again. The Trimmao she referred to was her Mercury Maid, formed by further rewriting her personality through Volumen Hydrargyrum, her most prized mystic code. From the start, Rhaenys had no grudge against Tenkei Shiomi for killing Cannith. As a child, she was just another overlooked member of the Archazort branch, never someone a prodigy like Cannith would bother noticing. Their connection was purely one of blood. Over time, as their trust grew, Rhaenys became genuinely curious about how exactly Shiomi had killed Cannith. When Cannith's body had been returned to the clock tower, the autopsy only reported that he died from a cursed blade piercing the heart. The curse had rendered Elmeloi's magic circuits useless, leaving no chance for recovery. But from 1999 to now, 4 years later, Rhaenys had never once seen Shiomi wield a weapon. If anything, he resembled a textbook magus more than a combatant. And the official after-action reports from the Holy Grail War, shrouded by competing interests, remained vague and contradictory. No matter how many times Rhaenys reviewed them, she couldn't piece together a clear picture of Cannith's final moments. That was just a rune meant to disable weapons, Shiomi replied, silently counting in his head. The 26th time. Since becoming Rhaenys's tutor, this was the 26th time she'd asked that question, and Shiomi still had no intention of revealing any real details. I figured. Rhaenys had studied rune magecraft as well. Exceptionally gifted, she had already noticed that while they were using the same runes, the results from Shiomi's hands were on an entirely different level. There's no difference in the magecraft itself. The difference is the caster, Shiomi said, raising an eyebrow. You've never been in a real battle. You lack experience. Don't worry about it. Rhaenys sighed. Another evasive answer. She had asked Elmeloi too before, but his replies were always along the lines of, that man is among the most exceptional magi. More importantly, Miss Rhaenys, Shiomi said, I'd like to take a week off starting next week. His work as Rhaenys's tutor was about as intense as being a lecturer at the clock tower, and the pay was generous. It was obvious Rhaenys was serious about keeping top talent close. Oh. You want time off? Something going on at home? Rhaenys asked curiously. She was already quite familiar with Shiomi's daughters. She hadn't yet decided if she should consider them friends, but the connection was growing. From what she knew, Sakura was only studying the basics of general and individual foundation classes, taking standard Magus course exams. Caren, on the other hand, had been recommended to attend Elmeloi II's lectures. It was now July. The clock tower would soon begin its summer recess. Rhaenys had assumed the break would start in August, so she didn't expect Shiomi, who rarely took leave except on formal holidays, to suddenly ask for a full week. Something like that, Shiomi said, setting down his teacup. I've got to go out with my wife for a bit. We won't be leaving the UK, so a week should do. Rhaenys rested her chin on her hands and gave Shiomi a suspicious look. She knew Shiomi was married, but she had only seen his wife, Shiomi, 4 or 5 times over the years. Despite her clearly Western features, she had a Japanese name. It was mysterious on every level. It's nothing serious. El Meloy too needs to investigate something, Shiomi added. If you're curious, just ask him. Catching the unmistakable glimmer of curiosity in Rhaenys's expression, Shiomi smoothly redirected her attention, and quietly made a mental note to send El Meloy too an apology later. Chapter 94, Volume 2, Chapter 2, The Journey. The next morning, Shiomi and Morgan departed from Paddington Station aboard a diesel train bound for Wales. As the train swayed gently and the countryside rolled past the window, Morgan glanced out, then said in a relaxed tone. Taking me on a trip at this time of year. Are you finally feeling like the kids are getting in the way now that they're growing up? You know that's not it, Shiomi replied, lips pressed into a thin line as he sat back on the sofa in their first-class compartment, glancing over the report in his hands. So, where are we actually headed? Morgan hadn't asked for any details before they left. It had been more than 9 years since the Fourth Holy Grail War, and even she hadn't expected to linger in this era for so long. Still, it was her decision, and Morgan had no regrets. Her earlier jab had been nothing more than a passing joke. Shiomi clearly enjoyed traveling. Whenever a holiday rolled around, he'd take the whole family on trips. At first, they stayed within Japan, but once Sakura and Caren grew older, they began traveling abroad. Just a few months ago during the Easter break, he had taken Morgan and the children to Easter Island. Today's outing, though, didn't carry the usual air of a vacation or a honeymoon. We're going to a place that's connected to you, Shiomi said. He paused. Or rather, a place that should be connected to you. Morgan blinked, slightly surprised, then quietly nodded. Though he had never spoken of it directly, Shiomi's perceptiveness had long since picked up on Morgan's unusual nature. But this was the first time he'd ever said it out loud. With the situation now out in the open, Morgan relaxed and began to enjoy the journey. After 2 hours on the train, they arrived in Cardiff, the capital of Wales. From there, they transferred to a coach, watching bilingual signs in English and Welsh flash past the windows. 5 more hours passed before they began to ascend a mountain. The trail was brutally rough, so much so that even Morgan couldn't help but feel it had been designed solely to wear down human legs. Tired? Shiomi called out. He had gone ahead on a particularly steep incline and was now reaching back to help her up. This path is rough, and the air up here is far from ideal. Want to switch to spirit form? The sharp cries of birds echoed through the forest. The smell of damp earth, animal droppings, and rotting fruit mixed into a heady, wild scent that defined the mountains. Gripping Shiomi's hand, Morgan stepped up lightly. What kind of question is that? Even if I'm relying on the mana from our contract to remain in this world, I'm still a servant, she said as she moved to walk beside him. Actually, I should be asking you, are your legs holding up, husband? More or less, Shiomi said with a chuckle. The greater source is especially strong here. As long as I keep the mana flowing, I'll be fine. Still, the trail was so difficult that before they'd set out, Shiomi had warned her more than once, if she couldn't make the hike, he would go alone. As arranged with Lord El Meloy too, Shiomi was to reach the destination first, confirm there were no issues, and then wait in the village for El Meloy's arrival. Even so, Shiomi kept her hand in his. I honestly thought Her Majesty would scoff at such a remote, rugged path. Morgan smiled without concern. That all came later. Before that, I walked the entire island of Britannia. So, what do you think of it now? No strong opinions, Morgan said softly. This world is simply how it should be, in this era. Though the greater source was indeed more concentrated here than in most parts of the world, it was still a realm that had long since declined from the age of gods. Fairies and other beings of fantasy had already retreated to the other side of the world. Now, this planet belonged wholly to humanity. In a way, Morgan's quiet reflection, that everything had become something else entirely, wasn't far from the truth. Do you like it? Shiomi asked with a smile. Morgan fell silent, thoughtful, before slowly replying. Because it accepts my husband, even if there are many things I don't care for, I suppose it's still a beautiful world. What kind of answer is that? Shiomi grumbled, but his hand tightened slightly. No one gets rejected by the world. There are, Morgan said softly. When someone accomplishes certain things, the world, or even the foundation of human order itself, will reject them. The more you talk, the worse it sounds, Shiomi sighed. That's just how it is. You're a magus, you should know that better than anyone, Morgan said, looking at him. She wasn't wrong, but the idea of being rejected by the human order was far removed from Shiomi's reality. He was just another magus living in this world. While he belonged to the more esoteric tier of society, among other magi, his life was still relatively ordinary. Let's change the subject. I get the feeling we're almost there. Where exactly are we going this time? Morgan asked. The world of the dead, Shiomi said. Morgan's expression immediately darkened. You in a hurry to go back there or something? I wasn't talking about the land of shadows, Shiomi quickly clarified. Didn't I mention on the train that this place has something to do with the Witch of Britannia? Well, that's true, Morgan admitted, her brow easing. But what does this have to do with Lord Elmeloi too? It's because of the Holy Grail War, Shiomi replied with a sigh. After the Grail was purified, the Mages Association and the Holy Church conducted a joint investigation. Since the Greater Grail had never fully activated and had only consumed a portion of its mana, it was determined that the ritual would automatically initiate again 10 years later, in 2004. Shiomi hadn't felt comfortable dismantling someone else's constructed ritual. And for various reasons, he had ultimately chosen purification over destruction. Still, the fact that the Holy Grail War was set to resume within 10 years left him unsettled. If he could help it, he didn't want to get involved again. You're already tied to the Holy Grail War. There's no avoiding it now, Morgan said, reading his unease clearly. Even if you try to stay away, there will always be something that drags you back to Fuyuki, to face the war again. You make it sound like it's already decided. Shiomi muttered. But inside, he couldn't bring himself to deny her words. Just then, the sound of wings flapping echoed through the brush along the trail, and a dozen blackbirds burst out from the forest canopy. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 95, Volume 2, Chapter 3, Blackmore. Seeing this, Shiomi didn't hesitate. He pulled a neatly folded cloak from his backpack, draped it over Morgan's shoulders, raised the hood to cover most of her face, and gently fastened the cord at the front. The mountain air in midsummer wasn't particularly warm, and with the two of them using magecraft to ward off pests, there was no practical need to bundle up. Still, Shiomi did it anyway. Morgan didn't question him, she understood now why he'd insisted on carrying all the luggage himself. This was the man she had chosen. If he acted this way, he had his reasons. All she needed to do was wait, like watching a film unfold, ready for the next scene to reveal its truth. There really are a lot of crows around here, Morgan remarked with a soft laugh as Shiomi adjusted her cloak. Crows carry souls. A low voice echoed from the direction the birds had flown. A shadow emerged, a man in his 60s dressed in black. Though age showed on his face, his figure under the coat remained solid and sturdy. Unkempt hair poked out from beneath an old, worn traveler's hat. It's not just Britannia. In continental Celtic mythology, crows often appear too. They're guides of the dead, guardians of graves. Their cry says it all, nevermore. A single black feather landed on his shoulder. From the sound of it, you must be the gravekeeper. Shiomi asked, stepping slightly in front of Morgan and turning to face him. What business does a magus from the clock tower have here? The man responded. He'd recognized Shiomi at a glance, not only that he was a magus, but one from the clock tower. Clearly, this man wasn't ordinary. No urgent business. I'm just scouting ahead for Lord Elmeloi too, Shiomi said calmly as he turned to fully face him. Also, a prophecy is close to fulfillment. I came here to deliver that message. Oh. The man's eyes flashed with surprise. Through the gap in her hood, Morgan saw the corner of Shiomi's lips curl into a smile. Or rather, the Black Madonna will soon arrive here, to give the gravekeeper new guidance. Now that's a prophecy I've never heard before, the man said, still skeptical, though clearly no longer dismissive. Shiomi's words had struck at something hidden in the man's identity. I only came upon it by chance, Shiomi said with a warm nod. In that case, follow me. I'm the gravekeeper, Berserker Blackmore. If you've come seeking me, then come along. With that, he turned and strode into the forest with surprising speed. Shiomi didn't hurry. He already knew the route. Sigh. Morgan let out a quiet breath. So that's what this place is. I didn't recognize it. Blackmore Cemetery. One of the most storied graveyards in the land, its name had long circulated among magi. That's why I kept it a surprise, Shiomi said, taking her hand again, this time, with deliberate elegance. Morgan's palm rested lightly in Shiomi's, lifted ever so slightly, as if to announce to anyone watching that she was the one of higher status, and he, merely an attendant. Well then, just to be sure, she said from beneath her hood, lips pressed together but unable to hide the smile creeping across her face, this Black Madonna, you mentioned, wouldn't happen to be. Do you really have to ask? Shiomi smiled. Finally, Morgan couldn't tolerate his smug theatrics any longer. With servant-level strength, she gave his hand a hard squeeze, the resulting sound sharp enough to intimidate. The Black Madonna mentioned by Berserker Blackmore was none other than Morgan Le Fay herself. Though, for the Morgan standing here now, that name wasn't entirely accurate anymore. I didn't expect you to bring me to such a remote mountain village just to play ghost games. Morgan looked at Shiomi, who was starting to sweat but still kept a calm expression. If you're not happy with it, you're free to head back. It'll cost us a bit of time, but I'll take you back to London and find another way here, Shiomi said, feeling a little guilty about dragging Morgan into this act. He had no intention of forcing her to play along. Well, since we're already here, we might as well take a look. Morgan stepped forward. She had heard of Blackmore, but in all these years, she'd never set foot there and knew nothing about the place. Following the path Berserker had taken, the two arrived at the village nestled in the rugged mountains. The population was only around 100 people, so small it felt like it could vanish from history at any moment. Most of the buildings were made of brick and tile, clearly over 100 years old. Though the villagers wore modern clothing, if they were dressed in medieval garb instead, it wouldn't feel out of place at all. Berserker was already waiting at the village entrance. With him stood a man in clerical robes, so obese his triple chin made his face nearly round, and a young woman dressed like a nun. People from the Holy Church. Just one glance, and Shiomi and Morgan grasped the situation. According to Berserker, the man and woman were the priest and nun of the Northern Church, also tasked with managing the village's daily affairs. As outsiders, they needed the priest's permission to enter the village. The priest was named Fernando Cruz, and the nun was Illumia. Led by the priest, the nun, and the gravekeeper, the two newcomers made their way toward the church. So, may I have your names? Fernando asked, waddling forward as he wiped his sweat with a handkerchief. I am Tenkei Shiomi, and this is my wife, Shiomi, Shiomi introduced Morgan. Berserker glanced at Morgan, her face obscured by a hood. Is your wife unwell? No, she just has sensitive skin. She's not used to the mountain climate, Shiomi answered smoothly. As a magus from the clock tower, Shiomi didn't attract further scrutiny from the Holy Church's local representatives. Berserker had already explained they were just the advance party, the actual guests would arrive the next day. Once they reached the church, the priest handed over the guest preparations to the nun and went off to receive the visiting faithful. But as the nun passed by Shiomi to attend to her tasks, she paused and whispered something that immediately caught Morgan's attention. It wasn't the closeness that bothered her, it was the message, cryptic and unexpected, and it didn't seem like a warning. You'd better not stay here too long. Chapter 96, Volume 2, Chapter 4, Origins. The church in the northern part of Blackmore village had a modest exterior, its walls covered with ivy. Inside, the chapel was simple and spacious, reminiscent of the one in Fuyuki, but its ceiling rose far higher. The interior was spotless, adorned with refined yet humble furnishings, exuding a quiet sense of solemnity and reverence. Shiomi could easily picture the place packed on Sundays, villagers filling every seat as they listened to the portly priest deliver mass. Berserker led them to the church, then left after reminding them to first offer a prayer to the Black Madonna statue at the front of the chapel. It was village custom. The old gravedigger even demonstrated the process for them. I'll handle the prayer, Shiomi said, kneeling on one knee and clasping his hands before his chest. In that case, wouldn't it be better to pray to me directly? Morgan said flatly. Rather than a statue, praying to the actual Black Madonna should be more effective. Fair point, Shiomi chuckled. Even so, Morgan didn't follow through on her own suggestion. She simply stood behind Shiomi, observing the church while waiting for him to finish praying. There was nothing particularly unusual about this church, except for the statue of the Black Madonna, which was especially striking. The key was in the face. Statues and paintings of the Virgin Mary often vary slightly in different regions, but the face of this Black Madonna gave Morgan an uncanny chill. Her brows, her eyes, every feature closely resembled her own. Or more accurately, the face of Morgan Le Fay. Though she still didn't know why the Holy Church was overseeing this place, Morgan had a faint suspicion about why Shiomi had brought her here. This village might have deep ties to Morgan. As someone who resembled but was not quite the same person, she was left with a strange mix of emotions. I've changed my mind, Morgan said suddenly. You want to head back? I'll take you, Shiomi offered. I need to finish up here for Lord Elmeloy too, so I'll leave the house in your hands. I'm not going back, Morgan raised her hand, cutting him off. While we're in this village, don't call me by my real name. Not even in private. Huh. Just like when you introduce me to others, use a different name, Morgan insisted. She hadn't altered her appearance to match the identity tied to that name, but here of all places, she didn't want to use her current one. Names carry their own kind of mystery. Some even bring curses just by being spoken aloud. In a village so deeply entwined with Morgan, she couldn't help but tread more carefully than usual. I understand, Esk. Shiomi looked at Morgan. Esk nodded, accepting her request. Gazing at the face of the Black Madonna, Esk said, it's a rare opportunity. I knew the situation here, but I never imagined I'd visit something tied to that side in this form. If you don't find the trip boring, that's all I can ask. Shiomi stepped up to her and gently tugged the brim of her hood, tucking her face deep into the shadows. At that moment, the half-closed chapel door creaked open. A girl, also cloaked and hooded, timidly stepped inside. Are you the guests Mr. Berserker mentioned? She kept her head lowered, her voice soft and shy. That's us, Shiomi replied, turning to face her. She gave a small nod and murmured, Mr. Berserker has arranged a place for you to stay. Please follow me, if that's all right. Without waiting for their answer, she turned and quietly left the chapel. Startled by how wary this isolated village was of outsiders, Shiomi and Esk exchanged a smile before he took her hand and followed the girl at a relaxed pace. Perhaps realizing she was walking too fast, the girl slowed down, keeping just ahead of them. Even when she glanced back, the hood obscured her face entirely, even her mouth was hidden. Mr. Berserker asked me to pass on a message. If you intend to stay in the village, you must follow the rules. Her voice stayed tense and nervous, as if she were scared of something. Maybe she was afraid of outsiders like Shiomi and Esk. Please, go ahead, Esk replied. First, visitors must pay their respects to the statue of the Holy Mother upon entering. You've already done that. The girl nodded again and nervously added, second, do not go out at night. Third, do not approach the cemetery alone. And lastly, even if you must go to the cemetery, never go alone, and definitely stay away from the swamp near it. The first rule sounded like a local custom, but the rest, more like something out of a horror story. Neither of them asked questions. They simply nodded in acknowledgement. The lodging she mentioned turned out to be a hunting cabin just outside the village. There was no inn or guest house in the village itself, only that place was available. As if pushing herself to get it over with, the girl led them to the wooden cabin, didn't sit or say much, just gave a quick bow and hurried off without another word. Looking at the old bed and the musty, moldy-smelling blankets, Shiomi couldn't help but hesitate, wondering if it was really okay to let Esk sleep in such conditions. Say, Esk, maybe you should just shift to spirit form. Shiomi tried to persuade her not to keep her physical form up. Since their new contract, she hadn't once turned into spirit form. Shiomi understood she was intentionally avoiding it, trying to put aside the fact that she'd arrived as his servant. But when he put down his bag and turned to speak, he saw Esk still staring at the girl's retreating figure. Something bothering you? He asked, stopping mid-sentence. Esk shut the door, then pulled back her hood, revealing a face deep in thought. I'm not sure. Maybe it's this place's connection to her, but just now, I felt that one's presence from that girl. That one. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. No, maybe it's just my imagination. Esk lifted her cloak and sat down on the old but clean wooden stool. Still, I didn't expect to find someone here with a similar aura. From what I found, this village was founded as a gravekeeper's settlement because of her. Shiomi shook his head slightly, then spoke a name he hadn't said in almost 10 years. Artoria Pendragon. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 97, Volume 2, Chapter 5, Hunter's Cabin. Although they had left London in the morning, it still took nearly 10 hours of travel to reach Blackmoor village in the Welsh mountains. By the time Shiomi got them settled into the hunter's cabin, dusk had already fallen. He lit the fireplace, and the damp chill that clung to the room slowly faded under the crackling warmth of the charcoal flames. There's only instant coffee and some sandwiches I made before we left, Shiomi said, handing Esk a cup of hot coffee. Tomorrow we'll probably have to look for food outside the village, or head to the church and ask for something. Compared to life in London or Fuyuki, their current situation in this remote mountain village was unbearably rough. No need for that face. I'm not blaming or complaining, Esk said quietly, eating the sandwich from the box. I've lived through much harsher days than this. A few years of comfort haven't dulled my ability to adapt. Is it that obvious? Shiomi reached up and touched his face. It might as well be written on it. Esk blew on her coffee and took a small sip. After all, we didn't come here on holiday. You know why we're here. Shiomi nodded and asked seriously, are you really okay with this? Bringing trouble on yourself. It's not the worst kind of fun, Esk replied naturally. Life in this era is too comfortable. A little thrill reminds my husband that his wife is no ordinary woman. I've never forgotten that, all right. Shiomi shook his head. Esk smiled and shifted the topic. According to the Mages Association, the 5th Holy Grail War is expected to restart in 6 months to a year, right? Yeah. But since I killed Kenneth in the last war, the Mages Association has been pretty shaken. Shiomi sat up straight, resting an arm on the table beside him. The clock tower had originally planned to keep the Holy Grail War under wraps. Most Magus thought it was just some regional magic contest in a far-off corner of the East. Only a few knew it involved the so-called omnipotent wish-granting machine. As the former Lord Elmeloy, Caren had, of course, known it was a wish-granting machine. Before the Fourth Holy Grail War began, the relevant details were archived in the Clock Tower's library, but only those who deliberately sought them out would learn the full picture. Caren entered the war with partial knowledge, and died. That incident sent shockwaves through the Mages Association, prompting a re-evaluation of the Holy Grail War's significance. I have to say, the death of Caren Elmeloy Archibald wasn't exactly a loss for the Clock Tower. It allowed them to reassess the value of the Holy Grail War and increase the number of recommended participants from 1 to 2. Shiomi shrugged. The Mages Association is sending 2 Magus to the 5th Holy Grail War. A real moth-to-flame situation, Morgan muttered, shaking her head. One more slot didn't mean much. If anything, it just raised the stakes. Most of those competing would be from prominent Magus families or newly rich upstarts. Who knows? Shiomi smiled faintly. He'd already decided he wouldn't return to Fuyuki with Esk and the children until after the 5th Holy Grail War ended. Sakura hadn't gained anything especially useful from the Mages Association. She had inherited Esk's entire system of magecraft and was already showing real results. If she weren't deliberately hiding her true ability, Sakura would have been promoted to the rank of Pride long ago, just like Shiomi. Of course, like him, Sakura's real capabilities went far beyond that. Even so, she remained a low-key genius within the Clock Tower. In every respect, she far outshone her older sister, Rin Tosaka. Also, I heard from Rhaenys that the Lord of the Department of Astromancy, Marisberry Animosphere, has already secured one of the spots. Shiomi looked thoughtful. I wonder who'll get the last one. He knew Lord Elmeloy too was planning to participate in the 5th Holy Grail War, but Rhaenys clearly didn't want it to come to that. She was doing everything she could to keep him at the Clock Tower. After all, Caren had borrowed money to purchase a magical energy reactor for the Holy Grail War, and although he died in battle, the loss only affected the Elmeloy faction. The Magecraft crest was passed down to Rhaenys, and most of the debt had been paid off over the past 9 years. 4 years ago, Tu had invited Shiomi to be Rhaenys's tutor. Now, as long as he could secure Elmeloy's position as Lord, he could finally step away. Let's set that aside for now. I've got some bad news you should probably hear, Esk said. It was rare for him to hesitate so much. Even if it's only a faint sign at this point. Shiomi blinked. What is it? Sakura seems to be planning to participate in the 5th Holy Grail War. Esk's calm words hit Shiomi like a bomb. What? He didn't quite process it at first. But there was no need for Esk to repeat herself. In the Holy Grail War, aside from the original 3 families, anyone with a strong enough desire to participate would be chosen. Including the 2 slots given to the Mages Association this time, there were still 2 vacancies left. Generally, only Magus with a strong will to enter would be selected by the Greater Grail system and granted a command spell, which required them to go to Fuyuki in person. A typical example was Lord Elmeloy II, formerly Waver Velvet. Owning a holy relic increased the likelihood of being chosen. Of course, Magus from the Clock Tower could travel to Fuyuki on their own, but that would bring serious political complications, making it an undesirable choice. If Sakura returned to Fuyuki, her exceptional magecraft and strong intent to participate would be more than enough to get her selected. Shiomi covered his mouth, lost in deep thought. He didn't want Sakura stepping into the deadly conflict, but he also didn't want to force her against her will. She had grown up doing as she pleased. She seemed obedient, but she was actually very strong-willed. If you really don't want to deal with it yourself, I could talk to her and try to convince her to give up, Esk offered. Let's wait until I get back to talk this through, Shiomi sighed. For now, we have more immediate concerns. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Shiomi instinctively said, "Come in." The girl who had led them earlier cautiously pushed the door open. "Sorry to interrupt, but Mr. Berserker asked me to bring you." As she spoke, she caught sight of Esk's face and dropped everything she was carrying with a loud clatter. Chapter 98, Volume 2, Chapter 6, Grey. "Here, have something warm to drink and relax." Shiomi pulled out a spare cup from his bag and poured the girl a cup of coffee. Her name was Grey, one of the villagers, but her identity was far more complicated than that. Flustered by her earlier blunder at the door, Grey hurried to help pick things up and neatly stack them in a corner. Only after that did Shiomi persuade her to sit and rest with a cup of coffee. After a brief self-introduction, Grey took the cup he offered, head lowered, while sneaking glances at Esk. The reason was obvious. Now that her hood was down, Grey's face looked almost identical to Esk's. That resemblance alone disrupted Shiomi's already troubled thoughts. For a fleeting moment, some strange ideas even crossed his mind. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, Esk silenced him with a jolt of electric magecraft. More accurately, Grey didn't just resemble Esk, her appearance was exactly like Artoria Pendragon. "Is that your original face?" Esk asked. Caught peeking, Grey flinched and nearly spilled her coffee. And no. I started looking like this about 9 years ago, she said, clearly upset. One winter day, my face suddenly began to change, and eventually settled into this. 9 years ago, that was during the Fourth Holy Grail War in 1994. In that context, her face turning into a mirror image of Artoria's made perfect sense. Let me take a closer look. Esk's interest was piqued. She handed her coffee to Shiomi, walked over to Gray, and gently touched her forehead with a fingertip. Gray blinked in confusion. She was overwhelmed. She hadn't expected to meet someone in this remote village who looked so much like her. When this woman had arrived, she too had worn a cloak and kept her face hidden beneath a hood. Their matching appearance and attire sparked an instinctive sense of kinship in Gray when she saw Esk's face. Could this woman have gone through the same thing she had? Esk's palm lit up. The light surrounded Gray, but she didn't feel anything unusual, so she quietly waited. She remembered Berserker mentioning that these visitors were Magus from outside, maybe they could lift the curse that had befallen her. I see. Esk withdrew her hand as the light faded. So they've been cultivating potential heirs just to wield the Holy Lance. Holy Lance. Shiomi raised an eyebrow. You mean Rangaminiad? One of the noble phantasms said to be wielded by King Arthur, Rangaminiad. Esk had explained once that its true nature was a tower, bridging the surface of the world and what lies beyond. And among the 4 branches of her magecraft, tower was the one derived from her mastery of that holy lance. He. Lucky you, Gray. A sharp, slightly grating voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the hunter's cabin. Shiomi looked up. Gray's face turned awkward. She fumbled under her cloak and pulled out a cylindrical, lantern-like cage. Inside was a cube-shaped mystic code. On the side facing them were what looked like eyes and a mouth. The mystic code's eyes were locked directly on Esk. No, didn't I tell you to stay quiet, Ad? Seriously. Gray sounded exasperated, but her tone was more like someone scolding a close friend for breaking a promise. Ad. A nickname for the Holy Lance. Shiomi wondered silently. Only after voicing her complaint did Gray realize something was off. In the village, she was the only one who could hear Ad's voice. But just now, she'd instinctively assumed everyone else could hear it too. Was it because of how Mr. Shiomi reacted? Or was it because this woman, like her, bore the face of the king? Oh. Now that's an interesting design. Esk casually took the cage from Gray's hands, lifted Ad up, and met his eyes directly. After a few seconds, she let out a quiet sigh. The core uses a different technique, but the external processing, that's something else entirely. She set the cage down on the table and snapped her fingers lightly in front of it. Ad began to tremble, then quickly settled down again. So, care to chat for a bit? Esk asked, her tone light and a little teasing. Ad responded. It was the same voice, yet deeper now, calmer, more mature. I don't think there's anything to discuss. Since you've returned to this village in person, are you here to complete the final ritual yourself? He asked. That's not certain, Esk replied coolly. You've misunderstood the causality from the beginning. In fact, I might do the exact opposite. As a constructed persona created by this side, no, more accurately, as the seal of the Holy Lance, would you resist what I intend to do? Ad fell silent. Even this brief exchange left Gray feeling overwhelmed. She couldn't make sense of Ad's sudden shift in tone, or how this woman seemed to understand everything about the village without hesitation. Do as you wish. With that, Ad fell into hibernation. That's it. Shiomi scratched his head. He'd expected some kind of dramatic confrontation, but that was all. Best not to get your hopes up too much, my husband. Esk returned to her seat by the bed. It's only because the seal was partially created by the same person that I'm able to handle it so easily. Shiomi simply smiled and shrugged, tacitly approving of her actions. Will Ad be okay? Gray asked anxiously. Don't worry. He'll be fine. Esk's tone was gentle, tinged with sympathy. In a way, your situation is partly my responsibility too. She turned to look at Shiomi. Seems this trip may turn out to be more meaningful than I'd expected. I'm just here to help someone scout the area, and watch his back while he's on the move, Shiomi said with a casual wave. If you've got something planned, go ahead and do it. I'll be right behind you, backing you up. He then turned to Gray. But your friend wasn't wrong, Gray. Shiomi gestured toward Esk with a slight nod. Her coming here might just be the luckiest thing that's happened to you. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 99, Volume 2, Chapter 7, Other Guests. The accommodations in the hunter's cabin were far from ideal. Even after cleansing the place with pest-repelling magecraft, the worn-out futons still didn't offer any real comfort. In the end, Shiomi wrapped himself in a blanket and leaned against the headboard, while Esk, also wrapped in a blanket, slept curled up in his arms. Esk had initially brushed it off as nothing worth worrying about, but once Shiomi suggested the arrangement, she went along with it without resistance. After managing to get through the night, the two greeted their second morning in Blackmore village. The skies were clear and bright, a stark contrast to the gloom of the previous day. Bathed in midsummer sunlight, the hillside village didn't look nearly as desolate. After breakfast, Shiomi and Esk took a stroll through the village. Gray had informed them of the village rules. Approaching the cemetery alone was prohibited. But since they were going together, the restriction didn't apply. They left from the hunter's cabin, walking along a small path on the edge of the village until they reached the cemetery, which lay further north than the church at the village's edge. Just as I thought. Shiomi muttered, enhancing his vision with mana as he looked over the cemetery. What do you see? Esk asked. You don't see it. Shiomi let out a tired sigh and slumped his shoulders. While he didn't possess mystic eyes, he had learned a great deal in the land of shadows, and seeing spirits was just one of many minor skills he picked up. And Esk, being a servant, stood at the pinnacle of spiritual existence. Within that realm, she should be able to perceive spirits even without any special techniques. Just one look should have been enough to notice the spirits drifting through the graveyard. I really can't see anything. Esk, still holding Shiomi's hand, slipped her other hand from beneath her cloak and gracefully adjusted the front of it. Most of her face remained hidden in shadow, and it was true that the hood might be slightly blocking her view. Well. Shiomi pinched the bridge of his nose, mildly annoyed with himself. The spirits here, how should I put it? They feel both dense and thin at the same time. The mana in this area is thick, and it's natural for lingering thoughts to remain in the cemetery. But each spirit's outline is so faint that it's nearly impossible to distinguish them from the mana flowing around. He glanced around the cemetery and shook his head. It's a shame I'm not a necromancer. I could have translated their sorrow into words. But what really stands out is the direction they're all pointing. The whole cemetery felt like one massive undead entity. Was it connected somehow to Artoria Pendragon? As that thought crossed his mind, Shiomi suddenly noticed a few nearly imperceptible strands of mana drifting through the haze formed by spirits and magic. That must be it, Esk said with a quiet chuckle. Someone's interfering with the spirits from the outside. And because the villagers don't know a thing about magecraft, there's no attempt to hide it. She slowly raised her hand and pointed toward the southeast side of the village, where an old windmill cottage stood atop a small hill. No words were needed, they both understood immediately. Leaving the cemetery behind, they made their way toward the windmill hill. As they neared, Shiomi released Esk's hand and stepped ahead, motioning for her to slow her pace. The structure looked weathered and abandoned, and despite the wind whipping around the hilltop, the windmill's blades didn't move an inch. But Shiomi could tell, someone had been using it. Even without visible signs of activity, nothing escaped his notice. Please, come in on your own. I should have greeted you at the door, but the sunlight today is unusually strong, rather troublesome for someone with my constitution. A composed, dignified voice drifted from within the windmill house. Along with the magically compressed sound, a subtle fluctuation of magical energy reached their ears. What do you think? Could be a trap, right? Esk joked cheerfully, showing no sign of caution. Shiomi reached out and grasped the door handle. Well, since they've extended the invitation, we might as well take a look. Though he was someone who usually advocated for a peaceful life, Shiomi never backed down from danger. Esk often teased that he had an adventurer's soul, just too stubborn to admit it. Remembering that now, Shiomi couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he opened the door. Inside was neat and orderly. The space was lined with screens that looked like they were carved from crystal, though there wasn't a keyboard or mouse in sight. While most magus from the clock tower held disdain for modern science, Shiomi was one of the few exceptions. He didn't mind it at all, and was quite well versed in the field. That said, there was a particular faction within the Mages Association that did extensively use modern, tech-like mystic codes. Often mocked as moles who buried themselves underground to do research, they were nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. What an unexpected setting. For the Lord of the Department of Creation and one of the few servants who exist independently outside the Holy Grail War to visit my workshop, how curious. Golden hair cut through the dimness of the room as a man stepped into view. Though the floor creaked unpleasantly with every step, his movements were silent, cat-like. He wore a long cloak and kept his eyes closed. He looked around Shiomi's age, but in truth, he was likely far older. Well, this is awkward. I don't recall having such close ties with Lord Valuelita, Shiomi said, resting one hand on his hip. Esk, who had shut the door behind them, removed her hood and revealed her face. Oh my, what a surprise. The famed Witch of Britannia herself. The men gave a courteous bow to Morgan. It is truly an honor to receive the both of you here. His manners were impeccable, he came across like a refined nobleman. But Shiomi knew better than to be fooled by appearances. The Mages Association was divided into three main branches. The first was the Clock Tower, the most well-known and populous, often synonymous with the association itself. This reputation was also due to the obscurity surrounding the other two. The second was the Wandering Sea, which upheld the ancient magecraft of the Age of Gods. The third was the group to which the men before them belonged, Atlas, a faction that studied ancient alchemy, distinct from Western magecraft and often branded heretical. "Aren't you going to introduce your acquaintance?" asked Shiomi. Shiomi gave a helpless smile. "I'm not influential enough to be personally familiar with Mr. Zepia Eltnam Malaysia, one of the three directors of the Mages Association." The men before them, Zepia Eltnam Malaysia, was the current head of the Atlas Institute, one of the Mages Association's three great branches. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Volume 2, Chapter 8, Director of the Atlas Institute. Familiarity is a matter of perspective. Maybe if we spend more time together, things will naturally become more comfortable. Zepia ignored Esk, directing his attention entirely to Shiomi. He wasn't a magus from the Wandering Sea, and his regard for Age of Gods magi extended only to a basic level of respect, nothing more. Yet the Tenkei Shiomi standing before him was someone who had genuinely caught Zepia's interest, though Shiomi remained unaware of it. "So, what brings you here, Director Zepia?" Shiomi asked. "Just gathering some data," Zepia replied. "I'll be staying around for a while." Shiomi nodded and didn't press for details. It was Esk who spoke next. "So the director of the Atlas Institute is actually a dead apostle. I've been one for quite a long time." Zepia didn't deny it, nor did he have any reason to. He looked at Shiomi. "Would you two like some wine? I heard you're scouting ahead for Lord Elmalloy too. It's better to gather enough intel before your companions arrive, right?" Shiomi hadn't kept his journey a secret, but neither had he announced it openly. That left only one explanation: Zepia had been monitoring his movements all along. "Thanks for the consideration." Shiomi didn't decline. He simply narrowed his eyes and replied. Zepia led them into a room inside the cabin. Though the room looked hastily assembled from wooden planks, not a single draft slipped through. Inside were elegant furnishings, and bottles of wine floated up under the influence of magecraft, pouring red wine into the neatly placed glasses on the table. "As the rising star of the clock tower, I hope you won't mind my excessive interest," Zepia continued. "I just happened to notice a unique presence like yours in the Holy Grail War data from Fuyuki." "Oh." Shiomi was tempted to ask who had put him up to it, but he knew the question wouldn't yield an answer, so he let it drop. He picked up his glass and took a light sip. Compared to 9 years ago during the Holy Grail War, Shiomi could handle his alcohol much better now. At the very least, he no longer needed to use mana just to stay clear-headed after a drink. "What do you think of Blackmore Village?" Zepia asked. Though his eyes remained closed the entire time, Shiomi could feel his focus locked onto him. Only in this moment did Zepia's tone subtly shift toward Esk. "Utterly dull," Esk said coolly. "Artoria died, just as expected. Yet now they want to bring her back. It's a contradiction I can't accept." Zepia chuckled. "You say that like it has nothing to do with you. And maybe it doesn't, or shouldn't. But in the end, it's all inevitably tied to your ladyship, the Witch Queen, isn't it?" From his words, it was clear Zepia had a grasp on Esk's background and identity. That all-knowing attitude left Shiomi feeling slightly uneasy. Still, there was little he could do. While the Atlas Institute was part of the Mages Association like the Clock Tower, their perspective operated on such a different axis it might as well be another dimension. They viewed every possible future from beyond the boundaries of the world's development. It wasn't a matter of superiority or inferiority, the starting points were simply different. From their isolated vantage point, they'd watched the direction of the universe unfold for centuries, all while enduring the desire to leap from that height and end it all. Even for the director of the Atlas Institute, it was a grueling burden to bear. "Living too long really isn't such a good thing," Shiomi said with a sigh. Esk shook her head. "Who knows? The opposite is often true. You always end up able to endure far more than you'd expect." "Yeah." Shiomi gave a bitter smile. Zepia sat down across from them. "Back to the matter of Blackmore Village, judging from your ladyship's attitude just now, it seems you two have other plans. Does that matter to you?" Shiomi crossed his legs and looked at the men in front of him. "In a way, yes, very much so." Zepia's eyes opened just a crack, a calculating smile on his face. After all, reviving King Arthur is one of the contracts issued by the Atlas Institute. Shiomi's heart sank. The Atlas Institute, which had existed since before the Common Era, had issued 7 contracts over the last 2,000 years. This was one of the few things even the Clock Tower knew about. Reportedly, as of 3 years ago, by the year 2000, the Atlas Institute had already recovered 4 of the contracts. It now seemed that completing the recovery of all 7 contracts was the goal driving the Institute's current operations. Shiomi hadn't expected reviving King Arthur to be one of those contracts. He glanced toward Esk. But Esk had already raised a hand to cover her face. She looked like she couldn't bear to watch. Just how twisted was this version of Morgan? On one hand, she sent most of the Knights of the Round Table to Artoria's side, ultimately toppling her rule and burying her for good. Yet on the other hand, after Artoria's death, she began scheming to bring King Arthur back, going so far as to secure a contract with the Atlas Institute for assistance. It was absurd. For once, Esk felt genuinely uncomfortable. Logos react, Zepia said, naming the term. It's one of the 7 weapons lent out by the Atlas Institute, used to extract King Arthur's spirit. Interference with the ritual is strictly forbidden. Then he fell silent, saying nothing more. Got it. We'll be careful not to damage your equipment, Shiomi sighed deeply. He had already guessed the purpose behind Zepia's generous hospitality and loose tongue. But something like this isn't nearly enough to get a contract out of the Atlas Institute. Zepia chuckled. Our contracts are exceedingly rare. It's been a long time since we issued one. But if things go smoothly this time, I might owe you a favor. You could ask me to do something minor. Then I want you to never mention having seen Esk here, Shiomi said quietly. Not to anyone, not even to the person who helped you obtain the Fuyuki Holy Grail War data. Once we leave Blackmoor Village, forget everything about us. Zepia's smile faded, leaving behind only a seemingly gentle expression. He gave a deep nod, accepting the request. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 101, Volume 2, Chapter 9, Executor. Zepia shared a bit more information about the village and assured them he wouldn't interfere with their activities in Blackmoor. With that, the two left the windmill cottage. Never expected even the director of the Atlas Institute to show up. This village really isn't simple, Shiomi said, standing on the hillside overlooking the valley below. From the windmill's vantage point, he had a clear view of the cemetery and the swampy terrain beyond. That area sat higher than the graveyard, making it hard to see from ground level. But I didn't think you'd only ask for something like that in the end, Esk said, adjusting the edge of her hood as she pulled it back over her head. Shiomi crossed his arms. Come on, at least try to recognize your own value. Most clock tower magi claim servants are just familiars, but they're all secretly dying to study their mysteries. Especially someone like you, if the clock tower doesn't want to research you themselves, they'll just sell your information to the Wandering Sea. In other words, only the Atlas Institute, with its focus on alchemy and its primary goal of retrieving the 7 ancient contracts issued over the past 2,000 years, had little interest in someone like Esk. Even so, Shiomi had decided to secure secrecy by making Zepia owe him a favor, ensuring he would stay silent about her continued existence after the Holy Grail War. After all, if things escalated to a fight with the director of the Atlas Institute just to keep her identity hidden, it wouldn't stop at Blackmoor Village, population under 100. The fallout would be far worse, definitely not in Shiomi's best interest. Better to reach a quiet, mutual understanding. Cautious as ever, that's so you, Esk murmured with rare praise. Clear on the little things, never missing the big ones. Shiomi held Esk's hand as they walked slowly down the hill and soon ran into Gray, who had come looking for them. Mr. Belsack asked me to show you around the village, Gray said. She wasn't wearing her hood this time, and her demeanor seemed subtly changed now that she was facing the two of them. Esk pulled her hand from Shiomi's and extended it toward Gray. Thank you kindly. The road's a bit rough, so I'll trouble you to hold my hand, Gray. Her voice was composed, regal. Even through the cloak, Gray was quietly captivated by Esk's presence. Just like Shiomi had earlier, she offered her hand to Morgan without hesitation. Sorry, I need to head over to the church. I can't join the tour, Shiomi said to Esk. Gray, I'll leave her in your care for now. All right, go on, Esk said with a slight tilt of her chin. Their eyes met briefly in the shadows beneath her hood. Shiomi nodded and turned toward the church on the village's northern edge. In truth, he drew much more attention than Esk did. She looked like a cloaked, conservative woman, but his clearly Eastern features stood out starkly from the local villagers. Every time he passed someone on the roadside, he could feel their curious stares. But Shiomi had anticipated that and made a point of acting completely natural, heading straight toward the church without doing anything suspicious. The villagers assumed he was affiliated with the church and didn't give him a second thought. Church layouts rarely varied much. He slipped through a side door near the end of the chapel, walked a few steps into the corridor, and was promptly stopped by a voice calling out to him. I didn't expect you to still be here, a woman's voice called from behind. Although they'd only exchanged a brief greeting yesterday, Shiomi recognized the voice immediately. Are you talking to me alone? He turned with a smile. Or do you mean the others too, Executor? Sister Illumia's expression shifted at once. The mild displeasure on her face was quickly replaced by a sharp glint of killing intent. Of course I mean the woman with you, she said. But to recognize I'm an executor. You're clearly not an ordinary magus. Naturally. For various reasons, I've had to work with executors from the Holy Church as part of my duties with the Mages Association, Shiomi replied, watching her closely. People like you, who've mastered mysteries beyond just the sacrament of baptism rite, can be recognized from a mile away. Illumia's face slowly returned to neutral, like a mask of polished stone. Her right hand slipped from the sleeve of her habit, fingers pinching the hilts of several black keys. I've heard of you, the Eastern Magus from the association. All right, no need to glare like that. Shiomi lightened his tone, signaling that he had no hostile intentions, and certainly wasn't a spy sent to probe the church. Actually, this could be a perfect opportunity for us to work together. Question is, do you have the authority to respond to what's coming? What? Illumia narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Don't judge me just because I'm a magus, I'm quite familiar with how the church operates, Shiomi said as he slowly stepped closer. The church aims to stamp out dangerous beliefs before they take root. And here, the devotion to the Black Madonna and King Arthur is far more intense than anywhere else. Her sleeve fluttered as she quickly pulled her hand back, letting go of the black keys. Because Shiomi had hit the exact nerve. To the church, King Arthur was undeniably a heresy. The reason people believed Arthur was aligned with the church was that his legend had become so deeply entangled with local faith. While much of the Arthurian mythos was indeed shaped by church doctrine, the figures that filled those tales, court magicians, witches, and royal heirs, were inextricably bound to native beliefs. So what is it you're planning to do here, Magus? Something that's in the church's best interest, of course. Shiomi held up a finger. Even executors, with your unshakable faith, surely you're tired of this endless surveillance assignment. As someone who stands at the top of those permitted to practice the church's secret rites, I imagine it wears on you. He spoke deliberately, every word aimed to persuade, because it was the nun, not the bloated priest, who truly held power here. That man was merely her subordinate. Especially now, after that girl in the village underwent a transformation. The long-dormant faith of the past 1,000 years is stirring again. If you don't act fast to suppress it quietly, this will spiral into something the church can't easily walk away from. Illumia responded with a practiced, formal smile. Then let's hear what you came here to do, Magus. Chapter 102, Volume 2, Chapter 10, Esk's Visit. Although they called it a village tour, Esk had already visited the church and the cemetery. Even the Windmill Village, a place the locals rarely went to, had only been glimpsed by Grey when she saw Esk and her husband walking down from the hill. So, with nothing else to show, the young girl could only lead her esteemed guest on a casual stroll through the village. As they walked, Esk noticed something. Grey was particularly respected by the villagers, though not universally so. Still, many of those they passed gave confused or even displeased looks when they saw Grey supporting Esk. Their expressions seemed to say, how could a mere outsider let our noble girl act like a servant? Though unspoken, the sentiment was easy to read. The village's faith in King Arthur was deeply rooted. And with a face so similar to that of Artoria, Grey was naturally seen as a divine child, an object of reverence. Of course, 1,000 years had worn away much of that devotion, until it rekindled 9 years ago. No one could have predicted that a Holy Grail War ritual, happening far off in Japan, would trigger changes in a girl from a remote English village, causing her body to begin resembling King Arthur's. In other words, she and her kin had, for generations, been raised as vessels for Artoria's return. Among them, Grey's aptitude ranked among the highest. That was why the moment King Arthur manifested, she responded physically to the resonance. At the thought, Esk couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. After retrieving Avalon, the ever-distant utopia, Artoria had made her choice. With a heart set on protecting the world, and a touch of unwillingness, she gave up on saving Britannia. She accepted death, and went to Avalon. This meant Artoria would no longer answer the call of the Holy Grail War. That was what Esk regretted most. Otherwise, she would have gladly recorded every detail of this village with magecraft, and presented it to Artoria the next time they met, just to unsettle her a little. Still, heroic spirit summoning wasn't limited to the Holy Grail War. The thought gave Esk an idea. By the way, may I ask you something? May I ask you something? Grey, who had been explaining the rather unremarkable sights of the village, finally tried to initiate conversation. But when she did, she didn't know how to address Esk. Just call me lady. I came here with my husband, after all, Esk said gently. What did you want to ask? I'm just a little curious, why did you both come to this village? Grey asked. No real reason. We arrived here just looking to do a bit of sightseeing, Esk replied, her eyes drifting toward the village roads. But after seeing you, I found something I might want to do. Eh? Me? Grey gasped. She was full of curiosity about Esk, her resemblance to the king, her deep understanding of Ad's secrets. All in all, Esk was a woman shrouded in mystery. Something about her presence reminded Gray of the Black Madonna enshrined in the village church. Whenever she spoke with Esk, it felt like facing the Madonna herself. Even though Gray knew nothing about the Black Madonna at all. Rather than that, have you ever been outside the village? Esk shifted the topic, turning her attention to Gray's circumstances. Outside the village? You mean? Gray asked. Other places. Like the nearby towns or cities, Esk clarified. Gray shook her head. Not even once. Then, almost as if trying to make up for it, she added quickly, but sometimes we get traveling libraries or merchants with full carts of goods. I look forward to their visits every time. Libraries. So you like books? Esk sounded a little surprised. Yes. I love classical literature, especially detective novels. The girl lit up for a moment, only to fall quiet again as if a candle had just been snuffed out. Sorry. I got carried away talking about myself. No need to apologize. You were only answering my question, Esk shook her head. You're a lot like me. I've always loved reading, then and now. Really? What kind of books do you like, lady? It was rare for Gray to feel so naturally at ease with someone, so she couldn't help but try to prolong the conversation a little. But the moment was broken by someone else. Ah, there you are. A gentle-looking woman in her early 30s approached them and greeted Gray. She wasn't particularly striking, draped in a light shawl, with a soft, calm expression that naturally put people at ease. Mother, Gray responded. So, this is the guest who came to visit the village? The woman looked at Esk, whose face was partially hidden under a hood, and then at Gray, who was supporting her, without showing any particular reaction. She introduced herself to Esk. My name is Magdalena. She was indeed Gray's mother, but Esk noticed that Magdalena hadn't mentioned that in her introduction. Esk replied simply. After observing Esk quietly for a few seconds, Magdalena suddenly made an unexpected offer that even surprised Gray. If you don't mind, would you like to come to our house? There's not much to see in the village. But if you're willing, please come in and have some coffee, take a break. Is that all right? Gray asked. Of course. Your guest is the village's guest. We should treat her properly, Magdalena said with a gentle smile. But the tone she used didn't sound much like a mother speaking to her daughter. So Esk followed the mother and daughter to Gray's home. But as soon as they sat down, Magdalena found an excuse to send Gray out for a bit. Esk, quietly watching, saw Magdalena close the door. That gentle expression from earlier vanished, replaced by one of deep reverence and sorrow. She knelt before Esk like a devout believer in prayer. If my instincts aren't mistaken, you're the noble, holy mother, aren't you? Magdalena lowered her head deeply, speaking words that could shake anyone who heard them. Esk remained seated, unmoving, silently gazing down at the kneeling woman. If you would allow it, please, save that child. Must the king's vessel really be Gray? Her voice trembled with grief as she bowed low, earnestly pleading. Before I answer, why don't you tell me why you're saying this to me? Esk's instincts told her, Magdalena was hiding a secret that no one else in the village knew. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 103, Volume 2, Chapter 11, The Plan. Lord Elmeloy II arrived in Blackmoor village on the afternoon of the second day after Shiomi and the others. Roughly the same time as the previous day. Second. When Lord Elmeloy II followed the map to the village entrance, Shiomi, who had been talking with Berserker, stood up from the signpost and greeted him. Shiomi. Seeing his reaction, Lord Elmeloy II was certain Shiomi had already gotten a good grasp of the village's situation, that's why he was waiting here. He glanced at the old man standing next to Shiomi. This was Berserker, the gravekeeper of Blackmoor village, and the very person Lord Elmeloy II had come all the way to see. The reason was simple, he wanted to participate in the 5th Holy Grail War. But as a magus, his abilities were limited. Having witnessed the war's brutality firsthand, he needed allies. The gravekeeper of Blackmoor specialized in magecraft involving spirits. That was precisely why Lord Elmeloy II sought his help. After all, servants were higher-order spirits, making them potentially vulnerable to someone like the gravekeeper. Did you come alone? Shiomi asked. Rhaenys got tied up by the 2 girls at your place. Lord Elmeloy II tugged at his collar. That was your doing, wasn't it? Shiomi raised an eyebrow. Had to. I told Rhaenys where you were going, remember? I'd lose sleep if I didn't offer some compensation. Anyway, you've been a huge help, Lord Elmeloy II said. In truth, Sakura and Caren alone probably couldn't stall Rhaenys. What really mattered was that this visit to the village was something Lord Elmeloy II was undertaking together with Shiomi. With someone that powerful by his side, Rhaenys, who didn't want her toy to break, finally gave up on tailing him to investigate. So, what about you? Your wife didn't come. Lord Elmeloy too asked. It was about 7 years ago, during Shiomi's visit to the clock tower for official business, that Lord Elmeloy too discovered the Berserker had not disappeared after the Holy Grail War. Instead, she had remained in the world through a new contract, continuing to exist as a familiar. This made Lord Elmeloy too all the more aware of his own limitations. Even if he had wanted the King of Conquerors to remain, his own magical energy would never have been enough to sustain it outside the Holy Grail War. She's exploring the village, Shiomi replied. But she and I took the Hunter's Lodge on the outskirts, so you'll have to rough it at the church tonight. Lord Elmeloy too turned to Berserk. If things go well, we could leave as early as tomorrow. You must be Lord Elmeloy too, the one Mr. Shiomi mentioned was coming to see me, Berserk said. That's right, Lord Elmeloy too confirmed. Mr. Shiomi has already given me a rough idea of what this is about, Berserk said frankly. But before we discuss that, there are a few matters that need handling first. Once those are settled, we can talk. The unexpected reply caught Lord Elmeloy too slightly off guard. But Berserk had already walked off, apparently to make preparations, leaving just Shiomi and Lord Elmeloy too at the village entrance. Shiomi took up the role of guide and led him into the village. What exactly are you planning? On the way, Lord Elmeloy too finally asked. Before deciding to come to Blackmoor Village, he had done all the research he could. He already knew the villagers revered King Arthur. He also learned that some kind of ceremony related to King Arthur was taking place here. That alone wasn't too concerning. Lord Elmeloy too had no intention of interfering with the customs or faiths of a distant land. He was only here to ask a favor. But the issue was, the person who came with Shiomi couldn't exactly be considered an outsider. Morgan, the Witch of Britain. According to Lord Elmeloy too's research, the village's earliest King Arthur beliefs and their foundation were closely tied to the shadow of Arthurian legend, Morgan the Witch. Lord Elmeloy too, what do you think of a belief that has lasted for over 1,000 years, yet has never shown any clear signs? Shiomi asked, turning the question back on him. Lord Elmeloy too rubbed his chin, his instincts as a scholar kicking in. Belief is something born in the wake of miracles. But with the retreat of the Age of Gods, the mysteries have withdrawn into even deeper obscurity. In such a situation, if a belief shows no manifestation from the moment it was founded, then over a millennium, it's bound to fade, until only a handful of those who know the truth still care. Exactly. Shiomi nodded. The same goes for this village. They've upheld a mission passed down for over 1,000 years, without any clear direction or signs. It should have long crumbled into dust with time. But something altered that course. The Fourth Holy Grail War. Lord Elmeloy too caught on immediately. Of course he would. Having participated in it himself and come face to face with legendary heroic spirits, it was unforgettable. Especially since King Arthur had appeared as a servant. Because of Artoria Pendragon's appearance, a tradition long maintained in this village finally underwent something like a divine transformation, Shiomi said, eyes on the church that was growing larger in their view. Right now, the villagers are quietly and methodically carrying out the ritual. What exactly is this ritual about? Lord Elmeloy too asked. With little information and only just arriving, he had no choice but to ask Shiomi, who'd gotten here ahead of him. To resurrect King Arthur. Shiomi lowered his voice, careful not to be overheard by the passing villagers. Lord Elmeloy too stopped in front of the church door. What? You think there's something off about it too, right? Shiomi gave a wry smile and sighed. That's why she decided to bring it all to an end. There was no need to say who she was. She's the one who set this in motion, so it's only fitting that she's the one to end it. Lord Elmeloy too's face was solemn. Makes sense. Still, it's hard not to feel like 1,000 years have gone in circles. You'll have to ask her that yourself. Shiomi feigned a light tone, masking how much he really knew. Because it wasn't that simple at all. Since you're telling me this, I assume you've made the necessary preparations in under a day, Lord Elmeloy too said as he followed Shiomi into the church. Shiomi nodded. The Gravekeeper, and even the Holy Church, have already given silent approval to our next move. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree and Com /Pinksnake.